Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Episode 56, Gimpo International Airport, Part 3. Chapter 20. Gimpo International Airport, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. Before the appearance of the monsters, the power of an individual was very trivial. However, after the appearance of the monsters, the power of an individual had now become something that mankind should hope for. The hopes of those who had recently survived in the capital city of South Korea were hanging on a young man named Oh Se-bum. He was heroic from the beginning. As soon as the monsters appeared, he fought against them with his bare hands and won. So, they gave him a lot of things. He was given the rank of major, even though he was only in the first year of the reserve army, and the freedom to smoke when he was in front of battalion commander of the 35th Commandos, who protected the top leaders of the Republic of Korea. No way! Major Oh Se-bum is down? What the hell? He was now stretched out on the snowy field. His tongue was out, and his eyes were turned over, with dark red blood spilling out between the nostrils of a crushed nose. Oh, my God! In front of the scene, the solemn, serious expression of Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun changed to dismay. There was one more person who couldn't believe the sight. No, Kim Tae-hoon also couldn't accept the sight straight away. I couldn't have been beaten by this guy in the future, Oh was definitely strong. There was no shortage of skills to gain the upper hand against Kim, who might have no rival among awakeners. If it was a battle that used all their relics, not bare hands, Kim would never have won a head-to-head battle with Oh. But that was all. He's not the type to plan a real conspiracy and betrayal. He was just strong, but he was not a man of style, able to paint a big picture and plan it out. That was what he has shown right now. It was a totally different matter to have a position in background able to show off in front of the Lieutenant Colonel Yoo, and to actually do so. If Kim were in Oh's position, he wouldn't have shown off in front of Lieutenant Colonel Yoo. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo was not an absurd person. To make an enemy by behaving as one pleases is a characteristic of a low-grade player. However, when he came to face Kim, Oh revealed his feelings as they were. At first, he looked down on Kim and immediately expressed his intention to kill him after Kim's provocations. People who showed off their murderous spirit according to their mood were one of two types, a puppy or a madman. So I told myself to use him in my dream. In summary, Oh was a man who could fight Kim, threaten him, and kill him, but he couldn't plan it. There's a mastermind. Of course, there was someone in the background. There was a player who controlled the chessboard and used a chessman named Oh Se-bum. The head is the real enemy threatening me. Kim's idea went that far. It was not the opponent behind Oh Se-bum that Kim should deal with right now. He raised Oh, who had fainted, with his telekinesis. Then he shouted to Lieutenant Colonel Yoo, who was in the middle of the crowd, in a loud voice, "Let's start negotiating." Now Kim had another card to negotiate, the hostage card. 9. Currently, the Capital Defense Command is located to the north of the Han River. My role is to contact the surviving forces outside of Seoul. How's the situation in Seoul? Of the 31 bridges of the Han River, the Gimpo Bridge and the Banpo Bridge are the only ones that are safe. This much explanation should be enough for you to understand the situation. Did you blow up the bridges on purpose? Some of them were blown by the military, some of them were blown by monsters. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo has begun negotiations with Kim. He saw Kim's ability, and now he could not help but negotiate with Kim, who had taken Major Oh Se-bum as a hostage. In addition, Kim was a man who did what he intended to do. If necessary, he would cut off the limbs of Oh and continue to carry out his will to hurt Oh. In fact, while talking, Kim was not letting Oh Se-bum go. Oh was still stunned and standing like a mannequin. The place of the conversation was still the runway, cold winds blowing past. If Lieutenant Colonel Yoo tried to bluff in front of Kim, the only things he would get were Oh's fingernails or fingers. Kim had decisively showed his ability. He proved how threatening he could be. If Lieutenant Colonel Yu continued to show hostility against him, Kim would not let him and his forces go like this. How many survivors? Not a great number, of course, but a lot survived. Seoul was the home of more than 10 million people. That was why Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who had been uncooperative so far, changed his attitude and cooperated. When Kim heard Yu's story, Kim could see that the situation in Seoul was worse than he thought. They've saved a lot, it's not good. At this point, the fact that there were many survivors was a very negative factor in some ways. In the view of the monsters, once there were many survivors, they had a lot of prey. Always. The rich prey led to the emergence of higher predators. There was no guarantee that survivors were cooperative. Humans could always be more monstrous than monsters. There's a subway. There were also two fatal weaknesses in Seoul at this time. One was a lot of buildings occupied the land, and the other was an underground subway which was like a spider web. These were the best places for monsters to hide. Conversely, they were places which restricted the use of military power. The subway was the worst. It was very hard for trams and fighters to go into the subway and kill monsters. The same was true of skyscrapers. If the monsters caused the building to collapse, the additional damage was enormous. A tall building was, in a way, a mine. They couldn't find the answer in Seoul, so they came out. Such facts were the reason why Lieutenant Colonel Yu had led the special forces out of Seoul. They couldn't find an answer to solve the situation in Seoul. At that moment, Kim asked Lieutenant Colonel Yu, "How about the president or the prime minister? How are they?" "Of course, we have secured their safety," Lieutenant Colonel Yu answered as if he had waited for the question. His expression was calm. "Is that so?" However, Kim was able to clearly hear that the heart rate of Lieutenant Colonel Yu had changed. They failed to secure them. It was the voice of a person telling lies and acting. We are in trouble. It was obvious. Currently, the powers that were in Seoul had yet to secure the defense of the top authority, such as the president or prime minister. In other words, they were not different from Kim and other military units. To put it simply, there was no justification. They could not prove they were the power that represented Korea. It was like a national seal of the three kingdoms. It did nothing by itself. The presence of a president at this moment did not mean that the president could escape from the monsters or that he could kill a powerful monster. What was important is that the group under the direction of the president could claim the power of the Korean government. Those who were hostile to the force were, of course, anti-government forces. But if there is no president or prime minister, the concept of anti-government forces disappeared. It's the best situation to have ambition. For those with military power, this was simply an opportunity to rewrite everything. Of course, if this was known, the Republic of Korea would no longer be able to remain South Korea. They would repeat the history of the Korean Peninsula. There would be several military governments on the Korean Peninsula, and they would wage war. It was not what civilized people would do, but those who survived now were not the civilized ones. I'm glad they're safe. Here, Kim no longer quizzed Lieutenant Colonel Yu about that fact. If so, please speak well of us. The Mac Guild will kill monsters in nearby areas, including Bucheon City, and secure the safety of survivors. It was time to get what he wanted. If you give me your support, I will also hunt monsters in major cities, including Incheon, but... At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, Lieutenant Colonel Yu recognized that it was time to finish the conversation. With this, Kim had expressed all his desires. The idea was very simple. If you want to use the Mac Guild in Bucheon to deal with monsters, you should pay us. In addition, the only remaining power available to the remaining forces in Seoul is the relics. Okay, I'll try to get good results. At that remark, Kim brought up something to end the conversation. It was something from his pocket, and it twinkled like a jewel under the light. But it was not a gem. It was a chain with a military serial number. It was a chain with a military serial number from the special forces who entered the Gwangmyeong Sejuri station in Gwangmyeong City to carry out their mission, but who were annihilated by the bell-tailed rat. The funeral was simple. "Thank you." The voice of Lieutenant Colonel Yu as he received the chains was more subdued than ever. "I'll meet you here again on March 18th, after 15 days. That's how they ended their conversation. 10. Major Oasibam is fine. He has just fainted from the shock. He has a broken nose, but we can mend it. As soon as he was told that by his subordinates, Lieutenant Colonel Yu no longer worried about O. He summoned 2 of his men immediately. A man and a woman, who appeared to be in their mid-20s, were wearing berets, just like Lieutenant Colonel Yu. They were both members of the 35th Commandos, which was led by Lieutenant Colonel Yu, and both became awakeners. Their abilities and credits were the most reliable. Find out all about Kim, his surrounding relationships, everything that could be a weakness. The 2 were ordered by Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Instead of answering, the 2 disappeared from his eyes. From now on, the 2 would follow Kim and stay in Bucheon to find out everything about him for 15 days. Of course, they are trying to catch his weaknesses. If things go like this, we will be led away. The existence of Kim and the Mac Guild had to be accepted. In a situation where it was too hard to protect Seoul, to antagonize the force who had been in Bucheon was not different from having a knife at one's throat. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Yu was the decision-maker, he would have had no choice but to accept Kim's offer. Kim Tae-hoon was also aware of that. As he knew, he came to Gimpo International Airport and showed himself. He gave us a choice, whether we would leave him as a threatening enemy, or a card we could use if we would pay the price. What he is after is a relic. If the deal started like this, Kim Tae-hoon would win after all. I need his weakness. On the other hand, in order not to take the loss, I must somehow grasp Kim's weakness. The 2 men who were just sent out will fulfill their duties, even if they have to give their lives. At that moment, Lieutenant Colonel Yu felt the touch of the chains in his pocket. He gritted his teeth hard. 11. A forest of buildings. The 2, a man and a woman, were moving secretly to a quiet place, where it was almost impossible to find even an indication of a person being around. They were like ghosts. Their movements were silent, and their faces were as cold as ghosts. They didn't even talk. The dialogue between the 2 consisted only of eyes and signals. Then a man sent out a signal. The man's fingers pointed to footsteps crossing a desolate forest of buildings. The woman who saw the footprints looked straight at the building next to the footprints. Immediately they went into the building. As soon as they entered the building, they shouted out breathlessly for the first time. "Huck!" At the same time, their dull faces were filled with astonishment. The cause was none other than the man they confronted the moment they entered the building. It was Kim Tae-hoon. The person who the 2 should be following, and who was supposed to be on his way to Bucheon City, was in front of them. At that moment, a manual came into their mind to deal with the urgent situation. The female soldier tried to grab Kim's attention, and the man would inform Lieutenant Colonel Yu that the operation has failed after he had fled. That was the contents of the manual. There was no need to exchange a signal or look before carrying out its instructions. All they had to do was follow the manual. Huck! But they could not execute the manual. They could feel that a huge hand held them tight the moment they tried to move. "I can't move." Kim Tae-hoon spoke low to the 2. "I don't want to confront Lieutenant Colonel Yu by making you 2 into corpses. On the other hand, I don't want to experience a situation where the 2 of you are all around me and stir up monsters. What do you want?" "Stay and act in my sight for 15 days. That's dash. Or you'll be in full custody for 15 days, and without any results, you'll be delivered to Lieutenant Colonel Yu. If you choose to be restrained, be prepared to wear diapers. I don't want to leave any room for the members of the 35th Commandos who became Awakeners, but. At that moment, the telekinesis holding the two was gone. I'll give you 3 seconds. And at the beginning of the notification, the two spoke after checking each other's eyes. I'm Sergeant Kim Yuri. I'm Sergeant Kim Joo-hyuk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Episode 57, National Treasure, Part 1. Chapter 21. National Treasure, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk, who were affiliated with the 35th Commandos, had the same nickname, Ace. Even within the 35th Commandos, where the elite gathered, they showed a unique attitude. They had different natural qualities, higher goals than others, and better posture to reach those goals. Of course, they had everything: self-esteem, pride, and confidence. All these things gave them confidence in the end. They were confident that they would be able to fulfill the duties assigned to them, no matter what happened. But on December 31st, everything the two had was shattered. They did nothing in the battles that began with the sudden appearance of the monsters. They did not get rid of the monsters to be killed, they did not reach their goals, they did not protect the ones they needed to protect, and they did not save the one they needed to save. It was a series of failures, a series of miserable days. The end of the tragedy was despair. When they could afford to turn their heads to the ongoing battle with monsters, the scenery in Seoul was not what they had remembered. Skyscrapers were scattered all over the ground, half-eaten by monsters everywhere, and screams burst out all over the place, like a ticking clock. The climax of despair was the future given to survivors. Many people were mad at the fact that they had to face even greater despair because they had survived. Of course, Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk thought this would be the case everywhere in the world. It was the same in reality. Wherever outside of Seoul, there was despair and nothing that could be called hope. But this place, Bucheon, was different. In Bucheon, which existed only on the map, and they saw only on the map, there was vitality they thought had already disappeared. In the broad park, construction was underway to create space for solar panels, while in other places, disassembling monsters was taking place in real time, along with clearing debris from collapsed buildings and clearing roads. The workers were either smoking for a short break or laughing and talking with chocolate bars and ramen as their food. How can they laugh? Those who did the hard work in a miserable place were laughing and talking. It was a landscape not seen in Seoul. Seoul did similar work, but it was virtually forced labor. If they wanted rations, they had to work in front of guns. Only this place is like a different world. The biggest surprise was the appearance of those who noticed Kim's coming. It wasn't just words like respect, faith, or love. It was more than that. So, they couldn't find words to express what they were seeing. That was another point. The awakeners and soldiers who became superhuman to the survivors of Seoul were another source of fear, rather than the ones who protected them. It was shocking in many ways. It was so shocking that Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk followed Kim, but did not have the slightest intention to escape. Eventually, the two followed Kim into Bucheon City Hall without making any plans. Bang Hyun-wook was the first person to greet them. Big brother. Appearing welcoming with all his body, he flinched when he saw Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri, who were behind Kim. Who are these? Not only did Kim bring in people, but Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri felt similar to when Bang first had met Kim. The Watchmen. Kim explained the two briefly. Yes? If you feel they are doing an unreliable thing, kill them. Yes? Bang looked as if he didn't know what's going on. The same was true of Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri. They could not figure what kind of expression to make in Kim Tae-hoon's bottomless image, whether to ask a question or just keep quiet. Eventually, the two stood blankly like robots with a program error. In the meantime, a new person appeared. It was Kim Soo-ji, who saluted Kim Tae-hoon immediately after appearing. "Is the major here?" She immediately looked at the two behind Kim Tae-hoon and changed her eyes. "Are they members of special forces?" She was raised in a military family. A moment was enough for her to know what kind of class the two were. "Soldier? Is the Mac Guild a force built on a military basis?" The same was true of Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk. The two also changed their eyes the moment they saw Kim Soo-ji. "They are Sergeant Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk. Keep an eye on them so they do escape from the city hall." "Yes, sir." "What about Jang Sun-hoon?" "He is on his way." "Boss." Jang appeared as if he were trying to take his time. As soon as he approached, he looked at the two behind Kim. "There are two new faces. Similar feelings, couples? Are you married?" Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri shook their heads with puzzled looks on their faces. "Oh, no. We do not have that kind of relationship." The man seems to be happy about something, and the woman looks so determined, I can draw a picture of it. They looked at each other at the repeated remarks by Jang. Kim Joo-hyuk gave out a cough and Kim Yuri made her face colder. Jang took advantage of the gap and looked over Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Tae-hoon raised his eyebrows. It meant talking in the mayor's office. In other words, Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk needed to be separated for a while. "Well, good to see you. I'll treat you as a guest. Hyun-wook, take them to the meeting room next to the mayor's office." "Why don't you join them, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji?" Jang naturally prepared everything. 2. "So, what happened?" Jang, facing Kim across the desk, asked his questions with a serious expression. Kim explained all his experiences at Gimpo International Airport. The first thing Jang did when the story finished was to breathe out a long sigh. "There is no president or prime minister. Is this it? Wait, who's going to take over without them?" If the situation was normal, it would follow the order of Deputy Prime Minister for Economy, then the Deputy Prime Minister for Social Affairs. Does the Chairman of the National Assembly or the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court have no influence in this situation? The forces that have survived are the military, after all, but only the President and the Prime Minister have influence over them. It's a fight for justification. Are they really dead? Or are they hiding them? I can't be sure, but the former would be better if we had to choose a favorable situation. In the latter case, it means that there are those who are willing to use the decision makers. Jang knocked on the desk with his fingers. To sum up the situation, Seoul has been taken by the Capital Defense Command. And one of the 6 snakes that the boss was talking about in your dream is building up his power in the Capital Defense Command. Kim nodded once. The best thing is to cut off the buds early, but it won't end with killing a guy named Oh Se-bum. Rather, it would be even worse if you killed Oh. No, even if you want to kill him, you can't go straight to Seoul. It's a problem. The problem is that whatever they do in this situation, there are a lot of constraints. Going to Seoul from Bucheon alone is too much to consider, and Seoul City, which was destroyed by monsters, is no longer a city in memory. It is a maze of hell. We cannot leave the 6 snakes alone until they grow bigger by taking the Capital Defense Command little by little. The biggest problem was that they treated this whole situation as if it were another country's. Fate was now fixed. Kim Tae-hoon lived only if he broke that fate. A zero-sum game is that a winner takes everything, after all. In this situation, Kim's answer was simple. Yes. Eventually, the same pie is shared, and the person who ate the most will eat everything. Jang was able to infer the answer that Kim gave. The relics and the monster stones. The more one eats, the more one wins, after all. You're going to take the relics of the Capital Defense Command, instead of taking care of the government work? The board was ready. From now on, the Mac Guild would be hunting monsters on behalf of the Capital Defense Command, which occupied Seoul as the government of the Republic of Korea. They would do the work that had to be done instead of the government. Of course, they would be paid for it. They would also kill monsters, and receive relics in exchange. That was killing two birds with one stone. But will the Capital Defense Command pay you so easily? The Capital Defense Command should know that, and that's why they would not easily give out relics. They would do something about it. I'm not asking for them, I'm going to make them give them out. Is that possible? What if the other person has something I want and doesn't give it to me? Jang immediately answered the sudden question of Kim Tae-hoon. You'll ask if he wants to sell it. What if he doesn't want to sell it? If you really need it, take it away from him with threats. Jang looked at Kim in surprise. He understood Kim's intentions. What Kim wanted was not just a reward he had earned. He wanted a one-sided robbery. If they say they didn't want to give it, he'd bite it out. I want you to make a list of national treasures that the Capital Defense Command might have. Jang's eyes changed when he heard the command. The tension in his eyes faded and instead, expectations began to grow. The day finally comes when I might touch the national treasures. Yes, we should do something big. If we're going to steal something, rather than steal a petty thing, we should take the national treasures with force. No problem. Leave it to me. Kim did not smile at Jang, who answered so happily. A relic can be obtained. It was possible to obtain a relic. It was also possible to take it with force. But it was also true of their unknown enemy, who were expected to be the 6 snakes. They were also nibbling away at what the Capital Defense Command had even now. There was no competition between a man who eats the peel outside and a man who eats only the fruit inside. I have to put my man in there. Above all, the military was not an organization that simply worked by profit. They couldn't exist if they had their interests in mind in the first place. There was no organization more wasteful and unproductive than the military. The same went for soldiers. Frankly speaking, no one becomes a soldier simply for financial and material gain. If those soldiers chose what they want to leave their names in history. Because the history of mankind was the history of war, it is a golden opportunity to leave their name in the war as soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun is an ambitious man. In the first place, the 35th Commandos would have to be close to those in power. If Kim Tae-hoon had been in power, Lieutenant Colonel Yoo would have visited him when things happened in Seoul. But now he was in a bad situation. Rather, his situation was the worst. First, he himself was not an awakener. It was a big penalty. Now, even within the military, an awakener has no choice but to take power. Not only did a single person's military might have more power than the military, but there was no need for a commander who became powerless when exposed to fear. Evidence of that was that he was out there now. A man in power never goes to the front. The confusion that occurs when a man in power dies eventually leads to defeat and causes great damage. He is an abandoned card. In other words, the Capital Defense Command at this moment did not care if Lieutenant Colonel Yoo died at any time. It meant that Lieutenant Colonel Yoo couldn't help it in this situation. Anyone could see it by looking at Oh Se-bum's treatment of Lieutenant Colonel Yoo. If Lieutenant Colonel Yoo had the right power, the arrogant Oh would not have smoked in his face. Even if it's not a good situation, running the actual fight means he is not going to kneel just like that. Nevertheless, the reason why he took risks and acted as an active duty soldier was that his ambition was not turned off. That's the characteristic of ambition. Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes and listened for the sounds that could not be heard normally, and they became clear. Naturally, he could hear the voices of Kim Soo-ji and the two talking in the meeting room near the mayor's office. Kim Tae-hoon opened his eyes. Is any one of the yellow-grade monsters near? Yes, there's one on the Incheon side. We will hunt it. What do you want the troops to do? I will do it alone, and I will take the two of them. Kim made a decision. I will use Lieutenant Colonel Yu to dig into the Capital Defense Command. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, Episode 58, National Treasure, Part 2. Chapter 21. National Treasure, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk were staring at the fish-shaped bun in front of their eyes with blank eyes. It was better food than anything else in the cold winter, but for them, the bun was like the food of another world. The fish-shaped bun, how did they make it? Do they have any materials? No, wait, nothing special is going into the fish-shaped bun? In fact, it is never a food that required special ingredients or great effort. All they needed is spare time, and they just needed to wait until the machine is hot and the dough in it bakes. It's nothing. It was spare time not found in Seoul. Now, in Seoul, distribution was being made to survivors, but the distribution was very unilateral and mechanical, meaning nothing more than just supplying energy to avoid dying. So, the moment they put the fish-shaped bun in their mouths, they could feel it with their heart, not their minds, when its damp and warm sweetness hit their tongues. Damn it! Which one is right, Seoul and Bucheon? The boss will be hunting soon. Jang spoke to Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri, who were skeptical about the organization. Then you two will be watching the boss's hunt. Observing? When the unexpected word appeared, the eyes of the two changed. He's just going to show us? What is his purpose? It was because they could not understand the reason why the word watching came out. You can report to your boss after you watch him hunt it, and of course you can't interfere with his hunting, or make a fuss. However, Jang's explanation led them to understand the situation. An opportunity. An observation was what they wanted. They saw Kim Tae-hoon win a light victory against Oh Se-bum, but it was only a test. They could see a few cards each had, but they could not know how he really fought with the cards. The test itself was too easy. It was Kim's one-sided victory. The information that could be obtained in such a battle was bound to be fragmentary. It was quite different fighting monsters and fighting against people. What Lieutenant Colonel Yu wanted to know now was Kim's ability against monsters. Now came a chance to see it. What do we do? It was a golden chance. I should see it, but they were rather suspicious. What secret designs does he have? Maybe he has other intentions? If someone has a bundle of $50 bills in front of him or her, it is common to look around rather than pick them up. The situation of Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk was similar to that situation. Oh, this isn't a request for cooperation or anything. Jang Sung-hoon did not give them anything to worry about. You must attend, and if you refuse, you will be forced to watch under control, and if you refuse to speak, we will bind your limbs and carry you with diapers. As for me, I don't want to add a new experience of wearing adult diapers to my life page. 4. Get on board. Get on board. Depart. The black-clad and raincoat men left the place after loading the monsters' bodies into trucks with unceasing vigor. The bodies in the truck immediately went into butchering. They cut their chests open and collected the monster stones. The whole process was done quickly. Everything is done in real time. I think I'm looking at the parts of a clock. Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes, looking at this rapid work, were moving without hesitation. They had been through all sorts of hardships. Nevertheless, everything they saw was amazing. They are not awakeners, but they can work this fast? Everything was amazing from the start. Kim Tae-hoon said he would go hunting alone, and instead recruited a processing team to handle the monster carcasses. The recruitment was done in the form of receiving applicants, and everyone rushed to apply. They applied with a smile when they were recruiting applicants. Even the applicants were ordinary people, who pissed their pants at a monster's growl. It was a scene that Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk had never imagined. Their eyes could not stop. It was Kim Tae-hoon coming down from the sky that stopped their eyes. At the moment of seeing him, they came up to him, who had blocked a group of mini bears that appeared in the crowd a little while ago. A mini bear was a red grade, with an appearance similar to that of a bear, but the size of its body was small enough to be a wolf. But the power and the ferocity was greater than a bear. They were in groups, and sometimes they rushed at the orange-grade monsters. Therefore, it was crazy to see that he blocked the 20 mini bears. Even the drivers inside tanks become pale when they saw the mini bears running, so what did they need to explain? However, in front of the rush, Kim Tae-hoon did not panic but turned 20 mini bears into dead bodies with a single quick glance. Only after a featherless arrow returned to the leather pocket of Kim's waist after all the killing finished, and did they see that it was a weapon used by Kim. Monster! The bodies of the two began to tremble, reminding themselves of the power of a secretive arrow, with more powerful penetration than guns, and results any modern weapon could not ever produce. If he had fought with the relic in his hand, Sebam would not have been able to make any attempt. At the same time, they also learned that Kim's ability to hunt monsters was at a level incomparably beyond Major O. O was definitely strong. With his B+ rank's energy, he had beaten the orange-grade monster with his bare fists at the beginning, and after being armed with the relics secured by the National Museum of Korea and the Capital Defense Command, he was able to deal with the yellow-grade monsters alone. Furthermore, when the Capital Defense Command hunted a white high-footed spider of green grade, a giant spider with 10 legs, he had jumped out of a combat helicopter and thrown the finishing blow to its huge body. Therefore, O was hope. He showed that humans could fight hard and stand against a terrifying monster. He is in another dimension. But Kim was different from that. Fighting hard, resisting, it was not such a fierce battle that he showed. It was a one-sided hunt. Therefore, they tried to deny their feelings at this moment. We can kill a red-grade monster with a gun. A mini bear is fierce and strong, but a platoon armed with firearms is enough to deal with them. If they admitted the existence of Kim here, the miserable days they had been through would be useless. So the two tried to undermine the presence imprinted on their brains. Be careful of the fear. Kim gave the two short notice. Yes? What do you mean? They made a retort at short notice, but Kim did not answer. Ka-ah. Instead, a huge bear, as opposed to a mini bear, roared fiercely. It was the appearance of a chameleon bear, whose skin color changed according to the color around it. Yellow grade. Oh, my God, dot. Their body froze under the fear that the monster was hurling. On the contrary, Kim did not move himself. Srung. What moved was the sword of the Imperator that Kim carried on his back. 5. March 18th. The weather was beginning to warm up a little, but the desolation of Gimpo International Airport remained, and the damage that had been hidden was more apparent when the snow melted down. A group of people were in this desolate place. They were like wolves, tense, wary, and alertness. Only one man in the center of the group was in a completely different mood from the wolves. His plump cheeks, framing a nose that looked to have been smashed flat, did not belong to a wolf. Is today the date of the appointment? Why isn't he here? The man's name was Lee Dong-suk. He was not a soldier or an awakener, he was an expert at the National Museum of Korea who was brought to negotiate with Kim Tae-hoon today. He's coming. And so Kim Tae-hoon was. There was Jang Sung-hoon, who was brought to negotiate along with Kim, who had appeared at the end of the runway. Lieutenant Colonel Yu confirmed the existence of the two, and began to twist his mouth. It was not because he hated Kim. He knows where the sniper is. The problem was that the direction Kim was coming from was the direction of a sniper in place. It was a signal, I know the location of the sniper, so do not do anything wrong. He's more of a monster. It was, frankly, hard to understand. Even if Kim was the world's best specialist in that area, it was not common sense to immediately grasp the position of a sniper who was deployed a day ago. Of course, it was clear proof. It was clear evidence that in this age a common sense did not work anymore. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave a signal to his men. The men who received the signal immediately began to wave the white flag. If it had been before, he would have simply sent a message through a walkie-talkie, but now it was impossible. Soon Kim and Lieutenant Colonel Yu faced each other again. What result? We've decided to accept your offer. There was no greeting. Both of them were not the kind of people who wasted words like greetings. We'll give you a mission, and if you do it, we'll pay for it. The pay is a relic. This is our wish list. I'll only get what's on the wish list. At the same time, they said only what they had to say. The two of them looked at each other. Of the two who had no facial expressions, it was Lieutenant Colonel Yu's brow that wrinkled first. He frowned and motioned to Lee Dong-suk. Lee went over to Kim, fixing the round glasses that he was wearing. I want to know what you want first. Oh, this one. Jang, who was behind Kim, came out immediately. He immediately pulled out a box. It wasn't a box that looked like a paper box, but it looked like a souvenir box that small walnut-flavored cakes were put in. In addition, on the cover of the box, a mysterious animal with an elephant-like nose was painted with a brush. Lee put his head a little to one side. It's a gift. The Mac Guild decided to produce a small walnut-flavored cake. The animal here is Mac. It is our guild mascot. Of course, it is not just a small walnut-flavored cake. We put in some of the monster ingredients. It's a delicious restorative. I bet you, if we start mass production, it would be a worldwide hit. At the following explanation of Jang, Lee still had his incomprehensible expression, and the frown in the middle of Lieutenant Colonel Yu's forehead now matched his mouth. A small walnut-flavored cake. He had received a small walnut-flavored cake as a gift several times. But at this age, he got a small walnut-flavored cake as a gift? Even a small walnut-flavored cake made with some of the monster ingredients which made healing possible? It was unimaginable. He couldn't afford to imagine it. I'll have to hear from them. What the hell is going on in Bucheon City? Therefore, the small walnut-flavored cake that Jang put out was like a punch more intense than anything else. It was a punch that drove them out of their mind. But a really strong punch flew right behind it. This is our wish list. Jang handed Lee a folded, crumpled bunch of paper. Inside were 3 sheets of A4 paper, the letters filled out with ballpoint pens. Lee began to read the letters and immediately shouted in awe, "These are all national treasures, aren't they?" No. What are you talking about? Golden crown. Golden belt. Horse figure type earthenware. The stone statue of Miruk Buddha. Bell of King Songdeek. They are all national treasures. Danwon Pansakdo cheap is a treasure. Well, it's dash. For reference, the King Moryong set is all the items from the tomb of King Moryong. I'm referring to all the things that came out of the King Moryong, and the footstand of King Moryong, as well as the pillow of the Queen of King Moryong. Crazy. Lee made a rough sound at this ridiculous wish list. His tone was rough. Just ask for the entire National Museum. Is that possible? What are you talking about? All of the items are on display at the National Museum of Korea. Hunminjeongeum, gilt bronze triad Buddha statue of Jayamimyeon, and Celadon inlaid cloud crane vase are in the Gonsong Museum of Art. When did they go to the National Museum of Korea? Oh, my God, I could not put it in. I forgot Jumgang Nisen in Gyeonggi. Can I have the wish list for a minute? I'll write a few more. Lee turned his head to look at Lieutenant Colonel Yu as if he did not want to deal with Jang anymore. Then he mouthed silently, "These bastards are nuts." Lieutenant Colonel Yu no longer frowned at the words. He glared at Kim with a dull expression. "You're the one who offered to negotiate, but from our perspective of the situation, you're not going to agree to the deal." A national treasure was not just a national treasure. It was a treasure that the nation of Korea had set to protect its identity and history. Among the things on the list, those that were not national treasures were also comparable to national treasures. The relics with options had amazing powers, and even if they were relics without options, they were things that could not be given to anyone as long as the Republic of Korea existed. They were things that could not be traded. In other words, Kim had no will to negotiate since he asked for something that they could not give. I think it's meaningful to get at least a national treasure as a reward, because it is a job that not a man, but thousands, or tens of thousands of people should do, risking their lives, in a world that is full of monsters. However, Kim was serious. "That's ridiculous. If that sounds ridiculous, I'll negotiate with someone else." With his serious expression, he attacked Lieutenant Colonel Yu with a fatal blow. Lieutenant Colonel Yu's expression was cold. He stared at Kim as if he were a beast who had stabbed his heart. Kim did not avoid his eyes. Rather, he said with a more intense gaze, "All we're getting is on the list, and all you do is get the job that's right for us." Major Kim Tae-hoon has changed a lot. Kim did not answer, because what he wanted to hear was not that kind of talk. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not keep talking at once. He thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. "There is an important figure in Incheon City, and if you rescue the figure, we can pay a national treasure. I will definitely receive one of the national treasures as a reward, and I will take it somehow after I have completed my duties." The negotiations began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Episode 59, National Treasure, Part 3. Chapter 21. National Treasure, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent on a wide runway. In front of him, a man and a woman stood at attention. Their silence was long. "I don't believe it." It was a word like the sigh of Lieutenant Colonel Yu that broke the silence. When he opened his mouth, Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri flinched. "I thought I wouldn't change my faith in you, but now I can't believe what you just said." "I'm sorry." They asked for forgiveness at once. But Lieutenant Colonel Yu told those seeking forgiveness, "I believe you, but I just can't believe the story about Kim Tae-hoon. There is no lie." Yes, there is no lie. At the words of Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who said he could not believe it, both of them emphasized again that the words they spoke were true. Lieutenant Colonel Yu closed his eyes, and then reassessed the ridiculous information they had told him. He killed a yellow-grade monster without lifting a hand. He knew that Kim's ability was great. He could guess that fact with the skills Kim showed to Osebum. In addition, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was generally able to maximize the possibilities and abilities of those who did not know themselves. The battalion commander of the 35th Commandos should do that. He was the head of the commandos that had to deal with terrorist groups targeting the capital of the Republic of Korea. The damage caused by underestimating an enemy was endured not by the soldiers, but the civilians. Therefore, the enemy had to be portrayed properly in his mind. However, Kim's ability to learn based on the reports of the two was more than he had expected. No one would have expected Kim to be so strong. It's not more than expected, it's more than common sense. It was literally beyond common sense. In front of that fact, Lieutenant Colonel Yu's heart began to run faster and faster. Crisis is a chance. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was the only one who had contact with Kim. Of course, if Kim's force increased, the influence of Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who was in contact with him, would grow. If he does this mission, my position can be changed. If Kim performed this mission, his achievement would naturally be the achievement of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. In the end, it is going to follow Kim's scenario. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Yu decided to bet all of his own on Kim. You two stay in Bucheon and watch Kim. No, you can't watch him. Their expressions immediately distorted at the order. They went to watch, but they were caught and cooperated with Kim, therefore, it was not at the level of asking for forgiveness. Rather, it came out well. But Lieutenant Colonel Yu was rather satisfied with the fact now, as he was able to put a person next to Kim. If Kim secures her from Incheon, please attach to her. Kim Joo-hyuk asked for clarity. You mentioned her. Kate Kennedy. This time Kim's mission is to rescue her from Incheon. 7. Who is Kate Kennedy? On the way back to Bucheon, Jang Sung-hoon asked questions while walking the long distance. Who on earth is she, and the Capital Defense Command is giving us a national treasure to save her? The demand of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was simple, to rescue Kate Kennedy, a woman in Incheon. When her name came out, Kim did not ask a single question about her identity, as if he knew the name, but it was natural for Jang to ask questions. She is a daughter of Douglas Kennedy. Who is he? Kim did not hide her identity. The U.S. ambassador to Korea. Without a moment of hesitation, he immediately told Jang the identity of the woman they had to find. Yes? The problem was that Jang dared not even imagine it. Jang stopped his steps with his head tilted, and after a little silence, he opened his eyes wide enough to burst and said, "The U.S. ambassador to Korea?" A name beyond all expectations. On the contrary, it was a familiar name to Kim, and it had to be a familiar name, because he knew what it would be like to the Republic of Korea if the U.S. ambassador to Korea and his family were threatened. But why the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea? It's evidence that they secured the U.S. ambassador to Korea. Jang, who heard the words, looked bitter. She is not a Korean, but they're paying a national treasure to save an American daughter. No, not just an American, not just himself, but a national treasure to save his daughter, a natural treasure of the Republic of Korea. From the point of view of Jang, a national treasure was something that he could not approach by himself. It was an admirable thing just to look at. Well, I think that the U.S. ambassador to Korea would really appreciate it if we could save her, and I hope he's a man who can draw a line between public and private matters so that it's worth saving her. It was not pleasant to see such a national treasure paid for the lives of other countries. Kim was not very happy with this fact in a different sense. I'm sure he will be happy if he finds a family member who is precious in this hellish world. Yes, I'm sure he will be very happy that they will find his family when others can't even check their families out there. So, the threat will work well. Yes, and the threat will work. What do you mean? If they put a gun to the head of the U.S. ambassador to Korea and threaten him, the threat will work, but if they put a gun to her head in front of him, the story will be different. Jang could not say any words at the words of Kim. He stared at Kim blankly. What Kim said was so appalling. On the other hand, Kim, who spoke the eerie words, painted the situation of Seoul in his mind. The U.S. ambassador to Korea is definitely a good key, but it is too much to offer a national treasure that has become a relic to threaten him. I understand why they want to get the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea. It is a good key for them to keep her in their hands. However, from a diplomatic point, to pay a national treasure, which has become a relic, to threaten one U.S. ambassador to Korea is too much. But Lieutenant Colonel Yu said he was willing to pay the price. This meant that the situation was not simple. If it could affect the U.S. forces in Korea, it would be a good idea. And if there was a problem with the USFK command system now, and the U.S. ambassador to Korea had considerable influence on the USFK, they do not need to begrudge a national treasure or township. If we define the current situation as wartime, even if there is no president or prime minister, the presence of the USFK alone will be enough to get a pretext. The power of the USFK is so powerful. If we look at the bigger picture than anything else, if the US moves in earnest with enough power over time, the group that is in conflict with the USFK is virtually finished for. If we could secure her, there would be nothing to lose exchanging her for the national treasure. Obviously, even if we do not receive the national treasure, securing the daughter of the US ambassador to Korea is not too different from holding a strong card in our hands. Boss. Jang now came to his senses and spoke to Kim, who had been focusing on the name of Kate Kennedy. Do you think they are saving the daughter of the US ambassador to Korea to make a real threat him? It's hard to find a reason to pay a national treasure, because at this point the national treasure is similar in value to fighters. So, they're buying a hostage by paying the national treasure to threaten him? This time, Kim paused to briefly survey Jang. At the moment he heard that, he remembered what Lieutenant Colonel Yu had said, that he had changed. However, Kim did not fall into the mood. I need to change more. I know better than anyone else that there came an era when people could not survive without changing. I'll change as much as I can. 8. Gasp, gasp, gasp. The man running down the road looked like a steam train. He ran like a crazy man, and the breath he gave off every time he ran looked like the steam of a steam locomotive running on a railway track. The difference was that behind him, something as scary as a steam locomotive followed. Ka! They were unidentified monsters screaming. Their appearance was quite strange. It was similar to a monkey, but it had to be called a flockus because its whole body was covered with dirty fur that reminded him of a mop. Only one body part was visible, a club-like nose that protruded through the fur-covered face. A big-nosed orangutan. They were active in packs, and they were one of the monsters that made the city of Incheon, which was like a jungle with the collapsed buildings and abandoned cars, their home. And they were very nasty and cruel. Fuck, damn it. They made a plaything of the humans that they caught. They didn't just eat humans, they played with them. In some cases, they crushed human limbs and prevented them from escaping, through their urine and feces, tortured them, or raped men and women. So, the condition of the humans who had been caught by the big-nosed orangutans was always terrible. I can't get caught. I'd rather die. The man who ran, Bae Sungjun, had seen such bodies several times. That was why he was desperate. Shit. At that moment, Bae saw a collapsed building. It was virtually a dead end, completely covering the road. Why is the road blocked here? Perhaps the roar the other day? Bae turned his head to the side. Ka. At that moment, one of the big-nosed orangutans that were chasing him threw a stone in its hand. The stone hit Bae's shoulder. Arg! He fell to the ground with the scream. His mind turned white as he fell. Arg! In his white mind, he began to imagine his fate. Oh, no, it was a desire for life that made Bae wake up. He forced himself to rise. Then he turned and looked behind him. He looked at the big-nosed orangutans that were coming furtively toward him. He shouted with all his might, "Go away! Go away!" At the shouts, the snaky cry "Hoo-hoo" came from the moppy heads of the big-nosed orangutans. One of them threw a stone in its hand at him, as he was about to get up. Whack! The stone hit his chest. His face crumpled, and he fell to the ground again. Some of the big-nosed orangutans began to pick up the stones on the roadside, slowly walking toward him as he lay on the ground. The playing began. The fucking bastards. Bae, who knew the intentions of the big-nosed orangutans, was angry at the fact and also frightened. At the same time, he knew what would happen in the future. The big-nosed orangutans would throw stones and scare him until he peed his pants. And at the moment they got what they wanted, they would break his limbs and drag him back to their nest. His suffering would not compare to right now. Ah! Ah! In the end, he shouted at the sky with a desperate feeling. Please, please save me. I'll do anything. There was no God. He, who had hated God hundreds and thousands of times after December 31st, hated God and found God at this moment. Of course, there was no God. Shoo! There was only a monster. Please. It was a moment. With a sound like a passing wind, 5 of the big-nosed orangutans that were approaching him stopped. After they stopped, they fell to the ground in succession. 5 consecutive thumps were audible. The fallen big-nosed orangutans began to shed mixed blood and brain fluids out of both temples. He stiffened in front of this incredible sight. A shadow began to fall over his head and looked up. The monster who had saved him said, "I have a question." Kim Tae-hoon had appeared in Incheon City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Episode 60, Incheon Landing Operation, Part 1. Chapter 22. Incheon Landing Operation, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. A woman was cutting open the chest of a monster's corpse lying on the ground with a knife between its ribs. The red jewel that the woman who had cut open the chest popped out after she drove her hand into it without hesitation. She approached a man who's sipping coffee in a thermos bottle, wiping the blood off her hands and the red jewels with a towel hanging in her pocket. "Are you doing that on purpose?" Kim Yuri then asked a question to Kim Tae-hoon, giving him the monster stone. Gulp. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed the monster stone and raised his left eyebrow instead of answering. It meant that she had to clarify her question. "Are you trying to save a survivor by intentionally appearing like that in an emergency?" Kim nodded at the remark. "Why are you doing that? It would look like a savior." "Yes?" "They are more cooperative with the savior who saved them than with passers-by." Kim Tae-hoon closed the lid of the thermos and moved toward Bae Sung-joon, who was licking the chocolate bar which had been given. Maybe Bae would prove his answer now. As Kim approached, Bae got up in surprise. "Oh, thank you. This Grace dash dot. Have you ever seen this woman?" Kim sharply cut off Bae's words, asked questions, and took out a paper sketch. A white woman in her mid-20s with a cold appearance was painted by a well-drawn sketch. "Her name is Kate Kennedy." Bae looked hard at the sketch and shook his head. Kim did not express any sense of frustration at the sight. He wouldn't have come to Incheon in person if he could find her so easily. "In the end, should I enter Yeonjeon Island?" According to the information provided by Lieutenant Colonel Yu, the last place to confirm that Kate Kennedy was alive was Yeonjeon Island, where Incheon International Airport was located. Of course, it was highly likely that she was still on Yeonjeon Island. He just asked questions in case she had come out of Yeonjeon Island with the guards escorting her. Therefore, he immediately went on to the next question. Are there any survivors or any forces that survivors have created in Incheon today? Yes, there is. This time there was an answer. What about the number of survivors? I think there are more than 1,000 people. I don't know the details. There seem to be more than 1,000. Kim Yuri, who was listening to the conversation behind him, had a terrible look. Incheon City had a population of nearly 3 million. Incheon had 2.92 million people. Of course, Incheon City was wide. In terms of population density, it was inevitably lower than Bucheon. But even considering that, the fact that the population of survivors was 1,000 units was a point of despair. The same was true of Kim. The damage is enormous. As soon as he heard the figure of 1,000, he remembered a remark made by Lee Jin-sung, the head of the Messiah. Bucheon was lucky. Incheon became hell. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The damage in Incheon was no better than that of Bucheon. But Kim was not choked by the tragedy. Where are they? There are survivors at Ganseokgo-jori and Ganseokgo-jori Station. What is the name of the surviving group? Yes? They hesitated to answer for the first time. Kim Tae-hoon squinted his eyes. He did not appear to be like Marvel Comics' hero in the eyes of Bae, saving him voluntarily. He came here at the risk of his life. And it was not just Kim's life that was at risk. The lives of those under an umbrella named Kim Tae-hoon were also at stake. Under such circumstances, there was no reason to give consideration to a person who was a stranger, or a person who would have died if it had not been for himself. What is the name of the surviving group? So it's... Kim's eyes changed. If he didn't answer right away, if he kept hesitating, he would strongly express his determination to use all means and methods to force the answer. I'll give you 3 seconds. After the last notification came out, they just barely gave an answer in amazement. Well, it's not that. They don't have a name. The survivors are just survivors. There is no name. No, really. But there are some who call them plunderers instead. They are criminals. At the answer, Kim withdrew his appalling presence. At the same time, thanks to the answer, he was able to draw the situation in Incheon more properly. I think the survivors of Incheon City have no contact with the outside world. If they had had contact with an outside survivor in any way, they would have had a name to distinguish themselves from the outside world. However, the lack of a name meant that they did not feel the need to distinguish it from the outside world. Is it because of Bucheon? And if he looked at the situation in Incheon, it was understandable. Currently, only the city of Bucheon was operating properly among the cities that had a point of contact with Incheon. However, none of the survivors of Bucheon wanted to go to Incheon. The same went for those who moved from Incheon to Bucheon. There was no reason to go back. In other words, the city of Incheon was blocked off from the city of Bucheon and became isolated. However, if they formed a group, they will have factions in some way. I think there is a good leader in Incheon. Another, there was a high possibility that there would be a proper leader among the survivors of Incheon City, because no one followed a poor leader in a life-threatening situation where his or her life was at stake. Plunderer. Of course, that didn't mean everyone was united. In Incheon, there were people who survived by plundering humans like monsters. Survivors and plunderers, I like it simple, but... Anyway, the situation itself was clear. How much weapon power do the survivors and plunderers have? Kim asked to get more detailed information. But the answer to that question came from elsewhere. Ka. It was a scream that came out at the moment the colleagues of the dead big-nosed orangutans noticed the smell of blood. Among them, there was a big guy with orange eyes, unlike the other big-nosed orangutans with mops for hair. Ka. Ah. They fell to the ground at the scream of the orange-eyed big-nosed orangutan. Of course, he had no mental composure to answer Kim's question. Kim, who was interrupted by the conversation, frowned. His frowning eyes blackened. Shoo! At the same time, the arrow at the waist of Kim moved. The arrow, which flew through the wind to punish the monsters who had offended its master's mood, penetrated the noise of the detestable monsters one by one. It took only a moment for the 6 big-nosed orangutans to become meat no longer breathing. Ku! The leader of the big-nosed orangutans, which had been able to grasp the presence of the arrow, avoided the arrow going through its temples as it moved, but the arrow instead penetrated its throat. Ku, kohu. Kuk. The arrow showed itself in front of the monster that had started to choke instead of scream. Pot. It penetrated the middle of the forehead of the big-nosed orangutan at once. Once again, silence had arrived. In the silence, Kim lowered his posture to meet the eyes of Bae, who had fallen on the ground. How much weapon power do the survivors and plunderers have? 2. Gansiako Jori. As per the term Ojori, Gansiako Jori was a place where 5 roads converged. In the center of the 5 streets, there was an elevated bridge named Gansiak Overpass. It was literally an overpass. An elevated bridge that could be called an overpass, the road above the road. It was just a bridge for drivers and traffic monitors. But now the overpass was replacing a tower. Men in military uniforms were carrying guns, telescopes, and monitoring the area. It was a sight that had never been seen before. The landscape around the overpass was also quite different from that of Ganseoko-jori. Cars on the road were settled like barricades, and there were clear signs of a struggle between the monsters that wanted to cross the road, and those who tried to stop them. The biggest change was that 2 of the 5 streets of Ganseoko-jori were blocked by collapsed buildings. Kim Yuri looked at the place that should now be called Ganseok three-way intersection through a telescope from the rooftop of an ownerless building, and she clicked her tongue slightly. Their defense is more thorough than I thought. The defense of the survivors at Ganseoko-jori was very thorough. It wasn't just through luck that the city of Incheon survived 3 months in hell. I think it's dangerous to make a contact. Naturally, blind contact with survivors was not different from approaching an injured beast. Kim Yuri's advice of danger was quite fair. However, Kim Tae-hoon's actions were different. Stay here. What? I will meet the leader of the survivors alone. At his words, she looked at him in surprise. She repeated what she had said a little while ago, with her eyes. Blind contact is dangerous. However, he did not listen to her eyes or words. There are children. What he was interested in was the fact that the children were running around in the Ganseoko-jori. What the hell is that? She couldn't understand his explanation easily. What does it matter? To Kim Yuri, it was not worth considering that the children were running around. He was willing to explain to her. There are 2 major cases in which groups have children with guns without government permission. One is a group of terrorists who want to use the children for suicide bombings by brainwashing them. What's the other? The others are fools who risk their lives in a world where their lives are hard to save. Her face hardened at the explanation. If his explanation is correct, it means that the armed group with children is simply one of the 2, an angel or a devil. Is there a way to classify the 2 cases? Of course, Kim had the knowledge to distinguish them. Terrorists usually only have children around the age of 10. If they become 13 years old or older, they will be in danger of thinking for themselves. If they are under 7 years old, they will not be able to carry out orders, because they are too weak to carry bombs. At his advice, she did not dare to express her admiration. Instead of admiring him, she had to shut her mouth tightly to keep up with the goosebumps rising on her skin. What kind of life? It was too far from her imagination, the days spent by Kim Tae-hoon, who was talking about scary things as if they were very useful knowledge. However, he did not give her any more attention. He turned his head as he looked at Ganseoko-jori. She also turned her head along with him. Of course, there was nothing visible. What's going on? But he clearly heard the sound of a group armed with weapons approaching at a rapid pace toward Ganseoko-jori and the distinctive sound of a tank when it moved. The plunderers. There's a tank. What? AK-1A1. 2. Her expression hardened at the explanation. 2 tanks. Oh, my God. Having 2 tanks means that they actually armed with something they couldn't hurt easily. Of course, it would be a nightmare for survivors of Ganseoko-jori. However, it was his choice that she was more concerned about. He has already said that he deliberately appeared when the other person fell into an urgent moment and he helped them. According to his logic, he would come out after the tanks had spewed their shells and turned Ganseoko-jori into a mess. He was a cold-hearted man, beyond the callousness of making such a choice. Sergeant Kim Yuri. Tell me. Give the survivors the news of plunderers coming. But this time he was different. Then you. He did not answer her question. Instead, he threw himself from the roof of the building. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Episode 61, Incheon Landing Operation, Part 2. Chapter 22. Incheon Landing Operation, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Kiri-ri. A grotesque sound appeared on the quiet road. Kiri-ri. It was the sound of wheels made especially to move a huge mass of metal, tank treads moving in an infinite orbit. It gives me goosebumps. Was the sound of a tank so scary? It was a horrifying sound. It was not scary simply because it was an unfamiliar sound. The tank, which was the result and cause of war, was a perfect weapon that no longer needed improvement. It was a weapon that excelled in driving human beings to feel fear and death. If they did not shiver when they heard the sound, they would be a monster, not a human being. Kirik. Soon the tank stopped, and the road became quiet. But there were no people who could keep their composure in the silence. As if to surround the tanks, the riflemen that moved along the tanks swallowed their saliva, more nervous than when the tanks made the terrifying sound, Kiri-rik. Bang! At that moment the tank's barrel blew out thunder. 4. Kim Yuri, who came down from the building at once, immediately started running toward the Ganseoko-jori. The road she ran along was not a place where she was allowed to run. All sorts of obstacles, including cars, were filling the road. Phew! But she started to run without wavering. Her movements were amazing. Swish! She vaulted a small car in one jump. Thud! She stepped on the van to pass. Slip! In the case of a truck, she slid under the gap seen below the wheels without slowing. What? Something is coming, ... At her cat-like movements, the watchers, who had been placed throughout the buildings, were surprised. They were so surprised that they forgot their roles for a while. Alert! Alert! Swing the flag! Swing the red flag! Those who were late in their roles pushed the flags out of the buildings. A red t-shirt hung on a flagpole formerly used to display a Korean flag. A red devil t-shirt that filled Korea in 2002 fluttered. The flag? The fluttering flag came into the view of those who were on the overpass of Ganseoko-jori. Red alert! The complexions of those at the overpass had paled. One of them immediately raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "Evacuate! Evacuate!" Other people were shouting out, "Get into the station! Everybody, evacuate into the station!" They fiercely shouted with pale faces. They were very desperate. Take care of the kids. Get into the building. The most desperate were those who were close to the children. Those carrying the children who started to cry began to run with their teeth clenched tightly. The children who could not find someone to carry them fell on the ground while running away. It was total chaos. And that was what Kim Yuri was aiming for. The situation was urgent to explain, so she tried to warn the survivors of Ganseoko-jori to evacuate. There was one warning she should do in the voice. The tanks are coming. Watch out for the shells. She shouted at the overpass with all her might. Because she was a soldier, she knew very well that if she was a tank driver, the best target for destroying the survivors' territory at this moment was. Get down from the overpass. Bang! At that moment, a clap of thunder went over the overpass. No one responded to the sound of the flash. The response came after a shell passed over the overpass to hit a building behind it. Ah! Shell, it's a shell! Screams that only the crazed could spit out began to burst out everywhere. Bang! At the same time, a building that was hit by the shells began to collapse as if it was spitting blood. Bang! The tank threw up another shell. Bang! The second shell bursting before the confusion spread made another building start to collapse. Aha! At that moment, none of the survivors of Ganshyako Jori were able to make rational, reasonable judgments. Damn it! On the other hand, Kim Yuri could be rational at this moment. She had seen it a lot, because of her experience. It was due to numerous encounters with the sights in Seoul, and she knew what would happen when the tanks spit out a shell between the forest of buildings. Of course, she also knew what the survivors of this chaotic place would choose. The humans who survived at this moment were selfish animals that only take care of their own lives. The ones who would die first in that selfishness, children. Ah! Mummy! That's why it was hard to find young children when monsters had swept past. Even worse, it was hard to find the dead bodies of such children. The soft bodies of the dead children were the first meat that the monsters ate. Kim Yuri grit her teeth tight. Select. The situation was urgent. Tanks began to vomit shells, survivors were scrambling to survive by running into the station and the building, and the shelled buildings were beginning to collapse. Of course, it was not easy to take care of her life. So, in this situation, she always took care of her life. It wasn't because she wanted to. Her life did not exist to save a child, but rather to carry out a special mission, so she couldn't take the risk. It was a directive and an order to her. The guidelines and orders were not different now. Naturally, at ordinary times, she would have moved to save her life. But at this moment she was concerned about the image of Kim Tae-hoon who had moved to save the lives of the children. And her anxiety ended earlier than expected. He's right. His actions had always produced good results, but the only outcome that she had from following guidelines and orders had been disastrous. The results proved who was right. She didn't hesitate when she thought to that point. She became a black leopard once again and began running towards the crying children. Bang! Bang! At that moment a third and fourth cannon shot was heard. Ah! At the same time, screams began to rise in the direction of the gunfire. 5. Around the K1A1 tank that was stationed on the road were plunderers armed with guns. It was not a strange sight. Tanks were deadly weapons, but not omnipotent. There were weapons that could threaten tanks. For example, an anti-tank rocket poking its head toward the side of a tank was enough to threaten it. It was no wonder that riflemen were guarding the area of the tank, to remove such elements. Quarng! It was natural that the ears of the riflemen deployed for escort duty would become deaf as soon as the tank fired. Why did we use this good thing now? Damn it, if we had used this earlier, we would never have fought with those guys over there. Don't you think? And it was also natural for an assassin to use the gap created by the roar. Ha! Between the building and the building next to the tank, a rifleman who was guarding the area turned to hear the answer to his question. At that moment, what he saw was a strangely bent figure of a fellow who falling down and a black fist flying toward his face. Bam! The black fists drowned the face of the man wearing a bulletproof hat. Cuck! This short word was all that was left of him. Kim Tae-hoon, after killing 2 people at once, mentally grabbed the guns that they had held. After catching the guns that came up into his grasp, he pulled the triggers with the guns pointing at the sky. 2222. The unhindered gunfire took over the place which the shell's roar had passed. It's a gunshot. There. Over there. The plunderers began to gather like fire moths toward the gunshots. Kim Tae-hoon waited for them. The moment they appeared, he shot them with a gun in turn. 22. 22. 22. It was not a hard job, but an easy task. It was a much more familiar task for him to fire and kill them as they gathered after hearing the gunfire than to handle an arrow or a sword with his telekinesis and shoot them out with his power. Cook! The short final sound of those who were shot was also familiar to him. And what was bitter in his mouth was also familiar. He frowned around a bitter taste worse than the most bitter coffee. It's the worst. He has never been pleasant since the monsters appeared, but he had also never felt more uncomfortable since the monsters appeared. It was, because of the children, of course. He was not going to be a hero. He was not going to deny that he was a murderer. He was not the only one, but all of them living lives similar to him were killers. But they also had their own lines, the line that should not be crossed. The children were one of those lines. He did not want to be a monster pointing a muzzle at children, even if it was a terrible battlefield. Quarn! Of course, he did not intend to give the tank that was shooting at this moment even a handful of mercy. Tsrung! He pulled a sword from his back. 6. In turn, the tanks that spewed 4 artillery shells began to pause. Aorg! Screaming took over the space where the fire had died down. The drivers, pushing their upper bodies out of the hatch of the tank, looked in the direction of the sound, between the buildings, frowning at the scream. What the hell is going on? After hearing the gunshots after the gunfire, their companions rushed to the place, where screams came out. Hey! Hey! What's going on? It was crazy for the tank drivers. They wanted to close the hatch after they put themselves in the tank. But it was not allowed, because someone had to look around. It's crazy. At this moment, the tanks, which were more reliable than anything else, felt like prisons around them. Therefore, the tank drivers' minds were filled with fear. Something fell into the mess. Thump! Something fell from the rearmost tank with a rough sound. Thump! With that, the elongated barrel of the tank fell to the ground with it cut off. Ha! The faces of those who frowned at this ridiculous sight changed to blankness. As they all looked dazed, the man who had cut the barrel off with a single sword jumped up like a spring as soon as he landed on the ground and climbed on top of the tank whose barrel he had cut off. 2 men were sticking out of the top of the tank, and he landed among them and painted a semicircle with the sword in his hand. Shoo! The 2 heads within the trajectory of the semicircle fell to the ground, cut off. The man pulled out one body of the 2 who leaned over the entrance of the tank. What is it? The question came from a man who did know what was happening in the tank. The answer to the question was given by Kim, exhaling loudly. Fuhu! He breathed out a huge flame into the tank. Aarg! A terrible scream came from the flames filling the tank. Back! Back! At the scream, the tank in front slowly turned its turret around. Turned the gun barrel around. The long barrel aimed back. However, there was no Kim Tae-hoon there when the gun barrel finally pointed at the tank behind it. Thump! Like crossed over the stepping stones, he landed on the top of the tank that had turned its turret in one leap. Shoo! Again, as before, he cut apart the 2 men who were leaning out of the hatch to see what was happening. Then he waited near the entrance of the tank with his sword in the air with his telekinesis. What's going on? A man appeared like a mole, and Kim grabbed the man's neck and pulled out his body. In the process, the man's pelvis and legs hit the entrance, so fast that he was bruised. Aarg! Of course, the man screamed. However, the screaming faded as soon as Kim's right hand mercilessly crushed his ribs. Air! There was no such thing as screaming in a situation where he could not even breathe. Kim threw the man out of the tank. The man began to wriggle on the ground like a worm. After that, Kim said to the last remaining person, the tank's pilot, "Come out." 7. The cannon fired 4 times. There were only those 4 shots. However, the gunfire did not achieve a single thing it wanted. All the shells aimed at the overpass crossed over it, and they broke down only the buildings. However, the 4 artillery shells were enough to turn Gansiako Jori into hell. Save me! There's a man buried. Bah, mommy. Cough, cough, . Those who had been buried in the wreckage of the buildings called for help. The children who had been frightened by the gunfire and pissed their pants burst into tears, and there were some people coughing in the dust that was rising. It was Kim Yuri who moved rationally in the mess. She took the children she had saved and moved to a safe place, and immediately began to help those who had survived. Hands up! It was those who ran out of the station armed for the battle that stopped her. She responded to their demands. She raised her hands high and bit her lips slightly. What a fool! If she hadn't taken care of the children, she could have avoided them. But she didn't. She was in a crisis. It was a stupid thing to do. But she wasn't heavy-hearted or complicated. Father! Father! The man who pointed the gun at her began to look for a priest in a loud voice. Then a young man in a black priest uniform appeared. The young man looked at her. What are you? Answer straight. At the following warning, she told her name and rank. My name is Kim Yuri, a member of the 35th Commandos of the Capital Defense Command, and my rank is Sergeant. Everyone looked surprised at the confession. On the other hand, the young priest did not look surprised and asked, Are you here to save the companions of the 35th Commandos? This time, she looked surprised. The companions. But their conversation did not proceed further. Father, there's a man in the sky. A man rushed out in haste and shouted in a trembling voice to the priest. What? A man is coming here, stepping on the air. What the hell is that? There. Ha, a human? Kim Tae-hoon showed up in the sky. Everyone looked blank when they saw him. Ah. Kim Yuri could feel the meaning of the answer that he had given Sergeant Yuri. This really works. Kim Tae-hoon looked like a real savior now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Episode 62, Incheon Landing Operation, Part 3. Chapter 22. Incheon Landing Operation, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. On a day when despair and screaming filled the world, a man appeared like a messenger of God. It was a sight that anyone could not help but remember for life. Who is the leader? There was no such thing as resistance to Kim Tae-hoon after he appeared in such a scene. I am the representative. The same was true of Baek Young-jun, a leader of the survivors in Incheon, the priest. He stood in front of Kim, with no resistance, no dust rebellion, and a blank expression that he had never had before. Kim's left eyebrows rose slightly in the appearance of the priest. A priest? Compared to the leader he had been imagining in his mind, the priest in front of him was so weak that he could not be the leader. Even the big silver cross around his neck seemed hard for him to carry. However, Kim did not ponder the question for a long time. Whoever the leader was not important to Kim. In addition, he was not here simply to give blessings and joy. This is Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mac Guild, who manages Bucheon City. I'm Baek Young-jun, the priest who leads the survivors. I'll make one thing clear before I talk to you. With those words, Kim looked at the crowd. The crowd was staring at Kim with blank expressions, and it was hard to believe that their eyes had been colored with fear and despair a while ago. Kim looked at their faces one by one and said, after confirming the condition of Kim Yuri, all the plunderers who attacked this place were removed. The news was what everyone here wanted to hear. By my hands. Now, it was time for the crowd gathered at the news to cheer and shout. However, Kim did not allow their joy to spread. So, everyone here owes me their lives. With that short notice, his eyes turned bloody. No, from the beginning, his eyes were like that. It was just that everyone was in a fantasy, and now was time to wake up from the fantasy. Those who woke up from such fantasies realized that the man in front of them was not an angel, a savior, or a messenger of God. Is there anyone who is dissatisfied with this? And now it was time to realize that the man in front of them was not a charity businessman. The reason he came here was not to get the price of saving the lives of those here. 9. On the roof of the building, Kim, who had climbed up there, was drinking coffee in a thermos bottle and looking down at the Gansyakojori. Survivors were busy moving around the overpass, which had been ruined by shell fire. It was like ants moving, but that was not a disparaging expression. Rather, there was no desperate and systematic activity to survive as did the ants, among the myriad things he knew. It was an expression of admiration for him to compare them to ants. In fact, those who survived here were miracles to be alive. Lee Jin-sung was right. The city of Incheon is actually gone. The first question Kim asked Beck, the leader of the survivor group, was about what they had seen and heard. At that question, Beck talked a long time, what kind of despair and fear Incheon City faced after the monster appeared. He had never imagined this much. The story of the priest Beck made the days he had spent in Bucheon City laughable. A monster with two heads. Especially the existence of a green-grayed monster, a twin-head ogre that appeared in Incheon City, was terrible. The twin-headed ogre, 10 meters tall, with muscles like armor, showed incredible ferocity and violence. As a man stepped on a can of beverages, it could step on a car and crumple it, and tear down a huge building with a body check. It was a monster that did not even allow the idea of running away, let alone then fighting back. In addition, there is a group that the ogre leads. The most terrible thing was that the twin-head ogre was not moving alone. It always moved with the orcs. There were always a lot of orcs at the scene of its slaughter. The orcs were not an ordinary horde, either. Their headcount was over 1,000, and inside the horde were mutant orcs, such as an orange-grayed black orc. It was a mix of two nightmares. If it had not been for God's sake, they would have been annihilated. In that situation, Baek Hyung-joon and other survivors were able to settle in the Gansyakojori thanks to the relic Baek wore. Kim took a smartphone out of his pocket and pulled up a photo file on the liquid crystal. It was a picture of the big cross that was hanging on the neck of Baek. There were translucent letters in the picture. The Cross of a Saint. Relic grade, grade 3. Relic value, special. Relic effect, the cross left by the 103rd martyr. It emanates a powerful force that prevents monsters from approaching. The Cross of a Saint was a cross received from the bishop who Beck served, a cross that one of the 103 martyrs carried all his life. That was why the cross survived. It was God's favor. Of course, Kim was not surprised at the fact that it was God's favor, and he did not overly appreciate the existence of God. There are many relics that prevent monsters from approaching, as well as the sunsabai of King Jinhung. What mattered to him was the fact that there were relics that prevented monsters from approaching. If one cross of a saint covers the Gansyakojori, is the Vatican actually a calm and safe place? That fact would have an impact on the world situation in the future. The cross of a saint was not common. In the Vatican, only a few people in history were recognized as saints, and even the popes were not often recognized as saints. But the Vatican would have many relics, including the crosses of saints. In fact, it would not be strange if the Vatican itself has become a relic. If so, Italy will form a pretty powerful force around the Vatican. The Vatican would be a base for survivors, and a power would be created around it. This was all right. There was nothing wrong with a lot of people surviving. The problem was next. Italy was a country for war. The Vatican would of course be the base of the country of Italy, and Italy would start a struggle to survive from its base. If so, would they go out to save the world? Or would they want to be a new order in a world where everything had collapsed? If Italy was next to China. One thing was clear. In the past history, they chose the latter rather than the former, even if they did not know the future yet. If there is a God, he wants to see me die somehow. Kim laughed bitterly. At that time, a woman appeared on the roof of a building where he was located. It was Sergeant Kim Yuri. He closed the lid of the thermos bottle at her appearance. She, who understood his expression, swallowed. He said to her, "Did you finish talking to Sergeant Park Il-sun?" Sergeant Park Il-sun. He was a member of the 35th Commandos and was currently being protected by the survivors of the Ganseoko Jori. Yes. He was also an awakener, with a mark on the back of his right hand. Now it's time to talk to me. Of course, there was a question. Why was an awakener, a member of the 35th Commandos, barely keeping his life in Incheon, losing his legs and left arm, as if he were a corpse? There had to be a reason. Was Sergeant Park Il-sun a member of the rescue team, sent to rescue Kate Kennedy? To be exact, the mission that was given to the rescue team and Sergeant Park Il-sun was to confirm the lives and whereabouts of not only Kate Kennedy, but also VIPs of various countries who were trying to depart the country through Incheon International Airport. What was the starting date? It was January 22nd. On January 22nd, the Capital Defense Command had dispatched rescue teams to Yeongjong Island, where Incheon International Airport was located. The purpose was to identify the lives and deaths of the family or officials of the ambassadors of the United States and other countries. At that time, the Capital Defense Command, which did not know the situation abroad, could not ignore the demands of the ambassadors. If the emergence of monsters only happened in Korea, Korea would have to get help from the whole world, and the ambassador's voice and influence would grow. The problem was that it was impossible to move a powerful weapon, such as a large-scale force or tank, from Seoul to Incheon, in a situation where social infrastructure had collapsed. What about the members of the rescue team? There were 21. So, the rescue team was composed of a small number of elites. What was the number of awakeners? They were all awakeners. In addition, it needed to be composed of the awakeners with superhuman abilities that had appeared with the monsters. How many relics did they have? And unlike guns that were easily supplied, powerful relics needed to be provided to the rescue team. How many national treasures were given to them? Among them were national treasures. There was no choice in the matter. The national treasure. The task of rescuing VIPs must be successful during the first attempt, because success rates go down exponentially after the first attempt fails. Of course, there was a clear reason for Kim Tae-hoon to judge that the national treasures were given to the rescue team. There were 2 national treasures. That's why they were going to give me a national treasure for this mission. When the colonel first said that he would receive a national treasure relic from Kate Kennedy's rescue mission, Kim hypothesized that the position of the U.S. ambassador to Korea was bigger than he had thought. So, his daughter, who could pressure the U.S. ambassador to Korea, had a national treasure ransom. But he could not have confidence in the hypothesis. The national treasure is her ransom, so they have to give me a national treasure, but even if Kate Kennedy's ransom was worth as much as a national treasure, there was no reason for the Capital Defense Command to pay the fair price. That was the way of the world. The strong do not make an even scale against the weak. In the view of the Capital Defense Command, they themselves were strong, and the Mac Guild and Kim Tae-hoon were weak. They wouldn't pay fair prices. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. That's what the government or the army does. I was wrong because I did not notice it. Nevertheless, giving national treasures in return for the mission would be worth more than national treasures. That was the background which convinced him that a national treasure was given to the rescue team. The rescue team was given national treasures, and the rescue team failed. Of course, the national treasures paid to the rescue team in Incheon City had been lost. If he collected them, it was not strange to be paid with national treasures. What are the names of the national treasures? They are the National Treasure number 91, horse figure type earthenware, and the National Treasure number 87, gold cap of gold crown tomb. Where are the 2 relics now? We don't know where Gold Cap of Gold Crown Tomb is, but the location of the National Treasure number 91, horse figure type earthenware is. Sergeant Park knows. At her answer, he opened the lid of the thermos bottle. I think that the reason you easily revealed the information you have hidden in the meantime is not to confess, but. Then he said briefly before taking a drink, "What do you want?" "I want to negotiate with Major Kim Tae-hoon." At her words, he drank coffee and his silence began. At the same time, the story of Sergeant Kim Yuri began. There's a traitor inside. 10 equals sad face horse figure type earthenware. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, special. Relic effect, injecting mana can move the mounted doll. The amount of mana injected determines the amount of time you can move. Horse figure type earthenware was a very familiar relic to Koreans, because if they had ever opened a history textbook once, they would have seen more than one picture of this relic in the chapter on the period of the three states. A relic that should be kept in the glass tubes of the National Museum of Korea was now in his hands. Grade 2, that's great. He was looking at the relic with black eyes. Kim Yuri's face, looking at him from his side, was stiff. The dice are thrown. The fact that a national treasure was passed on to his hands meant that she had failed her mission and committed disobedience and rebellion. There's nothing to say if I am sentenced to immediate execution. There were two duties for her. One was surveillance of Kim Tae-hoon. The other was to go to Incheon City along with him and collect the relics left by the rescue team who had failed to complete the mission, as he expected. In fact, the latter was much more important than the former. Of course, she should not have revealed clues or information about national treasures from him even if she was tortured. How powerful is this relic? It's powerful to buy time against a green-grade monster. Explain in more detail. If the Awakener of Mana rank B injects mana, we can fight for 11 minutes, and during that 11 minutes we stood up to the green-grade monster, the white high-footed spider. While the earthenware doll was gaining time, Major Osebum jumped onto the body of the white high-footed spider, and was able to kill it. However, rather than hiding the fact, she revealed it to him. You kept it. Sergeant Park Il-sun saved the national treasure with his life. It was because of what Sergeant Park had said. He said he could never give it to a traitor who had betrayed his fellows. Park Il-sun, a member of the rescue team, said the reason for the failure of the rescue team was because of the inside traitor. In addition, the traitor's goals were relics, and Sergeant Park said he had been able to barely hide the relics at the sacrifice of his companions. At the moment of hearing the story, she could no longer trust the Capital Defense Command. When she decided that she could not believe the Capital Defense Command, she negotiated with Kim Tae-hoon. She would give him the relics and let him know the truth. The price was, of course, to find and dispose of the traitors. Thank you. He took the deal for granted. When the deal was concluded, he told her the information he had obtained by torturing the plunderers who had attacked the Gansiako Jori. Is all that true, Major? It is highly likely that the traitor you speak of, or the person involved, will remain in Incheon, and the traitor behind the plunderers is likely to be the traitor. The information was that there was a person who controlled the plunderers from the shadows. It makes no sense for the plunderers to use tanks. The beginning of doubt was the fact that the plunderers operated the tanks themselves. So far, the plunderers had not been able to properly loot the survivors. There were many reasons, but it's decisive that they did not have the firepower to overwhelm the survivors. Otherwise, if the plunderers had possessed the knowledge and circumstances to operate the tanks, they would have operated the tanks. Someone taught the plunderers how to operate a tank. A tank was not a weapon that could be driven after a few times, like a car. They had received minimal training and education from those who had proper knowledge of tank operation and shell shooting. Who the hell? It meant that there was a person who trained and educated the plunderers in the operation of the tanks. In Incheon, there were not many people who had the knowledge related to such a military specialty, and who could do the mean work. Accordingly, he revised his plan. What he needed to do right now was to dig into the back of the plunderers. I will ask directly who he is. Kim Tae-hoon began to infuse his mana into the horse figure type earthenware. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Episode 63, Incheon Landing Operation, Part 4. Chapter 22. Incheon Landing Operation, Part 4. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 11. What the hell is that? A man in his mid-30s threw a beer can in his hand with a rough cry, as hard as he could toward the man in front of him. Puck. The can, half full of beer, hit the man in the head. Arg. The man who was hit by a can of beer screamed and fell down. Pull what? At the same time, the beer from the can burst out and soaked the body of the man who had fallen on the floor. Do you think they seemed to be annihilated? Did they seem to be annihilated, or were they annihilated? The smell of beer rising like a haze, and a man in his mid-30s. From the mouth of group leader Yang Sukchun, who was called the plunderer in Incheon City, angry words spilled out like thunder. Are you fucking kidding me, you bastards? He was not satisfied with the beer cans, and he threw the things around him indiscriminately, including the beer cans that had not even opened yet, and even the bottles of liquor. He was clearly anger beyond control. Tanks! Tanks! But none of the people there thought his anger was overpowering. I sent tanks and they were annihilated. Can you believe that? You bastards! A tank. Even for the users, it was a terrifying weapon, and no one had imagined defeat, of course. All he could imagine was the remnants of the violence the tank would produce. But those who put up the tanks were annihilated. What was worse, it was impossible to judge even if they were really annihilated. Fuck! No survivors, and even those who went to check on the situation did not come back. All of this was making his anger a reasonable anger, but not by much. Moreover, there was one more fact that angered him. My life is at stake for this work. This was not just about looting survivors. The story began with a man who came to Yang. He told Yang, the government forces in Seoul will soon enter Incheon City. If we mess this up, we'll all die at the hands of the government troops. It was something Yang couldn't pass on. Under the name the Plunderer, Yang and his fellow men committed numerous and terrible crimes. Robbery, murder, rape, and arson were basic. They tortured people for boredom, and they kidnapped children as hostages and took food from the survivors. Those who suffered from the violence and witnesses were everywhere at Ganseok-Ojori. If the government had done its job, Yang and his men would have been sentenced to death immediately. Damn it, damn it, damn it, ... But now the government was in a situation where it could not do the job, and the government would arrest Yang and execute him neatly on the spot by firing squad instead of lifetime imprisonment. I have to run, I have to leave Incheon as soon as possible. But he cannot make war against the government forces. He decided that he had to run away as soon as he heard the story. I need it. The problem was that there was no place to run away in the world now. It was a world full of monsters. The dragon's mouth was the only place he could get away from the tigers. So he needed the cross of Paek Young-jun, who was at the center of the survivor group. I need the cross of that damn priest, ... If he had the thing that kept the monsters from approaching, he would be free from the threat of the monsters anywhere. The man who told the story about the government army also participated in his plan. He also said he was a fugitive and needed the cross of a saint, and would help him get the cross. The help Yang had received was how to operate the tanks, because the man knew how to drive the tanks and how to shoot the cannon. After learning how to operate the tanks, Yang sent them to finish the survivors group. Naturally, the story should have ended there. It should have ended. Give me a real fucking reason. Find out why they were destroyed. It was not over. He was crazy and went mad. Boss! Boss! A man hurried into the factory, and he ran up to the angry Yang, looking like a ghost. What is it? Yang held a nearby bottle of wine, and if the man in front of him started talking about bullshit, he was going to hit his head with a bottle. But Yang never swung the bottle. A black knight is running wild. What? A black knight? It was really crazy, and it was starting to get crazier. 12. Thump! A horse climbed up on a car that had now become scrap metal. The horse was bizarre. It was not a living horse, for one thing, but a horse made of clay. And it was not a usual horse, either. Unlike a normal one, it had a spear in its chest. Nay! Atop that harshly breathing horse, there was a knight wearing only lower body armor. He was a warrior rather than a highly experienced veteran who had been on a battlefield for many years. The warrior was also made of clay, and the sword in his hand was also made of clay. But there was no rugged or crude feeling anywhere about the horse, the warrior, and the sword in his hand. Rather, it was the opposite. What are you doing? Fight! Fight! The movement of the horse that leaped toward the plunderer who shouted out was more sleek and intense than a living horse. Shoo! The skill of the warrior made of clay, who wielded a sword, as the distance from the plunderer narrowed, was excellent, and the sharpness of the clay sword, which cut through a human body with a single stroke, was amazing. There was no crude or poor element anywhere. Oh, my God! Where on earth does that monster come dash? In many ways, it could be explained by conventional common sense. 2. Someone pulled their trigger at the rider. But it was useless, too. Puk, puk, puk. The clay horse and the warrior's body were pierced by the rain of bullets, but that was all. The horse and the warrior did not shed blood, nor did they moan. Nay! The shots just caught its attention. Bang, bang! The warrior crossed a vehicle like jumping over stepping stones, narrowed the distance to the gunman at a breath, and cut his opponent down with a single stroke. Nay! The clay horse did not stop there. It ran faster toward the next enemy. We're done. The plunderers lost their wills to fight at a presence outside common sense. Then, something else out of common sense happened. The clay warrior on the horse, who did not care about the rain of bullets, began to fade. Ha! Soon it turned into a small clay sculpture. Where did he go? The plunderers, not many of whom were left, stared at this sight outside common sense. Twang! An arrow without feathers came to them. Ha! The arrow that had to be called a silent assassin began to kill the plunderers quietly. That's great. Kim Tae-hoon, who watched all the scenes from the sky, looked at his right hand with his black-colored eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 265. Health, 237. Special abilities. Energy, C rank. Mana, C rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, C rank. Mana resistance, C rank. I can use it for less than 5 minutes with mana of C rank, and it is a disadvantage. Horse figure type earthenware. The power of a relic that became a horse warrior who did not stop from the moment of injecting mana was overwhelming and beyond impressive. But the combat power. The mobility that the horse showed was impressive. Its speed was worthy of a top sports car, and it showed moves that the sports car could not show. The clay warrior's combat power was overwhelming, and its sword skill was accurate and ruthless so that its young appearance was unashamed, and as it chased the enemy, he aimed for the perfect gaps between them. Finally, the sharpness and power of the sword were not equal to the sword of the Imperator on his back, but it was excellent enough to be compared to it. I cannot guarantee my life against it in a mere close battle. All of these comprehensive elements were so terrifying that his spine went cold, just imagining facing the horse figure type earthenware. So he was satisfied. I got the best partner. The combat power of the horse figure type earthenware itself was enormous, but the harmony with him was more satisfactory than that. The horse figure type earthenware was a partner who could earn attention and time against a green-grade monster. While the horse figure type earthenware bought time, his options in the air with his telekinesis were infinite. There would be no more perfect combination. There is no reason to hesitate to fight against the green-grade monster anymore. Boss. Run away with. Tang. That's a load of bullshit. He heard a small disturbance. He pulled his eyes off the back of his right hand. He had seen enough of the power of the horse figure type earthenware. So now, it was time to perform his original duties here. He began to fall toward the ground. 13. A man came into a coffee shop, its glass wall shattered and doors non-existent. It was Kim Tae-hoon, who put a sword on his back instead of a bag. The first thing he saw in the coffee shop was a shelf next to the counter. Originally full of cakes, there were only fragments of broken glass and blood dripping from someone cutting into it. On the bottom of the counter was a trace of someone picking up a trampled tiramisu cake and eating it. The gruesome traces were everywhere. The wooden chairs and desks were not visible, the counters were already shattered, and the expensive espresso machines were also ripped off in this mess. Only the coffee beans that filled the shelves here and there were fine. It was because coffee did not fulfill their hunger, and they could not eat them easily. No one wanted to be a coffee thief. It was a good thing for Kim Tae-hoon. He picked one bag of Colombian coffee out of the various kinds of beans on the shelf. Then he put bottled water into the stainless steel kettle in the drawer. For fire, he used solid fuel. After opening the solid fuel he had brought, he spat a flame toward the fuel. Tui. As soon as the burning saliva reached it, solid fuel began to burn. He put the kettle on the tripod of solid fuel. The next task was to crush the beans. After peeling off the sealed wrapping paper, he smelled the fragrance of the beans, and he immediately took them out. Then he began to break the beans with his black-dyed right hand. The hard beans became powder in his grasp. A few minutes later, when the hot water was prepped under the dipper, the coffee fragrance began to circulate in the coffee shop for the first time in about 3 months. His thinking began as soon as he took a sip of coffee. The starting point of his thinking was his conversation with Yang, the head of the plunderers. Yang confessed everything, how bad he had been, how he deserved to die, and who was behind him. The man was in his mid-30s. His hair was sporty. His voice was husky with a square face. A big dot was under his left eye. The information obtained from Yang gave Kim confidence in some hypotheses in his mind. The woodblock printed edition of Jido, which was currently kept in the National Museum of Korea, is in the hands of the 6 snakes. The woodblock printed edition of Jido was a more valuable relic than any other one at this point. There were many editions of Jido in Seoul. In the National Museum of Korea was the woodblock printed edition. There was no reason why the Capital Defense Command did not have had it. However, Kim thought that the Capital Defense Command did not currently possess it. The first reason was that soldiers belonging to the Capital Defense Command had died in battle with the green-grade monster, the bell-tailed rat, in Gwangmyeong City, and the second reason was that Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not dispatch his troops directly to Incheon City. This would not have happened if they had the Jido with them. The 6 snakes took the Jido away. And now it was owned by them. If it had not been for that, they could not have been able to work outside like this. The movement of the 6 snakes was evidence. Their purpose is to take relics. The purpose of the 6 snakes was to take away the relics of the Capital Defense Command. Unlike in the past, the Capital Defense Command, which has lost Jido, was now unable to engage in full-scale external activities. But that did not mean that they could not do outside activities at all. In the end, a small number of elites should be able to perform external activities. In order to increase the success rate of the mission, high-grade relics were inevitably paid out. But what if the missions failed? What if the team died on a mission? Of course, the relics given out will be ones without owners. The Six Snakes turns them into stolen goods, and then they take them away. That was, they stole the relics. As long as Oasibum is around, they won't have to worry about the stolen goods. Above all, the Six Snakes currently had Didonji Ojito, and the strongest awakener of the Capital Defense Command, the Roadmaker Osebum. They could identify the monster's whereabouts, and they had the strongest card that the Capital Defense Command could use, so the risk they took was not great. However, at this moment, they had a very serious risk, Kim Tae-hoon. And the Six Snakes were now aware of the risk. The day the Six Snakes contacted Yang was after I stunned Osebum. The reason why they approached Yang and informed him about how to operate a tank was to prevent Kim Tae-hoon from entering Incheon City and grasping their plans. When the plunderers put the tanks in front to kill all the survivors and get the Cross of a Saint, if they left Incheon City, there would not be left anything in Incheon City. And the tricks against him were still in progress. They have already revealed their teeth against me, I see. They failed to destroy the evidence by mobilizing the plunderers, so they would try another if he left it as it was. Of course, he did not intend to allow the attempt itself. I will make Incheon my land so that they cannot perform any tricks. The Mac Guild's landing in Incheon had begun. 14. For Peak Yoonjun, the days of hardship that had begun after the appearance of monsters were different from the days of suffering experienced by others. His cross protected him from the monsters. But it was not just an unconditional blessing. His cross had brought him to the test. Humans who had no generousness and mercy to give to him, not monsters, rushed to take away his cross and bite him. To prevent them, Father Paik Yoongjun and his survivors, who made him the leader, had to point guns at the plunderers and pull the triggers. So, Father Paik prayed to God every day with the cross, "Please do not let people come here where your favor is reached, don't send anyone, please do not come with a pack of guns." Now, hundreds of people were gathering, dressed in armor made of the leather of unidentified monsters. With guns and swords, they headed toward the Gansiako Jori, the sanctuary of the priest and the survivors. Ah! Pitapat, dot. The heart of Paik, who looked at the crowd, was pounding. But it was not from fear. It is God's favor. On the contrary, the heart of Father Paik was throbbing at this moment with a feeling that something unknown was rising. His heart rate was faster as the armed crowd approached him, standing on the overpass. Of course, it was not Peak who they were looking for. The man beside him, Kim Tae-hoon, who was wearing a sword on his back, was the reason why they came here. They stopped in front of the overpass. The woman at the forefront of the crowd saluted over the overpass. Reporting. 134 hunters from the Mac Guild, 466 soldiers, and 100 others have arrived safely. Kim did not salute or did not talk flowery words at the report of Kim Soo-ji. He looked down. The thing to do now is to dry the seeds of the monsters here. As soon as Beck heard his words, he was convinced that God had not abandoned humanity. Use any means and methods to remove the monsters. We will carry out the Incheon landing operation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, Episode 64, Armed Forces Demonstrations, Part 1. Chapter 23. Armed Forces Demonstrations, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. What is important in war? There are countless answers to this question. Someone will pick a powerful weapon, and someone will pick a thoroughly trained soldier. There is no correct answer. The important thing is the situation. Sometimes someone needs a powerful weapon, sometimes someone needs elite soldiers. So if someone wants to hear an answer close to the right answer, someone has to change the question. What will be more important if the situation of having to fight against unknown monsters came up? The Mac Guild gave their answer, the manual. There is a goblin community in Incheon First High School. We'll kill them after we throw the smoke bombs in. How many goblins are there? About 50, I suppose. 10 soldiers and 6 hunters will be enough. The manual. I checked 3 mud trolls in the apartment complex in Ganseokdong. We can lure them down the road and then burn them with a flamethrower, and according to the manual, 3 hunters and 2 flamethrowers are allotted per mud troll. The number of soldiers depends on the number of monsters that eat the dead bodies. The mud troll takes only the heads and abandons the rest. 11 hunters, 30 soldiers, and take claymores. The manual that taught how many weapons and power were distributed to monsters, and how to fight. There are saber-tooth wolves and werewolves at Incheon Terminal. We'll have to set up a camp in the terminal intersection and finish all the monsters which come in with firepower. The answer the Mac Guild gave was the manual. The Mac Guild had built a manual. Under the direction of Kim Tae-hoon, they made a manual of the system's information about the characteristics of monsters through repeated monster hunting, what kind of tactics were effective to hunt monsters, how many troops were needed, and so on. Furthermore, they had enough troops and weapons to carry out the manual. To the hunters and soldiers of the Mac Guild, Incheon City was not the land of monsters dominated by fear. Well, let's kill all the monsters today. We'll only pay 20% of the monster stones we acquire. If we don't kill enough, we'll lose as much as we don't. It was like California, where the 19th century gold mines were found. The gold rush had begun. There was, of course, a problem. We found a monster in the Gwangeo Park that looks like the head of big-nosed orangutans. Its eyes, yellow. We've never seen such a monster before, have we? What if you saw a monster for the first time, which you cannot do anything about with only the manual? The answer the Mac Guild had prepared was simple. Master will go. Kim Tae-hoon was the most obvious answer. 2. April of 2017 has begun. The harsh winter, which had seemed not to end, disappeared like a mirage, and the warmth began to fill the place. However, the scenery of the Republic of Korea, where warmth came, was worse than winter before the snow disappeared. The world, where humans had been gone for only 3 months, became surprisingly harsh. The city looked degraded as if it had been decades since the disappearance of people. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu showed photographs and images of Fukushima and Chernobyl for training to prepare for the leakage of radioactivity to the members of the 35th Commando Battalion in the past, it was similar to the scenery seen there. But the landscape changed the moment he entered Incheon, which was rated as the most devastated according to a report he had received 2 months ago. He felt the energy and vigor. And when he entered the Ganseokdong, he was able to hear the voices of children with bright laughter and powerful shouts for the first in a long time. Come with me. Come with me. Ball. Ball. Watch out for the ball. If children are not whole of heart, they don't laugh. Lieutenant Colonel Yu initially thought it was an illusion, a hallucination. Have you arrived? But the moment he met Kim Yuri, and the moment he saw her firm expression, he could see that all this was not a fantasy when he entered the coffee shop set up for him. He had to chew on the terribleness at the report of Sergeant Kim Yuri. A traitor. There was a traitor within the Capital Defense Command. The traitor was trying to get the relics of the Capital Defense Command. Their trick killed valuable soldiers. The traitors were committing atrocities and massacring civilians if necessary. It was a story that made him go crazy. Yes, I suppose so. However, the most terrible thing was the current situation that Lieutenant Colonel Yu could not help believing in the report of Kim Yuri, and the reality that he had to think that it was right. There was already a sign. There was an enemy in sight from the moment the woodblock printed edition of Didanji was lost. After grasping the identity of the relics, the Capital Defense Command, of course, immediately collected relics from museums and libraries throughout Seoul. In the process, they were able to secure the copies and original plates of Didanji. At that time, all operations of the Capital Defense Command were planned based on the Didanji. It was also thanks to Didanji that we sent a rescue team to Incheon. It was also because of the Didanji that they gave national treasures to the rescue team. They confirmed that there was a green-grade monster in Incheon through Didanji, and they judged that it was possible to rescue a VIP by avoiding the green-grade monster if they were helped by Didanji. Otherwise, they would not have sent a rescue team. However, the rescue team failed, and soon after that, the Didanji disappeared. Worse, Lieutenant Colonel, you did not inform others of this. I should have done it then. I should have done it somehow, not hidden it. I didn't, not I couldn't. In the first place, there were few who knew the existence of Didanji, and the few were those in power of the Capital Defense Command. If the loss of Didanji was publicized, it was natural that someone should bear responsibility among those in power. But the person with a sacrificial mind could not survive in the Ministry of Defense of Korea now. That was why the 35th Commandos and Lieutenant Colonel Yu started their outside activities. Anyway, the information that he had got earlier from the Didanji map was valid. Based on the approximate information, he had to do external activities to acquire more detailed information. Of course, for him, the outside activities were not much different from walking in a minefield. Fucking hell. But there was a lot more hell than that. Incheon was an antlion's pit. The information from Incheon was a trick to eat up the rescue team. Incheon was an antlion's pit made by traitors. For the rescue of VIPs and the recovery of national treasures, the Capital Defense Command should send awakeners armed with relics to Incheon repeatedly. And the information actually kept coming. It was reported that Kate Kennedy was still alive in Yeongjong Island, that she had contacted the rescue team, and after recognizing the existence of the rescue team, she repeatedly signaled that she had survived. If there had been no such information, he would have never told Kim Tae-hoon to rescue her there. But now, the information of the report itself was likely to have been a trick. No, maybe the person who received the report and gave the order might also be one of the traitors. Is Major General Lee Ki-soo a traitor? Major General Lee Ki-soo. He was one of the most powerful men in the Capital Defense Command, and he became an awakener. As soon as he was awakened, his energy rank was C, and he was also the head of the investigation department of the Ministry of Defense. He was a former head of the military police, the subordinate unit of the Capital Defense Command, and one of the best elites. Then Colonel Jang So-guk is a traitor, too. Colonel Jang So-guk, who is currently the head of the military police, was one of the right-hand men of Lee Ki-soo. The fact was horrifying. No way. One of the roles of the MP was to be responsible for the security of the president's schedule. On December 31, 2017, the president's schedule was to ring the watch night bell on January 1. It meant that the military organization that most clearly grasped the president's every move on December 31 was the military police. But if the commander of the MP, Colonel Jang So-guk, was a traitor? I'm sick of it. The most troublesome thing was that they were the superiors of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. What about Kim Tae-hoon? He's out hunting now. Hunting? Yes, he went on a monster hunt. The remark silenced Lieutenant Colonel Yu. At this moment, he was in urgent need of dialogue with Kim. If there was a traitor, it could not be handled by internal force alone. So, with outside power, he had to cut off the affected area, and Kim was the only knife that he could use now. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon was now occupying Incheon. Monster hunting, he is taking over Incheon steadily. Kim was rapidly making Incheon the land of the Mac Guild. Is Incheon really the land of the Mac Guild? In addition, Incheon City was a major area that could not be compared with Bucheon City. Incheon International Airport as well as Incheon Port were the closest passage for Seoul to contact overseas. The existence of the harbor was especially important. There was Gimpo International Airport near Seoul, but it was virtually impossible to communicate with overseas by plane. Currently, the value of Incheon Port was absolute because Korea has to use the ships for exchange with foreign countries. There was one more thing. There is an LNG production base in Songdo, Incheon. A production base for liquefied natural gas in Songdo, Incheon. There should be quite a stockpile. It was impossible to produce new gas in Korea where there was no gas, but basically, there was stockpile in the LNG production base. And now that there were not many survivors, the stockpile of the Songdo LNG production base could last for a few months or more, not a few days. Furthermore, if the situation got better and gas imports from overseas become possible, the Songdo LNG production base would be a very important base for Korea. Even if the gas was imported, it was useless without a base to process it. The Mac Guild taking over that area? From then on, the Mac Guild was not simply a threatening force group. It's dangerous. It was the warlord threatening the Capital Defense Command. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon did not simply leave the results. The Mac Guild's move is dangerous in the view of the Capital Defense Command. They left hope. The hope that remained had rooted and grown. Kim's presence grew like a tree all over the world. And now the Capital Defense Command, which was the Korean government, had no room to cut and manage it. It was a reality. In a world where people had to walk by foot, not by a horse, to come from Seoul to Incheon, and where they didn't have any communication equipment, Korea was now a huge land, not a small land. A sharp knife can be used with a sack. It was then whoopee that the Ganseoko Jori began to stir. It was easy to figure out who caused the disturbance. There you are. Lieutenant Colonel Yu got up. He moved out of the coffee shop immediately, and his men who were waiting with him moved. Of course, Kim Yuri was among them. When they were out, they saw a truck coming down the street. On the hood of that truck, coming down a road that was now cleared, was a furry monster with long horns like spears and a huge nose as big as its horns. A big-nosed orangutan? After the twin-head ogre left Yeongjong Island, the head of the big-nosed orangutans had settled in Incheon City. Did he kill it? It was strong, and it was smart and mean. There were always hundreds of big-nosed orangutans around it, and if the situation was disadvantageous, it ran away, sacrificing some of its fellows, and then gathered the other big-nosed orangutans together and made a new congress. Did he kill it alone? Above all, the body in the huge hair was not large, and it had a talent to hide in a small space. It would not have been easy to chase it. It was not easy to kill it. And it was cruel. When the big-nosed orangutan found in Seoul was destroyed, they rescued more than 500 survivors from its pack. The survivors were in terrible condition even if they were not dead. Most of them were insane. Now, the cruel monster appeared, its rich silver fur painted with its own blood. And it's been a long time, Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Kim Tae-hoon also appeared with the monster, in a way that showed he wasn't hurt at all. He confirmed Kim Yuri behind Lieutenant Colonel Yu and said again, "I will go straight to the point, as I have heard from Sergeant Kim Yuri. Leave the traitors alone. What the hell is that dash? If I ask you to find them, can you find them?" As he spoke, he entered the coffee shop where Lieutenant Colonel Yu was sitting a little while ago. He checked the water in the kettle, which he had prepared for Lieutenant Colonel Yu, and put the kettle on the portable gas burner and turned on the light. Tack! Tack! Lieutenant Colonel Yu, looking at the direction of the gas burner's unique sound, came back into the coffee shop with a look of no small wonder. His expression wrinkled as soon as he saw Kim's face again. Lieutenant Colonel Yu said, revealing his twisted feelings on his face, "Are you kidding me? What kind of joke? Are you ignoring me? You're the one who hid the mission. Lieutenant Colonel Yu opened his eyes wide. Kim did not avoid his gaze. There was no reason to avoid it. Kim was also a major in the military. Major was never an easy rank. The major rank couldn't be easily controlled by the rank of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Without the rank, the story was completely different. Kim was a monster that killed a yellow-grade monster by himself, and Lieutenant Colonel Yu was a normal person who would lose his mind if he was exposed to the fear of an orange grade, let alone a yellow grade. I have two options. To keep in touch with Lieutenant Colonel Yu, or to go to Seoul and get in touch with the traitors. Predator versus prey. The position between the two now had to be explained like this. Major Kim Tae-hoon dash. And I'm still a soldier, and I don't need a bridge, Lieutenant Colonel Yu. At that moment, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was able to realize it with heart and head. The sword is me. At this time, you realized that Kim was not a sharp sword that he could wield for his own sake, but that he was the one who could be wielded for Kim's sake. You've changed a lot. Kim did not answer. I'll tell you what, let the traitors of the Capital Defense Command act on their own. Tell me why. The fact that Lieutenant Colonel Yu didn't even know the existence of a traitor means that the higher side is in collusion with the traitor. Then we're just going to leave them like this? Have you ever seen a whistleblower win in the history of the Ministry of Defense of Korea, or have you ever seen a general who committed a scandal sink low? Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent. That was a fact that even God could not deny. Their purpose is simple, anyway, to steal relics and get them by failing missions. That's pretty simple. Lieutenant Colonel Yu expressed his twisted mood. There's no place to complain about stolen goods. You want to take them? However, at the words of Kim, Lieutenant Colonel Yu had to forget that he should express twisted mood. Isn't it better than for traitors to fill their stomach? What's going to fall on me while you fill your stomach? The story was not one that could be judged by personal feelings. Don't you think you can sell me on your own, rather than I tell you what to do? Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent, to prevent a sighing of his own heart. The kettle on the gas burner began to boil as if to represent the heart of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. You're asking me to bet my life on you. Lieutenant Colonel Yu said, to clarify the situation. Kim was not going to be used by Lieutenant Colonel Yu. On the contrary, Kim made clear his intentions. He said he would use Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Then give me more confidence. In this situation, Lieutenant Colonel Yu had only one choice. No, he was being forced to make a choice. There was a traitor in the Capital Defense Command who was taking the assets of the Capital Defense Command, and Lieutenant Colonel Yu could not get involved in the group of traitors, and could not get rid of them. In the Capital Defense Command, there was no rope for him to hold. In the end, the rope that he could hold was the only one that was visible at this moment. If this was not coercion, what was coercion? Kim was willing to show Lieutenant Colonel Yu how great a rope he was. I'll hunt a green-grade monster on Yeonjeon Island. That after that. With those words, Kim picked up the kettle. A time of silence followed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Episode 65, Armed Forces Demonstrations, Part 2. Chapter 23. Armed Forces Demonstrations, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. After Lieutenant Colonel Yu left with his men, Kim Tae-hoon remained in the coffee shop. In his loneliness, he closed his ears. The quiet he felt for the first in a long time was cozy. As soon as he had coffee in the cozy quiet, things that were tangled in his mind began to unravel. I don't need to go to Seoul. The first thing that he unraveled was the information that the second death informed him of. There was nothing he could get from Seoul at this moment. Seoul was like a barn with holes already in it. The Capital Defense Command in Seoul was nominal. The ruling party of the Korean peninsula would be decided by whoever took the relics of Bio and Gyeongju. The two areas, Bio and Gyeongju, which were full of national treasures, became the key. Until now, there was nothing different from what he already had in mind. Next is China. What changed was the interpretation of the third clue. I will take Chinese and Asian relics, and monsters, too. Kim Tae-hoon had thought that Gwangido steel and sword of Gojen, which were included in the wish list, was a signal to keep China in mind as an enemy. But the moment he saw the cross of a saint, his thoughts changed. China was not the end. I must take China so that we can fight against the world. It was rather the beginning. After taking China and even Asia, it was possible to fight for survival against Europe and the United States. Fucking hell. It felt far away only in his imagination. Kim knew how much violence the countries gathered under the name of Europe could be, how terribly powerful the country that led the World War was, and what the Great War that was unprecedented in human history had done. Furthermore, the power of the United States was at a level unprecedented in human history. This violence was quiet because the world's justice and their pursuits were similar. But now, the justice of the world has changed. I can imagine killing a dragon, but I can't even imagine dealing with America, but... Kim, who had watched the results of the U.S. military in the countless disputed areas more clearly than anyone else, swallowed coffee instead of saliva. He had a new coffee and started thinking of a new idea. Twin-head ogre. There was a new rule that emerged when monsters appeared. Humans and monsters could not coexist, and if humans wanted to regain the land, they must take the land from the monsters. The same was true of Incheon. Incheon would never become a human land unless they could kill the twin-head ogre on Yeonjeon Island. If they killed it, Incheon would be the territory of Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild. In other words, they have to kill it, and then they can move on. If I kill it and seize Incheon, the following target is Bio, but... At that moment, he had a third coffee, and then he thought of the third idea. The time of silence got him up to there. I have to call Jang Sung-hoon. 4. Keek. A monkey dog fell to the ground, screaming. The man, who was staring at the monkey dog pouring out blood all over its body, pointed his gun at the ground, still aimed at the monkey dog, and set to his shoulder firmly. Whoa, he drew a long breath. After a short silence, the man took a breath that was supposed to double the amount he had exhaled before. He shouted. Clear. Starting with the cry, the sound of clear was heard in succession, as if to echo the man's cry all over the place. When the echo stopped, the man shouted again. All monsters in Incheon have been cleared. By this time, Incheon City Hall has become the area of the Mac Guild. At the shout, the echo came out again. However, this echo was different from the previous echo. Wow! We did it! We did it at last. There was a completely different sound from what was said. However, the feelings that the words had were the same. Passion. The Mac Guild had taken over Incheon City Hall. It was so monumental, even though they hadn't cleared the whole city of Incheon yet. Yes, we did it. We did it. We got it back from these fucking bastards, monsters. It was the first time that a group of people, who had been killed without any resistance since the appearance of the monsters, took back a symbolic space, Incheon City Hall, from the monsters. The survivors here were feeling the same thing which the survivors had felt on the day of the successful Incheon landing operation in 1950, with the hunters and the soldiers. The news spread naturally to everyone in Incheon. Incheon City Hall? That was a monster den, wasn't it? Of course, people were thrilled. At last, at last. In particular, Incheon citizens who had their lives in Incheon felt much more excited. Some laughed, and others cried ceaselessly. I can't cast a cloud over that reaction. But not everyone was thrilled. We have to put a flag here so it's all over. Jang Sung-hoon touched one area of the Didanjio-jito on a large table with his finger with the remark. Gulp. Kim watched Jang and swallowed a monster stone down. There was a mountain of monster stones next to Kim. It was an enormous amount, enough to feel bloated just thinking about eating everything. Gulp. But Kim swallowed them silently. It seems like the boss has become a more frightening human being in just a few days. Jang Sung-hoon watched the scene and couldn't help commenting. But, if you don't, you're in trouble. Tap tap tap. Jang hit the spot with his fingers again. The Yeonjeon Island is a place where 4 islands are made into one island through reclamation projects. As a result, the Didanjio-jito does not provide a clear picture of Yeonjeon Island. If there are monsters on land made by reclamation projects, they don't appear on Didanjio-jito. The tapped area was the one where Yeonjeon Island was currently located. A green light twinkled like a star in the area. Soon the green light disappeared. This bastard really can't stay still. After shaking his head, Jang painted with his fingers the bridge connecting Yeonjeon Island to Incheon City, and the place where Yeonjeon Bridge might be located. And now, Yeonjeon Bridge has collapsed. Immediately, his fingers moved to the location where Incheon Bridge might be located. There is only Incheon Bridge left, but the number of monsters here is not available because it could not be drawn on the Didanjio-jito. That is, there is no way to know how many monsters are there on the longest bridge in the world, which is 21 kilometers long. With the words, Jang Sung-hoon took his finger off the map. Boss, why don't you just blow up Incheon Bridge? Instead of answering, Kim continued to swallow monster stones. This is a green-grade monster. There are too many variables. We're better to lock it up on Yeonjeon Island. No matter how great a monster is, the distance from Yeonjeon Island to Incheon is not normal. Even if a green-grade monster can cross, a horde of orcs will never be able to cross. It was a plot made when he received Kim's call and received a rough report. It was a possible tactic for Kim. You are going to go in alone, aren't you? As Jang knew Kim, he would definitely enter Yeonjeon Island alone and start hunting for monsters. It's dangerous. The risk was a big deal. No matter how strong Kim was, and even if he has a strong card in himself, he could die against a green-grade monster at any time. It's really dangerous. And Kim was a man who should not die now. When he died, the hope would become despair. At the concern of Jang, Kim looked at his right hand with black eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 300. Health, 277. Special abilities. Energy, C+ rank. Mana, C+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, C+ rank. Mana resistance, C+ rank. Achieved abilities. Stealth of a big-nosed orangutan, grade 5. The power of a big-nosed orangutan can make one's presence faint. After confirming his abilities, Kim looked at Jang with black eyes. This risk is less than the danger of having the United States or Europe as enemies. Yes? Kim's rebuttal made Jang look rather helpless, not understanding the logic. Kim did not explain in detail to Jang. Prepare the boat. Yes. It was time for an order, instead of an explanation. 5. Namsan Tower. The place, which was once just a sightseeing spot for Seoul citizens, was now a stronghold of the Capital Defense Command that was heavily guarded. The reason why Namsan Tower became a base was simple. In a world where buildings that were scratching the sky collapsed easily, Namsan Tower was currently the tallest place north of the Han River. The importance of a high tower in a world where radar or wireless communications devices were no longer available was beyond description. Of course, Namsan Tower looked completely different from the past. Among the changes, the biggest change was that the new monument inside the entrance of Namsan Tower. 1.54 meters high, 0.6 meters wide, and 0.16 meters thick. It was cracked, it had bullet marks, the left lower part was destroyed, the writing of Chosa Kim Young-hee was on the one side, it was the sunsabai of King Jinhung, Korea's national treasure number 3. The sunsabai of King Jinhung, which should be in the National Museum of Korea, stood as if guarding Namsan Tower. From the sunsabai of King Jinhung, a red light was streaming softly. The light was like a flame. Even those at the top of Namsan Tower could see the light as a hazy glow. At the top of Namsan Tower, originally used as a restaurant, but now used as a temporary headquarters for the Capital Defense Command, they were talking over the red light. There were two people talking. Things happened in Incheon this way. A man in his late 50s with a strong appearance and well-built body, and a man in his mid-40s with a gentle image, were Major General Lee Ki-soo and Colonel of Jang So-guk respectively, who were in power in the Capital Defense Command, and at the same time, were traitors. They were traitors who wanted to use the Capital Defense Command as their own after rotting it away from within. Would that be a big problem? Even if he had the ability to fly, that would be all. Even if he was from a special forces unit, he would be just a kid. What could a man who has never dealt with an army do? No. The problem is. Yes, I think we should end up in Incheon after all. Tut. So, what do you think? At best, they're only in Incheon. At any rate, we can lure the monster from Yangjeon Island back to downtown Incheon and it will take care of them. Is there a possibility that the man named Kim Tae-hoon can kill a monster with a green grade? It doesn't make sense. He needs to get into Yangjeon Island to kill it, but under the current circumstances, he can't bring in a proper vehicle, let alone a tank. I bet if we want to kill it, we have no choice but to bring a B-2 bomber and turn Yangjeon Island into a devastated land. If you're really worried, just give me the order, and I'll send my men to take care of him. Captain Lee Ki-soo sighed briefly at the words of Colonel Jang. If we can afford it, it would be right to send our men to Pocheon, not Incheon. Pocheon. The word made Jang's smile disappear from his lips. What is the status of the 8th Division? If we look at the situation, they are quickly absorbing the troops on the front line. I think they'll settle in Gangwon Province soon. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. If we join him, I think everything will run smoothly. It won't be easy. He knows how to join, but he does not know how to hold hands for free. Then a man appeared from a remote place. It was Major Oh Se-bum, with the handsome appearance that anyone could not help but admire. As he approached, Major General Lee and Colonel Jang stopped talking. Major Oh came to the two and saluted them, taking something out of his vest and handing it to Major General Lee. This is Mr. Mao's letter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, Episode 66, Armed Forces Demonstrations, Part 3. Chapter 23. Armed Forces Demonstrations, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. On the Sea of Incheon, which was colored by the light of dawn. A fishing boat was moving slowly over the sea, making a breathless sound. There was silence above the fishing boat, and the sea was also still. In the silence, the fishing boat made a breathless sound, and it stopped as a man appeared from the steering house of the stopped boat. Yangjeon Island, it has been a long time. The man with a sword on his back, Kim Tae-hoon, was immersed in memories for a while, looking at a golf course that was dimly visible where the stopped boat was pointed. It was not a memory of golf. The place of memories was the huge Incheon International Airport beyond the golf course. Incheon International Airport. There were a few cases where Kim went abroad, leaving through Incheon International Airport. Most of the time, he went abroad through another route, became a civilian after his mission, and returned via Incheon International Airport. For him, Incheon International Airport was the place marking the end of a long mission. It was also a place where he realized that he survived. I have no bad memories. That was the only comfort that Kim could have in front of the green-eyed monster he was hunting from now on. Who? Kim Tae-hoon sighed briefly. He could see that the harsh winter has passed. That was the end of his sentimental recollections. He moved to the back of the boat and stood in front of one of the countless boxes there. He opened the wooden box and the bag inside. There was something in the bag that seemed to be like a musical instrument, but it was something quite different, a gun with an elongated barrel, unlike a typical gun. It's been a long time. The sniper rifle PSG-1, a luxury beloved by snipers all over the world, and more familiar to him than any other weapon he had ever used. It was his partner, willing to share his fate when dealing with an enemy that was stronger than him. That fact has not changed much now. The enemy that he had to deal with from now on had formidable power and force. Of course, he did not intend to play head-to-head against the enemy. That was what he did best. I will show you what armed forces demonstrations are. 7. Armed forces demonstrations were not just an exercise of violence. Its original purpose was to cause psychological pressure to the object through the demonstrations. So, what do you need to exert psychological pressure on a target? The answer was simple: fear. Nothing was more effective than the fear of death. But that did not work well if you gave them a simple fear of death. You had to make them fear that they would die at some point in time and for some reason. Who? On the rooftop of an apartment complex located on Yangjan Island, he drew his breath, looking through the sight at a brown-skinned orc's head, prepared to deliver the fear. Tae-hoon. The sniper rifle hurled the bullet forth with a dull sound. The bullet began a short journey and eventually completed it by penetrating the orc's forehead. The orc with a hole in its head fell backward. Soon, a crowd of orcs gathered around the corpse. The orcs were angry at the death of their kin, and they let loose with their fearsome cries at the threat that fueled their anger. However, the sound did not reach him, as he was about a kilometer away. Tae-hoon. He pulled the trigger again. The orcs that gathered at the dead bodies of their same race also became corpses. One by one, the corpses of the orcs piled up, and at some point, they no longer approached the dead. He pulled his eyes off the panoramic sight. 5. It was the head count of the orcs that he killed in this hunt. I've barely killed 100 in 4 days. It was certainly an inefficient hunt. If he appeared in front of the orcs immediately, dozens of orcs would gather for him. It would take the time to breathe in and out to make the horde into a pile of dead bodies. On the other hand, the number of orcs that he could kill through sniping was not even 10 per hour. Nevertheless, the only reason for such efforts was because of the distance of 1 kilometer. Now the learning period is over. This distance, which could be reached in 1 minute by a cheetah running at full speed, made death not just death, but death from nowhere. There will be a crack sooner or later. The option for such an unprecedented fear was always the same: hiding. There was no other option. The orcs would hide everywhere to escape the death of the unknown. All it has to accomplish is showing the bottom of ogres' patience. It was their leader that was the real problem, after all. Twin-head ogre. When the orcs hide, it would start getting hungry. The twin-head ogre was a big 2-head glutton, and the amount of food that it ate in 1 day was enormous: dozens of human corpses. How long could it hold on to its hunger? No, was there any patience to restrain its hunger on such a crazy monster? Koo-hoo-hoo. Ka-ha-ha. At that moment, 2 shrieks from M to Bacon began to fill Yangjan Island like thunder. The 2 sounds sent a bitter cold through him, like the chill of winter returned. As expected. He gritted his teeth tightly. The fear of the twin-head ogre was a very simple fear, unlike the fear of the unknown inflicted by Kim. But the power was overwhelming. Not a joke. It was why he was striking from a distance. I'm not going to be able to fight this fear head-on, either. It is impossible to face this fear. The moment I'm exposed to this fear, my stomach is going crazy, my brain turns white, and my heart starts to run like crazy. And that's all I can do when I'm exposed to the fear. I can't use my telekinetic force to fly or to handle the sword and an arrow, or I won't be able to protect myself with energy. Of course, the opportunity for him to attack the twin-head ogre at the moment of starting the battle with it was pathetic. In order to save the limited opportunity, he would have to make a gap that was not there. Therefore, he did not overdo it. After a while, it'll run around like an angry bull without warning, and that's the only chance I'll kill. He disassembled the gun skillfully and put it in his bag, and began to run on the roof of the apartment. Pot! He leaped straight to the roof of the next apartment. He set a new record for a long distance that would shame an Olympian, continued along the roof of the apartment again and made another leap. Using the apartments as stepping stones, he vanished quickly. 8. Ka! Kua! The twin-head ogre was 10 meters tall, with a huge body like a building. It grabbed 2 orcs in its hands. KR, KR. KRRRR. The captive orcs struggled to get out of the grip. But when the twin-head ogre closed its hands, the bones crunched like sugar sticks, the eyes of the 2 orcs burst out with the sound of bone splintering, and the blood began to ooze from their eyes and ears. The twin-head ogre put the heads of the dying orcs in its mouths. Crunch! Crunch! 2 mouths began to eat at the same time, an orc in each hand. Chomp! Chomp! 2 horrifying sounds at the same time. The orcs gathered in front of this horrifying twin-head ogre were shaking, but had no thought of running away. Some of the orcs with black skin pushed a few of the trembling orcs toward the twin-head ogre. The orcs pushed forth were terrified, and the twin-head ogre, finishing 2 orcs at once, reached out to the closest orc before it. At that moment, the twin-head ogre smashed the head of the orc, instead of grabbing it. With a crash that shook the ground, orc blood and gore splattered all over. The orc's body was even worse, it was now a flat piece of meat with no hint of its original form, swatted flat like a human swatted mosquitoes. Bam, bam. The twin-head ogre slammed down the body of the orc, which had already been flattened, as if it could not release its anger. KR, KR. Now the orange eyes of the black orcs began to shake in horror. There was no orc who did not know why: hunger. In recent days, most of the orcs had not provided enough food to fill the stomach of the twin-head ogre. It was because they were in a hurry to hide themselves in fear. No matter how many black orcs came out to scare the orcs or abuse them, nothing changed. The orcs were not just afraid of death, they were afraid of death that they could not even understand. Ka! Ka-ah! KRR. That's why the twin-head ogre exploded with anger. It could not tolerate that they dared to fear something else than itself. It could not forgive them that it had to feel hungry for that reason. Even the anger was twice as high for the twin-head ogre, its heads looked at one another and poured out angry cries at themselves continuously. The blood and flesh of the orc stuck between their teeth sprayed out as they screamed. In a moment, the faces of the twin-head ogre were covered with blood and flesh stains. The fierce, ferocious faces turned even creepier. Kua! Kua! It was some force that made the faces bloodier. The orcs were the first to react to the force, like an invisible fog. KR. Ku-eu. Kua. The orcs began to back away, looking frightened, like rats in front of a snake. KR. Kua. It was a power that the twin-head ogre also knew. It could not help knowing it. It had been so tired of that power that it had left the land of Incheon and crossed the long bridge and settled in the land of Yeongjong Island. However, that was all. It was not an irresistible force, but the twin-head ogre was annoyed by the power. Now there was no patience left to avoid the power. The twin-head ogre didn't have the patience to test the situation by sending its fellows. Furthermore, it had no patience to vomit up a ferocious cry to warn against the force. Therefore, the twin-head ogre stood up. Coo-ah! The twin-head ogre started running with the same shouts at the same time. 9. Stomp, stomp. Incheon International Airport runway. A huge monster that made the planes look like toys began to run over the spacious open area. Its speed, leaving big footprints on the straight runway, was formidable. It seemed unimaginable to dare to block it. But a horse and a warrior made of clay were different. The clay horse, directed at the running giant monster, burst out a war cry with fighting spirit, and the warrior on the horse shook his wrists, holding his sword and preparing to face the monster in front of him. A large cross shone on the neck of the warrior. Then the horse began to move. Two monsters ran inexorably, facing one another, and crossed almost instantly. The horse and warrior passed by the side of the twin-head ogre, leaving a deep wound on its right thigh. At the same time, the twin-head ogre attempted to stop. The asphalt road began to crumble like pudding under the force of its mass. The twin-head ogre stopped, turned, and jumped immediately. Its huge body, which was measured in tons rather than kilograms, jumped more than 10 meters. It was incredible to see, but as soon as its body began to fall, shadowing the horse and warrior, it was a disaster, not a miracle. The twin-head ogre landed on the runway hard. The ground quaked. Fortunately, the horse and the warrior were able to escape from the twin-head ogre, thanks to the horse's surprising speed. Coo-ah-ah! Coo-ah-ah! The two heads of the twin-head ogre both cried out at the same time to terrorize the horse. Nay! The horse also cried out, as if to fight against the fear. The warrior raised his sword, then pointed it at the twin-head ogre with the sword, and at the same time tapped his foot on the horse's belly. The withdrawing horse charged again. Clip-clop! This time the horse began to circle around the twin-head ogre. The movements of the running horse were surprisingly quick, but not hard for the twin-head ogre to figure out. Two heads covered a 180-degree radius each, and they just watched it circling around. But the attention span of the twin-head ogre was very short. Coo-ah! Coo-ah! There was not enough patience in the twin-head ogre to use the word attention, and even if it had some, it had none left now. The twin-head ogre began to run towards its target. The horse and warrior charged it again, rather than fleeing, like Don Quixote rushing toward the windmill. The battle that started was like a bullfight. The horse figure-type earthenware was hurt, barely avoiding the charged twin-head ogre, and every time it was injured, the twin-head ogre ran more and more aggressively, a murderous spirit in its green eyes. When the battle of the two extended beyond seconds to minutes, and when all the senses of the twin-head ogre were concentrated solely on the horse figure-type earthenware, the second Don Quixote appeared. Shee! A sword began to fall from the sky toward the back of the twin-head ogre. The sword was pointed directly at the heart of the twin-head ogre. The location was correct. It was inevitable. I can hear it. In order to gauge the exact location, Kim Tae-hoon was waiting underneath one of the spacious Incheon airport runways at this moment. He was waiting as taking a risk of his life in the situation and condition where his mind became spaced out just by being exposed to the fear even if he was noticed or not. I hear its heart pounding. He was waiting for it, to hear the heartbeat of the twin-head ogre drumming like crazy. And in order to make this situation, he had been playing for not a short time in order to make a situation where it could never notice his existence. Swoop and strike. Pook! The sword, which fell like a lightning bolt, was stuck deep into the back of the twin-head ogre, drawing a hawk-like trajectory at the end. The sword drove half its length into the ogre, penetrating through the tough hide, the thick flesh, and muscles that were tougher than steel wire. Its defenses made even the bullets from the sniper rifle seem like bullets from the toy guns of young children. But it was insufficient to reach the heart of a giant twin-head ogre. At that moment, the third Don Quixote appeared. Kim Tae-hoon, whose right arm was now blackened to his neck and chest beyond the shoulder joint, was the third Don Quixote. The third Don Quixote was noticed by the twin-head ogre. Because of the presence of a sharp point approaching its heart, it had to stop. It tried to stop again. Quack quack quack. Once again, it crushed the runway like tofu, gouging a path, and eventually stopped. When the twin-head ogre stopped, Kim crossed its shoulders, stepping on the air rather than on the runway. Kua? There were doubts in its four eyes as if it couldn't understand the reason. On the other hand, Kim saw only one thing, the sword of Imperator stuck into the body of the twin-head ogre. 10. The mayor's office of Incheon City Hall. There, a man was constantly walking around a large desk in the mayor's room, which had a new owner. I'm crazy. The identity of the man was Jang Sung-hoon. And it was Didangyo Jito that Jang, who was wandering around mindlessly, had unfolded on the desk. Jang's eyes focused on the glow of the green light on the Didangyo Jito. Damn it, disappear. Please disappear. Jang prayed desperately for the light, but instead of showing signs of vanishing, its presence was glaring like a star. Soon after, Jang shouted, pointing his finger at the green light as if he were trying to do some magic. Please disappear. At that moment, the green light disappeared. The moment his desire was fulfilled. However, Jang looked rather puzzled. He looked at his finger. Maybe? Then he spoke with a very serious look, pointing his finger at the flashing blue light at the location of Sejong City. Disappear. Of course, nothing happened. Ho-it. He did something again, but nothing happened again. No, something happened. His face had begun to glow red. Geez, I'm going crazy, too. He soon came to his senses, sighed, and leaned on the desk. Soon, his arms lifted toward the sky. He posed for victory. Ah! This is not for the time. After the pose, he could only think of his job. Kim told Jang, as soon as I kill the twin-head ogre, bring the troops in front of the Incheon Bridge into Yeongjong Island, have as many witnesses as possible at the historical event, and put a real period on the Incheon landing operation. Naturally, Jang also intended to be a witness to the historical event. Let's go quickly. Jang quickly folded up Didangyo Jito and turned it into a book, and immediately opened a bag that he valued more than his life. Ah! As he looked into the bag, and his face hardened. He saw a golden glass filled with coveted red liquid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Episode 67, Bucket List, Part 1. Chapter 24. Bucket List, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The sky was gray. The gray, bluish sky was ominous. It was like the end of the world. Cough, cough, in that ominous world, Kim Tae-hoon was coughing. It was not just a cough. Whenever he coughed, his throat and lungs felt scratched by sharp pieces of iron. The pain sent shivers down his spine. When he stopped coughing, his mouth was itchy. The tickling in the mouth was due to blood, and it was running down his mouth as it popped out of the blood clots. What's going on? It was a plain sign of death. Kim Tae-hoon, who dreamt of dying, was surprised at his own situation. Why do I feel ? Even at this moment, his five senses were not playing their part. He couldn't hear well, he couldn't feel any sensation in his fingertips, and he couldn't feel the bloody smell or the bloody taste at all. Even his eyes were dim. What the hell is going to happen to me? It was something that could not happen to him, who had superhuman eyes and ears from the eyes of Black Snake and the hearing of a bell-tailed rat. Tell me anything. At this moment, he urged himself. Tell me now. He was going to die soon, and he wanted to give himself any clue to avoid this death. However, Kim Tae-hoon, who was now dying, did not hear such longing. So, he didn't say anything. In addition, there was no one around him at this moment to say anything for him. There was no Jang Sung-hoon to talk to him, no An Sunmi to tell the wish list, and no one to prove his death. There was no word. He only looked at his left-hand palm without saying a word. 170712 Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is killed, stop it. 180203 Cho Sun-yeon's death. Make him president. 180,504 The meltdown of Kori nuclear power plant starts, stop it. Ah. Kim's left hand had a message written to himself to watch at his death. In addition, it was not just a message. Bucket list. It was a bucket list, a must-do list before he dies. It was also unnecessary to say why. The future which he could see by Napoleon's golden glass was arbitrary. No matter how much he talked, it's not likely to see it all in a dream. If death was scheduled, the surest way was to see a message to send from beginning to end. In other words, at this moment, Kim was waiting for his death. He had no intention of avoiding his own death or challenging himself, just waiting for inevitable death to come. What the hell happened to me? Qua 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 qua. At that moment, he heard a sound in the distance. While looking at the palm of his hand, he lifted his head and looked at the deafening roar. His dim eyes reflected the angelic look. It was an angel made of gray smoke. That, of course, it was not an angel. Flare? A plane, which was more familiar with the nickname Angel of Death than AC-130 gunship, fired a flare. The scene did not last long. As the Angel of Death approached, he focused more on his palm than on looking at it. He concentrated all his senses on the palm of his hand. His dream ended there. 2. Incheon International Airport. There were VIP lounges from various airlines within the airport, bound to surprise the first visitors with their size. In one of the VIP lounges, two men were burying themselves on a soft sofa and facing each other. The looks on their faces were not very good. One was massaging his temples with his eyes closed, and the other was frowning enough to distort his whole face. One of them, the man with a frown, said, "Boss, can I ask you a question?" Kim did not answer Jang's question. The more dreams you have, the better the situation you should have, but the more you keep dreaming, the worse the situation seems to get, instead of better. Again, Kim did not answer, since the question, which didn't have to be answered, already had an answer. Fuck. Jang, who knew the answer, had answered his own question. Meltdown? Kim dreamed of his fourth death. In the dream, he had a bucket list for himself on his palm. It was as it was said. He left the bucket list which needed to be done before death. It was a wise move. It was not just a clue, but a clear statement of what to do. It was the kindest death he had ever seen. I'm crazy. After we kill the dragon, the following threat is radiation? We'll have to stop a meteorite next time. Should we build a spaceship, land it on a meteorite that's coming to the Earth, and explode a nuclear bomb? There was definitely such a movie. Bruce Willis. But the content was never kind. We will save Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, so let's start there. There were 3 things in the bucket list. First, they should save Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, who would die soon. Who is Cho Sun-yeon? Boss has to make him president. Second, after saving Cho Sun-yeon, he should be elected president. And Kori nuclear power plant. No way. It's really fucked. Finally, they should stop the meltdown at the Kori nuclear power plant. When Jang mentioned the last item, he covered his face with his hands. His hands, covering his face, were trembling from the heart. It's definitely something you should do. If you don't, everyone dies. The Kori meltdown forecast was so shocking. It would be a land of hell. But unlike Chernobyl or Fukushima, there is no way people can rush to deal with it. Even Jang, who was not an expert on nuclear power plants, was so shocked that his hands and feet were shaken as he imagined the future. Jang, who expressed his miserable feelings, said desperately, "No, we'd rather be safe. Monsters won't be safe from radiation. Wouldn't it be possible that the public could become awakeners if they were exposed to radiation? Shall we take a test? Can I become a Dr. Manhattan in The Watchmen?" Dr. Manhattan, referring to the character of DC Comics, who was exposed to radiation and had supernatural powers, was certainly not something sane or serious. Kim, who was rubbing his temples in front of Jang's complaints, stopped his hands. Kim opened his eyes. Meltdown refers to the core melting phenomenon caused by poor core cooling. There are 3 major stages of core cooling. The melting of the fuel container only occurs in meltdown, and then the meltdown of the reactor core penetrates the hangar where the fuel rods are stored. The last melting of nuclear fuel just scatters it on the ground. Jang also looked serious in front of Kim. "You know it well. One of the lessons most special forces take often is on nuclear power plants." "Really? It's because nuclear power plants are the most effective targets that terrorists can attack. Any damage to the nuclear power plants can lead to a meltdown, and that fear is much more effective than an airplane bomb." Kim stopped talking for a while. There was a sense of silence and tension. After he put his mind together amidst the tension, he spoke again. "If it were a melt-through or melt-out, I would have clearly specified the situation." "Not the worst?" "It would be the worst if left untouched, but at least not at that moment." "It's a little comforting to hear that. The important thing is the first dream." "Yes? What did I tell you in my first dream?" At the sudden question, Jang recalled. As usual, Jang could recall the shocking story Kim had told him during the night in front of the library of Wonmi, Bucheon, as clearly as Kim could. "You had a hard time. Go to Gyeongju by myself, or I could meet with Commander-in-Chief Lim Hyun-jun and deliver your words." Jang's face hardened as he was speaking. Gyeongju. At the time of the first death, the Kori nuclear power plant had not melted down. The Kori nuclear power plant was located in Busan. The straight distance from Gyeongju was about 60 kilometers. If the Kori nuclear power plant caused a meltdown and radiation leaks started, Gyeongju could never be a hub. This meant that at the time of his first death, Kori nuclear power plant did not experience any meltdown. Based on the information of the first dream, Kori nuclear power plant was never a problem. Then why? Someone must have caused a problem. What? What kind of a nut does that cause? When it bursts, we'll all die. I suppose he has no desire, no interest, no affection, and no intention of staying in the Republic of Korea. Kim closed his eyes again. The 6 snakes. It was clear that the 6 snakes were the source of all these nightmares. They would not have the right power right now. And Kim, who learned lessons and information through his third death, could not have allowed the 6 snakes to be safe. That's why. In other words, the 6 snakes were pushed by Kim to abandon the land of Korea, and it was highly likely that they left a Pandora's box, the Kori nuclear power plant, for reasons of vengeance or checkmate. Unintentional actions might have unexpected consequences? It's a damn thing. It was definitely an AC-130. But it was not meltdown that made Kim's mood worse at this moment. He saw the AC-130 gunship firing flares before his death. Angel of Death. The flares of the AC-130 gunship, which had such an eerie nickname, could not be said to have a very powerful killing power in itself. In the first place, the flare was designed to deceive infrared-guided missiles. It was unlikely that he died in the attack. The important thing was the owner of the angel. America. The scene was the clearest evidence that the United States had expressed hostility toward him. The U.S. attacked. And the evidence was much scarier than anything else, the meltdown phenomenon of Kori nuclear power plant mentioned above to him. After the dragon is America. To be honest, he couldn't see how to win the war. He couldn't even imagine. That's why he left it. There was no way to win the war, so he left a bucket list in the sense that he should not start the war itself. In the terrifying confusion and fear, it was the only lighthouse. Therefore, he made it clear. I will stop the assassination of Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. As the bucket list said, the first thing to do was to save Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. There was no other worry right now. The work to be done is simple, so let's be simple. When he thought so, he felt like he was getting rid of his headache. But such peace did not last long. Inside the VIP lounge, a soldier in uniform appeared. What's going on? Jang, instead of Kim, was the first to answer. The soldier slowly talked after hesitating for a moment at the sight of Jang. We found a survivor. A survivor? Jang looked puzzled. There were survivors at Incheon International Airport, where there was not a bird to see beyond the mess? Furthermore, when a survivor appeared, they did not need to report to Kim directly. Kim was more than the head of the Mac Guild. For those who lived under the name of the Mac Guild, he was virtually like God. However, this meant that they were required to report the discovery of a survivor in such a hurry. Who the hell is it? A daughter of the President of the United States? In other words, it was highly likely that the survivors were not ordinary people. Well, Kate Kennedy, the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea. As soon as Kim heard that, he put his hand to his temples again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, Episode 68, Bucket List, Part 2. Chapter 24. Bucket List, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. After crossing the long Incheon Bridge to Yeongjong Island, the Mac Guild's hunters and soldiers who eventually arrived at Incheon International Airport saw a corpse that could also be called a small hill. A twin-head ogre. This monster was fearsome enough that even dead it still exuded an ominously strong sense of existence. Blarg. Ugh. Hey, wake up. Stay with me. The ordinary soldiers who did not have the power of energy could still the real fear emanating from the twin-head ogre just by looking at its body from far away, and they had to check what they had eaten that day. Soldiers, fall back. Only the hunters, move. Only awakeners with energy level above E rank were able to get close to the massive corpse. That's awesome. Those who approached it were given some tasks. The first thing they did was check the toughness of the twin-head ogre's hide. The verification procedure was simple. 2-2. They pulled the triggers of the rifles that they had brought, pointed at the body of the twin-head ogre. Acha! They beat the corpse several times with all their might, using a huge axe. Explode! Explode! They set up a claymore they brought on the dead body and then blew it off. It was an eerie task, but the eeriest fact was that the dead body of the twin-head ogre only had a few scars after such bloody work. If they likened the wounds to a person, the person might have been stung by a wasp. Considering the size of the twin-head ogre, it was like driving railroad spikes into something the size of a building. I can't speak. How the hell did he kill this monster? In front of the scene, the Mac Guild's hunters were forced to remain silent. Sullenly, they moved on to the next task. Now we begin guarding the dead body. The next mission was to protect the body of the twin-head ogre, which was now worth more than gold. It was to prevent people from stealing its body. But it was a funny mission. Who's going to come to steal this? My words. I'd rather be a survivor than a thief. It was impossible to imagine stealing a monster with a weight greater than an elephant. Ha! But their common sense crumbled so easily. There. While guarding the dead body of the twin-head ogre, they saw a group of people approaching. Their faces turned white as ghosts. Of course, at that moment they were unable to carry out the proper orders to be executed. No access. Put your hands up. Hands up. They talked all at the same time and just spewed out the thoughts in their minds. What jolted them were the words that came out of the person who appeared in front of them. Please don't shoot me. 4. So you were surprised at English, and couldn't remember any security protocols? That's great, that's great. 5 hunters' heads were bowed down by Jang's thorny words. The awakeners who stay on in the face of a monster sphere effect were afraid of English. What did they do, although they have been taught English for 12 years in elementary, the junior, and the high schools? They could not use English. Jang was nearly pulling out his hair in a frenzy with the 5 people in front of him. Damn it. He has figured out the situation before and after. Survivors from Incheon International Airport had appeared. It was an unexpected appearance, and of course, the hunters were embarrassed. It was the English spoken by survivors that gave a decisive blow to them. They were embarrassed by English. Do I have to teach English again to the native speakers? Holy shit. At that moment, the security system collapsed, and one of the hunters hurriedly visited Kim Tae-hoon, who was taking a rest in the VIP lounge. It was nonsense. If the survivors approached the hunters with bad intentions, there would be a big accident. Jang's expression inevitably crumpled. Anyway, is this good news or bad news? But what was even worse was that one survivor was Kate Kennedy, not just anyone. She was the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea who Kim was looking for. To be honest, Jang wasn't sure how to weigh things properly with the current situation he was given. Is it better to just hand her over to the Capital Defense Command and collect the relics? The deal itself would be valid if they rescued Kate Kennedy and transferred her to the Capital Defense Command. But the deal was an unusual deal, filled with intrigue and acrimony. It could never be a normal transaction. Even so, leaving Kate Kennedy alone was not a safe choice, either. Anyway, the Capital Defense Command was looking for her. Her intentions were also important. What if she causes trouble? It would matter if she wanted to go to Seoul, or if she refused the Mac Guild's order for her own purpose and pushed ahead with her actions. What should I do with her when such a problem occurs? Should I make my face so bloodstained that she can't recognize me, and then calm her down? The daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea. None of the people Kim Tae-hoon and his men met had more political implications than her. Since there was no precedent, there was no easy choice. What choice will boss make? However, in this situation, Kim Tae-hoon must decide after finishing weighing his options. No, is he okay now? It was like torture. I would have been mad if I had been him. This 4th death was the most miserable death that Kim had ever experienced. If the 3rd death was physically painful, the 4th death was a mentally painful death. So far, if death gave no answers, the 4th death left only regrets, not answers. It was a tag that said that Kim Tae-hoon's life failed in the end. In a situation where he was thinking about such a desperate experience, he must make a judgment on a new problem and take responsibility for the judgment he had made. I need someone to make a decision for boss, I'm sure. At this moment, Jang felt the need for a leader to make a judgment on behalf of him in a similar position to Kim. At the same time, he was able to understand one of the 3 bucket lists left by Kim. We should make Cho Sun-yeon president? 5. There was a secret bunker at Incheon International Airport, and I've been with the survivors there. Kate Kennedy was a typical blonde white beauty. Her blue eyes were large, her eyelashes were long, her blonde hair was really coveted, her body was so great that it reminded everyone of a model. But now Kim's eyes did not rest on the fact that she was a beautiful woman. There was a secret bunker. Once she and other survivors survived at Incheon International Airport, he could see the background. There was a secret bunker at Incheon International Airport. It would be strange not to be there. It was not strange. Incheon International Airport was one of the most frequently used airports by Korean authorities, and it was used when lawmakers or conglomerate leaders left overseas. Therefore, it was not strange to have a secret bunker for such VIPs. Most of all, the people who would be using the bunker were not paying for it. It was built by the national taxes. There was no reason to wonder if the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea knew about such a bunker. And she and other survivors came to him. I get this card only once. Anyway, from this moment on, their lives were placed in Kim's palm. He did not intend to ignore it, and he did not intend to show mercy to the card that was put on his palm. I need to find a way to make the most of it. He should draw the maximum profit he could pull out with this card. So at this moment, he looked at the card called Kate Kennedy from head to toe, who he now had to pull everything out of, and she felt uncomfortable. At that moment, he grabbed her right wrist quickly and firmly. At the same time, his eyes went black. Ah! She screamed and tried to snatch her hand away. She succeeded in shaking off his hand, which had become even more powerful by eating the monster stone of the twin-head ogre. Even though he was considerate of her and did not use his strength to not break her wrist, a normal person could never shake off his hand. That was evidence. What are you doing? Are you crazy? That was a clear proof that she was an awakener. Her energy rank. A. That was evidence of a great awakener. 6. Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Although he could not say that the road was decent, now he was clearly driving on a road where the car could travel. Driving. It was an act that began after mankind invented the car, and it was no wonderful thing for a modern man, but it had been a long time since he had been able to drive for dozens of minutes without a break. The same was true of the man who drove the car. When he stepped on the accelerator pedal for the first in a long time, he found it exciting and amazing. It was such a world. There were no roads that people could drive now, and even if there were, they could not afford to drive there. It was a world where the land was not ruled by humans. He did it. In other words, this drive was the result of the win and of the reacquisition of this land by a human. Of course, that human was not a very big concept among human beings. That human was the leader of the Mac Guild. The Mac Guild has occupied Incheon. The winner was the Mac Guild, and of course, the Mac Guild was the one who could claim the land. That was the beginning of the problem. The Capital Defense Command won't admit it easily. The Capital Defense Command openly pretended to be the Korean government. And, of course, Incheon was the territory of Korea. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for a group called the Mac Guild to own the land. That's my role. It was now the role of Lieutenant Colonel Yu to obtain that recognition. The Mac Guild should be the owner of Incheon City, and then the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Yu would be strengthened. It's hard, but it's worth it to do. At this point, it was highly likely that the Capital Defense Command would allow the Mac Guild to occupy Incheon. Nothing is impossible. Currently, the power of the Capital Defense Command was concentrated in the northern part of the Han River, Gangbuk. It was hard to even get to Gangnam, the southern part of the Han River, right away. Most of the bridges above the Han River that connected Gangbuk and Gangnam had collapsed. Against this backdrop, it was not easy for the Capital Defense Command to send troops to take control of Incheon. If it had been possible in the first place, the Mac Guild wouldn't have had the chance to occupy Incheon. Above all, the Capital Defense Command could not afford to pay attention to Incheon. I hear that the troops of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division have already taken the front line, so at least for the time being all eyes will be on them. The front line. The 8th Division, which was located in Pocheon, where the Korean army was concentrated, was rapidly absorbing the front line. I heard that Colonel Lim Hyun-jun occupied the 8th Division. I even heard that he, who is not the commander of the 8th Division, and only a colonel, did all of that. In the case of the Capital Defense Command, there was only one card that could reverse this situation, and that was claiming legitimacy with the president or prime minister, but there was such a card. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu thought that far, he felt his complicated thoughts organize. In the end, a new government and a new military need to be created. In fact, the current government and the military in the Republic of Korea were on a deadline. It would have been strange to maintain the status quo in the first place when there was no president and no prime minister, and the generals, who could be called the highest leaders of the military, cannot play a role. It was time for a new order to be established, and of course, the order would be moved by the hands of those who have taken power. We're here. At the words of the soldier, Lieutenant Colonel Yu got out of the military truck and looked up at the scene in front of him. Songdo LNG production base. Now was a time where energy would be more precious than gold or human life. He walked on to meet the new order leader, looking at the stage. Major Kim Tae-hoon. I thought he was a man whose fate was to never be recorded in history, but he will be a man who will be marked in history. 7. We secured Kate Kennedy. The conversation was one-sided. But I won't report it to the Capitol Defense Command. I'll hide it. Kim Tae-hoon had a solo conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Yu, a one-sided conversation on the spot. No, it was a one-sided notice, a request, rather than a conversation. From now on, Kate Kennedy will be a hunter for the Mac Guild, with her identity hidden. It was evidence that Kim knew well the reality of his situation more calmly than anyone else. He had killed the twin-head ogre alone. The Capitol Defense Command had taken a number of troops, firepower, and its best ace, Osibum, including a helicopter, to kill a green-grayed monster, a white high-footed spider, but Kim killed it alone. It was proof. It was proof of what he had said. It was proof that the price they would pay that when they set him as an enemy would not be small. And Lieutenant Colonel Yu was the sword that Kim would wield against the Capitol Defense Command from now on. The master of the sword does not speak with the sword. He just wields the sword at his own discretion. And arrange for a meeting with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun of the Atuki unit. Of course, if the owner wielded the sword too freely, there would be problems. That's. As long as there's a traitor in the Capitol Defense Command, we'll have to borrow external power, and there's no outside power better than the frontline forces in this situation. At the words of Kim, Lieutenant Colonel Yu wanted to ask how Kim knew that fact. But the question was pointless. Even if Kim lied with his answer, Yu was not able to confirm the authenticity. That's great. Therefore, Yu asked questions he could ascertain. So what's your next destination? I'm going to Bio. Bio? For what reason? The moment he asked the question, he immediately came up with the word National Biomuseum. Ah. So he sighed and then warned, it's dangerous. I sent my men to search Bio several times, but none of them came back. In response to the warning, Kim looked at his hand before answering. Basic abilities. Strength, 501. Health, 299. Special abilities. Energy, B rank. Mana, C+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, B rank. Mana resistance, C+ rank. Achieved abilities. Herculean strength of twin-head ogre, grade 4. You can exert the Herculean strength of the twin-head ogre. He looked at the back of his hand and said, that's why I'm going, and it won't take long, so please set up a meeting with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun in June, and definitely before July. At the end of the conversation, a truck began to slowly approach them. There was no driver. The only thing in the truck was the monster's hideous head. It's one of the heads of the twin-head ogre. This is my gift to the Capitol Defense Command, and the other one will be a monumental souvenir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Episode 69, Toward Bio, Part 1. Chapter 25. Toward Bio, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, read. 1. Monsters had taken a lot from mankind. They had killed countless people, and they had taken food and living things. They took away the light. Since the advent of the monsters, the nights of the world had returned to darkness. If the measure of civilization was based on illumination at night, human civilization had degenerated into a remote past. However, in the midst of such a world, there was a place where the light was still in full bloom. Oh, it's the beginning of the night shift. Let's get it over with. It's still spring, but it's chilly at night. Let's have a little soju with ramen after work. I'm asking for night work for it. When I work until dawn, eat ramen with a bowl of soju and wake up in the afternoon with baggy eyes, this place really looks like a paradise. Paradise. Bucheon City. It was not dark there. The mobile street lamps, which were modified to create a city of undying lanterns, made the night a time of hope, not a time of solitude and silence. At the same time, they gave people time to see the night sky. Oh, there are so many stars. I know. I've never seen so many stars in Bucheon, but there were always many stars. I just haven't seen them in the meantime. The night sky, which the factories and cars had hidden for a long time, was covered with shining stars. The starry night view was not suitable for the word apocalypse. The sight was a starfield that awed the viewers in many ways. Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon returned in silence to Bucheon City on a night when the starlight seemed to fall. On Sunni and Bang Hyun-wook were the only ones who met them at night. Of course, the two tried to say hello. Hello? Huck. That was, until the two of them found out that a blonde girl following them blinked her blue eyes. Who is this? Who is she? The answer to the two surprised and inquiring answers came from Jang, not Kim. Oh, this is the boss's first wife. She will be your sister-in-law for Hyunwook, and she will be a madam for sister Sunmi. The two looked surprised at Jang's response, and Kim cuffed the back of Jang's head. Kim then formally introduced her himself. Her name is Kate Kennedy, our hostage in this hour. Bang In-on looked even more incomprehensible, and Jang, who has scratched the back of his head, said curtly, "Boss, I told you. I prefer wife to the hostage. After Kim talked to them about the situation with Kate Kennedy, the situation was settled. 2. Kim explained to Kate Kennedy what had happened to the world during the days she spent in the secret bunker. The world had become a monster den, and survivors had begun fighting back against them to survive. After she heard the story, she asked, "Well, where's my father?" The U.S. ambassador to Korea, although I did not see him directly, is currently under the protection of the Capital Defense Command, which has settled in Seoul. Then I'll go there. Please take me there. That was too obvious, at least for Kate Kennedy. Of course, she missed her family, and she was sure there was no safer place than where her father was. However, Kim rejected her offer. No. Why? Is the road dangerous? You are the card we are going to take an advantageous position in the negotiations. What is that? In a nutshell, you are a hostage. In addition, Kim did not use a kind explanation or a friendly expression either. Kate Kennedy made such an embarrassing face, but Kim was serious. He had to be serious. This card of Kate Kennedy was that important to him now. If he was with her, he would be able to set up a negotiation table with the U.S. ambassador to Korea at his discretion. At the same time, she was also an irreplaceable human resource, beyond the most valuable level in the current situation, as her energy rank was A. A rank is not an easy rank we can get from eating monster stones. So far, Kim had eaten countless monster stones. However, his telekinesis showed no sign of moving beyond the A rank. The symbolic significance of the A rank was evidence that they could not get the rank by simply eating monster stones. This meant that the A rank's ability might be of limited grade, like a relic. It also meant that only when they got an A rank awakener, the monster stones, and the relics, that they could control success or failure in the upcoming war. Her energy rank is a, she can perform her mission in a healthy spirit against a blue-grade monster. Most of all, Kim was desperately in need of an awakener with an A rank in energy. Energy was the surest force against monster fear. On the contrary, even if you were armed with powerful weapons and relics, if there was not a high energy ranker, then there was a very fatal limitation when dealing with monsters, which was impossible to fight against. It was true of even Kim now. If he had the power to be free from monsters' fear, he couldn't have used his armed forces demonstrations to kill the twin-head ogre. In his judgment, to show the appropriate skills against a green-grade monster, at least a B energy ranker would be needed. That meant you needed at least one level higher than that to deal with a blue-grade monster. Therefore, Kim needed Kate Kennedy, even if he was forced to put a collar around her neck. If I hand her over to the Capital Defense Command, I help my competitor. The same was true for the Capital Defense Command. Even to the U.S. ambassador to Korea, Kate Kennedy's power would be precious. Unless the U.S. ambassador was a fool, he would have made several plans in close contact with the U.S. forces Korea after the monsters appeared in the world. If it is necessary for the USFK, they can establish a new government in Korea, but one of the scenarios would be that the U.S. would establish a new government instead of the current one. Anyway, as time went by, the U.S. military's influence would grow again, and then the U.S. forces in Korea would have a bigger impact. Above all, Kim saw that one of the symbols owned by the U.S. military, an AC-130 called the Angel of Death, was coming toward him, firing a flare. The USA is the USA, even without relics. Clearly, there were not many relics in the U.S. At present, there would be more relics in Europe than ever before, where the history of modern civilization began, and where it became the heart of globally influential religions, such as Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and Hinduism. But no matter what, they had no history of widespread internal violence in the United States. It was inevitable that the U.S. would become the first partner for those who wanted to become new orders, while securing relics and loyal people. There were several bridegrooms, but a single bride, and they had no choice but to have a war. And he could not just think about the U.S. forces in Korea. The story will change if the U.S. forces in Japan move. JE also kept in mind the U.S. forces in Japan and Japan itself. No, maybe the most urgent thing to consider at this moment were the two. Wasn't it Japan, in the history of the Korean peninsula, that showed more than just obsession with land? If Japan survived in its repeated war with monsters and was equipped with power, the first place they would pursue was the Korean peninsula. In addition, the U.S. forces in Japan were so powerful that they could not be compared to U.S. forces in Korea. There were plenty of reasons for Kim to hold Kate as a hostage. Hostage? What do you mean? Of course, there was no reason Kate should understand that. Kim also did not make any effort to make her understand. I am going to do anything to survive. At Kim's words, her face turned white and her eyes began to tremble. She was on the verge of tears. The big blue eyes were ready to burst into tears. I'm going to do anything to live. However, Kim was not fooled by her expression. He knew better than anyone else that the woman in front of him wasn't really a woman with a blank mind and whining in this situation. The U.S. ambassador to Korea was not an easy place to sit, although he knew how to work politics. Starting with North Korea, China, and Russia were the front lines that the United States should check as the last enemies. Of course, it was also a dangerous place. It had to be prepared for all kinds of threats, such as terror, kidnapping, and assassination. Stop acting. It's not good enough to say something funny about a blonde being stupid. If you don't know the meaning of the word hostage, you don't deserve to be here. At the words, Kate Kennedy changed her face. She took a long breath, and at the end of it she ruffled her coveted hair. The world has turned into hell. With a short curse, she told Kim, I'll cooperate with you, but I want you to ensure my safety. At that, Kim answered, I can't guarantee your safety, but I'll risk my life to protect your own. I want to hear that oath from someone who would honestly be my husband. So what's the plan for the future? I go to Buchan, take the items, and then move to Bio. Bio? Only the two of us. What? That was the story Kim and Kate shared. 3. Namsan Tower. A place where people could not see any of its past had become crowded with noise. Be careful. Be careful. Stop. Stop. A modified forklift craned up the head of a giant monster on a truck, and soldiers in military uniform were working hard around it, tightly disciplined. There were people watching the scene from a distance. The stars were shining on their epaulets, all of them wearing dress uniforms. Green eyes. They were the people in power in the Capital Defense Command, starting with Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, the commander of the Capital Defense Command, passing Lieutenant General Yoon Suk-young, the commander of the Military Capital Command, to Major General Lee Ki-soo, the head of the Investigation Department of the Ministry of Defense. It was a feast of stars. What's its name? It's a green-grayed monster, the twin-head ogre. How does it compare to the white high-footed spider we killed? There's no big difference. There's no big difference. Is that true? There was a man among the generals, not a general, but his appearance was more brilliant than the stars. Major Osebum, what do you think? Yes, I agree there's not much difference, he replied with a firm expression at the words of Lee Hyuk, who was now the commander of the Capital Defense Command, and in fact the absolute leader of the survivors of the capital of Seoul. I wish I'd just let you go, but I gave him a chance and he got me into trouble. At the words of Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, everyone went silent. There was nothing more eerie for the soldiers than complaints from their superiors. It was Major General Lee Ki-soo who stepped in at that moment. It's just a hound, you know, and you can throw it away after using it. I think the Atuki unit is more urgent than that. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk nodded instead of answering and left immediately. The other stars moved after the first star. A man came to the side of Major Osebum, who had remained in the place when the stars disappeared. It was Colonel Jang Soguk. Major O frowned at his appearance. When are you going to take care of him, Colonel? At the surly words, Colonel Jang did not agree enthusiastically. It's not time to care about Kim Tae-hoon. If we don't deal with the Atuki unit right now, Seoul is dangerous. The road from Gangnam to Gangbuk is blocked, but there are too many roads from the front line to Gangbuk. Not only the forces at the front, but the power of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division is enough to bring Seoul down. Ah, yes. Major O spoke out in a tone that seemed to be upset at the appearance of Colonel Jang. It was a whine that was not suitable for a soldier. However, Colonel Jang did not intend to admonish Major O's whining. From the beginning, he did not want the attitude of a soldier from Major O. Of course it's not your concern, and according to the letter from Dr. Mao, he's going to be packing up the relics soon. What kind of relic? It's a second-grade relic. What's its name? It's Okryong Mongakbi. He said he would pay for the other relics, and sooner or later the bird will fly, and you will retrieve them. I'm looking forward to it, so what do I do with it? You can do what you want. The face of Major O, which was whimpering, relaxed. I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, Episode 70, Toward Bio, Part 2. Chapter 25. Toward Bio, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. While Kim Tae-hoon was active in Incheon City for a short period of time, there were also many changes in Bucheon City. The most noticeable change was the beginning of farmland cultivation. The results of cultivating the surrounding land of the Gulpo stream leading to the Han River during the winter were gradually revealed in the spring. Now it's a real start. A year of farming started. It would be impossible for all survivors to obtain enough harvests to be self-sufficient, but securing farmland and the start of farming were the hope of a minimal future. Let's go to Incheon. Depart. In addition, they used the remaining materials from the solar panel production plant in Gwangmyeong City to produce additional solar panels. Tank cars, drivers, and related technicians to transport the LNG stored at the Songdo LNG production base also began to move when the occupation of Incheon City was completed. Now we go to Saihung City. Let's kill the monsters. The number of clans under the Mac Guild was now 7, and they gradually started to expand their activities to Gwangmyeong and Incheon, as well as Gimpo and Saihung. The medical system has also begun to improve rapidly. The simple hospital operated by On Sinmi began to use university hospital facilities, as it secured a small number of doctors and nurses, and became able to produce electricity steadily to some extent. On Sunmi, who had been an errand runner at the university hospital a few months ago, became the new owner of the university hospital. The workshop also started more systematic and professional production by having a power supply and facility expansion. Items using monster bodies and items that improved relics have begun to be produced in a steady stream. All of those results were confirmed by the number of monster stones secured by the Mac Guild, and by the number of monster stones for Kim Tae-hoon to eat. Do you really have to eat all of them? Of course. 40%. Kim's contract with the hunters gathered under the name of the Mac Guild was still valid. Of course, 40% of the monster stones earned from the hunting of parties under the Mac Guild and clan's hunters while he was not in Bucheon became Kim's share. The amount couldn't be small. It was just enough to fill a 30-liter hiking bag. This world is like hell. Kate was so embarrassed when she watched Kim eating them. It will be more like hell in the future. Of course, the most embarrassing thing for Kate was that she had to go to bio with Kim. The reason why Kim took her to bio was simple. Kate had energy of a rank. Although the stats of her strength and health were still low, not many people could stop her if she started to make a fuss. So, in the end, they might need an awakener with a high level like Bang Hyunwook for surveillance, but Bang also had a lot of work, as he was the spiritual leader of the Mac Guild when Kim Tae-hoon was away. Most of all, Bang was good at protecting people, but he had never even tried to monitor them. It would have been convenient if you had just left me in Bucheon. Finally, it was better for Kim to take her with him for her protection and surveillance. Another reason was that Kate was not just a character, but a very important human resource for Kim. In the east, the distance is about 300 meters, orc. Accordingly, Kim needed to nurture Kate as a very capable hunter. The weapon is a knife. Kim threw a knife to Kate with the order. It was not a special knife. Isn't it too much to ask me to use a cleaver? It was an ordinary knife that was easily found in marts. Give me a gun to deal with the monsters. In fact, he gave her a gun at first. It was clear that it would not be necessary to talk about it because in common sense to use guns was better than to use swords well. But as soon as he handed her the K5 automatic pistol, she immediately checked the magazine and the aim, and he listened to her whisper, "Is it an M5949? Then he no longer gave her a gun. He knew that she was not a woman who had shot a gun just 1 or 2 times, but a woman who had been willing to enjoy using them in the United States, where freedom of guns was guaranteed. From then on, he taught her how to use a knife instead of a gun. If you don't like it, you can either file a complaint through a law firm, or you can get a gun yourself. You are a man of great wit. My wit has grown a little because of the guy I have been with. You are fluent in English. You must have been an abler man than I thought? 200 meters. He told her its location instead of answering, and she fumed at the remark. I want you to say it in yards instead of meter. 190 meters, dot. She sighed and looked at the Suwon-Gwangmyeong Expressway, which had become a grave of cars. Let's adapt first. She was not a fool. She knew that at this moment, the stupid blonde beauty acting did not work against him, and even if she protested that she was the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, it did not work, nor did her charming complaints. At the same time, she knew this was an opportunity. Anyway, he was teaching her how to hunt monsters and the knowledge she needed to survive in this world. He was giving something that she could not get even if she paid money. In many ways, in this situation, the answer was to play head-on instead of foot-to-mouth. Above all, she had a possibility that was incomparable to others. The power of the stomach. She believed in the possibility. With this power, I can create chances anytime. Based on the possibility, she made a plan and played the trick. 5. She didn't learn it right. He closed his black eyes and recalled her fight, as she was breathing over the body of the orc under her feet, which had now become a meatball. It's at the level of a hobby. She knew how to fight. Jiu-jitsu, boxing, she had a habit of working out at a mixed martial arts gymnasium. However, that was all. She did not seem to have been trained properly in the military. She had learned a level of fighting to protect herself from her father, who was a soldier. That's better. For him, it was better. If she had had professional skills, she would have had to go through the process of getting rid of habits. The fighting that mankind had achieved over the years would only work on monsters on a limited basis. It's not possible to use jiu-jitsu or boxing against monsters like a twin-head ogre right now. It is only enough to protect herself and be able to respond to incoming attacks. Her energy is beyond imagination. On the other hand, her energy of a rank was astonishing. Her strength stat is 15 at best, but her fighting ability is close to Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Energy enhanced physical ability. If the stats of strength and health were high, the effect of energy increases. On the contrary, if the stats of strength and health were low, physical ability strengthened by energy was also low. Now, the combined stats of strength and health were 25 points because she had never properly eaten monster stones. Nevertheless, her ability to show her energy was now similar to Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, whose strength level now surpassed 100, and whose energy rank reached D+. It was a great potential considering that Lieutenant Kim has steadily developed her ability through combat and training. From now on, if the stats of her strength and health increased, her fighting ability would be beyond imagination. Her energy handling sense is much better than Bang Hyun-wook. On top of that, her energy was well matched with relics. Even with the Sword of the Imperator in Sun Tsun's arrow which he had, the higher the user's energy, the stronger the relic's power. I love the way she puts her brain to work. At the same time, she was smart. Her blemish is that the way she puts her brain to work is visible. It was evident from the way she cooperated with him and sometimes looked at the surrounding environment and what would be an indicator when she planned for the future. Of course, he had already noticed that she was ready to run if she got a chance at any time, although she was now adhering to it. Much better than a stupid doll. It was better for Kim Tae-hoon. There was no perfect manual for the war against monsters. There was no precedent. In moments, subjective judgments determined life and death. When he thought about it, he opened his eyes. Then he saw a sign on the road showing that there was not much distance left to Suwon. Suwon. Currently, Suwon City had 3 yellow-grade monsters and a green-grade monster. There was no worry about the monsters. Now, for him, yellow-grade monsters were no longer an opponent, and green-grade monsters could be dealt with according to the situation. The problem was beyond that. If we move quickly to Sejong City, we will arrive in 3 days. They would move along the Gyeongbu Expressway to reach Cheonan City and then would move along the Nonsan-Cheonan Expressway. Then, they would naturally pass through Sejong City. Blue grade. There was a blue-grade monster that had never been encountered before, and it had settled there. It was something he was worried about. Tang! At this moment, the gunshot that sounded was nothing for him to worry. Hey, did you hear the shot? I don't think you've never heard a shot before. This is Korea. He replied briefly to her question, but she had only heard the situation of the world and had not seen it with her own eyes yet. The world we live in has changed, in Korea or anywhere, and the world is better off with shots than with the monsters. With those words, he got up from where he was sitting and began to rise in the air. Air? Ha? Ah? Her eyes began to grow wide. 6. Tang! A man fell to the ground with the shot. Blood began to spread over the asphalt road. It was a sight to squeeze out a scream. But no one screamed. Rob him! The people who fired the shots rushed over to the dead body, and they began to scour the corpse greedily. They undressed the corpse and began to search the bag the corpse carried. God damn it, there's nothing. What about the bag? Anything to eat? There's nothing to eat, but it's so heavy. Did he put stones in it? Oh, son of a bitch. He gives us this much trouble even though he has nothing. Tang! At that moment the revolver shot at the dead body, and the other man was surprised by the sound. He shouted at the gunman. What the hell are you doing? I'm angry. Save the bullet. It was a terrible sight. It was a scene where human life and dignity were not even worth a single bullet and human values became worthless. It was the man who appeared in the sky that put an end to the scene. As soon as he appeared, he looked down at his feet, at 3 men who were working over a dead body like hyenas. He's still alive. It wasn't a dead body, exactly. With 2 shots, he was bleeding, but he was still breathing. The heartbeat and breathing sound were weak, but Kim Tae-hoon clearly heard them. However, he did not intend to go out to save the man. What is this? What is it? It's a stone, it's like a piece. Until he saw it, he did not intend to go out to save the man. A statue? No, it's not a statue, it's a sword. That's weird, I'm sure I've seen this somewhere. Yes, I'm sure I've seen this before. A stone sword. The Gandul sword? Kim landed on the ground when he saw the Gandul sword, one of the representative relics of the Bronze Age. Thump. His body landed on the roof of a car on the road. The roof of the car was crushed like a can of soda. His sudden appearance shocked the 3, and he extended his right hand, looking at them with black eyes. Took. A revolver flew back into his hand. 3 shots fired immediately penetrated 3 men, 2 in the middle of the forehead, 1 in the thigh. Arg! Of course, there was only one scream. Kim walked through the scream filling the highway. He reached out his hand again and recovered the Gandul sword on the ground with his telekinesis before looking at it. Sad face Gandul sword. Relic grade, grade 3. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, the injection of energy produces a sharp blade. The cutting power of the blade depends on the energy rank. According to what Jang said, the Gandul sword should be at the Bio National Museum. A question passed through his mind. However, he did not dwell on the question. The only way to solve the question was not his thinking, but the man who was nearly shot to death in front of him. Kim approached the man and sat him down. The focus in his eyes was disappearing, and Kim spoke to the man who was leaking blood from the hole near his belly button where he had been shot. What happened to Bio? He asked a question that could not be answered. But when Kim asked the question, the man gave an answer after throwing up a bloody cough. Save my daughter and my wife. Bio. Gilt bronze incense burner in Bio. The incense burner to make monsters, watch out for the Messiah. The man, who used all his energy to speak those words, died with his eyes wide open. Kim closed his eyes. Then Kim turned his back and approached the screaming man who was clutching at his bloody leg. Aorg! Aorg! Kim said to the man in a low voice, let's start talking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, Episode 71, Toward Bio, Part 3. Chapter 25. Toward Bio, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Are you finished? When Kim Tae-hoon came back, it wasn't a short amount of time. Kate greeted him with a great deal of eagerness. She asked right away, "How can you fly, Adot?" She seemed to be surprised more than anything that he flew. Even if she wanted to know, she could not even think of running away from him. He answered her question briefly, "Well, do you have laser beams in your eyes?" He didn't even answer her subsequent question. Instead, he injected his energy into the Gandil sword he had brought with him. Woon. Immediately after that, a yellowish blade of light appeared on the Gandil sword. Wow! Lightsaber! Kim hit a medium-sized car in front of her. Seu yuk! The sharp edge of the sword started with the roof of the car and cut the car in half. She no longer even spoke of admiration in front of the scene. Instead, she began to tremble weakly, as if she were surprised at the gruesome sight. It was such an eerie power. He looked at the Gandil sword in his hand. It has a lot of power. Currently, his energy level was B rank. It was not a low rank at all. With his energy and strength stats, he could crush a car like a sheet of paper with his bare hands. However, a cutting power that could slice through a car like this in one swoop was a different kind of story. Most of all, the Gandil sword was not the only one. To his knowledge, dozens of Gandil swords were kept at the Bio National Museum. If a hunter group is armed with these Gandil swords. Furthermore, Jang Sung-hoon said that the Bio National Museum had the half-moonstone sword, as well as the bronze sword. If all of them had become relics, their power must have been even stronger than expected. Once, he finished his thought here. Hey! It was more important for him to shut up the woman who was shining curious blue eyeballs at him. Please tell me what happened. What the hell is that? Is it like a lightsaber? He replied to her, who was waiting for an answer. From now on, we will dismantle the monsters. Yes? If you don't like doing it, I will do it. The monster stone will be mine. Wait a minute. Only then did she shut up and change her eyes. She gave him a resentful look. Of course, it was only for a while. After she finished thinking about it, she turned her back on him and walked over to her own orc. 8. Puck. While she was struggling against the orc with a knife, he began to think over the information he had received. The gilt bronze incense burner to create a monster. The first thing that filled his head was about the gilt bronze incense burner the man had mentioned before he died. There were not many objects in the world that deserved the name, the gilt bronze incense burner. More importantly, there was only one thing in Korea that the man with the Gandil sword could use for the gilt bronze incense burner. Is it the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach? National Treasure number 287, the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach. It was a great work of art. It was like an incense burner from a distance, but it was not just an incense burner up close. A dragon held a lotus peak and a phoenix stood at the end of the lotus peak. The lotus flower was also a representation of 3 divine mountains where the gods of the perennial youth and long life lived, and it was decorated with a variety of animals and mythical animals, starting with 5 musicians playing 5 musical instruments. Creating a monster? But the dead man described the gilt bronze incense burner as creating a monster. There was no telling whether it created a monster or a human being. Anything was possible. Dragon and Phoenix. And if the gilt bronze incense burner was the one that called the monster back, something very troublesome would happen. His imagination about the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach had stopped there. What was more important now was that it was in the hands of a group named Messiah. He frowned when he moved on to that part. Messiah again. It was Messiah again. It was the third time, and he felt annoyed. But it was not a coincidence if anything was repeated over and over. By the fact that they used the name Messiah, he could measure the characteristics of the organization. In fact, normal groups do not use the name Savior. Rather, abnormal groups often used the name Messiah to justify their existence and behavior. Of course, there was no good man using the name Messiah as the name of the organization. It was no different this time. Indeed, if the Messiah group in Bio had been a group trying to become a savior for justice and peace, the man with a precious Gandil sword would not have headed to Seoul at the risk of his life. There was no doubt that he had even said so in his will to save his family. The last thing that was clear. It's clear that there's a power to survive in this hellish world. The organization called the Messiah, which was located in Bio, was entitled to survive in a monster-filled world. It's over. She appeared in front of him, with a cleaver in her bloody left hand, and a red jewel in her right hand, and a spotted pattern of blood on her face. He looked at her slowly. She frowned at the look. I did what you told me, okay? I didn't say anything. Oh, it's... While she hesitated, he took off his bag and opened it, pulling out a thick translucent plastic bag from it. The plastic wrapper was filled with red jewels like candy. You couldn't count the number of them quickly. She looked at it and swallowed her drool. Of course, it wasn't because the monster stones were delicious. She knew what it meant to gain power through the monster stones. It was the reason for her appetite again. The current number of monster stones left is 255. He gave her the exact figure. Are you provoking me now? It sounded like his remark was meant to make fun of her. Naturally, her face crumpled as well. I'll give you all of them. Yes? That's why she was even more surprised. What the hell? I can give you all 255 monster stones. Oh, why? 40% a month. 40%? There are 255, so monthly interest rates 102 red-grade monster stones. Payback 357 after a month. If you don't pay it back and move on to next month, you'll have to pay back 499.8. In 3 months, 700. Wait a minute. What is that calculation method? That interest rate is ridiculous. I just made a suggestion. Whether you accept it or not, that's your right. Complaints about interest rates should be made either through an international lawyer or through the U.S. ambassador to Korea. She shut her mouth tight. Her thoughts became complicated. Surely this was an opportunity. If she ate more than 250 monster stones right now, her abilities would greatly increase. Not only basic abilities, but special abilities would rise significantly. She was the A-ranked player with energy, and the merit that could be gained from the elevation of her basic abilities was higher than anyone else. The problem was the interest rate of 40%. In order to collect 357 monster stones per month, she had to hunt more than 12 monsters a day. I can do it. She faced the monster under his orders and killed it. Killing about 10 monsters a day was not difficult. No, if she ate these monster stones, a red monster could not be an enemy to her. But monsters were not things she could see when she wanted to see them, were they? Most of all, her activities were now tied to his activities. If he stayed still, she should also stay still. But I have to do it now if I want to do it. The trouble was that she had to take the offer now. Kim Tae-hoon was not a human being that the word negotiation would work on. If she wanted to cut 40% to 30%, he would increase the interest rate to 50%. If she wanted to accept his offer, accepting it at this moment was the least expensive way to pay. That's all? So, at this moment she went all in. Don't you have orange or yellow ones, other than red ones? He smiled at the words. She pressed again, I hope you will give me more. I want to borrow about 300, not 255. He asked about her ever-growing scale. What are you going to do if you can't pay it back? Take them from my father, and you'd get paid anyway? At those words, he no longer asked. She is right. She would never be able to pay it back. He would somehow get it. If something happened that couldn't be paid back, it would only be if she died. Therefore, he was willing to accept it. He took out a leather case about the size of an eyeglass case from his twin-head ogre leather jacket. He put what was inside on his palm. 3 orange monster stones appeared. The orange grade interest rate is 3 times higher. He had already finished his intake of them. He brought them in case he needed to make transactions. The only money in this world now were cigarettes, bullets, and monster stones. And 300 monster stones, 45 deficient. In addition, he was willing to meet her demands. If you wait for 1 hour, I will prepare them. Gulp. She swallowed at the sight. Of course, the saliva this time was not mouth-watering. 9. Bio District, South Chungcheong Province. In front of them, the Jumgang River passed by, and the place with Nabuso and Mte. Jungseong behind them was beautiful and cozy. That was at least 4 months ago. Bio District, when it met the winter, felt peaceful even when the snow fell, rather than cold. But since the appearance of monsters, Bio had become a place to describe as peace.full. Even after the monsters were cleaned out to some extent, Bio was still not peaceful. Work quickly. Don't think you're goofing off, if you don't want to die, for example. People were constantly plowing up land where there were originally skating, baseball, and soccer fields, using shovels and pickaxes. Soldiers in uniform were pointing their guns at the people. It was a scene of forced labor that could only be seen in North Korea or Africa in the past. It was also a terrible scene. As soon as a man with all skin and bones collapsed without being able to keep up with his pickaxing, the gunman approached the man. Tut! The gunman clicked his tongue briefly as soon as he saw the fallen man foaming at the mouth and showing only the whites of his eyes. Then he shouted at the crowd, whose eyes were focused on him. I don't know how many times we've warned you, but if you're going to fall, you'd better finish your work before you fall down. Tang! A single shot rang after the shout. The man who fell down on the ground like a corpse became a real corpse. People shuddered at the sight. But their eyes did not change. Their eyes were already so dull that they couldn't get any worse. The same was true of the man who made a dead body with a single shot. The man took out a pack of cigarettes straight on the spot and lit it from a lighter while holding it in his mouth. Then he said to himself in a low voice, "It's hard to run a farm. In this way, we are going to have to grow more graves." A companion approached the man. "Hey, give me a cigarette." The man said to his companion, who asked for a cigarette as soon as he arrived, shooting him a look as terrifying as a gun. "You're a fucking shit. A cigarette? No, only 1 drag. Fuck you. You're really too much." Too much? Then, what are you going to give me? Do you want my turn? Do you want to take my place today? With the words, the man pretended to move his waist back and forth. But the man who smoked did not even show interest. How about this one? A glass of soju. At that word soju changed his gaze. Do you have soju? I robbed a supermarket in the mountain and found a soju box. Of course, I kept one hidden. The man who was holding a cigarette gave it to his companion. His companion quivered after smoking. Well, I didn't smoke before this had happened, but now I'm going to die without this. More than that, where did you hide it? You're not fucking me, are you? That's not a lie. I have to get rid of it tonight anyway. The report is over, and they'll probably come from Nansen the day after tomorrow. If I get caught, then it's over. The bastards were working hard, but they take everything. Damn stigmata. If I had had a stigmata on the back of my hand. The man who was speaking stopped and looked up at the sky. I can't wait until night. He wanted the night to come. Their conversation went far away into the ears of a man who was breathing quietly under the Jungang River. The man who was eavesdropping also waited for the night to come. Very soon, the night that everyone waited for came. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Episode 72, Messiah vs. Messiah, Part 1. Chapter 26. Messiah vs. Messiah, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. It was quite a warm night, warm enough to spend the night on the green grass. That night, Kim Tae-hoon began collecting information. The smoke began to flow out of the gilt bronze incense burner and became a monster. The man, who was now kneeling naked in his pants and underwear and wearing only his jacket, was Kim's first target. In fact, it was right to say that they were collected rather than hunting. For Kim, hunting was his own determination, and sometimes his life depended on it. If Kim dealt with an animal who had raped a woman by force and was concerned about future trouble and killed her on the spot without mercy, it would not be called hunting, it would be an insult to him who has been hunting monsters. No, it was a beast, not a monster. Tiger, lion, wild boar, elephant. There was also an elephant. Of course, Kim had no intention of showing the leisurely air of the winner, the mercy of the hunter to the man. So, where is the gilt bronze incense burner of beach? Yes? Where is the Messiah you serve? Well, it's... If you answer my question, your life will be saved, I'm sure. I promised. There was only one deal he wanted to keep, only one deal with the man. I'll ask you again, where are they? Well, I don't know. She and her guardians don't stay in one place and move on. I only see them when the guardians with the stigmata come to receive the payment periodically. Where are they? I said everything. I told you everything I know. Please let me live. If you answer the question, you will be saved. In other words, if you do not answer the question, you will die. I'm sure the woman who was killed by you would have cooperated with you until she died. You son of a bitch. You didn't want to spare me from the beginning, EUB. It was all Kim wanted to do. 2. Puduk. A neck was forced to turn and the sound slid past the silent foothills. It was a feeble sound. It was so weak that it was hard to hear unless one was near. Really, in other words, she heard the noise and it meant that she was close. Do you really have to kill them that way? At night, Kim began collecting information. After kidnapping the remnants of the Messiah in bio and those who described themselves as the believers of Messiah, he obtained information from them and killed them all. She had to look at the whole scene from a stone's throw. He didn't do it to bother her. For him, she was a hostage, and he just needed to watch her so that she wouldn't play tricks. Anyway, it was not a pleasant sight. You don't have to kill them without conditions. She, who had been silent, complained to him. I don't have to kill, but they have enough reason to die. Looting, rape, murder, robbery. In American law, there is no shortage of electric chairs. Isn't it fair to give them a chance to at least reflect? Kim's behavior was too much from her point of view. What you do is not a judgment. She was not a good woman. She had no desire to be a good woman. But she had some good, she had her own justice. The goodness she had was a coin. It was a coin with a reflection on one side, a coin with a judgment on the other, an opportunity for those who sincerely reflect, and a judgment on those who do not. Let's make one thing clear, he answered. I have no intention of judging them. I remove them because they are potential threats. Potential threats? A hostage is valid when there is a watchdog. A hostage without a watchdog is not a hostage, but a variable, like a mine that might explode at any time. It is better to be a murderer than to risk myself, my companions, and my men for my mercy and humanity. What is that? Kim Tae-hoon was a little funny and in a frank spirit as Kate was making such an objection. The potential threat is eliminated in advance by any means possible, isn't that the American style? That's why agents from the NSA, CIA, and FBI are filming a fake beard and an Afghan in Afghanistan on the other side of the Atlantic with a camera named Global Hawk, which costs $200 million? The United States, not any country, was the most enthusiastic, most thorough, and quickest in the world to eliminate potential threats to its homeland. Kate, the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, could not be unaware of it. Finally, Kate shut her mouth. She couldn't answer his cross-question unless she abandoned her own belief in the U.S. and status of the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea. He did not explain any more to her. Her values didn't matter to him and were not important to him. What was important now was to organize the information he had received. He immediately took a thermos bottle out of his bag. He drank the coffee he had drained before nightfall. She sat on the ground with a long sigh at this sign that he would no longer talk. Then she grabbed her hair like she was tearing off her coveted blonde locks. Meanwhile, he began to match fragmentary information. The Messiah I met this time is stronger than I thought. According to the information collected, the Messiah organization that he had met was the most systematic and calculating of all the groups he has met. They take advantage of the characteristics of religion. The Messiah organization had 4 major classes. The peak was Messiah, or God, in short. Below it were those with stigmata, the guardians of God. Next, there were believers who believed in Messiah as God. The last class was slavery, who were not treated as human beings, and they were simply consumed. Of course, there was no much difference to the general group with classes here. They are well armed with mystery. The difference was the actions of Messiah and the Guardians. They moved in the Chungcheong provinces without staying in one place, eliminating monsters, and handing out food and weapons to survivors. Of course, food and weapons were given only to those who believed, followed and served. They showed salvation and compassion. For those who wanted to survive humanly in the Chungcheong provinces, and for those with power and status, the Messiah had become a must-believe religion. It's a lot better to be a god than a king. That was why Kim considered this Messiah wise. Realistically, it was impossible to properly manage a situation where most of the social infrastructure had collapsed. However, Chungcheong province was not a small area like Seoul, where infrastructure and population were concentrated. Infrastructure and population were scattered all over the open land. There were many more mountains than buildings. In these places, areas that could be managed only with intimidation were very limited. But Mystique was different. It is a very good time for the concept of religion to have power. The reason why a man who had never been to the Vatican worshipped the Vatican and Muslims bowed every day to Mecca, which they had never seen before, was also due to the mystery. Above all, it was no exaggeration to say that the value of religious relics in this era was perhaps the most powerful in human history. Rather, the power of the gilt bronze incense burner of beech even the power of the gilt bronze incense burner of beech that the Messiah had was appalling by explanation. According to the explanation, the gilt bronze incense burner of beech was an object that summoned an animal made of golden smoke. The power of the animal summoned was at least equal to the second-grade horse figure type earthenware currently in his hands. It's more threatening than I thought. It was said that not even one but several were summoned, and since they were made of smoke, no physical attack could hurt them. The believers of the Messiah said that there was not a single monster so far that they could not kill by with gilt bronze incense burner of beech. A monster made of golden smoke that is not hurt by physical blows. That was enough to be called a miracle. This was not the only thing. Instead of calling them an awakener, the Messiah used guardian, and they expressed the mark of an awakener as the stigmata of a guardian. It was not just an impulsive group, but evidence that the Messiah system was built based on a number of purposes. Of course, it was an awkward system for Kim, who had to capture them and then take the gilt bronze incense burner of beach from them. I'll have no problem if I have time. If he had time, the Messiah would never be an opponent. Kim knew how to deal with a stronger opponent or a stronger group. There was no need for the power of an awakener. All he had to do was take the time to kill them one by one. There's no time, and that's a problem. But now, the time he was given was until June. He must be back in Bucheon in July. Otherwise, he would not be able to stop the assassination of Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. He could not afford to trace Messiah's movements right away, and he knew that it would take the time to destroy them. In addition, using such methods, Messiah and the Guardians might choose to hide or escape. All he needed now was to make them come out by themselves, then knock them out. That's what works best for those who use religion as a weapon. And he was well aware of how to catch a group that used religion. The rise of a cult. He was also more aware of the dangers of a group using religion better than anyone else. He swallowed a cup of coffee and closed the lid of the thermos bottle. The use of another poison to remove the poison. I will be a Messiah, 2. 3. The arrival of the monsters took away everything. It became an absolute reality in a changed world. What do you mean by that? I think there has been a rebellion at Bio. Rebellion. Under the warm sunshine, the car campsite located in the north of Jirion was spectacular. Expensive SUVs were flashing themselves, expensive camping supplies were scattered, and countless kinds of wines and food were everywhere. It was hard to believe that such a sight was real. In one place there was even a DJ machine, and some people were dancing to the songs. It was a sight that was hard to see even before the monsters appeared. A short-haired woman laying down on a hammock between two trees handed her wineglass to the man standing next to her. Why don't you take care of it? Well, what's the matter? I sent people, but they were all beaten. At this, the woman was no longer lying in the hammock. She sat up from it and looked at the man kneeling in front of her, as she sat in the hammock and held the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. The man continued at her glance. The rebels seemed to be armed properly, and And? Are there any more problems? Some of the survivors who went to quell the rebellion say strange things. The man who was trying to spit out his words took a breath and then continued, "The true Savior saved us." The people who revolted in Bio said that. As soon as he said those words, the golden smoke began to flow out of the gilt bronze incense burner the woman was holding. With the appearance of the golden smoke, not only the man who knelt before the woman, but also the man who stood guard near the woman's hammock and everyone around her stood stock still. Soon the smoke disappeared back into the gilt bronze incense burner, and the woman held out her right hand. The man who had just received the glass of wine put it back in her right hand, the one with stigmata on the back of it. The woman drank her wine, savored it a while, and said, "Maybe a cult has appeared." The woman made a light gesture at the words. At the sign, the people around her gathered beside her as if they had been waiting. All of them had marks on their right hand, which they called stigmata. Already listening to the preceding conversation, they scrambled to talk to each other. "I'll take care of it. Please leave it to me." The woman did not respond to them as they called out their willingness to take on the mission. Before replying, she touched the gilt bronze incense burner she had in her hand. "No, all of us going." "All of us?" "Yes, all of us." "Is necessary?" The woman in command sighed. "If the rumor goes all the way to Nansan, we'll be in trouble. Due to the crazy monster in Sejong City, we cannot be active in Daejeon City, so Nansan is our base area. If the rumor spreads in Nansan, it will be nothing good for us. We will show them, who deny us and resist us, what a cult is treated like." Show. Everyone's eyes changed at the word. The woman's eyes had changed. Everyone, gather. Soon after, at her words, the partygoers at the campsite stopped everything and began to gather at the place where the woman was sitting on a hammock. More than 100 people gathered in a flash. All of them with the stigmata on their right hand were wearing bronze swords or gandal swords at their waists. The woman smiled at the crowd and began stroking the gilt bronze incense burner in her arms. Bio, this guy is going to its hometown after a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Episode 73, Messiah vs. Messiah, Part 2. Chapter 26. Messiah vs. Messiah, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. The Bio County Office. Until a few days ago, this place was like another hell. The believers of Messiah chose the Bio County Office as the place to hold their slaves. To put it simply, thousands of slaves spent the night piled up like boxes in rooms under the Bio County Office. There. Block the way there. Block the road. Let's build a camp in that building. Come on. We have a lot to do. It was another look of hell, and what explanation was needed? Even when they slept, they had to bear death. But now, around the Bio County Office, there was a power that was not suitable for hell, and that was vitality. Do it right. This is not the reserve training. The origin of vitality was the slaves of the Messiah who had lived because they had not been able to die until a few days ago. Be sure to take your ammunition. Make it more valuable than your life. Even now, what they were doing with vitality was preparation for war. It was not easy. Preparing for war is, in other words, preparing one's own grave and graveyard. It is not a job for slaves, who have been exploited until they die because they are afraid to die, to prepare. It was an incredibly dramatic change. Of course, there was a reason. The fortification work is almost done, and once we hold on after the bombardment, we'll play games in the street. The Savior had appeared before them, who had only despair. The Savior did his miracle by suppressing the Messiah who had persecuted and exploited them overnight, and he told those who gathered without stopping there, let's fight against those who call themselves the Messiah. Let's not be their slaves, but become fighting warriors. And then I would be happy to be your Messiah. Everyone was surprised at the shout because the Savior was a white-skinned woman with blue eyes who spoke English. We're all ready to fight, and now you just have to give us your orders. I'm crazy. Kate Kennedy, she became a savior. She was to play the savior, to be exact. I'm crazy. The beginning of the story was a particularly warm night. 5. On a warm night, Kim Tae-hoon told Kate, "From now on, I will use Messiah to catch Messiah." I don't think I really understood, unless you misinterpreted the English expression, or it's a saying. We're building a new savior group that denies the Messiah here, which is to say, a cult. He said he would use the bait of a cult to lure the Messiah group into Bio. Do you think that will work? There's nothing more threatening than a cult to those who use religion as a weapon. I understand. Think of ISIS. They destroyed the relics thousands of years old because they were the remains of heresy. They'll send a strong fighting power in order to punish us as an example, not just for punishment. She was able to understand his plan enough. That was all. Well, it wouldn't be hard for you to be Messiah. If you come down from heaven like Superman and wield a ray sword like the Jedi in Star Wars, 1 or 2 out of 10 will serve you as a savior on the spot. She thought she had no room for herself in his plan, and she didn't want to get in the way of the plan. No, you're Messiah. However, he put her in his plan. What? You're the one who's going to be Messiah. What? It was ridiculous, and she needed some time to understand it. You're crazy. And as soon as she understood his words, she tried to express her surprise in the loudest voice she could. But her cry never reached the mountain. Yoop! Yoop! He had shut her mouth with his telekinesis. Be quiet. After that short warning, he released his telekinesis, and she said in a low voice, Are you crazy? You want me to be a savior of the people here? There is no reason you can't be. I'm not like you. I don't fly like you. I'm an American. I'm not a Korean. It doesn't matter who the savior or God is anyway, and it doesn't matter how you plan and how you run it. What the hell? As her voice was about to rise again, he tapped his index finger on her mouth. She lowered her voice again. Why the hell should I do that? You're better off playing the savior than I am. This is an operation to lure. The bait is the bait, and the fisherman is the fisherman. If the fisherman is caught by a hook, he can't fish. I don't like fishing. I don't want to get involved. I'm a hostage, as you say. Have you ever seen a hostage play a savior? Of course, she didn't want to test her acting talent in this place. I'll cancel your debt when it's over. I'm only in debt. What? You'll act as a savior, and when it's all over, I'll cancel some of the debt of monster stones. However, he was serious enough to propose a deal with her. Monster stones were a new necklace that he put on her neck. It was worth more than just its value. Is this so important? If we leave the Messiah like this, their territory will extend beyond Chungcheong province to Jeolla province. When he first heard about the Messiah organization, he frankly looked down on them. Like the Messiahs that he has met so far, he thought that what they did in a world that was ruined by the emergence of monsters was a garbage group that picked the word, Messiah. However, the Messiah organization in Chungcheong province was completely different from the previous Messiah organization. They had made themselves a religious group, and they were using the element of mystery well. When that happens, we won't even be able to take the route. Crucially, there was a very powerful relic in their hands. The Messiah religion, which usually produced miraculous results, would surely turn the grass black, like wildfire after it spread across the plains. I can't wait to get people like ISIS out of my territory, because monsters are a pain in the ass. Above all, this is our only chance. Now that they haven't expanded their force, it's the only chance for a roundup. He did not want to see his own fires burning in the flames that had spread so much, because seeing terrible results was already something he had to put up with from the visions of Napoleon's golden glass. She did not say any more to his face. Instead, she was anguished about what she had to do and what she could get. What exactly do I do? To play the savior, try to protect the people in Bio. And? That's all you have to do, and I'll do it. If I do the right thing, how many will you cancel? He asked in return, how many do you want? If this is the case, I'll need at least 50 reds, or 100. He replied with a meaningful smile to her proposal. I'll give you 100. 6. She stopped recalling and sighed. I'm crazy. She made a deal with him and eventually became a savior. In fact, when she accepted the offer, she thought it would be easy. All she had to do was play the savior on the stage prepared by him. She thought it was too easy to play the savior. But it didn't take long to realize that the idea was a mistake. The moment she started acting the savior, the moment she saw those who cried and thanked her like children, and then when she saw those who were willing to die at her command, she realized that it was not acting on stage, but a real thing. It was the same now. In a little while, the Messiah soldiers approaching the vicinity of Bio would begin attacking. A real and terrible war would begin. She had no intention of acting as a savior in the war. I should have known when he smiled when I said I would need 100. She would not be a savior, but now she would fight to protect those who believed in her as a savior and willingly devoted their life to her. It was the least courtesy to give to those who were prepared to die and prepared for war after being deceived by her acting. And that was why he cancelled expensive debts in return for her savior's acting. He knew better than anyone what it meant to play the savior and how hard it was. So he was convinced when he heard that he had to cancel 100 monster stones from her debt in exchange for acting as a savior. She still did not know what the world was like. Bang! A single gunshot passed over her head and fell over the Bio County office. Aorg! A scream of pain and fear began to rise. The atmosphere of the Bio County office became a mess. It's a gunshot. Avoid shelling. Keep your position. Sooner or later, the Guardians will come in to clean up. You can't just let them in. Those who survived in the mess, now serving her as Messiah, burned with the will to fight. She looked at them and clenched her teeth. If she hadn't played the savior, they would have been slaves, but they wouldn't have been threatened. It's my fault. She could not be free from blame for their deaths. Of course, she had an obligation. She had to do her best to save a few more people. She held the hilt of the Gandil sword in her waistband. 10 minutes, I'll hold on for 10 minutes somehow, as you said. It was the moment she realized the changed world. 7. Fire. Fire. Bio intersection. A dozen mortars lined up on the intersection of Bio Bridge, which crossed the Geum River and then Bio. Boom. Boom. The sequentially popping fires fell over the Bio County office after making a 1-kilometer parabola. After a long journey, the faint sound of the shells reached the intersection of Bio. We have nothing to do. There was nothing to do in the first place. At best, some slaves rebelled. It's not necessary for all the Guardians to be here, and there was no reason for the Messiah to come. The Guardians with the stigmata made sad expressions at the sound. The expression was the same on the face of the Guardians who commanded the soldiers. Stop shelling. One of the Guardians who stopped the artillery bombs swung his right hand. Finish them. Yes. The soldiers with the guns that were waiting started running toward the Bio County office. Let's move. At the same time, 20 Guardians, who had been waiting, slowly unwound and began to follow the path the soldiers had taken. 20 Guardians were like the hammer to a nail. They wanted to trample down any bit of resistant spirit the slaves might have. It'll be clear in about an hour. Will it take an hour? Normal people couldn't do anything against the superhuman Guardians, let alone rebelling, or even run away, because there was no pig in the world that could escape from cheetahs. Well, if we enjoy it, we'll be there in an hour. Well, I haven't been hunting human beings in a while, and I would have applied if I'd known this. It's fun to rape the runaway bitches. You fucking pervert. It's more like a normal taste, as opposed to someone who breaks the legs of two men and has them fight each other. Of course, as soon as they left, all the Guardians who were looking at the scene resolved the little tension they had. It's over. There was no reason to be nervous anymore. Get back. But a woman's voice tightened the tension of the Guardians who had relaxed. Park In-young. Their eyes headed to her together, who was called Messiah rather than by name. No way. Oh, my God. Park In-young, who was reflected in their eyes, held the gilt bronze incense burner of beech with both hands. Everyone knew what it meant. Do you need to use the gilt bronze incense burner of beech? One of them spoke to her with courtesy. She did not answer. Instead, she began to inject her mana into it. Woon. The gilt bronze incense burner of beech, stoked by her mana, began to emit a fascinating golden light. After a while, the golden smoke began to flow through the hole in the incense burner. Gulp! The Guardians who saw the scene swallowed without exception. She is going to send it over. This was the case with the gilt bronze incense burner of beech. Although they were allies, they could only get goosebumps in front of the outcome. The Guardians, who had seen its destruction in scenes that made the weak cry after the work of the terrible monsters, were forced to be nervous at this moment. At the same time, they focused. As if remembering a miracle to be remembered forever, they stared at her and the gilt bronze incense burner of beech in her hands. Soon, when the golden smoke from the gilt bronze incense burner of beech rose to her knees, she opened her eyes. Took. It was at that moment that an object of the perfect size to grab in the hand fell from the sky. Ha? What is it? No one was surprised at the sudden appearance of an object, because no one knew what it was. Could anyone be surprised to see something they do not know? Of course, they paid attention to find out what had fallen from the sky. Fortunately, it did not take long to identify it. Toot! It was only a short time to realize that it was a flashbang that spewed out intense flashes and burst their eardrums. Arg! Oh, my God! The two flashbangs paralyzed the sight and hearing of the crowd in a moment. It wasn't over there. Ugh! Wretch! The physical impact was not great when the flashbangs blew, but the impact on their eyes and auditory damage were worse than any physical shock. There were screams and struggling without blood. Ugh! Park In-young was not protected. She was closest to the flashbang, and she fell back under the explosive force that occurred when it exploded. At that moment, she dropped the gilt bronze incense burner of beech. However, she could not hear it fall to the ground. Rick. Instead of falling to the ground, it was sucked into the hands of a man standing on the middle of the road divider. Kim Tae-hoon had finally caught the gilt bronze incense burner of beech. I finally got one of the things on the wish list. Of course, he looked at the gilt bronze incense burner of beech that came into his hands with black eyes. The gilt bronze incense burner of beech. Relic grade, Grade 1. Relic value, normal. Relic effect, it summons a creature made of smoke. The color of the monster stones you have eaten affects the type of creature you can summon. At that moment, he was forced to admire in front of the relic in his hand. Part of the heritage of the Brilliant Kingdom, beech, the splendor of this relic, worthy of being picked up by hand, was beautiful and dignified enough to make him, who was ignorant of archaeology, fall into it. Moreover, the gilt bronze incense burner of beech was not a simple golden object in the eyes of Black Snake. It was worth putting on the wish list. Taoist hermits, musicians, flying animals, wild animals, the phoenix standing on the top of the incense burner, and the dragon carrying Sintamani with its mouth, all filled the gilt bronze incense burner of beech, are shining bright with rainbow colors on each. This is the first time a relic looked down on me. While he was so enchanted by this relic he had not seen before, one or two people began to wake up from the impact of the flashbang. Their recovery was faster than he had anticipated. Ugh, what the hell? Flashbang. Someone used a flashbang. Those with the strong physical ability and high energy rank recovered and saw Kim. There. They immediately showed some fighting spirit to him. He has the incense burner. Stop him. Stop him from running. Kill him. Their fighting spirit began to fly all over the place like arrows. However, he did not respond to it. Instead, he pointed to one place with a chin, and several people instinctively turned their heads toward the tip of his chin. Winnie. Only those who turned their heads saw the horse made of clay, and a warrior made of clay atop the horse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Episode 74, Messiah vs. Messiah, Part 3. Chapter 26. Messiah vs. Messiah, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. When Messiah Park In-young wanted to create the Messiah organization, the first thing she cared about was the powerful violence that could deal with those who would challenge her beliefs. She gathered awakeners with stigmata and armed them with relics. At the same time, she gathered soldiers who were properly trained, and she organized the military forces. It was not difficult to gather soldiers. There was the 32nd Division under the 2nd Operations Command in Chungcheong Province, and there was the largest and most famous training camp in Korea, known best by the name of the Army Training Center, Nonsan Training Center. The Messiah organized an army by selecting the best among the soldiers from there. She created an army of God. After organizing the army, she continued to train them and made them elite. That was all. Get him. Get the monster. That was the only feature of Kim Tae-hoon. They were just hard-trained soldiers, no more than that. They had no practical experience. Even if they had, it would have been a very trivial level compared to his actual experience. The difference was similar to the one between a tiger and a rat. In the wide field, the rat would run away hard and the tiger would not be able to catch the rat easily. But if one put a tiger and a rat in a narrow cage, the tiger would not need a long time or a great effort to get rid of the rat. That was the reason he had done all this, the slaughter. I'll finish as fast as I can. Kim made a group that denied the Messiah by using a lot of hard work and effort, and he attracted the Messiah to Bio. In the process, he made the cruel choice of using the survivors of Bio, thousands of lives and Kate's life, as bait. The reason why he had waited for them to be gathered together in one place, hiding his identity so far, was for the slaughter. Of course, he was going to do his best for his role on the stage. Nay. The main axis of the massacre was horse figure type earthenware. The earthenware, which Kim summoned after injecting his mana before he threw the flashbang, ran up the Bio main street and started to go crazy between the Messiah guardians and soldiers gathered at Bio intersection. To-2-2. To-2-2-2-2. The Messiah's soldiers and guardians fired bullets against the raging, mounted earthenware, but it was useless. Those who were called the plunderers in Incheon proved that bullets did not work on the horse figure type earthenware, but there was no one here who knew that. Damn it, the gun does not work. Use relics. Guardians, forward. Of course, unlike the plunderers of Incheon City, there were powerful relics in the hands of the Messiah people. Woon. Gandal swords and bronze swords. The relics that flashed along the translucent blade, which were sharp at the moment energy was injected, sparked the courage of those who held them. Siege it. Siege it. You can think of it as a monster. It's not hard. In addition, their sparkling courage made it possible to think calmly. One opponent, versus the number of guardians left at Bio intersection being over 80, and the number of soldiers close to 400. Among them, the number of guardians who could use weapons like Gandal swords and bronze swords was around 30. Don't be afraid of damage. There was no reason to be frightened against only one monster. They realized that, and they surrounded the horse figure type earthenware running wildly on the road, and they began to narrow the area down. To-2-2. They fired bullets, got the attention of the horse figure type earthenware anyway, and gave it physical influence. I'll slow it down. Some of the guardians were courageous and willing to fly toward the earthenware. Of course, they were like moths running to a flame, no more than that. Winnie. The horse figure type earthenware was the monster which had fought against the twin-head ogre, and it was not an object for guardians with C or D rank of energy, with relics of C grade, and barely 100 total point of strength and health, to fight. Aorg. Of course, as soon as a Messiah guardian raised his sword like a spear and thrust out, the horse rotated 180 degrees and avoided the sword, and at the same time, the warrior's sword on the horse cut through the guardian's head. Seu-yuk. The guardian's head was cut neatly above his nose and dropped to the ground. As was said earlier, it was the death like a moth, the death that seemed unworthy, the death that left only fear. But those who saw it were angry instead of being frightened. You fucking bastard. A companion had died with courage. If they were only frightened before that fact, they would not have enjoyed such entertainment in the Messiah. To do bad things took courage. Kill it. Fire a bullet or a mortar. Fire it. Of course, they were angry again and again, and naturally, they began to blind themselves to anger. Pook! An arrow pierced their distracted temples. Sun Tzu's arrow. In the past, the arrow, which fulfilled the will of the great Admiral Sun Tzu, now fulfilled the will of Kim Tae-hoon. Pook, pook, pook! It began to pierce the heads of the Messiah guardians, blinded by anger. Moreover, Kim was not blinded, unlike the guardians. His eyes turned black and looked over the entire battlefield. Come on, come on! It was natural that his black eyes found soldiers who had set up claymores to kill the horse figure type earthenware and were now backing away quickly for the explosion. Detonate it! We have guardians in front. Just blow it. Kim gestured lightly toward the claymore installed like that. It was not a sign that meant anything. It was a kind of a switch which made the image that he needed when he used his telekinesis clearer. The claymore spun 180 degrees on the spot as his hand gesture. Just shoot it. Flake. The claymore, which had turned, was faithful to its mission. As soon as the soldier pressed the trigger switch, it threw out a lot of steel beads inside it towards the front. Kwak kwang. A roar burst out, not even allowing one to scream. In the meantime, there was a person who had grasped the existence of Kim and approached him carefully with a Gandil sword in his hand. I have to kill him. He approached Kim with a keen eye and tried to become an assassin, not a guardian at this moment. Of course, it was the wrong action. The sound of footsteps was now the same as the thunder to Kim, who had the hearing of the bell-tailed rat. Kim turned his head as soon as the man approached within 5 meters of his back. His mouth was bulging as if he'd just taken a huge drink of something. Foo-foo. A huge flame was vomited from his mouth. Arg! The wave of flame hit the assassin square on. Ah! Ha! But it did not reach the assassin. As if there was an invisible membrane, the flame could not reach the assassin and swept around him. Air! What? It was unexpected for both Kim and the assassin. It was Kim who took the next action after this unexpected event. Kim swung his palm up, and immediately the assassin's body was yanked into the air. Cock! An invisible line executed the hanging. Kim approached the struggling assassin and pulled something out of his arms. What came out was a Buddha statue about 10 centimeters or so tall. Kim opened his black eyes. Gilt bronze Bodhisattva statue. Relic grade, grade 3. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, it stops magical effects from reaching the owner. It was National Treasure number 330, the gilt bronze Bodhisattva statue. They must have robbed the National Biomuseum. It was a valuable relic, but Kim threw it out of the bio intersection, and then he also threw away the Gandil sword out of the road after he took it from the assassin's hand. The relics were hidden in the grass off the road. However, the gilt bronze incense burner of beech was still in his arms. What are you? At that moment, a sharp cry headed for Kim. Park In-young. She faced 2 flashbangs with her eyes and ears, but she stood in front of Kim in a fairly good manner. She is in good shape. The flare was less lethal than a grenade, but the destructive power to a human was stronger in some areas than the grenade. But now her appearance in front of him was so excellent. In her hand was a Buddhist statue about 20 centimeters tall, which was bigger than the Bodhisattva statue that he had just thrown away. It was an object that could not be compared to the previous Bodhisattva statue. His black eyes immediately grasped its identity. Sad face gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, it restores the owner to their original condition quickly. National treasure number 293, the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue. That was why she showed up in front of Kim, willingly taking the ridiculous damage. What on earth are you? And it was the reason for her anger towards Kim. She had countless relics in her hands to perform miracles. There was no reason for her to lower her voice, filled with powerful relics from the Bio National Museum in an era where relics were power. He also had no intention of denying the fact. Such logic was also convenient for him. Srung. A sword was pulled from his back and flew straight towards her. 9. To 2-2. To 2-2. The endless gunfire began to rumble snake-like between buildings and buildings, between the road and on the road. Arg. The snake-like gunfire was always accompanied by a scream. Damn it. Waiting for a chance to fight back with those who served her as a savior inside the building, Kate clenched her teeth at the gunshots and screams that tortured her ears without a break. How many people have died? As the gunfire stopped, and time passed, the soldiers and guardians of Messiah entered the Bio County office. Accordingly, the battle had begun. And the battle was of course one-sided. Even if they had taken guns, even if they had enough ammunition for them, it was too much to expect a proper battle from those who had barely managed to remain as slaves for months. Even if they had served their country as an active member in the military, how many people had fought in the street battles during their service? The opponent was a combat organization created by Messiah after her own screening, to cement her as the extraordinary existence of Messiah. Nothing was good for the survivors of Bio, be it physical ability, mental power, skill, or experience. Originally, it had to be all over in the earlier gunfire. No, it shouldn't have been such a fight. The survivors of Bio had no intention, no reason, or hope to fight in the first place. We'll make the time. You must avoid them, Savior. It was only because of Kate that the survivors would not give up fighting against the terrible odds. They believed that the hope she had shown was a real hope, so they were willing to fight because there was hope. It was the evidence that her performance had been excellent. If her savior's acting was awkward, even those who were desperate would not have shown such a noble belief and sacrifice. I am not a savior. The fact now became a dagger, and it flew and stuck into her heart. It was so painful, using others' hopes to eventually give them something in vain. I am not a savior, I can't save you. She regretted two things at this moment. She regretted her own inability to grasp the world properly, pretending to act to pay off her debts, and she regretted that she had no power to be a savior for them. Here you are. At that moment, 3 men entered the building where she and survivors were. They were the guardians of the Messiah. The faces of the survivors turned gray at the moment they appeared, for the Messiah guardians were monsters to the survivors of Bio, no different from monsters. What is it? At the same time, the Messiah guardians were surprised. A Gandal sword? A foreigner? Even the Gandal sword in her hands was unexpected. In such a situation, only she moved, instead of being surprised. She rushed to one of the guardians, injecting energy into her body and into her hand. Then she slashed the Gandal sword in a slant. Yuk. The Gandal sword so easily made the body of the guardian into 2 pieces at once. Her attack did not stop there. Ugh! She held the sword high with a shout toward one of the remaining 2. Oh, my God! Now the guardian, who faced the sword that would strike down like a lightning bolt toward him, took the sword in his waist and injected his energy into it as hard as he could. He held the injected Gandal sword over his head. The 2 Gandal swords crossed. Yuk. But again, it was just the sound of being cut off, the sound of the sword and the body of the guardian being cut off at once. Energy rank A. The Gandal sword, with her overwhelming power, was stronger than any other weapon at this moment. Fuck! The other man, who had lost 2 companions in a short time, took out a revolver pistol in his waist instead of a bronze sword in front of the scene. Blam, blam. The shots went off immediately. Ha! But the bullets were not able to penetrate her armor, made from the skin of the twin-head ogre. Crazy! A cry came out of the guardian's mouth that seemed to be unacceptable. In the meantime, she narrowed the distance from the guardian, and at once she cut him down. In a moment, 3 guardians were crushed to the floor in 6 pieces. Who? She panted hard. It was her first killing. It was a shock. The feeling of cutting a person's body was clearly felt through her palm. The sight of the body crumpled at her feet and the bloody smell that had begun to bloom now were imprinted on her mind. But she didn't fall into shock. The survivors were thrilled by her work, and because of the feelings of those who had prayed beyond gratitude, she could not fall into the shock of the first kill. No, she didn't even deserve it. Was it not she who had pushed their backs as they were being killed in the bombardment, by the gunshots of the soldiers, and by the Messiah Guardians at this moment? There was no way she deserved to fall into disappointment. There was only one thing she could do at this moment: pray for the real Savior to come. It's been 10 minutes. Come on. Sky. Someone is coming down from the sky. Her prayers came to pass. Then she said with sincerity, "It's over now." The war was over. 10. This is the payment for this month. Yang Younghwan, the master of the Starfish clan, put a heavy black plastic bag on the desk where Jang Sung-hoon sat and left the room. Jang looked at the plastic bags filling with his desk silently. Then Jang Sung-hoon spoke. "If I were a real awakener." The identity of the plastic bags was none other than the tax of the monster stones that the clans under the Mac Guild killed. Now that the number of hunters working under the Mac Guild was great, the payment had to be enormous. It was a treasure pile that could not be compared with any treasure for awakeners. Oh, it's heartbreaking. On the other hand, for Jang, who was not an awakener, it was just a stone. Of course, he did not really complain about it. He knew the costs they had to pay as awakeners, and what threats and risks they faced. Furthermore, the stronger they were, the threats they faced also became bigger. He was frankly grateful for his situation. How is he doing? Kim Tae-hoon's actions and his future actions were enough to make his heart reverent. Well, he may be doing fine, and who can touch the boss unless he fights the blue-grade monster in Sejong City? Naturally, his complaints were short. After his complaints, he got up from his chair and opened the bag next to him. First, he checked Napoleon's golden glass. It's not full yet. Then, he confirmed Didangio-jido. He opened a thick Didangio-jido map, and first confirmed Bucheon City. Now the monsters of Bucheon City are almost gone. After that, he looked around Bucheon City and its Seoul. There are still a lot of yellow-grade monsters in Seoul. The boss was absolutely right. There's no Didangio-jido in the Capital Defense Command. If they had had one, they would not have missed killing such monsters with such a powerful relic. The last thing he looked at was Sejong City. When he checked Sejong City, his face turned white. His hands moved quickly. Next to Sejong City, he opened the page where Cheonan City was located. No. Immediately, he opened the page where Pyeongtaek City was located. No. Even then, his hands did not stop, and the page where Osan City was located was opened. A blue light. One blue light was moving rapidly from Osan City to Suwon City. When he found the light, he dropped the Didangio-jido map from his hand. The great treasure fell to the floor. But he could not respond to the fact, because all he could do right now was to shake uncontrollably, that was all. God damn it, damn it. In front of the trembling that could not be controlled, he made a rough sound, and eventually, he managed to move his shaking hands and hit his cheek. Smash! His body, which had only trembled before, began to move. Hang in there, young Sunghoon, tens of thousands of lives are in your hands. Roll your brain, roll it. With a screaming order to himself, he immediately picked up Donjio Jito from the floor, and then checked the blue light again. It is the 6 snakes. At this moment, he came up with one scenario. The 6 snakes, they're luring the blue-grade monster here to crush us, or there's no reason for a blue-grade monster to come to Buchan. If they wanted to fuck the Mac Guild, if they wanted to crush it, it was the creepiest scenario they could choose. It was a great thing. In front of this overwhelming despair, he imagined the answer closest to the truth. However, he could not think of a new scenario that could prevent the scenario. God damn it, and there was no unique actor here to stop the scenario. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Episode 75, Gamecock, Part 1. Chapter 27. A Gamecock, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. With the advent of the monsters, horrors that had never been experienced began. With the advent of the Messiah, the exploitation and plundering which seemed to not end began, but in the end, it was a man who no one anticipated or knew who finished the nightmare of Bio. A desperate battle began, and only screams and corpses were left. Kim Tae-hoon. He no longer allowed the gunshots and screams to ring out in Bio. That's how the nightmare ended. Are you finished? But it wasn't over. Kate asked a question of him, who started to enjoy the coffee he had served at the coffee shop after finishing everything. He did not answer, but he stared at her slowly with his coffee in his mouth. It looks like it's over. She did not play up her anger, as she knew he was not that kind of man. Thank you. She was not angry at his appearance. She knew that she had no right or reason to be angry with him. Thank you so much. She thanked him again. Gulp. At that time, he swallowed. I liked your savior's performance, and I caught the messiahs properly, and I'll cancel some of the monster stones, as promised. After his words, he enjoyed his coffee again. That was the last sip, and the coffee that had been half-filled in the mug was gone, not because he drank a lot at once, but because of the small amount of coffee that he had made. Her face hardened at that moment. Hey, are you going to leave like this? There was no answer to the question. There was no need to. His eyes, looking at her indifferently, were enough to convey the answer. Are you really going to leave them alone? Her face was now distorted. If you just go back, most of the people here will just die. It was the sound of Kim swallowing the last coffee that stopped the words that she was pouring out with her feelings. At that sound, she swallowed without even knowing it. We used the Messiah to catch the Messiah, that was our plan. You play Messiah, and I catch Messiah. I never said anything more. You save them. You're responsible for saving them, aren't you? He got rid of the Messiah. Certainly, they were rooted very well. But there were still plenty of threats around the survivors of Bio. Once there was a threat from the monsters. The survivors of Bio were exploited by the Messiah believers, but they endured since the Messiah protected them from the monsters anyway. But no one would kill the monsters that would be going crazy now that Messiah disappeared. They don't know how to fight monsters. Even those who were protected by the Messiah had little resistance to monsters, because they had never fought them. The Messiah had hunted monsters from the beginning, using the overwhelming weapon of the first-grade relics, not the crude relics obtained from the Bio National Museum. When compared, the presence of Messiah was a desperate remedy for the survivors. There was no room for tolerance in the body's fight against the disease. There was a shortage of food and ammunition. Unlike Seoul and Bucheon, there was enough farmland in Chungcheong province and Nonsan areas, but the rice harvested from rice farming did not have much food stockpiled, and it was not enough to guarantee next year. As soon as he left here, all the survivors here were finally sentenced to a deadline to die. Her anger was right. I'll make sure of two things. He spoke to her anger. 1. I used these people here as bait, and I threw a wriggling worm into my hook to catch what I wanted, and the fishing was over. There's no reason for me to look at the state of the worm on the needle anymore. She glared at him. 2. I don't want to be a savior, and even I can't be a savior. You. She reached for his collar as if she couldn't stand it anymore. He did not avoid the touch. He was willing to be seized by the collar. That was all. He, who was caught with the collar, didn't budge. She just grabbed his collar. Currently, there are tens of thousands of people who need my protection in Bucheon and Incheon. For their sake, I am willing to ignore the lives of thousands in Bio. In addition, his will was as strong as his body. She gave up her persuasion in front of the firmness. She relaxed her grip. Then I'll bear these lives. Unlike him, she could not abandon them. Because of those who believed her to be a savior and sacrificed their life, she couldn't ignore the survivors here. No, but he didn't even allow it. You're a hostage. I can't allow you to act the way you want. Let's make a deal. Please help the survivors here. I'll bear the price. What are you going to pay with? Anything will be fine. Whether my body or a monster stone, say what you want. She was relieved of part of her debt in return for playing the savior, and she was now determined to owe an unmatched debt. He had a bitter smile at the changed look of her. You faced the reality. The first time he saw she was a smart woman. To put it more plainly, she was an astute woman. She was a woman who understood her situation and was willing to act for her own good. The evidence was that she pretended not to know anything from the first time he met, and that she understood the situation and calculated quickly by weighing the scales. However, she was now facing the reality. The world in which monsters had appeared was not just about fighting monsters. She had no choice but to reveal her true self, facing the reality that just living became hell. But I didn't expect this to happen. It was the way she was now. She was full of responsibility and a great cause. Well, for Americans, admiration of heroes is not just a preference. To put it simply, she was a hero. She was a hero who wanted to achieve something worthwhile through self-sacrifice. He was not surprised by her appearance. There were not a lot of people in the world like her. Courage had its own use. Someone needs courage just to save their life, someone needs the courage to commit evil, and someone needs courage for the sake of the world. That's all. There was no need for him to pay much attention to her appearance. If you really want to become their savior, what's urgent right now is not to take them to Bucheon. He did not bring her here just to use her. Actually, the Chungcheong area is important to me, too. For the Honam region, the largest granary region in Korea, we need to establish a base in Chungcheong province in some way. But I can't do that right now. What's the reason? The reason is that we did not come through Sejong City on our way. Of course, at this moment, he was planning to use her heroic image for his own good. He was Kim Tae-hoon. There is a blue-grade monster in Sejong City. What do we do to kill it? 2. Sejong City. Built under the reason of relocating the administrative capital, it was once called the grave of government officials. Of course, it was a joke, a grumbling joke made by goosefathers, who suddenly drifted around the country to earn money for their dependents who studied abroad, or government officials who became mothers. But now the joke had become a reality. Sejong City became a huge tomb. Among them, the Sejong Government Complex and Sejong City Hall were the most splendid tombs. Sejong City Hall, which reminded people of a spaceship and once brilliantly shone under the sunshine with glass instead of concrete, was a glass mound, and Sejong Government Complex, which was designed like a snake to follow the Jumgang River passing through Sejong City, was the longest tomb in Korea. Rather than survivors, the two areas became a land where monsters digging up the dead bodies lived. Nonsense. He was shocked by the fact. We shouldn't hear this. Dangjin Yongdiak Expressway. On the road across from Sejong City, he was listening to Sejong City Hall and Sejong Government Complex, and he could hear the monsters and beasts flocking to eat the leftovers in the mass graves. Well, there's a really big monster here, right? Are you sure there's a blue-grade monster? He could hear her voice. However, he could not respond to the sound. He couldn't afford it. There's only one thing that can make a sound here. This was the stage of the blue-grade monster, and of course, this was not the place where such a noise was allowed. It was nothing else but a blue-grade monster. There was no need to feel fear, but the existence alone made the monsters below the yellow grade stupid. But if there was such a monster, why was there so much noise? There was a monster loitering to eat a broken body? Even animals were running around in the collapsed city? It was evidence. This was no longer the territory of the monster. That's ridiculous. At that moment, he quickly took out the thermos bottle and drank the coffee in it. It was ridiculous to drink coffee in an urgent situation, a situation where there was no room in his mind, but it was a more desperate act for himself. Hey! He ignored her words toward him and began to think with only coffee. Using the hearing of the bell-tailed rat, he interpreted the information repeatedly by accepting the sounds. Damn it! His reason and knowledge always returned the same answer to the information. I hope it's not the worst scenario. There was no more blue-grade monster in Sejong City. Gulp! In the end, he accepted the fact with the coffee that he had been tasting. Are you sure there's a monster here? I want an answer. She urged him to answer. However, her voice was not audible to him. There was only one thing he could hear. Two. It was the gunshots that started to fill the Sejong government complex that had collapsed at some point. 3. 2. A gunshot broke through the wreckage of the collapsed building. 2. The shot was quite plain, and it had a lightness that could never be produced by frightened, mad pulling of the trigger. It was evident that the owner of this gun was now a veteran of many experiences in battlefields. Hey! Body! How are you? Legs, I got my leg bitten. Be careful, you asshole. You are damn bitten. Did I want to be bitten? The monster bit me. Such a veteran had no choice but to spit out a whimper in front of his fellows. 2. Veteran Lee Hyung-woo, who saw monsters with shapes similar to wolves trying to come back, turned his head again and looked at his fellow Pak Jin Seo, who was pressing his left shin with a rag to stop the bleeding. Park, who felt Lee's gaze, said immediately, "Don't let your eyes wander, but focus on the front. If they come, you're done, too." You looked aside. I'm fine. Damn, I am envious of you. The disputing, the harsh words came and went. But they both knew that they did not need to say them. I'll slow them down here, so you run. And they knew that they no longer needed to be scolded by words that were no longer true. Don't be funny. Don't shoot the drama, Lee, we're here to deliver the news, not to come to die together, but there's mud troll flesh, and that's enough to recover if you can afford it. It's an emergency. I'm not using it for this. Fuck, you're using it for this. When else do you use it? Stay with me, you idiot. Our job is to deliver the news to him. Forget it? What happened? They knew, but they could not stop the fake argument. When they stopped the quarrel, one of them would be bait and the other would have to live with regret for the rest of his life. Fuck, eventually, Lee wept unknowingly. The fact that there was no one here to quarrel like this made his heart beat cold. Park took something out of his pocket for Lee. It was candy. Cheap candy one could see when one went to a restaurant and finished one's bill at the counter. It was all coffee candy. you should eat all of this. 2. Lee, who took another shot before answering, confirmed the candy and laughed bitterly. You're fucking shit, you're fucking shitting me. What the hell is that coffee-flavored candy? Well, it's an amulet. Our good luck charm. Ayo. The conversation, which was not likely to end, was ended by a wolf's cry. The wolf's howling was so fierce that it was not comparable to a normal wolf. As soon as they heard it, Lee and Park shut their mouths to the howling, which made the whole body get goosebumps, dented, and sent shivers down the spine. The gunshots also stopped. Ah! Lee's fingers were frozen when he was exposed to the howling. Fire, Lee Hyung-woo asshole! Park forced all his energy and shouted toward Lee. Lee pulled the trigger with a chuckle. But all he could hear was a knock on the empty magazine. His face turned white, and Park shouted out with a red face, "You idiot! Go away! Run! Go!" Park, who squeezed his voice, picked up the K2 rifle that lay next to him. He clearly held a scary weapon, but it was as useless as a death row convict in front of the death penalty. Go! Lee couldn't get away with leaving his companion. Go, fuck off. Go! Park made a sound again toward Lee. Thump! At that moment a man fell on the ground from above. A spiderweb-like crack started under the feet of the man, and sand dust scattered in shock waves. The only thing that glistened between the clouds of dust was black eyes. The eyes were full of a fearsome dignity that no other monster could compare to. However, Lee and Park, who looked at the pupils, burst into tears. Master! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76. 76, Gamecock, Part 2. Chapter 27. A Gamecock, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. A conference room in the Bucheon City Council Hall. There is a blue-grade monster coming here. The comment made by Jang Sung-hoon was shocking enough to snap up the eyes of everyone gathered there, which the key members of the Mac Guild used to share important stories. So let's take the necessary supplies and flee to Yeonjeon Island. Before their surprise was over, Jang came up with a plan to deal with the current situation. Everyone's faces began to change, as they had no idea what to do. Why Yeonjeon Island? Kim Soo-ji was the first person in the situation to ask questions. First, it's the furthest place we can run. How about Seoul? The Capital Defense Command. Currently, the only bridge that we can cross the Han River is Gimpo Bridge, but the only way to get there is not properly organized. On the other hand, the road to Yeonjeon Island has been cleared. Is Yeonjeon Island safe? It's safer than here. Because it's an island, there's a low probability of a new monster entering. Jang answered in the face of the emergency. Do we really have to abandon Bucheon? Jang, who used to speak fluently before this question, had to shut his mouth. The silence started. After a long silence, Jang managed to open his mouth. We should throw it away. Bucheon. Until last year, Jang was in the military service in Bucheon. There wasn't any big affection for him. But now Bucheon had become everything for him. He had risked his life to survive and to protect it. He had tried really hard. It was like his own child. The present world is like that, isn't it? We should throw it away if necessary. How could anyone say that they would abandon such things easily? But that was also the reality that Jang saw. He did not turn away from reality. He looked at reality more clearly than anyone else. Can we get an answer when the master comes back? Of course, what everyone wanted at this moment was not reality. It was Kim Tae-hoon, the guild master, who they wanted to see at this moment. He was the only one who seemed to wake up from this ridiculous nightmare. The same was true of Jang, so he had finished preparing for him. Yes, I have to let the master know about this news. I'll organize a special unit and send it to Bio. We'll send a total of 10 teams. Only one of them needs to deliver this letter to the master. 5. After reading the letter, Kim kept his mouth shut. The letter was clearly written about his worst-case scenario. The story was that the blue-grade monster in Sejong City was rapidly approaching Bucheon, and that the Mac Guild had started evacuating to Yangjeon Island. So far, it had been about reality. This is probably someone's trick. What came out later was not reality, but Jang's personal opinion. Jang was suspicious of something about the sudden arrival of a blue-grade monster in Bucheon. And even though Jang didn't write it down, Jang, who wrote the letter, and Kim, who read the letter, knew who that someone was. The 6 snakes. The mysterious force, which drove Kim to death later, had played a trick. Of course, he did not know how. But the other one was definitely sure. They've got a new relic. The value of a relic that could lure away a blue-grade monster was absolute. Luring includes attracting, as well as pulling away. Of course, if they had had such a relic, the 6 snakes would have used it in the past. They even had the original edition of Didangio Jido, which let them check the location of monsters. With the 2 relics combined, they would have already taken over the Capital Defense Command. But they hadn't. They were being nice? It couldn't have been. This meant that they had recently acquired the relics that made it possible. There is a group that gives out relics. His thinking proceeded that far. He couldn't know more than that. 4 days ago. More importantly, the special forces moved to deliver this letter to him 4 days ago. The blue-grade monster reached Bucheon 2 days ago. According to the letter, within 2 days of sending the letter, the monster would reach Bucheon. So now, a blue-grade monster might already be running wild in Bucheon. It couldn't be worse. But at this moment, he recalled the worst situation, rather than sticking his tongue to the worst. If the purpose of the 6 snakes was to destroy the Mac Guild, they wouldn't have allowed him to retreat to Yangjeon Island. The depth of human malice was unknown. If the 6 snakes wanted to firmly crush the Mac Guild, it was likely that they had identified the Mac Guild's escape to Yangjeon Island and blown up the only bridge currently capable of entering Yangjeon Island. If he were in the position of the 6 snakes, he would do that. As soon as he imagined it, an unspeakable tragedy struck him. But he did not grieve. It was not too late to grieve after seeing with his eyes what he had lost. You did a good job. He thanked both of them for bringing him a letter. Oh, no. We just did what we had to do. I will head to Bucheon. Both of you will get back to Bucheon alive. And immediately he gave them a terrible notice. They had lost countless colleagues to get here. If only the 2 of them were allowed to return, they would be dead. But the 2 were not discouraged by the fact. We'll get back alive. Don't worry about us. They did their job and made the sacrifice of their fellow workers into a stepping stone for hope, not a worthless dog's death. Kim clapped the shoulders of the 2. At the same time, he promised. I will take the price of this blood somehow. Somehow. 6. Hurry, load them in a hurry. Depart. Incheon Port. After Busan Port, there was a lot of cargo in Korea, but now the port, which had been silent for almost half a year, was so busy. People and things kept moving on the ship. Jang's expression was tired of seeing this. Damn it. He was scared and angry. You son of a bitch. When he decided to abandon Bucheon and flee to Yangjeon Island, he felt like cutting bones. For him, the sudden collapse of Incheon Bridge destroyed the heart, not the bones. I'll pay you back somehow. Of course, Incheon Bridge could not have collapsed suddenly. However, when the Incheon Bridge collapsed, his evacuation plan was inevitable. Everything on the way to the Incheon bridge was returned to the port of Incheon, and he managed to find a boat and started to travel by boat. However, the movement speed was in many ways slower than being on the road. Eventually, time was needed, and he had to force the sacrifice of someone in the Mac Guild to make it happen. This was why the Mac Guild soldiers and hunters had risked their lives against the blue-grade monster in Bucheon. Fuck, damn it, of course, the current battle situation and damage in Bucheon City were reported to Jang. It was the same again. A man ran to Jang to report the situation. Well, Beyond the urgency, Jang felt that someone had carved into his back with a sharp sword and cut him halfway through, all from the face of a man who had nearly run himself to death. Maybe? He had a hunch about what the coming news would deliver, and what the secret information was. What's going on? So, the question Jang was now asking in a quiet manner was not a question to satisfy his curiosity. It was prayer. It was an earnest attempt to hope that his intuition was wrong. Bang Hyun-wook has been seriously injured. But the reality had always been more brutal than Jang might think. At the cruelty, he covered his face with his hands. Well, it was something that should never be shown. Even if others shouted for despair, he had to show his strength. But in the face of this miserable reality, he couldn't help himself. Boss, he really couldn't help it. And it was the same for everyone there. 7. There was a 10-story building, and a huge mysterious bird was standing on it. Chicken. It was definitely a chicken. But it was not possible to explain its presence with the concept of the word chicken. Its height from head to foot was over 20 meters, and the length of its body was well over 15 meters. Its black and red feathers were also strong. The two-colored feathers glistening with oil were so brilliant that they reminded people of a well-prepared blade. Just touching the chicken's body seemed to cut through bones and flesh. Its golden beak was also overwhelming. Anything, even steel, could be torn to paper. The chicken's crest, which was made from flames burning atop it, was not only bizarre but also sacred. But most of all, the overwhelming thing were the blue eyes between the blazing chicken crest and the golden beak. A gamecock. Something, which also had a long beak, attempted an attack on the monster, which was made for nothing but fighting. Bang! The thing with a long beak was a K-1 tank. The cannon from the tank shook the ground and headed for the gamecock above the building. Bang! The shell went into the gamecock, but no one was happy with the fact. Hit! The faces of those who were on the tank were hardened in the report of the tank driver who said hit. We are just going to die. Although a tank was a powerful weapon that a creature dared not fight against, at this moment tank soldiers did not have much inspiration at the power of the weapon. The reason why was shown by the monster they were facing. Ki-oh-oh-oh. A gamecock on the top of the building, which was hit by the shell, crowed. It was not the death cry of an injured and dying animal, but the threat of an angry beast. Ugh! The threat instantly distorted the faces of everyone in the tank. Ugh! Eyes, tears started to flow as the small veins of their eyes burst, and their eardrums burst and they could not hear anything. Some people vomited blood. But the worst thing was that at that moment their bodies froze and wouldn't move. There was not even a tremor. Everyone just stiffened up like mannequins. The tank stopped where it was. The gamecock began to run toward the tank. The gamecock narrowed the distance of hundreds of meters with a single flap of its wings and a couple of runs, pecked down at the tank with its golden beak. The tank's armor began to tear like a sheet of paper. The gamecock pecked again at a tank soldier who had been revealed. Pook! The huge golden beak cut the upper body of a tank soldier in half. There was no scream. The fear of the gamecock took away even the minimum right to scream in pain. In that ridiculous fear, the only thing that could move were awakeners with a high energy rank. Come on, move quickly! It was at that time that a group of awakeners began to move. While a tank bought them a few minutes, a group of people went into the building. Here. There were other groups inside the building that went in. At the center of the group was a man lying like a corpse. It was Bang Hyun-wook. Han-wook. It was On Sunmi, who still had freckles on her nose. He is not conscious. On's cry was answered by someone else instead of Bang. On confirmed the pupil response after forcing Bang's eyelids open. He's fainted. What's the damage? That monster grabbed Bang and threw him at the building. After hitting the wall, he fell from the 5th floor. How many recovery pills did you feed him? 7, we fed him everything we had. On Sunmi took the 4 out of her bag right after the conversation. Put it all in 4 limbs. Yes. Inside it was a liquid made from a glass of therapy, a tube filled with the liquid. The needle connected to the supply was plugged into Bang's limbs. The injected healing fluid began to hover all over his body, mixing with Bang's blood. With his strength, defense, and acquired abilities, he should recover in about 3 minutes. He started to recover at a tremendous speed, surprising the viewers. However, On did not breathe out a sigh of relief. He would certainly recover. The crushed bones would harden, and the torn flesh would mend. However, it would not be a miracle for him. The moment he recovered from his injury, he would fight in order to gain time against a crazy monster who turned a tank into a piece of paper. There was no guarantee that he would survive the next time. On Sunmi felt miserable about this fact. Ki-o-o-o. At that moment, the gamecock again crowed loudly throughout Bucheon. You loop. Ah. Even though it was a sound spreading from a distance from the building with Bang and On, and even though they were in the building, everyone fell to the floor, tottering. Only one person came alive at the sound. Ugh, Bang, who looked like a corpse, opened his eyes. He came to his senses and immediately raised his upper body. At the same time, he checked the needles on his limbs. Sister Sunmi, you are here. At his words, she just blinked from the floor instead of answering. He breathed a long sigh at the sight and got up from his seat, pulling out the healing needles stuck into his body. Pew-doo-duk. There was an eerie sound from his body. He was attacked by horrible pain. However, instead of screaming at the pain, he looked for his weapon by turning his head. After finding the bell-tail of the bell-tailed rat, he took hold of it and turned to leave the building, leaving behind the people who had fallen on the floor. On shouted at the sight. What are you doing? Ma, but her paralyzed tongue failed to cry out, and she could only make a pathetic gutter. Nevertheless, he understood the nonsense, and said briefly, I have to buy time until Big Brother gets here. If that monster goes to Incheon, it is over. I'll try to lure it some way. It's okay. I just got a rough feeling. The rough feeling came back, but it was not true. The 5th batter and 3rd pitcher of Bucheon High School, Bang Hyun-wook, is coming, you monster. It was the evidence that he, who knew the facts better than anyone, had brought up his fighting spirit once again. Yaya awa pop. After lifting his fighting spirit once again, he stepped out of the building. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77. A Gamecock, Part 3. Chapter 27. A Gamecock, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. Ki-o-o. The cry of the gamecock had shaken Bucheon. The cry shook even the listeners' innermost organs. Their limbs were stiff, and their nausea was rising. Wonderful. It was clear evidence if someone could stand calmly in front of the cry, without any change in complexion, he or she would be an awakener with energy rank above B. Even if someone had an energy rank above B, it would only be possible to relax in front of this sphere only from a long distance away. Amazing. Major Osebom was the only one in Buchan City that could afford to relax at that distance. At least that was what he thought. He thought that he could afford to see the violence of the gamecock, which had made Buchan City a hell. He had a horn-shaped glass in his hand. It was an object with a dragon engraved on its outer shape after chipping the jade into a horn shape. It was a thing that could only be seen in a museum. But now it was wasted even being in a museum. Very good. Major O, who held the object in his hand, began to smile brightly. Mr. Mao gave us the right thing. I'm sure most of the Chinese relics are there, and from the point of their view, this is nothing. Even more, considering their situation. One of the two men, who were shaking around Major O, said cautiously in a trembling voice, "Is that really okay?" "What? Even if we do this? What's wrong with this?" "There is no proof. Even if there's evidence, there is no problem. They can't threaten the Capital Defense Command after they have a problem. I am not sure they'll get a chance to do so against that monster." The subordinate shook his head to Major O, who spoke out without hesitation. "Well, it's not. This monster could come to Seoul, couldn't it?" "Oh, that." Major O realized that he had spoken out with a bad guess, and said with a funny smile, "We can kill it then, or we can lure it back to Sejong City. We've lured it here, and it's not a big deal to lure it back to another place." Major O closed his mouth to prevent his own intentions coming out. "It's not bad to bring this monster to Seoul at this time, and I'll be in a good position once again. If not, there's no harm to me because there's a monster like this in the vicinity of Seoul. So don't worry." Major O, who was about to point his telescope at the gamecock with his last words, suddenly looked back with a puzzled expression. The other two men also turned their heads, shaking without hesitation. But there was nothing where the three turned their heads. "Is there a problem?" Major O shook his head. "No, I must have been mistaken." 9. Ki-o-o-o. In a blink of an eye, the gamecock that made a tank into a mop shook the city of Buchan. Everything alive stopped breathing at the sound, and all movement stopped. Only one person, Bang Hyunwook, was moving alone in a situation where everyone stopped breathing and their movement stopped. He was even walking toward the gamecock. Oh, shit. At this moment, he chewed his curse like gum. I'm crazy. There was a word in his mind that said regret. Why, he almost died. He was trying to attract it, but he was caught in its golden beak, and he was thrown through the building. It was like a human being holding a frog and throwing it at a wall. His whole body was crushed. That was about an hour ago. He was saved from death. But now he was walking toward the gamecock. What am I supposed to do? It was something he had to regret. He knew that facts better than anyone else. Damn it. At this moment, he was recalling his whole life. His days of living had passed. His days passing by were days of regret. It was a life full of baseball, but he could not become the baseball player he wanted to be. He lacked ability and effort. But on the contrary, it made him walk. Yes, it wasn't a very nice life anyway. There would be no big difference if there was one bigger regret for the days regret had been stamped on. I will just run away. I don't have to fight, and I can't fight. To Gwangmyeong City, or Gimpo City. I will just run away. Soon afterward, his memory reached a meeting with Kim Tae-hoon after his school days, which was dominated by baseball. Bang recalled the day when he met Kim at a large store on December 31, 2016. Even if I am not a baseball player, I can still leave behind my best results. A school named after me might be built in Buchan, but... Ha ha. The half year of experience since he met Kim was the most intense and desperate. It was worth it. Okay. Only then did Bang, who had resolved himself, step out without hesitation. Soon after, he stood in front of the gamecock looking for a new target. On the stretching road, he he stood in a place the gamecock could run to, and he shouted, "I am Barry Bonds Bang Hyunwook of Buchan High School. Come on!" Before the cry was over, it was already running toward Bang. Kwong kwong kwong. He looked at it running as sleekly as an ostrich and turned around. He ran. Only then, he could see groups appearing behind his back. Ha! Nay! He could see animals of golden smoke behind him, with the horse figure type earthenware in front. Ah! At that moment, his feet twisted, and he fell straight ahead. Nay! A clay horse jumped over his fallen head, and the animals of golden smoke followed behind it. He turned his head as he got up in a hurry. Ki-oh-oh! He saw that a fierce battle was beginning to emerge. 10. Ki-oh-oh! The first thing, which the gamecock ran at with a shriek, was the horse figure type earthenware. The call of the gamecock was powerful enough to create cracks in the clay body of the horse figure type earthenware. Whinny, whinny! However, the horse figure type earthenware did not stop. The horse exhaled violently, and the warrior waited for his horse to pass by the gamecock. Pike! Soon after, the gamecock drove its golden beak towards the horse figure type earthenware. At that moment, the warrior avoided the beak attack from above by ducking, quickly raised his back straight again, and wielded his sword at the body of the gamecock. The warrior's sword cut across the side of the gamecock. There was a long, cross sound of metal on metal. The feathers of the gamecock literally broke apart into pieces like they were made of metal, and the sword of the warrior was cut off and turned into a saw. Ki-oh-oh! The gamecock turned toward the horse figure type earthenware that had passed by, clucking angrily. At the same time, animals of golden smoke began to cling to the body of the gamecock. Kung! The lion and the tiger each bit a leg of the gamecock, and the monkey began to climb onto its body. Poo-woo-woo! An elephant rushed towards it with its ivory tusks, which were sharper than a spear. P-P-I-E-Y-I-K! Two eagles, a long-tailed bird and a long-beaked bird, came down with their claws and beaks. Golden smoke instantly stuck to the gamecock's body and began to break down its black and red feathers. Hoo-doo-dook! In an instant, its feather fragments were scattered on the ground. Ki-oh-oh-oh! It began flapping its wings in place as if embarrassed by this crazy offense. Hoo-woong! Hoo-woong! At the flap of the great wings, the bodies of the wild animals and the flying animals of golden smoke disappeared like smoke, but in time they reappeared from different positions. Kung! The tiger and the lion, which had been biting its legs, appeared on top of the gamecock. Poo-woo-woo! The elephant fell down, materializing just above it. Ki-ki! Ki-ki! A monkey emerged from a strange place, fell to the ground and started to make a fresh rush toward it. Meanwhile, the horse figure type earthenware began to move cunningly. It stepped on a car that had been broken on the road and leaped to the roof of a 3-story building as if he were stepping on the stairs, and then he jumped to the roof of an even higher building. Soon, he climbed onto the roof of a high-rise building quite distant from the gamecock. Nay! At that moment, the clay horse, still carrying its owner, ran along the roof of the building and threw itself out at the gamecock. It was an amazing leap, but it seemed a little short to reach the body of the gamecock. That short distance was filled by the warrior with the sword himself. The warrior jumped off his horse again. The throne warrior passed through the elephant of golden smoke on top of the gamecock and plunged his sword deep into its back. At that moment its eyes changed. It no longer cried out. Instead of opening its beak and making a sound, its beak clamped shut. Then its chest began to swell up. The thing swelling within its breast erupted through the flaming crest of the gamecock. Fo-wa-wa-wat! The flames of the gamecock's crest exploded like a volcano, turning the neighborhood into a sea of fire. Under the fire, the beasts of golden smoke faded, and the warrior of the horse figure type earthenware attached to the body of the gamecock was crushed. The clay horse that was waiting for its owner was smashed. When everything that had tormented it disappeared, it opened its tightly closed golden beak and gathered its voice. The flames began to gather slowly over its bare head. Ki-oh-oh. A man on the roof of a building looked at the whole scene with black eyes. 11. It's the worst. Kim Tae-hoon was now frowning. There were many things that made him frown like that. No, everything in Bucheon right now made him frown. The appearance of Bang Hyun-wook, who was ready to die and threw himself out as bait, and the appearance of the gamecock which had shown its amazing splendor. And the presence of Major Oh Se-bum, who was watching the scene. It's the worst. At this moment, however, Kim did not adapt to his feelings by exploding as the gamecock had. Rather, he flatly ignored what his feelings demanded, and rejected them. He did not go to rescue Bang, nor did he stop the battle right away. He didn't even go to see Major O and get his payment. He knew that it was not the answer. Emotional results were not much different from drunken ones. It's the worst, so be calm. Furthermore, at this moment, he knew that he was the last card. If it fails, it's all over. Under such circumstances, he should not just let the last card be wasted on emotion. Stay calm. I found a heart sound once. He calmly began looking for ways to kill the gamecock at this moment. He was able to gauge the position of its heart. I can measure its defense. The problem was its defensive strength. It was only wounded by the attack of the horse figure type earthenware and the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. In other words, it was only hurt. To be honest, the attack was powerful enough to smash the whole body of the twin-head ogre. In particular, the attack of the gilt bronze incense burner of beach was terrifying. They were almost invincible to physical things. To such a monster, the depth of the injury Kim could make with all his telekinesis would not be that great. Even if it were deeply embedded, it would not be enough. He needed a way to hit the nail again and again, like a hammer, until the nail was stuck in the wall, until the nail eventually disappeared into the wall, and even after the nail disappeared. Of course, during the process, he needed to attract the attention of the gamecock and to deal with it. I have to finish everything before it can explode again. And all this had to be done before the gamecock exploded. At that moment, he held the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue in his right hand more firmly. The energy in his stomach, the mana in his chest, the telekinesis in his head, and the empty place began to rise quickly. Even the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue began to fill with his mental power and concentration. Srung. The sword of the Imperator on his back hummed again. It was time to show who was the owner of Bucheon City again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78. A Gamecock, Part 4. Chapter 27. A Gamecock, Part 4. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 12. Oh, my God. Suddenly a horse figure type earthenware appeared, followed by beasts with golden smoke. Beasts that were not different from monsters appeared. And they began a fierce battle with the nightmarish gamecock. What is this? It was a sight that could not be understood by Bang Hyun-wook's common sense. Even if he could understand it, the battle was beyond the category of common sense, so he could not help but make a foolish expression. Of course, he froze at the battlefield that started in front of him. He didn't even think of running. Hey! Suddenly a woman, who came down to the ground, caught his wrist and pulled at him. Air? Ha! He was drawn into her hands with surprised eyes. At that moment, his mind came up with a similar scene of the day. The first time in a large mart he encountered a monster, a woman was in a similar situation, and she grabbed his hand and ran away. Of course, there was a difference from then. At that time, it was a woman full of freckles on her face that had caught his hand, and now it was a beauty with the blonde hair that was pulling his hand. Kate Kennedy. He had seen her earlier. You are the wife of Big Brother, aren't you? It was also the woman who Jang Sung-hoon introduced briefly as the wife of Big Brother. What? At the words of Bang, she said she did not understand what he was talking about. In the meantime, they ran quickly out of the battlefield. To be precise, they were out of range of the fear of the gamecock. After a certain distance, his energy, which had only been used to hold back the fear, began to energize his whole body. Pooh-ha! After he had vomited out the fear that suppressed his chest, he immediately looked at her. Where is Big Brother? The fact that she was here meant that Kim Tae-hoon was here. At his question, she made an expression that she did not understand what he was talking. No, wait, English. He thought that the reason why she did not understand was his language, and he started making an English sentence to ask a question. Soon he said, "Brother, my brother." It was the moment when the 12 years English education from elementary to high school became terrible. But she managed to understand that because she was the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, and it made no sense to know no Korean, and she was not that stupid. But she did not answer. Is this man mad now? It's time to run. There was a monster right behind them, a monster that was terrible, a monster that they could not dream of as an enemy, and a monster which had become a nightmare just by imagining an enemy. Even she, who had the right to be free from the fear by her rank energy, was terrified. However, why did he ask a stupid question when they were busy running away from such a monster behind them? Brother! My brother! Brother! However, there was no sign of stopping him from talking. Fortunately, she didn't have to answer. Kwang. Behind them, a huge explosion on the battlefield blew them away at once. Arg! Yipe! Two kinds of screams tangled, flying in the sky, and rolling along the ground. It was a street lamp that's standing in the roadside that stopped them from the endless rolling. Of course, it did not stop them gently. Bang! The tangled Kate and Bang hit the streetlight and parted. Ugh, a moan came from both their mouths. But what really hurt was the curved streetlight. Creak! The streetlight moaned, too. A huge shock. It was not easy for them to wake up after the shock. After a few more groans and neck exercises, they regained their senses. Then they could see it. Sure, yik. They could see a sword passing over their heads. Huck! And a flying car followed. 13. Kim Tae-hoon could hold back the fear of a blue-grade monster, unless he was very close. But that was all. All he could do was hold on. As soon as he was exposed to the fear, his ability was reduced. The energy would be used to hold back the fear, the time to gather mana disappeared, and the telekinesis could not be used properly. Of course, fighting at close range with the gamecock was actually suicide. What should he do to pierce the sword of the Imperator into the heart of the gamecock? He already had an answer to this question. But he had never picked an answer in a real fight. Now my body can withstand the telekinesis I use, but the reason was his prior lack of ability. At this moment, however, he no longer felt that his ability was insufficient in implementing the answer. No, I have to hold on. Now was a moment that he should not hesitate, even if it felt insufficient. So he fired the sword of the Imperator. Sure, yik. The sword of the Imperator, which started the flight, flew like a swallow and drove into the chest of the gamecock like a serpent's fang. Bang! The sword of the Imperator penetrated the solid wings of the gamecock and found the flesh. It drove in about the length of a finger. It was a great, but not impressive depth. What made the depth impressive was the small car flying towards the hilt of the sword. Bang! The compact car hammered onto the hilt of the sword. Pook! The sword went deeper. This was the solution that he came up with earlier. It was the reason why he could not use it even once, although he thought of it earlier. So far, he had not been able to use this kind of telekinesis. He had no experience using such force, and he lacked the physical endurance to withstand such force. However, he practiced steadily. With nothing but his own body, he levitated heavier objects and wielded it. Now the results of the exercise came out. After dropping the first car, he immediately picked up another light car that had been moved off the road. The small-looking car on the road was so overwhelming that it could not be said to be small, and it was flying like a stone from a catapult. Bang! The vehicle that had completed a short flight once again struck the hilt of the sword. Ki-oh-oh! When the scab became an eerie wound, an angry cry came out of the mouth of the gamecock. Of course, it looked for him with its blue eyes. But he was not visible. Ppie. To find him hiding in the buildings, it bristled up its 5 senses. The beasts of the golden smoke started to show up again before the 5 senses of the gamecock. The golden beasts, who did not know how to give up and die, rushed toward the gamecock, and it flashed its eyes sharply. There was no chance of it stepping back in front of an enemy that was coming to it, because it was filled with the fighting spirit to the bone. The gamecock, which would die fighting against a monster more powerful than itself, inflated its chest. Then it spat out what was in its chest through its golden beak. Ki-oh-oh-oh! Along with countering the enemy's provocations, the gamecock and the golden smoke beasts, which were protecting their owners, were once again tangled up. Meanwhile, Kim searched for a vehicle after he took a breath. A small car. The road in Bucheon, once a tomb for automobiles, was now quite clean. It was thanks to the Mac Guild's constant cleaning of the road. Therefore, small cars were nowhere to be seen. No, small cars were not seen in Korea originally. Wasn't there a saying that it was much safer to walk on the roads in Korea than to ride in small cars? However, he was not embarrassed. There's no time. His fist blackened, and it immediately hit the wall of a building nearby. Kwasik. The exterior of the building was torn apart and collapsed. He floated a heavy piece out of the concrete mass, a little larger than a human body. Instead of gunshots, he let out a breath, and a lump of concrete smashed on the chest of the gamecock. It was also painful for the gamecock. Ki-oh-oh-oh! It was torture to be nailed where its heart was, and to be knocked on the heart by a hammer. It was no wonder that it cried out in fear. But the gamecock was not scared, just surprised. There was no word for fear in it. Ki-oh-oh-oh! Only fight. All its eyes were focused on punishing the golden beasts that attacked it without hesitation. Burning. At such a fighting spirit, the gamecock began to grow its crest, which had been dissipated by the powerful explosion a while ago, little by little. No way. It was unexpected. Is anger making its crest faster? The dying flame crest was going to be alive again, fueled by its fighting spirit. There's no time. Naturally, the gamecock was likely to release its explosion again much earlier than he had expected. After the explosion? All he could do was run away from Bucheon with all his strength. Of course, returning after a certain period of time. The gamecock would be the owner of Bucheon and turn Bucheon into a miserable tomb that humans could not live in. The people in Incheon would not be safe either. Everything he had done so far would go beyond meaningless and become miserable. That's why he got his breath back. Pierce. He focused his attention and made his mind as clear as possible. He painted only the picture he wanted with a clear mind. The painting depicted only its chest, where a huge concrete mass was raging, and where the sword of the Imperator was piercing. He did not hurry. He flew the stones one at a time calmly, like one drop of water piercing the rock. Boom! His repeated efforts were clearly visible. Boom! The sword of the Imperator put all of its long blade into the body of the gamecock, leaving only the hilt showing. Of course, his repeated attacks had become a threat to the gamecock. It felt its life was at stake. That was why its fighting spirit was so intense. Ki-oh-oh. A mouse bites a cat if it is cornered, and how about the last pitch when a terrible monster is in a corner? War. It must be so intense that it would be unimaginable. Ki-oh-oh. The chest cavity of the gamecock, which burst out with a long cry, had risen greatly. Boom, boom. At the same time, the fire that had faded over its head began to soar like a fountain. There was no room to react. As soon as he was aware of the fact, the gamecock again caused a huge explosion. Kwara-young. An explosion that was more intense than the one before it began to sweep around the gamecock. Ku-hung. The golden smoke beasts that fought against the gamecock evaporated in an instant, and buildings around it collapsed in the explosion. The force of the explosion was not just fire. The explosion had an enormous amount of horror and hostility. It was the release of a powerful fear. He was at a distance, but it was so powerful that his body stiffened up as he vomited blood. Oh, my God. His energy began to work hard to save its owner's body, who was frozen by fear. The gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue, which he held in his hands, also filled his empty body. Broken. But already, the jar of his body was broken. He couldn't help it. A while ago, he was using his power to the limit. There was no room for something to fill his body. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if his body, which was exposed to the sudden explosion in fear, remained strong. A jar without a bottom was of course not easily filled. Think. Nevertheless, he sought a solution at this moment. The bell tail. And he found it. If I hit the hilt with the bell tail of the belltail rat. With its amazing batting power, he could drive the sword deep enough. Of course, there should be a hammer and someone to use it. And there was only one person who was qualified to move in the fear that was shaking even his body. Kate. And she knew it. Fuck. So at this moment, she rushed toward the gamecock with the mace made of the belltail which Bang Hyunwook was holding, releasing strong power and hurling abuse at the temporarily daunted monster. This will pay off all my debts. All of them. She hammered the sword of the Imperator, of where only the hilt could be seen, with the weapon she held in her hands, into the breast of the gamecock. Then, for the first time, the terminal word came out of its mouth. Cock-a-doodle-doo. It was a chicken cry that woke everyone from a nightmare. 14. Nonsense. As soon as the gamecock started its second blast, Major O lowered his posture while watching the battle. For a while afterward, he was stiff. He waited for his energy to energize his frozen body so that he wouldn't miss out on the reason while paralyzed. When Major O rose up and looked at the battlefield through a telescope, what he saw was the last appearance of the gamecock, which was more appropriate to say, it was more collapsing than falling. What the hell happened? Without seeing the interim process, he could not understand the situation at all. Instead, he knew what he had to do at this moment. I have to run away at once. Clearly, the gamecock was dead. It was not in any of the plans. Of course, his actions in this situation had not been instructed either. It was not a situation which he could judge for his own, and act according to that judgment. In this case, the answer was to withdraw as soon as possible. He saw the two men had fainted as soon as they were exposed to the explosion of the gamecock. It seemed impossible to wake them up right away, with foam in their mouths and white eyes. It didn't seem easy, either. No, he could bring them away. For an awakener, the weight of the two adult men would be only 2 school bags. However, the problem was that it would be annoying and dangerous to run away without catching the attention of people around, with their cumbersome bodies. So he took the gun out of his waist without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Blam, blam. With only the sound of 2 shots left behind, he immediately turned and went out through the door. There was no time to keep his composure when he stepped out. That's crazy. What am I supposed to report? No, no. How the hell did he kill it? No, wait a minute. So that monster will eat the monster stone of the blue-grade monster? Of course, Major O could not afford to check the existence of an action camera of GoPro around the door, either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, The Price of the Blood, Part 1. 79, The Price of the Blood, Part 1. Chapter 28. The Price of the Blood, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. It's like that time. It was a memory from Seoul on the last day of 2016, when Lieutenant Colonel Yu visited Bucheon again. It was hell in Seoul that day, but that didn't mean it would collapse helplessly. It was the capital. It was the heart of the country, and of course, its power was stronger than anywhere else. In fact, Seoul has been fighting its own battles against the monsters since they appeared. They were certainly conditioned and willing to fight. When the monster appeared, it was a dragon with navy pupils that destroyed their wills. Every time it breathed out flames, every time it flicked its wings, the scenery of Seoul went back 100 years. The scenery of Bucheon now reminded him of that time. The scenery of Bucheon was so terrible. He's inside. As soon as he saw him, Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who was guided into the coffee shop, had to say this instead of greeting him. You've been through it. There was Kim Tae-hoon within reach of the words, already reeking of vertiginous coffee, as if he had drunk several cups, and then turned the caffeine into a fierce look. I don't need to be comforted. In addition, his tongue spoke out the words like a sharpened blade. Neither do I. You can't be a comforting person, but let's get down to business right away. After finishing speaking, Kim drank the coffee in his half-full mug. But he didn't enjoy the coffee as usual. Gulping, Kim drank coffee like water. Then he put a clean empty mug on the table and asked, "Why did you come?" It was a determined expression. He had no intention of taking time in today's conversation. He never thought to waste his time like that. I contacted Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. I gave him your message, and got an answer. Is that a good answer? He said, if you want to meet, come see me in person. That's how a subordinate treats his superiors. Kim nodded lightly. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun's response was expected. Now Colonel Lim was the king in chess. He was also a powerful king who had secured military power in the front line, including Gangwon province. Colonel Lim's opponent on the chessboard was the Capital Defense Command, which held the justification. It would be rather strange if Colonel Lim, who was engaged in a fierce war against the Capital Defense Command, came to meet Kim in person. And Kim also had no desire to meet the colonel right now. I think I should postpone the meeting with Colonel Lim. He should stop the assassination, but something much more important had happened now. Are you putting it off later? Do you have anything to do? I want to meet the leaders of the Capital Defense Command. What? Isn't that your purpose here? The Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent. Kim's statement was true. The position of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not great enough to come to Bucheon to deliver news about Colonel Lim. Of course, he came to Bucheon because of a different order. You came here to put the dead body of the blue-grade monster, Gamecock, on the negotiating table. His goal was a blue-grade monster, the dead body of the Gamecock. Monsters' bodies were in many ways valuable. The value of the monster stone was indescribable, and if not, the value of the monster was infinite. It was ridiculous to discuss the value of the Gamecock. From the standpoint of the Capital Defense Command, it was necessary to obtain the remains of the Gamecock. So Lieutenant Colonel Yu came to investigate the situation of Kim and that had the Mat Guild that successfully killed the blue-grade monster. Of course, there were many things to look after. If not, do you intend to rob, not trade? If Kim and the Mat Guild were hit hard, the Capital Defense Command would send troops to take away everything they had gained. No, in fact, such a thought was stronger. From the standpoint of the Capital Defense Command, the Mac Guild and Kim were not a good group. The stronger their group, the worse it would be. In other words, Lieutenant Colonel Yu came to Buchan for spying. It was his duty to assess the state of the object to be plundered. We have a plan like that. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not hide the fact. He was already on Kim's side. It was no good hiding dangerous facts from the Mac Guild and Kim. That was why he gave advice. So, it's dangerous. If you go to Seoul, you'll have a table to negotiate. There's no way they'll let you go if negotiations break down there. But the advice was pointless. I don't want to let them go because the negotiations break down. Kim didn't really want to negotiate with them, either. I'm setting up a negotiation table to get the price for the blood. The price for the blood? Many people died. They will pay for it. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave a long sigh. I'll report it. Instead of answering, Kim nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Yu immediately got up and left Buchan, heading to Seoul. The very day after that, he visited Buchan again. They're going to negotiate. The place to negotiate is the Namsan Tower. 2. On December 31, 2016, Seoul was the place where the largest number of monsters appeared in Korea, and it was the most fiercely fought place. In a way, it was obvious. Seoul was the home of more than 10 million people, in other words, the number of awakeners was high. From that point of view, Seoul had to be the most splendid in Korea. What a hell this place is! But now, in the eyes of Jang Sung-hoon, around Digital Media City Station in Yunpyeong District, Seoul, was more miserable than Buchan, where the gamecock went crazy. Oh, my God, among them, the overwhelming one was 4 claw marks drawn on a tall building where a large mart was located. The huge claw marks were the first seen in Jang's life, but it was not difficult to tell whose claw it was. That's its mark, isn't it? It's the mark of a dragon. Dragon. The monster that passed through Buchan was the main character of the terrible devastation in Jang's eyes. If it weren't for the dragon, Seoul wouldn't have collapsed this far. Lieutenant Colonel Yu turned his head and explained. There was an asphalt road that they turned onto. Of course, the road was not an ordinary one. Once the road melted, it seemed as if lava had passed by. Jang swallowed without even realizing it. Lieutenant Colonel Yu continued his conversation by recalling the day with dry lips. We didn't even get a scratch on its body after we attacked it with all means. It felt like an ant facing a human. It wasn't just a human, it had bug repellent in one hand and a lighter in the other. Oh, that's terrible. At Jang's words, Lieutenant Colonel Yu frowned with one eye. He was not happy to dilute his miserable memory with jokes. Be careful from here on, anyway. We haven't finished cleaning up the monsters yet. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave his own warning to Jang. However, it was not Jang, but the subordinate soldiers of Lieutenant Colonel Yu who were nervous about the warning. Special forces organized to search and carry out special missions outside of Seoul had sharply raised their senses. It was not because of some vague fear. The subway line 6, centered on the Digital Media City Station that they were now passing by, was not yet properly cleaned up of monsters, as Lieutenant Colonel Yu had warned. This meant that it was not unusual for monsters to move through subway line 6 and appear at the Digital Media City Station. There had even been reports of orange and yellow-grade monsters appearing recently. A yellow-grade one was a disaster for the Awakeners. Oh, really? Of course, Jang was not scared. Oh, I'm scared. Boss, I'm so scared. Can you hug me? There was a disaster-like Awakener beside him. That catastrophe to the monsters, Kim Tae-hoon shook his head. Shoo! As soon as he turned his head, the arrow at Kim's waist immediately shot toward where he was looking. His arrow stuck to the wall of a building that looked like nothing special. Thump! A monster stuck to the outer wall of the second floor fell to the ground like a broken doll. The monster that fell to the ground looked like a giant lizard, but it was a furry monster like a monkey. And it had orange eyes. The furry lizard. For the awakeners and survivors, it was a scary monster called the assassin. It was very difficult to deal with the monster with its amazing stealth skill, a whip-like extending tongue, and poisonous saliva. Due to its tough skin and persistent vitality, it was not easily killed by bullets. Only shooting the brain and the heart could kill it. Finally, they lived in groups. One was a sign of beginning, not the end. Be careful. There's more around. At that moment, everyone was nervous and vigilant around. Thump! What they saw was a scene where the furry lizards attached to the walls had large holes in their heads, dripping blood out through the holes and falling on the ground. Thump! As if playing a musical instrument, the carcasses began to hit the ground sequentially. Thump! At the end of the performance, Kim lifted his right hand lightly. As soon as he closed his right hand, a featherless arrow came back into his hands. He put it back into a leather holder in his left hip. Everyone looked blank at the sight. Let's move. Kim gave them short notice. At the same time, Jang Sung-hoon also made a brief announcement. Those are something our boss killed. Please pack them so that we can take them on our way back. Don't eat secretly in the meantime. 3. Namsan Tower. The only place in Seoul where tension could be eased was filled with tension. The cause of the tension was a group of people walking towards Namsan Tower. The three of them were silently climbing the stairs without much conversation. The first thing which welcomed them was the red pillar. In front of the monument, the Sunsabai of King Jinhung, which protected Namsan Tower from monsters, stood three men on the other side, as if to match the numbers on their side. Are you Major Kim Tae-hoon? They were men with stars: Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, commander of the Capital Defense Command, Brigadier General Yoon Suk-young, commander of the Armed Forces Capital Command, and Major General Lee Ki-soo, chief of the Investigation Department of the Ministry of Defense. Three generals were looking at Kim. It was a surprise, it was nothing else, and the only time star-studded generals came to meet him was when he was superior to them. That's all. If they showed up first in any other case, it would never be a meeting. It was a declaration of war or the initial suppression. It was just one of the tricks to press an opponent to face from now on. It was Lieutenant Colonel Yu who was nervous in front of the trick. He led Kim and Jang to Namsan Tower. Oh, my God. He was not informed of such a case. He was just ordered to guide Kim to Namsan Tower. But not one, but the top leaders of the current Capital Defense Command appeared like this? What's this? However, if the generals moved, the troops who escorted them would also have to move. Lieutenant Colonel Yu whizzed around. Currently, the best men under the Capital Defense Command would be filling the area. If Kim were to act rashly, they would move by any means possible to get rid of him. They're all here. Or the moment one of the three gave a signal, they would move to kill Kim, regardless of the reason. Kim couldn't have known about it. Yes, I am Kim Tae-hoon. However, he acted calmly in this situation. You want to make a deal? It was General Yoon Suk-young speaking. I want a fair price. As you've been briefed on, there's been a lot of damage done to hunt the blue-grade monster, the gamecock. Property damage is indescribable, and many people are dead. At Kim's answer, Major General Lee Ki-soo smiled. With the smile, he continued. I've heard the bad news, but that's the way it is. It's no joke to get paid here. You're the one who claimed to be independent. Major General Lee's tongue was pointed like a needle. Lee frankly did not like the situation where Kim appeared in front of him alive and well. Of course, Lee did not want to condone the deal. We hunted the blue-grade monster with much damage, repeated Kim. So it's Thanks to that, everyone in Seoul kept their lives. What? At that moment, the mood changed in a cruel way as soon as Kim said it. That's what I'm getting for saving these people, the price of their blood. That's funny. Let's talk more about it. Lieutenant General? It has changed to something very bloody. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, The Price of the Blood, Part 2. 80, The Price of the Blood, Part 2. Chapter 28. The Price of the Blood, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. The Capital Defense Command was a military unit created to protect Seoul. The position of chief commander of the unit that protected the heart of the Republic of Korea could not be a regular seat. Only the best elites could sit down, and among the elites, only those who wanted to be at the pinnacle were able to sit down. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk was the man who was sitting there. You said you were under Major General Chang Young-sung, Lee Hyuk was the chief among the stars. Kim Tae-hoon was facing him across just one table. It would be appalling to imagine the situation for those with the rank of soldiers. Major General Lee Ki-soo, who was standing behind Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, would feel bitter if he took the position instead of Kim Tae-hoon. Yes, I was. But Kim was different. There was no retreat, no hesitation, and there was no sign of wanting to hide the truth. You were, not now, is that it? You don't even know if Chang Young-sung is alive? Kim's harsh response made Lee Ki-soo's back go cold. No, I'm not saying that, but I am asking whether you're denying your military status. However, Lee Hyuk showed no emotional change in Kim's behavior. He asked questions with a calm but rather cold look on his face. He looked extraordinary. The star is the star. It's not a joke. With that look in the eyes of Lee Hyuk, Jang Sung-hoon, who was behind Kim, felt a lump in his throat. Yes. However, it did not work for Kim. It was also Kim's presence. I'm not a soldier now. Before monsters appeared, humans were divided into social status, social position, property, etc. The soldier was worse. They used direct distinction between classes. In such a world, an individual's power had little meaning. But not anymore. Kim had power. That was the overwhelming force, at least enough to console those who died for him. And now it was time for that power to distinguish between ranks. I am the head of the Mak Guild, who manages the Bucheon and Incheon areas. You are not a soldier, but you use the weapons of the Korean army. The weapons are blocking monsters heading to Seoul. It depends on the interpretation. In some ways, the existence of the Mak Guild could be an anti-government force group that looted military weapons without government permission. Do you want me to interpret this whole situation on my own? Therefore, Kim did not back down in front of Lee Hyuk. At this moment, everyone could see who was in the higher rank by comparing the marks of the Awakeners on each other's right hand. Do you want us to be an anti-government force group? I can't bear it anymore, stop. It was not Lee Hyuk, but Lee Ki-soo who vented anger over Kim's attitude. You say whatever you want when we've arranged a conversation. Are you threatening us? The surroundings began to get cluttered with a harsh atmosphere. Stand by. Stand by. We'll move anytime. As soon as the order was issued, preparations were made to suppress or kill Kim and Jang. I don't intend to threaten you. Kim put the clutter together into one sentence. I've come all the way to the negotiating table. Along with the words, he took a thumb-sized jewel out of his arms. The jewel, which was shining like a blue sapphire, had begun to dye Kim's palm green. Everyone's eyes widened. Is that the monster stone of the blue-grade monster, the gamecock? Snap. At that moment, he could hear the clicking sound of a camera's shutter in the distance. It was quite a long way off, tens of meters away. It was not a smartphone camera, but a DSLR camera that sounded like a cannon through lenses. He palmed the jewel again after hearing the sound. I've already seen a lot of blood. I don't want to see blood anymore. Let's negotiate. Lee Ki-soo immediately coughed and stepped back. His eyes were still directed toward Kim's hand holding the monster stone, and his eyes were shaking. It was proof of his concern. Damn it, if I get it, the game is over. At present, it was ridiculous to estimate the value of a blue-grade monster stone. He could not get it even if he wanted to. Of course, it was too necessary for the Capital Defense Command, as well as for Lee Ki-soo. What a thing to get by killing Kim Tae-hoon here. How much do you assess as the value of this monster stone? Kim asked them. How much will you pay for it? It certainly sounded like that to Lee Hyuk or Lee Ki-soo. Shoo! Lee Hyuk raised his hand. Then Lee Ki-soo, who was backing down, stepped forward again. He talked instead of Lee Hyuk. If you exclude Hunmin Jeongeum and the Sunsabai of King Jinhun, we can negotiate with anything. We'll have to negotiate exactly as you say, but we can do business with anything, except for two things. As soon as Kim heard that, he looked at the monster stone of the gamecock that he was holding in his hand with black eyes. Crystal of the gamecock. Strength and health are increased when ingested. The skill of energy is greatly increased when ingested. The skill of mana is greatly increased when ingested. The skill of defense is greatly increased when ingested. The skill of mana resistance is greatly increased when ingested. When ingested, the power of the gamecock, anger soaring, can be obtained. Then he put it in his mouth and gulped it down. Everyone who looked at him went blank. Air? Ha? Did he eat it? Those who were trying to hide in various places and aimed at Kim even blurted the words in their minds without realizing it. His behavior was shocking enough. The same was true for Lee Hyuk and Lee Ki-soo, both of whom looked at Kim with a stupid expression. Let's continue the negotiations. It was Kim's words, coming out of the mouth that ate the monster stone, that made them change their expressions. Well, what? You ate it now. What kind of negotiation? Lee Ki-soo still looked ridiculous as he spoke. I never said I would be negotiating with the monster stone of the gamecock. What the fuck is this? Lee Ki-soo burst into anger. It was rude to show anger in front of Lee Hyuk, but there was no one, including Lee Hyuk, who raised doubts about the anger. There was more than enough all around. I told you a few times before. Many people died to stop the gamecock heading for Seoul, and thanks to it, the people here survived, and I came to receive the price of the lives of the dead and the survivors. But not for Kim Tae-hoon. I will be paid the price of the blood. For him, all this was unjust, not just fair. In the first place, if Major Osebam and the Six Snakes had not brought the gamecock in Sejong City to Bucheon, there would not have been a dead one. Was there a more unjust death? And now, he must not tolerate the injustice. When he accepted the injustice, the damage would be seen, not by Kim, but by those who followed him. I can exchange anything except Hunmin Jeongeum and Sunsabai of King Jinhun. I will make it a reference point for the value of the monster I have killed. You crazy bastard. At the words of Kim, Lee Ki-soo no longer had any courtesy. It was a farce from the beginning. That's crazy. Kim should not have been here. He should have been dead in Bucheon. Kim, who should have died, provoked Lee Hyuk in this way? Lee Hyuk was not a naive man, and he was not a man full of kindness. He would regard all of this from Kim today as a disgrace, and would prepare to pay off his disgrace. In the process, if Lee Ki-soo was found to have ordered Osebum, it would be the worst. Therefore, Lee Ki-soo wanted to overturn the table itself. He wanted to make Kim and Lee Hyuk a relationship that they would not face again in this way. However, Kim ignored Lee Ki-soo and asked Lee Hyuk, who is the superior? At the words, Lee Ki-soo, who had exploded like a volcano, became mute. Lee Hyuk revealed his unpleasantness with his expression. However, he expressed his displeasure only in his face at this moment, but he did not vent his anger. We can't stay still if you are uncooperative. It was evidence that he had already completed the calculation perfectly in his mind. Who held the sword at this moment? So you're going to kill me? The dragon, you left that nonsense monster behind. The reason why the Capital Defense Command hunted monsters while raising forces outside Seoul, including Major Se-bum, was simple. They trained awakeners to kill the monsters. In that sense, the blue-grade monster stone was important. It was like a piece of a puzzle that was necessary to kill the dragon. But the monster stone was now in the stomach of Kim. Even if his belly was cut open, the monster stone of the gamecock could not be obtained. Chang Young-sung had a great monster under his command. Anyway, Kim had survived the monster called the gamecock and killed it. Whether he was given the favor of the heavens or thanks to the relics, he survived anyway. It meant that he had the qualification to survive and persist. Nevertheless, do we have to kill him? We can kill him. But the price to pay for it is too high. Finally, the enemies of Lee Hyuk were not just Kim. Okay, I'll pay you for the price of the blood. I will save you, and Colonel Lim Hyunjun is more our concern right now. There were the Mac Guild in Kim and Bucheon and Incheon, and Colonel Lim Hyunjun was in Gangwon Province and the front line. As soon as both of them became their enemies, the Capital Defense Command would be besieged. They should avoid that much. I want to make a deal after I pay the price. Furthermore, if Kim claimed to be a hound, he could willingly pay and use him as a hound. There's a green-grade monster on the side of Cheongdae Mountain, leading the goblins, and its forces are coming down toward Gangnam District, as well as Cheongdae Mountain. Kill it. Lieutenant General, that's at the words of Lee Hyuk. Lee Ki-soo tried to do something, but his action was blocked by the cold eyes of Lee Hyuk. They waited for Kim's answer, and Kim responded to the wait. I'll receive 3 national treasures for the price of the blood, and 1 national treasure for 1 green-grade monster. 5. Boss, can I ask you a question? Outside Namsan Tower. Now the sunshine felt a little hot, so the shade of the trees around Namsan Tower was pleasant, so Jang and Kim talked for a short break. What would you do if I was murdered? This time, Kim Tae-hoon was originally supposed to go alone. In such a situation, Jang claimed to be a companion. The existence of Jang would be a great help. The problem was risk. If the Capital Defense Command revealed its hostility to Kim and put it into practice, the endangered person would be Jang, not Kim. Of course, Jang was fully prepared. However, Kim's appearance against Lee Hyuk was so aggressive that Jang's fear of preparing for the resolution was chilled. It would not be surprising if Lee Hyuk caused an accident in a fit of anger. If you're killed, you can't help it. Kim answered Jang's question calmly. That's too bad to hear. I can make one thing clear if you die instead. Really? What is it? To wage war with the Capital Defense Command, you won't have to weigh at least as much as you do now. With Kim's still calm voice, Jang smiled, as if he was satisfied with the answer. It's less regrettable to hear that. A group of people began to stride toward them as they spoke. Wearing military uniforms, they were soldiers, and at the same time they were awakeners with marks on their right hands. They were a group of people here to help Kim pick up the relics and watch him. It was Major Se-bum who had the brightest appearance in the group and was at the forefront. I'll take you to the Bank of Korea. His appearance changed the faces of Jang and Kim. It's nice to see you again like this. Major O was one of the reasons why Kim and Jang came to Seoul. Did you say Major Se-bum? Yes. So I couldn't even shake your hand. Kim gave his right hand to Major O. Major O held Kim's right hand after a brief pause. As soon as they held each other's hands, Kim stared at O with his bloody eyes and said in a low voice, It's the third time I've met you, and we should shake hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81 The Price of the Blood, Part III. 81 The Price of the Blood, Part 3. Chapter 28 The Price of the Blood, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. Kim Tae-hoon and Oh Se-bum met today for the third time. However, Oh did not admit it. The third time, you must have miscounted the numbers? Isn't this the second time you've met me at Gimpo Airport? Of course, to admit that today's meeting was the third time would be to reveal that he was in Buchan. Oh knew what that meant. Damn it. At this moment, Oh guessed that Kim didn't just say that to see how he'd react suddenly. The distance from Namsan Tower to the Bank of Korea is about 2.2 kilometers, and it takes about half an hour to walk. Make sure we're at the second or third meeting in half an hour. Kim Tae-hoon was the same. He did not just say that to make a pun against Oh, and make his heart pound. I'd like to kill him, but many people had died because of Oh. They were the ones who gave their lives for Kim. For the comfort of those who had died, it was necessary to mete out a clear punishment for Oh. There was enough justification. Kim did not tease Oh, but as soon as he checked the place where Oh had watched the Gamecock die, he left a video of Oh in Buchan with 2 awakeners belonging to the Capital Defense Command. It was enough. It was not like they were in court to judge who was right and wrong first. The important thing was, as he said earlier, justification and excuse. The video was a justification and excuse that Kim and the Mac Guild were able to declare war against the Capital Defense Command. He's just a tool. But Kim did not do that. There were many reasons. For realistic reasons, the moment he killed Major Oh, he would be at war with the Capital Defense Command. Kim was confident of winning that war. He could kill all the officials of the Capital Defense Command alone. However, after the war, there would be few colleagues who would celebrate his victory. It would be a victory of sacrifice. But the biggest reason was the advice Kim sent to himself in a dream. So use him. Use Oh Se-bum. Kim was not emotionally drunk and did not ignore the advice he had received in return for his own death. Above all, killing Oh would not be the end of the problem. Oh could not have done all on with his own. He was just a tool. He was not a loyal tool, just a useful one. If he shook Oh, they would be shaken. Then let's move on, Jang Sung-hoon. Yes, boss. We're moving. You're coming. I've been waiting. So Kim waited so that Oh's trembling, which had just started, would spread even further. 7. The Bank of Korea. It was a special place in many ways, needed to manage the monetary policy of the Republic of Korea. The building was the first sign. In the city center, full of monotonous buildings, the Bank of Korea's building was elegant and old-fashioned, like the only swan on the lake. It was also the most symbolic safe in Korea. Since it was always a place to keep $9 billion worth of money for monetary policy at all times, what more explanation would be needed? And now it was a place to store the relics of Seoul, and it had become the most important place of the Capital Defense Command, instead of the $9 billion worth of money that had become pieces of toilet paper if not burned for tinder. I'll be right back, boss. Jang Sung-hoon went into the safe. I'll pick something good. It was a compromise. Kim agreed to receive 3 national treasures from the Capital Defense Command. It was natural to decide what to receive, but Kim wanted to choose what he wanted to receive after seeing them. Not all national treasures were relics. And even if it was not a national treasure, there might have been a much more valuable relic that was not designated as a national treasure. Furthermore, the Capital Defense Command could give him a fake. In fact, there were fakes in museums, including the National Museum of Korea. For example, in the case of the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach, which Kim had acquired, a replica modeled after it was displayed at the National Museum of Korea. There was no sure way to be sure other than to see and choose it, because there was no right way to deal with the words after they gave it to him and said that he did not have the ability to use it. On the other hand, the Capital Defense Command did not want to put the ridiculous monster Kim Tae-hoon in a place filled with relics. Kim agreed. What if he went into the safe alone, and they closed it? Could Jang, who was waiting outside, save Kim in such a situation? I'm finally going to open the safe of the Bank of Korea and a $9 billion piggy bank. The compromise that came out was that Jang would pick them inside the safe. That was one of the reasons why Jang followed Kim. For Kim, this trip to Seoul was not just a trip to Seoul, but a journey to get the price of the blood of those who had died. It was natural to be ready for myriad scenarios. So Jang went into the safe with a watchdog, and Kim immediately spoke to his watchdog, Major O. So, what's the answer? Kim asked Major O, who was deployed to monitor him, the question he had not heard the answer to at Namsan Tower. Major O stared at him instead of answering Kim's question. During the 30 minutes from Namsan Tower to the Bank of Korea, O's mind had been full of chaos. He had been thinking about it over and over again. Damn it! But the answer did not come out. It was not a matter for the correct answer in the first place. There was only one thing, O's choice. In the end, he chose. What do you want? He chose to be faithful to his own interests. You're doing this because you want something from me. If Kim was just going to screw O, he did not have to do it like this. That was O's thought, and because of that, O decided to deal with Kim. Do you admit it's your third meeting? Shit, I don't care about that. Tell me what you want. In addition, the choice was the least damaging choice for O. The grounds were simple. I will die if I am an enemy to this monster. O was very scared of Kim. Kim was not discouraged even in front of Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, but rather, he was provoked and acted bravely. To deal with such a monster was simply to deal with the gamecock that drove Buchan into a nightmare. It was a thing that would be hard for him to do. Above all, Kim was not just a strong man. He was an assassin who had lived through strong violence. To be his target was actually a death sentence, and O wanted to avoid such a situation. I just followed orders. There is no reason for me to pay my own blood. In other words, he intended to blame others for what had happened in Buchan, if necessary. One thing I want to know. What method on earth did you use? What? I'm just curious about the way that the blue-grade monster was attracted. At Kim's request, O's left eyebrow soared to the sky. He did not easily understand Kim's request. Is that all? If I asked you to betray the Capital Defense Command and be my dog, you wouldn't be a dog, right? That's true, but... Soon after O understood Kim's demands, he began to worry again. To be honest, Kim's current demand was a far cry. Is this really all? It was a much weaker demand than he thought. At least it did not mean that there would be a big change in O's identity right now, though he admitted Kim's demand. Kim Tae-hoon took an SD card out of his pocket for O, who began to worry about it. This is an SD card containing the original video footage of you leaving the building after killing your two fellows. If you give me an answer, I'll just hand it over here. You might have copied it. Do I have to convince you for that part? Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton. At that moment, O showed the inside of his vest with the word. Inside, there was a horn-shaped cup carved out of white jade. Kim's eyes turned black. Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, injecting mana produces the water of Jade Dragon. If you drink it, you can gain strong resistance to fear and health that you don't get tired of. However, there are side effects after use. == Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton. The item had a buff effect in terms of games. With this relic, you can temporarily resist fear. And one more thing. At the same time, this item had one more hidden ability. When you drink this, you become similar to monsters. Should I say that the fear of the monsters comes out of your body? As soon as they drink the water of Jade Dragon, energy like a monster's fear flows out from their entire body. Of course, weak monsters run away from the fear. If the gamecock saw the strength, it would have been mad rather than avoiding it. It would have been a clear provocation for monsters like the gamecock. It's painting a target. Oh, used the Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton to lure the gamecock. More specifically, awakeners were placed from Sejong City to Bucheon City, and they drank the water of Jade Dragon in order. It was similar to Hansel and Gretel. In Hansel and Gretel, if a slice of bread played a role, he used the Raiton instead of a piece of bread so that the gamecock would naturally reach Bucheon City after chasing the awakeners who drank the water of Jade Dragon. Is this enough as an answer? Ha! At O's question, Kim handed him the SD card he had in his hand instead. O no longer spoke nonsense the moment he received it. The silence between the two continued until a man appeared outside the brightly open door of the safe of the Bank of Korea. Boss! Jang exclaimed. 8. When Jang came out of the safe, there were 3 objects in his hands. The horse figure type earthenware attracted Kim's attention. Horse figure type earthenware, servant statue. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, special. Relic effect, injecting mana animates the mounted doll. The amount of mana injected determines the amount of time you can animate it. It was a statue of a servant who served the master statue Kim already had. Now we have only Raiton left. In addition, there was another national treasure similar to this one, horse figure type earthenware, Raiton. Of course, it was similar, but its history was completely different. The next thing that caught his eye was a gold earring. The gold earring was not an ordinary thing to look at for Kim, an outsider to art. It was the first item I chose. It's not a relic, but it's a must-have. It was shining in gold color and the craftsmanship was great. Not only did the body have turtle shells, but dozens of tiny leaf-shaped things on the bottom of it were so exquisite and beautiful that they could hardly be made by human hands. It's the couple burial mound gold earrings. Couple burial mound gold earrings. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, special. Relic effect, it cleanses the mind of the wearer and strengthens concentration. It's an effect that transcends relics. The couple burial mound gold earrings of Jeonju was the national treasure number 90, and had beauty and sophistication considered the best of Scylla's metal craftsmanship. The last item was Hahital. Hahital. It's not a Hahital that is sold as souvenirs at chicken restaurants. It is the oldest Hahital in Korea. National treasure no. 121. It's a 1,000-year-old item made in the 11th century. Of course, it wasn't just a Hahital. Anon Hahital. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, you get possessed by a spirit when you wear the mask. The moment you wear it, all your capabilities increase greatly. However, as soon as it ends, you temporarily lose all your strength. As Jang explained, it was the oldest existing Hahital among the Haho masks, which had endured for nearly 1,000 years. Note that there were 2 types of masks, Bayon Santal and Hahital. But after I thought about them I brought the Yang Bantal, one of the Hahital. Why did you choose the Hahital? I just thought you would be really strong if you wore the Hahital. Who knows? Will this be the boss's trademark? Jang's explanation stopped there. Now, it's boss's turn. This time, Kim began to explain a relic to Jang who had finished explaining. The relic was none other than jade dragon pattern Raiton, which O showed him a little while ago. When Zhang heard the name and characteristics of the relic, he said in a low voice, "There is only one place in East Asia where there is likely to be such a level of objects, especially relics made with that level of jade." Zhang said in a low voice that only Kim could hear, "It's the National Palace Museum in Taiwan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 82. Chapter 82, Episode 82, A Plus, Part 1. Chapter 29. A Plus, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The quality and number of relics were proportional to the length of a country's history. In that sense, China was the birthplace of one of the world's most famous relic grounds. It was true. Starting with the Yellow River Civilization, one of the beginnings of civilization, the relics left through the long history of China were so great that their quality and quantity could not easily be compared with any other country. It was until the government of Kuomintang moved to Taiwan, as their defeat intensified in the Chinese Civil War. However, in the midst of historical turmoil, China was divided into two countries, and relics could not avoid their fate. At that time, the number of relics carried by the government of Kuomintang from China to Taiwan was about 600,000. It wasn't just 600,000 pieces, but only 600,000 relics were selected and picked by the imperial family of the Qing dynasty. They moved them all to Taiwan. When China fought a war, they divided into the Communist Party and the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang, which was pushed out by the Communist Party, moved to Taiwan. In the process, the Kuomintang also moved the heritage of Chinese history to Taiwan. Even they had deceived the US that they would carry civilians to Taiwan, but they transported the relics. Because of that, there were a lot of people killed. They carried the relics instead of the lives of people, and the criticism was huge. Later, because of the Cultural Revolution of the Communist Party of China, the remaining relics in the mainland were completely destroyed. Thanks to the People's Party, the Kuomintang, they protected the relics of China. It's ironic. On the way back to Buchan, Zhang, who was teaching history in the street, paused and looked at Kim. "Boss?" Kim didn't look like he was listening to him. It seemed that he was thinking of something else. "Boss?" It was only after Zhang called him again that Kim responded. Kim Tae-hoon turned to look at Zhang. "Did you hear my explanation?" "I heard it." "Can I give you a quiz?" "Did you really hear that?" "I'll take history education later." "You didn't listen to me." "Boss, did you study bad when you were in school?" Instead of answering, Kim looked at Zhang quietly. Zhang smiled awkwardly. "It's a joke." "What the hell are you thinking about?" Kim gave an answer to the question. "If I were in Taiwan now, and if I were an ambitious person, what would I have planned?" In the response, Zhang wiped the playfulness from his face. "So what kind of picture was drawn?" "Control tower." "Yes?" "A huge number of relics, geographical location in the middle of China, Korea, and Japan, as well as the geographical advantage of not having to worry about monster raids through land routes. If they have the ability to make contact outside of Taiwan, then there would be no better conditions to be a control tower." "Oh. I'm sure it is, but I suppose it's hard to make a living because they are so isolated." Taiwan's food self-sufficiency rate is about 30%. There will be people dying of hunger, but there is plenty of room to hold on. Even if it's winter in Taiwan, the temperature won't drop below zero. But it's a country where people freeze to death when it snows. They must have spent the winter really warm. I envy them. It was hell for me to wake up in the morning during the winter. More than anything, they call themselves China. Zhang smiled at this part. He could help not knowing the relationship between Taiwan and China. Naturally, he knew how ridiculous it was to claim that Taiwan was China. Even though they claim that. But the laughing did not last long. Jiang's expression had hardened. Now he could understand it. Taiwan is a country that reveals its hostility to China, and they claim that Taiwan is China. So far, there has not been a big accident because it was just at the level of words, but not from now on. It's troublesome. If Taiwan had any national power or conditions to threaten China, Taiwan's claim would not have remained a mere assertion. It would lead to a great war that would affect all of Asia. The headquarters of the Six Snakes is Taiwan. They are now drawing a board to gain supremacy. This was why Kim had to think over his return to Buchan. The Six Snakes. Now he could guess the starting point of the group that drove one Kim to his death. Jiang sighed deeply when he heard the conclusion. Wow, Taiwan? We can't go there by airplane, this is even more troublesome. Are you sure the headquarters of the Six Snakes is Taiwan? Although Jiang suspected that its headquarters would be outside the country, it was a totally different story from hoping and feeling real. However, Kim made a good face instead. If we know the location of the control tower, it won't be complicated if we're sick. Yes? I'll attack them first. Kim knew well. The difficulty in war is not when the enemy is strong, but when the enemy is opaque. This was why it was difficult to deal with terrorists, anarchists, and an anti-government group, and why the US, with power beyond any other group in the world, did not win the war against them. On the other hand, when an enemy becomes clear, no matter how great the enemy is, he could find a way. In addition, it was something Kim had done during all his life, finding the weak point of a strong enemy and taking only the necessary lives. All we have to do is identify the enemy more clearly, and then kill the one who needs to be killed. The Capital Defense Command is now more problematic than that. Of course, at this moment, Kim did not miss the problem he was facing. The immediate issue was not Taiwan, but the Capital Defense Command. Kim has already fought with the Capital Defense Command. It didn't just lead to bloodshed, but a bloody war of nerves that was enough to hurt feelings. You scratched very well. That's why I have a question. Why would they ask the boss to kill a monster? Even it's a green-grade monster, with the power of the Capital Defense Command, they can kill the monster when it gets close. Jiang also did not ignore the fact. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk requested that Kim kill the head of the goblins, the green-grade monster in Cheongdai Mountain, and they would pay for it. The request was not a lie. Jiang had already known through Didongio Jido that there was a green-grade monster there. The problem was Lee Hyuk's intentions. For the Capital Defense Command, the Monster Stone is the most urgent one. At present, it was the Monster Stones that were urgent for the Capital Defense Command. They could take relics from Kim, but he could not spit out the Monster Stones he'd already eaten. In that situation, they were asking Kim to kill the green-grade monster? It was like giving up their game to Kim. It was not free, but they would pay for it. They want to know what I'm capable of. In that respect, Kim summed up the situation simply. They want to know your ability? It was not difficult to determine what Lee Hyuk intended. The next game will depend on whether a hunting dog can kill a wild boar or a tiger. That's the personality of Lee Hyuk. What kind of person is Lee Hyuk? He was the only one who would have been promoted to 4 stars. Jang Sung-hoon clicked his tongue briefly. So he must be angry now, right? If he had stayed still, he could have become a 4-star general, but his chance flew away because of the monsters. In Jan's understanding, Lee Hyuk's life was all rosy, but it was shattered by the appearance of the monsters. It's disgusting. Jang himself would not have been able to withstand such a situation easily. Lee Hyuk wouldn't be able to get there now if he had had that attitude. But Kim was different. As he said before, he knew what Lee Hyuk was like. For stars, he has done everything to get there. For him, the seat of the Capital Defense Command would have been dull. Dull? A hunting dog can never be a pet. Lee Hyuk had fought all his life and had always won the fight. That was when he lived as a soldier. Would Lee Hyuk, who had lived such a life, be able to adapt and accept peace easily? The guy who proved his worth through a fierce war. It would have been an opportunity for him when monsters appeared. For him, the emergence of monsters, the collapse of the nation, and the end of the world must have felt a historic opportunity. It's a great opportunity to leave his name in history books. To put it another way, he is now in a state of wild ambition beyond all control. So he is being exploited. Yes. The six snakes were taking advantage of Lee Hyuk's ambition. The more ambitious the fire grows, the blinder the person is. More importantly, the six snakes were taking out what they hoped to gain beneath the eyes of Lee Hyuk, who wanted to build a historical achievement, not just personal benefits. Then we should use his ambition, too. So, did you make a plan for the future? I am the only one who carries out the liquidation of Cheongai Mountain. It was a sudden notice. However, Jang was not surprised by the notification. You'd be bait, that's it. Now, Jang could figure out Kim's intention without trying to understand. So what do we do while the boss is playing a gorgeous bait? If Kim made a solo strike at Cheongai Mountain, all the attention of the Capital Defense Command would inevitably be focused on it. Of course, they would not be able to make any rash moves in Bucheon and Incheon, which were considered the headquarters of the Mac Guild. We need to make the area that the Gamecock occupied our territory. Kim was planning to expand the Mac Guild's territory as their attention was elsewhere. Now is the time to occupy Chungcheong Province. This makes me feel like I'm playing a game in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The target was Sejong City and the surrounding areas, and Chungcheong Province, which had been occupied by the Gamecock. It was also very important. The Chungcheong Province would not only be an important route to the Jeolla region but also to the Gyeongsang Province, as well as the most important food supply in the survival battle that would take place from now on. He was not talking about only farming. Fruit trees, of apples and peaches, were valuable resources at this point. Fruit trees never grow overnight. There was another one. If we occupy Chungcheong region, we can obtain oil reserves in Seosan and Pyeongtaek. The cities of Pyeongtaek and Seosan, located near the border between Chungcheong Province and Gyeonggi Province, were the base for oil reserves in Korea. Seosan, in particular, is a base for crude oil. 11 million barrels of oil were stored in Seosan. War required human blood, gunpowder, and oil to be fought. The oil reserve was more important than anything else. When Kim finished thinking, he looked at his right hand with black eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 561. Health, 502. Special abilities. Energy, B rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, B+ rank. Mana resistance, B rank. Achieved abilities. Anger soaring, grade 3, the power of the Gamecock. It consumes all your energy and causes a huge explosion around you. After confirming his ability, he clenched his fist. If you want to see what I can do, I'll definitely show you. 2. Cheongai Mountain. It was the southernmost mountain surrounding Seoul, not small, but insufficient to call grand. It was a mountain one could feel a sense of loyalty from time to time, as it kept its seat like a gatekeeper, blocking those who wanted to cross Seoul. However, at this moment, in the summer of 2017, one could not find any loyalty to protect Seoul and Cheongai Mountain. Ki. Goblins filled Cheongai Mountain instead of loyalty. It was like a goblin zoo. There were all kinds of goblins, and there were countless numbers of them. Among them was a monster whose presence was incomparable to that of other goblins. Kir. Rather than a goblin, it looked like a troll, huge in size and white-skinned. Around the goblin, whose green eyes shone, there were all kinds of skulls of animals, monsters, and human beings piled up like mountains. It was a history of predation. It was also clear evidence that the white-skinned goblin had reigned as the owner of this Chongai mountain for a long time. Snap! Some people took pictures with long-lens DSLR cameras that reminded one of a cannon far away. The number was not 1 or 2, either. They're within range. We can capture this site in range. The number was about 40. It was not a rare sight in Chongai Mountain, because there used to be a lot of people who came to take pictures of Chongai Mountain with professional cameras, often as part of a photo club. But those who were holding the cameras were not of that kind. Okay. They were all wearing uniforms. It was not just military uniforms, but black uniforms. At the same time, everyone had a round mark on the back of their right hand. Everyone, stand by. They were the special forces that Lieutenant Colonel Yu led. The reason why they brought expensive cameras here to Chongai Mountain, which had become a kingdom of goblins, was simple. We're ready. They came here to take pictures of one man's abilities. That man was, of course, Kim Tae-hoon. He told the Capital Defense Command, "I will clean up the goblins of Chongai Mountain, so be sure to watch." You've managed to let this happen. I thought you'd be interrupting the photographing. It was unexpected. The Capital Defense Command predicted that Kim would do a lot of work to hide his abilities. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu was assigned the mission of recording Kim's abilities, he wanted to grab his hair and tear it off at first. However, Kim allowed the filming to be done in a public way. Is it for me? Think of it as a good thing. Of course, it was not for Colonel Yu. How do you think you're going to fight? Kim Tae-hoon was just going to show them clearly his abilities, and the ability gained after taking the crystal of the gamecock. Isn't there one thing you want to see anyway? I'll show you the new abilities I have. He was going to imprint his presence on all of the people of the Capital Defense Command, including Lee Hyuk. At that moment, he began to fly. Readers, due to technical issues, chapters 41, 42, 45, and 47 were not showing, even though they had been posted. We invite you to go back and read them now that they are showing. A special thanks to Cinther and Pfeffalophicus for bringing this to our attention. November 18, 2018, from Con. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83. Chapter 83, Episode 83, A Plus, Part 2. Chapter 29. A Plus, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Jingle. A fine jingle that they had never heard before appeared in Mount Chongai, which was filled with the cries of the goblins. Ki. To the innumerable sounds, the goblins showed curiosity before hostility. Ki. Curiosity drove the goblins. There was no hesitation or caution. It was because Mount Chongai was as good as heaven for goblins. There were a large number of goblins, definitely over 1,000, and the white goblin, a ghastly green-eyed monster, reigned as the king of the goblins. There was no reason for goblins to be wary in a land where only goblins could survive. Ki. Then the goblins began to gather in the direction of the sound. It was a man who welcomed such goblins. He wore a thick protective coat, a knife case on his back, a large bag on top of it, and he wore a pair of gold earrings on his left hand that did not match his appearance. Jingle. The sound that had brought the goblin's curiosity was the sound of the earrings on his wrists. Ki. Of course, the moment they found the man, the goblins were longer curious. Ki. Immediately, they expressed hostility with the screaming, and some acted before expressing hostility. Pabbit, pot. A dozen goblins began to rush toward the man like wild boars. They were not hesitant at all. This was a heaven for the goblins, or hell for any other beings except goblins. Everything else that appeared to the goblins was just prey. Furthermore, there was a reason for the Cheongdae Mountain goblins to have such confidence. There were many goblins here, not only the goblins with very powerful combat power but also the goblins with mysterious magic. Keruru. Most goblins was very weak, but the hobgoblins made them strong warriors. Ki. The eyes of the goblins who ran ahead at the magical crying of the orange eyes goblins that had been heard somewhere began to flutter. Krrr. They looked drugged. Furthermore, the disturbance that started like this spread around. It moved all the goblins of Cheongdae Mountain. Coo. The ground was shaking, and the trees began to tremble. It was like a mountain crying. Kim Tae-hoon, the man facing the waves of the goblins, blackened his eyes. Jingle. His wrist, which was as black as his eyes, made a clear sound and dug into his ears. The pure tone that dug into his ears made his mind clear. It was not negative, but the opposite. Everything is clear. It was a pure white paper which could accept anything. He felt like he had been drawing TK pictures on a dirty board and received a white drawing paper for the first time. He felt like everything he drew would be clearer than anything else. The scenery Kim Tae-hoon saw was also so clear it couldn't be any clearer. It was like coming out of the light after the darkness. So he was worried at this moment. What should I draw in this scene? Should I use arrows to make small holes in this broad space? Or should I use the sword to make headless bodies and scatter them? Key. The worry continued until one goblin was close enough to bite him, and he could smell its rotten breath. Jingle. At that moment, the gold earrings on his wrist made a sound. But it was no longer a clear sound. Kwarayung. It was a sign of the appearance of a thunderbolt. 4. Lee Jae-suk. As an awakener, he had survived since the advent of monsters. It was not easy, but in return for his survival, he was able to gain superhuman power. He ate the monster stones, and his ability was steadily strengthened. From a certain moment, it was possible to gain power that could not be compared to an average man, and even those who were called professionals among the public. He had felt strange emotions at that fact. The joy of being chosen, the sense of superiority that ordinary people could not rival him, and a sense of relief in a world where living without power had become a pain. Oh, my God! But at this moment, the scenery seen through the expensive camera lenses broke down Lee's feelings. Kwarayung. What? Crazy. It was a powerful explosion. A ring of flames was created around Kim Tae-hoon's body, and the ring quickly spread out with an explosion. Kwa. Exposure to the explosion had become a terrible thing. The trees with shallow roots were pulled out, and the deep-rooted trees were broken. The weak goblins' bodies were crushed and hurled away. What the hell was that? Is it true what I'm seeing right now, not a movie? Everything for 100 meters around him was a charred ruin. But even more intense was the horror that swept through everything after with the explosion. Anger. It was anger. Expressing this anger was not different from expressing hostility and murder to the other party. The explosion caused by Kim was deeply mixed with the anger. And it was not just anger. When a tiger expressed anger toward a rat herd, the rats were bound to be frightened. Here in Cheongdae Mountain, goblins were rats, and Kim, who had expressed his anger, was a tiger. The awakeners of the Capital Defense Command, who watched the scene from a safe distance, were big rats. There was no one who could stay calm in front of Kim's fear. The sound of men swallowing was over the place. Those who ended up just swallowing were the strong awakeners. The bodies of those with low energy rank were now shaking badly, as if they were naked during a past winter's night. Snap. During the trembling, the camera shutters blinked, the sounds of some of their trembling fingers pounding the camera shutter button. The sound of the camera shutter sounded like a scream that the tongue, which had been frozen in fear, could not voice. The only thing in this situation that could answer this anger without fear was anger. Only the owner of Chongai Mountain, the white goblin with green eyes, was willing to punish the one who dared to spit fear in its realm. 5. Anger soaring. The power of the gamecock caused an intense explosion and gave Kim enough satisfaction. The ability was also powerful, but the true significance of anger soaring was that he could conditionally use the fear. Monsters were able to exert overwhelming violence against humanity because of the influence of fear. Even if they held a powerful weapon, they became helpless when they were exposed to the fear. It was the same with the monsters. In front of him, who was able to use the fear, the monsters were also defenseless. Of course, the price was not small. It's very energy-consuming. In return, anger soaring demanded all of his energy. Energy consumption could not be controlled. It was also a risk to consider when using the anger soaring. When energy was consumed, physical ability, as well as resistance to fear, were reduced. It made the enemy defenseless, but he was defenseless, too. His trump for that part was the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue. The relic from Bio showed its ability in the bag that he was carrying. His energy, which had been empty, was restored quickly. At that moment, the cry of albino goblin knocked on his eardrum. It started at a long distance, but it was not a long distance to his hearing, and his spine stood up to the sound of Chongai Mountain echoing the cry. The energy that started to gain weight again wriggled and protected its owner from the fear. I can hold against the fear of the green-grayed monster, but... However, although his reduced energy did not completely protect him from the fear of the albino goblin, it was not enough that he could not demonstrate his ability. Moreover, the gold earrings hanging on his wrist sharpened his concentration and mental strength. Thanks to them, at this moment, even though he was about to battle the green-grayed monster, he was able to assess the battlefield coolly. I'll hide the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. Once he tried to hide its existence. He used it in battle with the gamecock, and the report was passed on to the Capital Defense Command through Osebum. But they only knew that he was playing with golden smoke animals. Moreover, it was not Lee Hyuk who knew the fact, but the 6 snakes, who wanted to take the power of the Capital Defense Command. In such a situation, it was not necessary to show the existence of the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. It was a different kind of thing to show a strong hand and show all your cards. I will also exclude the horse figure type earthenware. The horse figure type earthenware servant statue was new, so it was not unreasonable to use it, but the story was different if it was the master statue. The horse figure type earthenware was originally owned by the Capital Defense Command, but it was lost in the Incheon entry operation to rescue Kate Kennedy. It was not strange that he found it in Incheon and used it, but it was not good for the Capital Defense Command. Was there a single human being who liked to see things lost from the original owner's hands being used in the hands of others? And the best relics he had were, of course, a sword and an arrow. T.S. Ryung. The sword of the Imperator sheathed behind him hummed, waiting and willing to appear. Hu Wung. At that moment, a stone of the size of a person's body came flying by itself from behind him. Chop. The sword of the Imperator immediately cut the stone flying toward its owner in half. The 2 stones crossed to either side of him. Thump! Thump! The sound of 2 stones hitting the ground stimulated his sensitive hearing. At that fact, he glared at albino goblin coming from his front. In the meantime, once again, stones started to fly to him, this time several of them. It is using telekinesis, he thought. The ability albino goblin had was telekinesis. After he realized the fact, he stopped thinking because he no longer needed to think about ways to hunt it. He now began to run toward it with his arms black. 6. Kwarayung. When anger soaring shook Chongai Mountain, there were those who watched the scene from far away. Wow, that's not a joke. Two men were twin brothers, apparently of the same appearance. I can't believe there is such a human being. How many monster stones do we have to eat to be that monster? But their temperament looked different. That's awesome. Can I stop him? Ha! 30 seconds would be great. I have to deliver a letter to him, and is there a chance for me? Damn it, I've come to Seoul after a long time, but I am going to risk my life delivering a letter, rather than taking a cup of coffee on the boulevard. I did not have to come here. I think cleaning the military demarcation line would be safer than here, right? One was constantly talking, and the other, who was far away with a camera in his hand, was silently filming Kim. Shut up. The man who had been silent then spoke for the first time. What? Is that what you're saying? There's no reason not to tell you. Shut up. Is that what you're saying? You're my brother, and I think you stopped at the level of shut up. It was the conversation of brothers that could not be seen anywhere else. Look at this? Are you trying to get impudent? Shut up a little bit. And as with the brothers' fights, the two began to raise the level of the struggle. It was Albino Goblin's grudge that stopped the fight between them. The two of them were silent at the shouting and focused on the battle of monster and monster that would begin now. On the left arms of the uniforms they were wearing, there was a mark with two circles attached like a snowman. It was the mark of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, the Atuki unit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Episode 84, A Plus, Part 3. Chapter 29. A Plus, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Running through the mountainside, Kim Tae-hoon showed no hesitation. He completely avoided all the obstacles blocking his way, sometimes using them as stepping stones to run, and narrowed the distance to the albino goblin at once. Kuung. The albino goblin didn't mind Kim's approach. It was willing to welcome his approach with a shriek. Each minute the distance between the two quickly narrowed, and when the distance was about 10 meters, Kim leaped. Pot. Kim's right arm was black as he jumped, and at the end spot of his movement was the huge head of the 4-meter-tall albino goblin. It was blatant. So blatant that everyone watching the scene knew that Kim's aim was not anywhere else but the head of the albino goblin. The albino goblin, who was directly involved in the battle, was also aware of the fact. Kuung. Of course, albino goblin counterattacked. It also punched at Kim. The fist of the albino goblin flew toward where Kim would be with all its might. Boom! But it punched only the air. Kuung? What caught the eyes of albino goblin emitting the questioning sound was the image of Kim, who had stopped still in the air. It was a temporary pause caused by telekinesis. Kim's body, which stopped just like that, moved again after albino goblin swept its all-powerful punch through the air. His body flew once again to the head of albino goblin like a baseball hit by a bat. Whack! The black fist stuck into albino goblin's face. Kim's fist was enough to shatter the sharp horn-like nose of the albino goblin, such that its face was completely crushed. Its nose was driven back into its face. It was hard to believe, but it was a natural result for Kim. He had more than 500 stat points in strength. Even if there were other awakeners in the world who had higher stat points in strength than Kim, the number would not exceed 5. In addition, his energy rank was B+. No matter how much energy he had consumed in the anger soaring, the basic output was different. If talking about cars, the basic horsepower was different. Added to this was the Herculean strength of Twin-Head Ogre, the achieved power, which he had acquired after eating the monster stone of the Twin-Head Ogre. It was a great thing that its face was just crushed. Kuung. Albino goblin stumbled backward after such a powerful attack. KRRR. But Albino Goblin, instead of a scream of terrified prey, threw out a cry full of anger. With that cry, it regained its balance, which had been about to collapse, after only a few backward steps. The albino goblin was back upright and threw out a shriek. It was the appearance of a real monster. Kim ran towards the screaming albino goblin. The albino goblin confirmed he was approaching, and first narrowed its distance to Kim, who was running on the ground this time. It was going to attack rather than wait. Bang bang! The huge albino goblin's right fist struck like a lightning bolt toward Kim on the ground. Boom! The ground cried out after the albino goblin's fist hit. However, that was all. Kim was safe. No, he was not just safe. He stood next to albino goblin's fist and stretched his left hand out toward the face of the albino goblin. This time it wasn't a punch. He sprayed instead of punching it, and the spray was pouring out black, sticky stuff, covering its crushed face in the black liquid. She-ayek. A natural shriek came from the mouth of the albino goblin. Boom! Boom! Bang, bang! At the same time, albino goblin was going mad. It swung its arms around unceasingly and slammed its feet on the ground. Its pain-filled, indiscriminate struggle began. Along with the struggle, the stones and trees around the albino goblin were fluttering. It was evident that its telekinesis was being freely exercised in its anger. It was a typhoon-like struggle, and Kim increased the distance from the typhoon. Thud, thud. As he increased the distance, he threw 2 grenades on the ground. Ping, ping. The fallen grenades stopped for a moment on the ground and then threw out their pins themselves. The grenades with the safety pins pulled up like fleas and settled on both shoulders of the albino goblin. A moment later, the roar of the grenades shook the mountain. It's over. At the moment he heard the sound, Kim no longer thought of fighting hard against the albino goblin. It was because there was no more reason to fight hard. It can't use its telekinesis anymore. The albino goblin would not be able to use its telekinesis from now on. That was his goal from the start, making the albino goblin's telekinesis useless. For telekinesis, the 5 senses and concentration of the user are more important than anything else. In other words, telekinesis cannot use its power in situations where the 5 senses cannot do their job and concentration cannot be exercised. Kim knew that fact better than anyone else. So, he attacked albino goblin's 5 senses in turn. He sprayed its eyes and nose, and the grenades made its hearing useless. For the albino goblin, who could not see, could not smell, and could not hear, its telekinesis was no longer a weapon. Of course, it might be possible if the albino goblin concentrated. In the old days, Kim had moved the sword of the Imperator using his telekinesis inside the body of the black snake, when all 5 senses had been blocked. However, the problem was that Kim did not intend to give albino goblin time to concentrate. Whiz! The arrow of Sunsin showed up from its sheath. Swish! At the same time, the sword of the Imperator, which had not yet been seen, also appeared. Not a fierce battle, but a one-sided killing began. 8. The battle between the albino goblin and Kim was not short. It took about 15 minutes. It was a battle that did not suit Kim's character. He was not a person who played a game, and he did not welcome or enjoy the long battle. Nevertheless, the reason why the battle was longer was that he wanted to measure his own abilities. Until now, Kim had no chance to check his abilities. His battle had been one of the two, like nothing, or intense. Monsters under the orange grade were as nothing to Kim, while other monsters demanded the intensity of risking his life. And it was likely to be the same in the future. In such a situation, the green grade monster, the albino goblin, who lacked physical ability compared to the twin-head ogre, was a good subject to check his abilities. Of course, there were other intentions. Kim wanted to show his abilities to the people who saw him. He tried to show his power, not a hunting dog that could be tamed with the little ability they had, and what kind of determination and preparation should be made if they wanted to make him an enemy. When it was all over, Kim earned the price of his hunting success. With the sword of the Imperator, he broke open the body of the albino goblin stained with blood and took the monster stone from its heart. Sad-faced the crystal of the albino goblin. Proficiency in telekinesis is greatly increased. You can acquire the power of the albino goblin, the telekinesis of a mutant. I think this is the first time I've got a monster stone related to telekinesis. Soon after, Kim put the monster stone from the albino goblin in his mouth. Gulp! Then, he carefully checked the back of his right hand after taking off his glove. At that moment, his eyes became bigger for the first time. My rank of telekinesis became A+. 9. Key. Chongai Mountain, a paradise for goblins, was now a hell of goblins. The death of the king of goblins, the albino goblin, who had made a heaven for the goblins so far, had caused confusion. Chongai was in turmoil. It was an irresistible throb, which the power of an individual had nothing to do with. Of course, everyone in Chongai Mountain moved to get out of there. God damn it, he is the crazy monster. The same was true of the twin brothers who visited Chongai Mountain. No matter how many times I think about it, it's a suicidal act if we deliver the letter to him right now. An Ju-hyung, who was a member of the Atuki unit, also wanted to leave Chongai Mountain as soon as possible. What are you going to do, man? Can you go after him now and deliver it? Or do you want to return to the unit? Hey, An Jae-hyung. The same was true of his younger brother, An Jae-hyung. Shut up. I'm thinking about it myself. They originally had a mission to deliver Lim Hyunjun's letter to Kim Tae-hoon, the leader of the Mac Guild. You don't need to think about it, the moment that crazy monster has a grudge against us, we're dead. It was a very important task. The evidence was that none other than An Ju-hyung and An Jae-hyung brothers were put onto this mission. But we have to do our duty. Is the mission important? Life is important. You know the circumstances of our unit. I don't have time. That's right. What, then? Let's play rock, paper, scissors and let the loser deliver it alone. Stop talking about playing rock, paper, scissors. We need to move together. But at this moment, they were not able to easily carry out their duties, as a man was in front of them now. Stop what you're doing. Huck! Huck! The two brothers were horrified at the appearance of Kim. Being startled with their eyes opening wide, their surprised expressions clearly showed that the two were twin brothers. The expression of the two was identical. Kim stared at them. In fact, he had already felt the existence of the two. There was no way he could not feel it. Chongai Mountain was a world of the goblins' own, and the voices of people in that world were very different. Although it was quite a far distance off, he could not avoid the two brothers' conversations. Therefore, he had waited for the right time. When the situation was settled, he would track them down. And now he was in front of them. Looking at the two brothers, he checked their left arms with a glance. Colonel Lim Hyunjun sent them. The mark of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division in khaki, the so-called Atuki unit mark, came into his eyes. As soon as Kim saw the mark, he did not have to make the situation difficult or complicated. Take out what you have prepared for. There was no reason why the soldiers of the Atuki unit that had settled in Gangwon Province and the northern part of Gyeonggi Province would come over the Han River. They came to contact Kim. It was not strange that they appeared, since Lieutenant Colonel Yu had contacted Colonel Lim Hyunjun earlier. This is a letter. At the answer of An Ju-hyung, Kim Tae-hoon reached out. An Jae-hyung and An Ju-hyung immediately put their hands into their arms, and after taking out the same letter, they put them in Kim's hand at the same time. The same letter was doubled, and a natural measure to prepare for the loss that might happen. Ah! Ah! Of course, this was not a natural sight for the two brothers who handed over the letter. They looked at each other in surprise. The two of them, with the same expression and the same face, looked at each other as if they were looking in a mirror. Kim Tae-hoon laughed at the funny sight. It was a scene easy to laugh at. But that did not ease his tension. They are able men, as they got here without a single injury. Unless Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was a fool, he would not have sent a person of little ability to contact Kim. Moreover, a person with little ability could never survive in the world. No matter how good a soldier was, if he was not an awakener, he could not guarantee his life as soon as he encountered an orange-grade monster. The contact with Kim was important. They should have confidence as well as ability. There was no reason to relax with them in front of him. Receiving two letters like that, he read the letter after opening one of the envelopes. "Well, if you could just give me an answer," An Ju-hyung carefully said to Kim, who started reading the letter. While reading the letter, Kim's eyes turned to An Ju-hyung. It was the colonel's request to hear the answer on the spot. An Ju-hyung spoke his words even under Kim's gaze. He carried out the mission which had been ordered to in front of the monstrous man, Kim Tae-hoon. He looked like an exemplar of a soldier. "Tell Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, if you don't want to die, come to me." Kim was willing to answer the question. After the answer, he tore the letter in his hand apart, put the paper on his palm and blew it. The letter paper was blown into ashes by the flame from Kim's mouth. 10. Okay. Jang Sung-hoon said to himself, and he circled on the map of Korea. It was Daesan Town, Seosan City, South Chungcheong Province. We have secured Songdo LNG base and Seosan oil stockpile base, so we will not have to worry about energy for the time being. It was one of the oil reserves in Korea. A little while ago, he received the news that the Mac Guild had secured the oil stockpile. So the gaze of Jang headed to the area of Chungcheong Province below it. We don't have to worry about rice for a while. In addition, they searched the area of Chungcheong Province and found several warehouses that stored rice. There was also a lot of good news. We have secured a lot of proper farmland, so we can start farming in earnest. But they secured farmland, and they were securing a labor force by collecting new survivors. I only need to deal with the remains of the Messiah of Chungcheong Province. There was, of course, a problem. The Messiah handled by Kim, the remnants of the Messiah, had employed brutal force throughout the region of Chungcheong Province, and due to them, the entry and activities of the Mac Guild to Chungcheong Province were delayed. However, Jang did not worry much about that part. The boss, more like a monster than a monster, will take care of it. He is a terrific catcher of the Messiah. The presence of Kim became a lamp that lightened Jang's troubles. Now I have a good-looking picture. And now Kim was becoming everyone's hope. Jang could see the steps rising to hope gradually, not the stairs falling into despair in the damn world where there was no end and no bottom. So, Jang was happy about this moment. Well, at this point, the boss should have finished cleaning Cheongdae Mountain. Let's check it out. With that joy, Jang opened his bag to take out Didanji Ojido. But his expression crumpled at that moment. Shit, at this time, you certainly throw ashes. Jang, a bitter taste in his mouth, saw the golden glass of Napoleon filled with red liquid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, A Time-Limited Life, Part 1. Chapter 85, Episode 85, A Time-Limited Life, Part 1. Chapter 31. A Time-Limited Life, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. In the empty plain, where only huge stones were gathered, there was a sudden influx of uninvited people. Boss. They were noisy, like most uninvited guests. I'll definitely secure the Mayan calendar. At that moment, the stones began to emit turquoise light, high up in the sky. The light really soared to the sky, even to the moon above the sky, and disappeared intensely after a moment. At the same time, the men in the light were gone. A man, now a lonely uninvited visitor, looked at the scene with mixed eyes. God damn it, they've already moved. He could hear a voice, and the voice came far from. Quick! Go after them. We must reach there before midnight. The voice came close at a startling pace. When the voice came, the man hid under the shadow of the giant stone, between the darkness and the darkness. Then a new crowd of uninvited guests appeared. There was no sense of unity among the people who appeared. There were various colors, various races, various nationalities, and various cultures. Someone was wearing steel armor that would have been worn in medieval Europe, and someone was wearing armor that would have been worn in Japan during the Sengoku period. The most noticeable of them was the man with the brown skin, dressed in a suit that the ancient Egyptian pharaohs would wear. Secure Stonehenge! The man with the brown skin shouted. At the sound, the disparate crowd, who had to be called all different, began to run over the Salisbury Plain, in Wiltshire, London. They were men, but there seemed to be nothing rough in their rush, reminiscent of a huge beast. It was a sword that moved through the darkness to block such a run. Rustling! Everyone who was heading toward Stonehenge stopped at the appearance of the sword, which left only the sound of the wind, and turned one into a headless corpse at once. It wasn't because one of them died. Oh, my God! No way! The dragon slayer was left. His presence, and killing that person, stopped everyone from racing. The eyes of the unruly were filled with anxiety and fear. Is the dragon slayer left? The only man who did not lose his composure in front of the fear was the man in a pharaoh costume. The man shook the golden cane in his hand. A small light came up over the dark night sky, a light that reminded them of the sun. The identity of the man in the shadows of the giant Stonehenge was revealed. He was Kim Tae-hoon. He was carrying 2 sheaths on his back, and he overwhelmed them in many ways. I didn't know you were left. In addition, Kim's skin, the skin that reminded them of the scales of dragons, gave them a sense of fear beyond the pressure. The rumor was true, the rumor that you had been cursed by the dragon. He looked a monster that could no longer be called a person, and it gave them a sense of fear that only such a monster could give. The rumor is that there's not much time left before we die. But the man in the pharaoh's dress was not afraid of the fear, and he said, his chest straight. My name is Amun, the savior who will save this age. At the words, Kim's dry face made a slight smile. He smiled slightly at his words. Messiah? Yes. I like it. At that moment, Kim hit the stone of Stonehenge, a giant stone which was close to him with his black fist. Boom! The giant stone was shattered with the loud noise. Crazy! My God! The sight frightened the people. It was worth it. Who wouldn't be surprised to see a historical legacy of mankind, which had endured for thousands of years, now become an irrevocable pile of rubble? The fact was amazing, and the sight of the stone being smashed into pieces at one blow was amazing, too. But the surprise was not the end there. What? Oh, damn! The broken stones began to float and immediately flew toward people. Get out of here! Thump! The world's most expensive stone throwing had begun. Amid the stone throwing, Amun was angry. You! It was none other than the huge golden coffin on his back that reacted to the anger. The coffin of Pharaoh. It began to react to the fury of the Amun. A mummy appeared from the open door. The appearance of the mummy changed the air quality around it. Kim's eyes also changed. His black-skinned pupil began to split in half like the eyes of a dragon. He took out the hahidal, which was hung on his waist. 2. When Kim opened his eyes, the first thing he welcomed was the darkness. Inside the room, where there was not a single light on. He watched the darkness for a moment in a daze. After a while, he turned on the light on the desk in front of the chair where he was sitting. The battery-powered lamp began to emit small lights in the dark. "Come in." Jang Sung-hoon came into the tiny lighted room. "How did you die this time?" Kim answered the question quietly. "Mummy." "Yes?" "I died from a mummy." "Mummy? An Egyptian mummy?" Jang, who did not understand exactly and looked surprised, took out the coffee he had prepared and set it on Kim's desk. Kim immediately drank some coffee. The smell of cold brewed coffee cooled his mind. Was there a pharaoh? The answer did not come out immediately. Kim drank his coffee more slowly, organized things in his mind, and then spoke. His costume was a pharaoh. His name was Amun. Didn't you just have a silly dream? I hope so. Kim then enjoyed the coffee and slowly told him what he saw and heard, starting with the fact that the stage of the battle was Stonehenge in England, the fact of Jang Sung-hoon's disappearance through the Stonehenge, and the fact that various awakeners had gathered and he fought with an Egyptian man who claimed to be Amun. The Mayan calendar. In addition, Kim also said that Jang had mentioned the Mayan calendar before he disappeared through Stonehenge. Do you know anything about the Mayan calendar? There won't be much difference between what I know and what the boss knows. Then it's not a good thing. At least it won't say the anniversary date that humans can celebrate. Maybe the date of the end is written in it. Jang trembled at the eerie word "the end." They were already facing an end-to-end situation, and the real end was coming? It was something he didn't want to think about. Where are the ruins of the Mayan civilization? But Kim had to think. He could not pass on the clues he had obtained in exchange for death. It's in Mexico. Are there any other historical sites of the ancient civilization? Let's see, some of them had built the Aztec civilization in central Mexico after the Mayan civilization collapsed. The Inca civilization was on the Chilean side. I don't know the details because I did not major in them. For reference, the lines and geoglyphs of Nazca were there. I wonder what it looks like now. Jang Sung-hoon sighed deeply. What would I do if I told you? All of them must have been taken by the U.S. Kim had coffee at the words, the United States. Jang also began to worry after biting his lips. There's nothing left to the boss this time, Jang grumbled in worry. You have been clear about what you should do before you die, but this time you just left a clue, like when you first died. After recognizing the golden glass of Napoleon, Kim had always delivered a message to himself to see before he died. He left a wish list, a bucket list, but this death didn't. Kim fought against the enemy until his death. He didn't tell himself what he needed to do or what he did wrong in the process. Of course, he might have talked, but it might not have been delivered. Kim could not fix the moment of death that he had seen by the golden glass of Napoleon. Therefore, there was no answer for Jang to give at this moment. This was the reason for the grumbling. What are you going to do, boss? I'll move on as it is. If you move on as it is. The fact that we were in England is clear that we have worked very hard outside of Korea. In other words, we can get there if we go as it is. I suppose so. Then, once we have settled down Korea as planned, we will attack Taiwan. Of course, what we need to do right now is to stop the assassination of Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. At the words, Jang nodded. Well, we'd better deal with it first and think about the next move. He also put his mind in order. It's good to think about our future. It's not meaningful to live without worries. However, we should not swallow the worries and forget the reality facing us right now. For the Mac Guild and Kim Tae-hoon, it was not easy to survive in Korea, let alone the world. So, will Colonel Lim Hyun-jun really visit the boss? The dice was already thrown. Kim delivered a very direct message to Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, come to me if you don't want to die. If he wants to live, he'll come. Kim threw the ball straight to the head of Lim Hyun-jun. To be honest, I thought it was too strong. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun might ignore the boss, right? That was why Jang was concerned that there might be an adverse effect at this part. More than anything, the Atuki unit, where Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is currently stationed, has enough power for the Capital Defense Command to keep an eye on. They won't feel threatened at all. Most of all, from the point of view of Jang, Colonel Lim did have few factors to feel threatened. Wasn't it the warlord with the power which the Capital Defense Command feared? The biggest problem with the frontline units is that self-sufficiency is virtually impossible. Of course, Kim's perspective was different. Now, half a year after the appearance of the monsters, the stockpiles of food and fuel are almost at their bottom. Kim never threw a ball without any purpose. When he threw a ball, he always had a purpose and a reason. That's why the Capital Defense Command is not moving quickly over to the 8th Division, which is almost like an eyesore. From the standpoint of the Capital Defense Command, if they keep the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division on the front line in the Gangwon region, they will be completely starved. Above all, in summer, food decreases faster. In summer? It freezes in winter, but it melts in summer. The frozen and preserved food will start to decay. Kim Tae-hoon saw that the situation of the 8th Division was not so good. The front line was the way it was. The moment supply was not made, hell began. It was not any different from Colonel Lim Hyun-jun's 8th Division. From their point of view, they could not easily come down to the south because of the existence of the Capital Defense Command. So, the winter of war is harsh, but summer is terrible, and if it gets worse, they'll get deserters, because the Capital Defense Command is a government force, anyway. Jang nodded. Boss, you're great. At the appearance of Jang, Kim had coffee without words. A message he sent to himself in his dream, and a scene that he did not tell Jang, came to mind. The curse of dragons, it was not the mummy that killed him. I was sentenced to a time-limited life. The curse of the dragon, which was achieved with the power of the dragon, was the cause of his death. Yes, power comes with a price. At the same time, it was also a price for the mighty power that was gained by eating the monster stone of the dragon. So, Kim did not feel the sadness at the fact, but he did not have a big question or deny it. He did not turn away from it. I need that power. If it was not for that power, Kim would have died earlier. Kim swallowed his coffee after the worry. 3 days later, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun came to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, A Time-Limited Life, Part 2. Chapter 86, Episode 86, A Time-Limited Life, Part 2. Chapter 31. A Time-Limited Life, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. The middle-aged man standing there was in keen shape. His face was sharp and shaved so neatly that the end of a hair could not be found. The stiff nose, sharp eyes and thick lips in the middle were impressive in many ways. The most impressive thing was the man's eyes. They were intensely assertive. This is Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, the commander of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. He was a man who refused to compare himself to an ordinary person, and an ambitious man who could be trusted in this turbulent age. He had no intention of hiding his presence, and he could not hide it even if he wanted to. This is Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mac Guild. I'm here to hear the answer. Of course, Colonel did not intend to hide his true intentions in front of Kim Tae-hoon at this moment. I'll tell you what the letter says, but I need your help to destroy the Capital Defense Command, so help us all. There was no such thing as courtesy at the words of Colonel Lim. He made a one-sided notice and coercion, not a suggestion. He seemed to have no intention of even giving Kim a choice, not to mention a reply. Kim was willing to answer Colonel Lim, if you want to fight, please leave here and move to Pochin, then bring your troops down to Buchan, and I'll take you on in any battles or anything else then. Colonel Lim's expression changed fiercely at the response. he was likely to kill Kim with his eyes. Kim continued without avoiding Colonel Lim's eyes, "I don't have time to cheer you up." Kim's eyes were more horrifying than intense. He was not acting. There isn't much time given. Kim was sentenced to a limited-time life via his death in the dream. Of course, the deadline sentence would begin at the moment of killing the dragon and the moment he ate the monster stone of the dragon. If Kim rejected the dragon's power, he could get away from the limited-time life. However, he did not intend to. The power of the dragon was vital to him. Nor did he intend to accept the fate of a limited-time life. Therefore, he was planning to find how to untie the curse of the dragon, how to avoid his own death, and how to go further. Of course, it would not be easy. Since it would not be easy, he had to move quickly. There was no time to relax, and he did not want to waste any time against Colonel Lim. He wanted to make sure his relationship with Colonel Lim today. A terrifying look was an expression of that feeling. "Please tell me why you want to destroy the Capital Defense Command." Eventually, Colonel Lim calmed himself down. At the sight of Kim's eyes, he finally gave in. The biggest reason to break down the Capital Defense Command is that they are unreliable organization. What's the reason you can't trust? Currently, the Capital Defense Command is calling itself the government force. They are playing the role of the South Korean government, and it is based on the fact that they have secured the president and the prime minister. There are two cases in this situation. Colonel Lim, who was speaking, opened the index finger of his right hand. 1. If the president and the prime minister are really alive. Then he opened the middle finger. The other one, if the president and prime minister are dead. Colonel Lim clenched his fist. In the latter case, once the president and prime minister are dead, the Capital Defense Command is lying, and it is not worth believing. If they are alive? I don't want to call them my boss if they are breathing in a safe place without showing their face a single time in this chaotic world. In either case, I have no reason to trust and follow the Capital Defense Command. There was no doubt or hesitation in the eyes of Colonel Lim, who insisted on his opinion. So, what he said seemed very reasonable and plausible. Above all, the aura came out of his body. Charisma, the power to influence a person, perfectly filled the gap in his words. I haven't heard why the Mac Guild should be on one side in the competition between two warlords. However, Kim was not caught up in the spirit of Colonel Lim. He knew that Colonel Lim was not simply a person who spoke these words for justice. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is a villainous hero in a turbulent age. In the first place, Colonel Lim was a man far from justice. It was the stage of the turbulent age, and the fuel of ambition made him move. He came here not to realize justice, but to realize his ambition. And you'll stick to one side which will give you more, won't you? The Capital Defense Command pays me national treasures every time I do business with them. Colonel Lim shut up at the mention of relics. It was his weakness. There are not many relics available in northern Gyeonggi Province or Gangwon Province. The absence of relics. There were many famous mountains in Gangwon Province, and there are many famous temples. However, there were not as many as Seoul, which had a large number of national treasures, including the National Museum of Korea. Of course, Colonel Lim was not able to pay the ransom of a monster like Kim Tae-hoon, like the Capital Defense Command. What can the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division give the Mac Guild? And if they would not pay the price, the transaction would not be concluded. So, you're going to take the side of the Capital Defense Command? I think it's reasonable to stand on the side of receiving, rather than where I don't get anything. Then why did you approach me first? If you were going to take sides with the Capital Defense Command, you would have no reason to approach me through Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Therefore, Kim had no intention of making a deal. To make a proposal. Proposal? Come under me. At the words of Kim, Colonel Lim showed his first blunt reflection. He looked like he didn't understand the words. Kim was willing to tell him again. Be my man, and the power of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division will be under the Mac Guild. What the hell is that dash, dot? You're to abandon the rank of a soldier, and be a member of the Mac Guild, as a survivor. Now, Colonel Lim, who understood what he meant, turned into an angry lion with a hard expression. That's ridiculous. But he didn't jump like an angry lion, because Kim's presence did not allow it. If you refuse this proposal, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun will die. Colonel Lim had some knowledge about Kim, and even if he did not have that knowledge, he had clearly confirmed Kim's ability through the two brothers. He knew that even a real lion would not dare to run as it wanted in front of Kim. I'm telling you, accepting my offer is the surest way to survive. Is this a threat? The Capital Defense Command will soon send someone to assassinate Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. I'm prepared for that, dot. If I were the assassin, how many days could you hold on? Of course, Colonel Lim could not make a retort before this remark. What do you want? The Mac Guild has been recognized by the Capital Defense Command, and the Capital Defense Command has also recognized the autonomy of Bucheon, Incheon, and other areas occupied by the Mac Guild. Of course, when the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division becomes an organization under the Mac Guild, the reason the Capital Defense Command would attack the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division disappears. Do you think the Capital Defense Command will keep that promise? Yes, I think they will. That's ridiculous. You don't know Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk. It doesn't matter who Lee Hyuk is. The important thing is that I showed my abilities in front of him. At this moment, Colonel Lim could no longer maintain his hard and sharp image. Give me a minute, please. Colonel Lim finally started to think it over. At that moment, Kim's eyes narrowed. It's a signal. Kim had raised his hearing ability. Tap, tap, tap. He heard a hand tapping on the desk in a distant room. The sound was repeated once more, and then someone spoke. Boss, Lieutenant Commander Yu has come from the headquarters of the Capital Defense Command to deliver a request. The request is that if we secure the 3 nuclear power plants in the area of Gyeongsang Province, including the Kori nuclear power plant, they will give us relics. I think it's the situation that the boss spoke about last time, dot. It was Jang Sung-hoon's voice. Kim closed his eyes slightly at the words. Colonel Lim, who had finished thinking for a long time, talked to Kim. You said it was a proposal, not a threat. Yes. Then let me ask you a question. What will you give me in return for your proposal? I'll let you live. Colonel Lim retorted with a firm expression. Is that all? Colonel Lim thought that Kim was looking down on him at this moment. However, Colonel Lim was able to see that his thoughts were wrong when he saw Kim's eyes. Yes, that's all I will do. Kim Tae-hoon, who answered the question, had the most serious eyes in the conversation today. 4. Namsan Tower. 3 men were smoking in front of where the red light of the Sunsabai of King Jinhun was still soaring. They were Major General Lee Ki-soo, Colonel Jang Soguk, and Major Oh Se-bum. They puffed up cigarettes, and their conversation started after the cigarette that Lee Ki-soo was smoking became a butt and fell to the floor. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk has decided to ask Kim Tae-hoon to do so. Sooner or later, Lieutenant Colonel Yu will deliver the request. After throwing a cigarette that had quite a bit remaining on the floor, Major Oh Se-bum ground it down and had a firm expression at the name of Kim Tae-hoon. After that, Major Oh Se-bum forced his face to relax. Well, we can leave him alone, can't we? We'll see about him, then we'll take care of him when we get a chance? Major O was about to gloss over this conversation. What is it? Colonel Jang Soguk, on the other hand, led this conversation. Major General Lee replied with a bitter expression to Colonel Jang. Kori, Wolsong, Uljan. Really? Yes, Lieutenant General Lee is going to ask Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild to secure a nuclear power plant. At that moment, Major O and Colonel Jang were silent. A nuclear power plant. In a situation where energy was needed more than ever, but where there were not many buried energy resources, the only plants able to satisfy the supply and demand of energy were the hydroelectric power plants and nuclear power plants. Among them, the nuclear power plants were very valuable. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a lamp of hope. It was certainly important to have such a nuclear power plant. But it was not for that reason that the two men, Colonel Jang and Major O, kept quiet. Nuclear weapons. Everybody knew nuclear weapons, as they were the most powerful weapons created by mankind. Well, that's a natural procedure. Therefore, the Capital Defense Command had a plan to secure the nuclear weapons early on. The nuclear power plant is now a hope. In particular, securing nuclear weapons had become a supreme task for the Capital Defense Command after the battle with the dragon. The same was true even at this moment when they became aware of the existence of Kim. He was a huge monster, but his presence was only a small one in front of the dragon. No one could imagine him hunting the dragon. In many ways, the nuclear weapon is hope. The top priority for securing nuclear weapons was securing nuclear power plants. Naturally, the Capital Defense Command has been attempting to secure the nuclear power plants. They had sent special forces to the site of the nuclear plants many times, not once or twice. But all such attempts ended in failure. It must remain as a hope. It was because of their manipulation. Lee Ki-soo had manipulated all the attempts into failure. It was like the manipulation played in Incheon. The Capital Defense Command did not spare any investment for the crucial mission of securing the nuclear power plants. Thanks to it, they had made a lot of income. The number of relics taken by Lee Ki-soo through the mission to secure the nuclear power plants was quite large. The number of the relics was not even comparable to the relics acquired in Incheon. What are you going to do, Major General? This was not the only reason why the nuclear power plant was important to Lee Ki-soo. If Kim really moves to secure a nuclear power plant, South Korea's nuclear weapons development is a scene that should not be in Mr. Mao's painting. Lee Ki-soo did not want the Capital Defense Command to have nuclear weapons. There's nothing good in it for us. Nuclear weapons were unaccountable violence. For Lee Ki-soo, who had already done his calculating in a world full of chaos, and for his partner they called Mr. Mao, the appearance of nuclear weapons was like ink that could ruin their calculations entirely. Yes. How much effort we put into it. Most of all, the area where the nuclear power plant was located, or to be precise, the area of Gyeongsang Province, was the hub of their efforts. It was not just a stronghold, but a stepping stone to give a leap to Lee Ki-soo in a new era. It was unacceptable for a monster named Kim Tae-hoon to go to such an important stage. So, we will stop him. That was why Major General Lee Ki-soo did not worry for long. Is there a way? It won't be easy. I'll call Mr. Mao first. But if we don't stop him. Furthermore, Major General Lee Ki-soo did not hesitate. If we can't get him in our hands by all the means and methods, we'll stop him from going into the enemy's hands. It's hard to do, but we can do anything to destroy him. Colonel Jang and Major O kept their mouths shut at the sight of Major General Lee Ki-soo, who did not hesitate. Major General Lee looked at the two, took out a cigarette again, and put it in his mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Hunting for Snakes, Part 1. Chapter 87, Episode 87, Hunting for Snakes, Part 1. Chapter 31. Hunting for Snakes, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. You have to secure 3 nuclear power plants located in the area of Gyeongsang Province. Every time you secure a single nuclear power plant, we will give you 10 relics, including 5 national treasures, and we will acknowledge ownership of all the relics acquired in the process. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Ji-hyun hit the document in front of himself with his fingers as he was speaking. This is the document. At the end of the remark, he looked up and looked at the two people on the other side of the desk. Kim Tae-hoon was closing his eyes, and Jang Sung-hoon was rolling his eyes hard. It was not difficult to predict which of the two would speak. So, the answer came from Jang's lips. Is it all right for us to keep what we find from securing the nuclear power plant? Yes. So, it's okay for the Mac Guild to take all the relics from the National Gyeongju Museum, Bulguksa, and Sukaguram? Lieutenant Colonel Yu nodded. If we find Manpazikjiak in the tomb of King Munmu of Silla, or Gumchuk of Park Hyukjeosi in Najeong, we can take it, right? However, Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not respond to Jang's question. What's it? He had never heard of the Gumchuk of Park Hyukjeosi in Najeong, let alone the Manpazikjiak in the tomb of King Munmu of Silla. Of course, it was not hard for Jang to mention them since they really existed. Oh, the Manpazikjiak and Gumchuk of Park Hyukjeosi are part of the Gyeongju Samgi, 3 wonderful treasures. These 2 things and the bell of King Songdik are the Gyeongju Samgi. You don't know these relics because these do not appear in the textbooks. Only then did Lieutenant Colonel Yu understand the situation and frown. He realized that Jang played a joke on him. What would you like to do, the boss? Jang handed over the ball to Kim in order to avoid the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Kim opened his eyes. What's the status of the Sobik Mountains? Jang was the first to answer the question. It's a heaven of monsters. The Sobik Mountains. It was a big mountain range extending from Taibik Mountain to Yeongnam, and Honam to Yosu Peninsula. It was also one of the boundaries that divided the Korean peninsula for a long time. The Sobik mountain range was now a paradise for monsters. 2 blue-grade monsters are in Didangyo-jido, and the number of green-grade monsters is enormous. Crossing the Sobik mountain range was not much different from crossing the Jordan River, which symbolized God's heaven. Kim and Jang knew the facts through Didangyo-jido, so Kim asked the question at this moment. If the Capital Defense Command hid or reduced the situation in the Sobik Mountains, it would mean that they had a secret design. Once there were blue-grade monsters in the mountains of Sobik and Yuri, and we found green-grade monsters in the mountains of Taibik, Deojiu, and Palgong. There may be more, but that's what the Capital Defense Command found out. However, Lieutenant Colonel Yu's answer was not much different from what Kim and Jang knew. It meant there was a secret design. Securing the nuclear power plants, for reference, means not just going to the nuclear power plants and putting a flag on them, but securing them so that we can operate the nuclear power plants, as well as the way to the nuclear power plants. The Capital Defense Command was serious. It's not easy. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave a long sigh after that remark. I never expected that they would request the Mac Guild secure a nuclear power plant. In order for the Republic of Korea to establish a long-term plan, nuclear power plants could not be omitted. Of course, the Capital Defense Command had repeatedly tried to secure nuclear power plants after some foundation has been established. But the attempts were not done properly from the exploration stage. It was not easy to cross the Sobik mountain range, and those who crossed the Sobik mountain range were also out of communication. In addition, this request of the Capital Defense Command to the Mac Guild was not an exploration, but a securing. The level of difficulty was different. I'm going to refuse this request. Therefore, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not surprised by Kim's answer. It's too dangerous, and we would need to use all the power of the Mac Guild to form a route through the Sobik Mountains. I suppose so. Even if he was in the position of Kim, he would have given the same answer. I don't want to repeat my own experience of bleeding my people, while I'm working somewhere else with my enemy behind me. However, when Lieutenant Colonel Yu saw Kim's words and his expression full of determination, his expression was firm. Give me a break. Yu was able to see what Kim had planned and what kind of picture Kim was drawing. I'm going to kill the traitors in the Capital Defense Command. Kim's next goal was nothing but the traitors of the Capital Defense Command. It was no strange thing. Kim knew how the 6 snakes would come out if he moved to secure the nuclear power plants. They would do their best to interfere, and as soon as Kim secured the nuclear power plants through the obstacles, the nuclear power plants would explode. Even if they detonated only one of the 3 nuclear power plants located in Gyeongsang province, it would become a nightmare land where people could not live. In such a situation, if he spent all his energy to secure the nuclear power plants, he would sow and they would reap. In fact, it was right to kill the 6 snakes when he could do so. Nevertheless, the only reason to keep the traitors alive so far was to use them. As long as I know Taiwan is our main enemy, there's no reason to keep them alive. Now I will see the end. But now, he knew Taiwan was their control tower. Most importantly, he knew where the 6 snakes' heart was. You don't know exactly who the traitors are, or how much power they have? Of course, he did not know how deep or how many roots the 6 snakes had sunk in the Capital Defense Command. The traitors are not few in the Capital Defense Command, and Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk is probably the peak, but Lieutenant Colonel, you did not know who the peak was right now. It could be Lee Hyuk, or it could be another executive. It was clear that it was not a small organization. It was not just a group of 3 or 4 executives. In that situation, Kim would pick out the traitors and remove them? It would be impossible. If I can't handle parasites, I can just take them with their host. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't help but notice that. Host? Are you? I'm going to destroy the Capital Defense Command if necessary. Phew. Lieutenant Colonel, you sighed. Kim added more words to you. You will not stand on my side for the existence of the Capital Defense Command? In that remark, you stopped sighing. So, it is a coup. He had a look of resolution instead of nervousness. As Kim said, you was on his side for this situation. You was also ambitious. Right now, within the system of the Capital Defense Command, he could not fulfill his ambitions, and it was evident that his role was only a messenger coming and going to the Mac Guild and the Capital Defense Command. He could not dismiss Kim's proposal. For now, it is impossible to have a coup with the power of the Mac Guild alone. I am sure that you are good enough to assassinate a VIP, but it will not be possible to do a coup with that power only. You need an army to manage the civilians, soldiers, and awakeners managed by the Capital Defense Command. Instead of stopping, you gave sincere advice. There is only one place with that kind of military power, the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Please make Colonel Lim Hyun-jun join your side. At that moment, a sound that did not fit the sincere advice of you came out of Jang's mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think it was funny? Lieutenant Colonel, you spoke some keen words, grumbling. It was natural that Jang's behavior did not seem polite, and it would not happen anywhere else in the world. No, I don't think your opinion is funny. Then why did you laugh? Not because of your opinion, but because of the look you'll have in a few minutes. Colonel, you looked cold. Jang shook his head. You'll know what I mean when you go to the next room. Boss, please explain. Kim complied with Jang's earnest request. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is a member of the Mac Guild. What? Colonel Lim Hyun-jun and the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division joined the Mac Guild. Lieutenant Colonel, you asked with a look showing that he did not understand. When? Kim checked the watch on his wrist and said, 13 minutes ago. When Lieutenant Colonel you heard the answer, he thought, am I dreaming now? He thought that if Kim was not talking nonsense now, he was dreaming. Kim said to him again, I refused the request of securing the nuclear power plants, but please tell the Capital Defense Command that I will accept it. When you heard that, he gave up thinking. He looked blank. Jang looked at his expression and said, look, I'm right. 2. The report is finished. Lieutenant Colonel, you immediately left after saluting. It was none other than Major General Lee Ki-soo who filled the seat after you had disappeared. Lieutenant General, did the Mac Guild give you an answer? I got the answer. At that, the expression of Lee Ki-soo wrinkled. Fucking hell. Of course, his insides were so wrinkled that they could not compare with his outside expression. It's the worst. Beyond the Sobik mountain range, there was a power that Lee Ki-soo had prepared in the area of Gyeongsang province. Of course, he did not intend to tolerate Kim and the Mac Guild crossing the Sobik mountain range. I can't help it. That's really great, and as he has that much power, he is confident. So, at this moment, Lee Ki-soo raised the stakes. But will he really satisfy the request? What do you mean, ? Don't you think that the Mac Guild will use them as their own nuclear power plants after they have secured them? In fact, the Mac Guild is using the Songdo LNG base after they have secured it. The nuclear power plants would not be any different. And if they try to build nuclear weapons? Major General Lee, just say what you want to say. I think we need a leash to keep the Mac Guild from doing anything wrong, like taking hostage civilians in Bucheon or Incheon, which the Mac Guild has occupied. At the combination of the two words, civilian and hostage, Lee Hyuk looked at Lee Ki-soo with a cold expression. It was a ferocious look. Phew! The eyes were ones to make Lee Ki-soo sigh repeatedly. Now I am branded a troublemaker. It was a result of incurring the wrath of Lee Hyuk. What he was looking at right now was not the near future. He wanted to be a historical hero who would save the Republic of Korea from this crisis, and what he looked at was his own image being recorded for future generations. Therefore, it was unacceptable to take the civilians of Bucheon and Incheon as hostages to threaten the Mac Guild. Not because it was unfair, but because it would be a blot on his history. Lieutenant General, to do the job, we have to do it when Kim Tae-hoon is not in Bucheon. It will be too late if we do it later. However, Lee Ki-soo did not retreat his opinion. You saw that Kim Tae-hoon was a crazy monster. If he secures a nuclear power plant, he will inevitably eat the monster stones in the area. There is no way to stop a Kim who is even stronger than he is now. He is not a soldier who fights thoughtlessly. He is a specialist trained under Major General Chang Young-sung. I'm trying to strike his weakness when he is away, and I'm going to make the time right now and seize his ankle. In fact, Lee Ki-soo knew that this was not the answer. I'll have to fight against Kim in return. In the viewpoint of Lee Ki-soo, Kim was not a man who would be easily shaken by threat, and even if he could buy time if he held Kim's aides, subordinates, and citizens as hostages, he could not use them as a leash. Rather, over time, Kim would make him pay for taking the people around him as hostages. He would start a full-scale war against the Capital Defense Command. Fuck, if it were planned, I should have removed Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk after searching for Manpazikjiak and Gumchuk, and I should have taken the Capital Defense Command. None of them have been achieved. It was a painful thing for Lee Ki-soo. He needed the power of the Capital Defense Command. Even if the situation of the CDC was not good, the number of soldiers and awakeners belonging to the Capital Defense Command was enormous, and the weapons and firepower it possessed were also significant. He had a plan, but now there was nothing to say that it was a plan. In the military, the way a subordinate was given the power of a superior was simple. If a superior was gone, power would be naturally transferred down. In such a situation, it would not be better for the Capital Defense Command and the Mac Guild to engage in the war of attrition. But he couldn't help it. If he left Kim and the Mac Guild like this, they would take monster stones and relics and expand their force. Later, they would be a real monster which the Capital Defense Command would have nothing to compete with. I will sacrifice Lee Hyuk. However, it was not possible for Lee Ki-soo to handle this work with his own little ability. The situation was different from the one with the Gamecock. There was no evidence then, but this time the evidence would be left. In other words, a sacrifice would be needed to accept all the anger of Kim, and Lee Ki-soo was planning to make Lee Hyuk that sacrifice. And for Lee Hyuk to be a sacrifice, Lee Ki-soo needed Lee Hyuk's command. Can you do that? There are many able monster hunters in the Mac Guild, but there are not many elite soldiers who can fight a war. In order to cross the Sobek Mountains, almost all of the Mac Guild's power will be put there, and it will be like cutting trees in an ownerless, deserted mountain. You'll have to plan a little more specifically and report it. I'll take your order. After hearing the order he wanted, he immediately turned his back after saluting. Colonel Jang Sogu came to his office immediately. Colonel Lee said in a low voice to Lee Ki-soo, Mao's Okjo arrived. What's the content? He'll send auxiliary troops if necessary. Auxiliary troops? In Taiwan. No, it is Japan that is sending auxiliary troops. Lee Ki-soo clenched his teeth tightly upon hearing of Japan's involvement. What would you do? Would you like to ask for auxiliary troops? Ask him to stand by in Busan. I understand. After Jang left Lee, he disappeared somewhere. Lee grit his teeth alone. Kim Tae-hoon, I will pay you back the damage I have suffered. Manpazikjiak, it is a flute in the legend of the Silla dynasty. If someone blows it, all the worries and diseases of the country disappear. Gumchuk, it is a measure of the first king of Silla, Park Hyukgose had. With the measure, he was able to save the dead and fix the sick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Hunting for Snakes, Part 2. Chapter 88, Episode 88, Hunting for Snakes, Part 2. Chapter 31. Hunting for Snakes, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. There was a story about the vacant lot in front of Bucheon City Hall. In the winter when the cold wind blew, the winter when the world seemed to be different from the appearance of the monsters, Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mac Guild, gathered the hunters in the vacant lot, and they were tested. It was a test that only those who showed the determination to sacrifice a finger as evidence of loyalty. Only 2 passed the test, and the 2 who had passed became the 2 biggest clan leaders of the Mac Guild. The story was repeatedly mentioned by those who survived under the flag of the Mac Guild. Whenever there was no story to tell, people talked about it, and the story got fat. At one point the story became a legend. For the Mac Guild's hunters, that day was a historic event, as seen in history books. Now the hunters had gathered again in the vacant lot. The number of people gathered was about 70. It was not many, but it was not few either, because they were the leaders of the groups, were all in charge of the lives of others, whether they were many or few. Of course, the gathered people knew the story that had become a legend. Is it another test? So, they were determined. I must not miss this opportunity. Even if I really cut off my fingers, I will not miss this opportunity. This time, they were determined not to miss the opportunity with a lame excuse. And their resolve was evidence. Our party could be better if we were just allowed to be a clan. If we get clan recognition, our level of item support will change. There's a story about the Mac Guild having a lot of relics recently, and if we make a contribution and show loyalty, we'll get the relics. Then we can climb higher. The evidence was that the people gathered here were not the desperate ones who survived the monster era, but the hunters who would not mind a war with the monsters for a better future in the world. So, they gathered in the vacant lot much earlier than the promised time, and they were ready to wait much longer than the promised time. They would hold on until the sun was sinking above them and the moon that followed was sinking. Kim Tae-hoon showed up in front of them at exactly the promised time. June 14, 2017, 2 p.m. Thump! Kim's body fell like a flash onto the iron stage in the open area in front of Bucheon City Hall. Gulp! The crowd replaced their cheers with swallows. Attention! Thanks to the silence, he did not have to calm down those around him, but he was able to start talking in a low voice from the beginning. We received a request from the Capital Defense Command, Kim said in a very low voice in front of everyone's attention toward him. The low voice could not be heard unless they listened carefully. The contents of the request is to secure 3 nuclear power plants located in Gyeongsang Province. It goes through 3 major processes. 1. Secure the road. 2. Remove the threats. 3. Protect the nuclear power plants. What we need to do first is to clean the road from the capital area to the Gyeongsang area. According to our current investigation, the Sobik Mountains, which block Gyeonggi Province and Gyeongsang Province, have at least 2 monsters of the same grade as the gamecock that attacked Bucheon, and a large number of monsters are building their own territories. Kim went on with a voice beyond cool or calm. But his words were neither cool nor calm, it was the opposite, they were horrifying and thrilling. Oh, God, there are 2 more monsters like that? To break through that place. It's like making a road to hell. The gamecock had been a nightmare for the hunters of the Mac Guild, many of whom had died, and the terrible signs of the battle were everywhere in Bucheon. But they had to make a road to with not 1 monster of the same grade, but 2 monsters like the gamecock? I'll need a volunteer. There was at least no one here who had ignored the nightmare. These people who had gathered here were willing to die to earn time for civilians to evacuate to Yeongjeon Island before the gamecock. The party or the clan who wants to volunteer, raise your hands. So, at the end of Kim's words, they raised their hands up in the open space. Kim smiled slightly when he saw the scene. At least my way was not the wrong way. The sight in front of him seemed to prove that his hardships and the adversity that had come so far were not in vain. So, at this moment, he gave a gift to those who proved that he was not wrong. There is no payment of 40% for this monster hunt, and you will keep everything you kill. Woo! Then a thunderous shout began to fill the open space. The cheers were more intense than ever. Even those far away could hear them. 4. The Mac Guild has moved. More than 6,000 men, including awakeners, have now gathered in Suwon. According to the plan announced, after moving to Yeoju City through Yeongdong Expressway, Yeoju City will be the base area and then the Jungbu Naeuriak Expressway will be the first to be attacked. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, who received the report, signed the document in front of him without worrying. The signed document was in the hands of the reporter, and immediately the reporter delivered the report using wired communication connected to Namsan Tower. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk signed the operational plan. Among those who received the message was Lee Ki-soo. There's no going back. Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild's core power had started a long journey to reach the Sobik mountain range. Starting with Yeoju City, they would hunt monsters to secure the Jungbu Naeuriak Expressway. The most important part was to handle the high-grade monsters located in the mountains of Wolak and Sokri. It was not something they could finish in a day. Of course, Bucheon City was currently in a state of no owner, and it would not take a day or half-day to suppress Bucheon City with the power of the Capital Defense Command. The point was the following reaction. After the collapse of Bucheon City, Kim would not stay still. Hostage, we have to get the key hostage. What Lee Ki-soo could trust in that situation was a hostage in the end. It was impossible to even try to deal with Kim with money or relics. However, if he had a hostage, he could take his time. And there were 2 people who could easily be taken hostages in the present situation. I have to catch these 2 surely, on Sunmi and Jang Sung-hoon. Of course, hostages are not the only thing. Kim is a specialist in this field. If there is a hostage, he can kill the hostage after weighing his options. Lee Ki-soo also knew that. So, what he wanted was to earn some time. Musashi. I just need to earn time for the person who saved Tokyo, which was worse than Seoul. It was time for a monster to come to deal with a crazy monster. Lee Ki-soo got up from his seat. But I'll have to get ready to go down to Daegu, in case something happens. Standing up, he took out a small item in his arms. It was a bird statue of white jade, the size of his finger. Lee Ki-soo grabbed the bird statue with his right hand and paused a moment. When he opened his hand again, the jade bird statue gradually began to inflate. Soon, Lee Ki-soo began to mumble to himself to the jade pigeon. After completing the recitation, he ordered the bird, "Tell them what I said." The bird nodded and immediately began to flap its wings. Swish! The bird slipped out of the room window and quickly disappeared. He also left the room, but through the door. 5. Bucheon was the first of the ruined cities to start reconstruction after the monsters appeared. There was a clue that showed it most clearly. One was a solar panel park located south of Bucheon City Hall, and the other was a nearby university hospital that used the electricity generated by the solar panels. The Mac Guild had made a lot of efforts to rebuild the medical system, among the many things rebuilt in the city. A proper medical system itself had a powerful force to reassure people. Even the newly established medical system of the Mac Guild had a much more advanced form in some areas than before the monsters appeared. How much water of therapy is left? About 1,300 packs. Increase the production amount as much as we can. I understand. How much flesh of the mud troll have we got? We have about 590 kilograms left. Use 300 kilograms for making recovery pills, send all the amounts we produce to Yeoju City, and send as much of the water of therapy in the flesh of the mud troll as possible. I understand. It was thanks to the monster's dead body parts and relics. They brought results that humans could not achieve with medicine, and the Mac Guild took the most advantage of it. The relics that could help the medical system were used unsparingly, and the monster's dead bodies were also generously donated. Sunmi was at the peak of the medical system here. Then I'll finish the June 15th briefing with this. At the briefing, the people who were seated at the long table bowed their heads deeply. It was a funny sight. Until last year, or even half a year ago, the conference room of the university hospital where she was now was a stage only professors could participate in. It was a place she could not gain save in the distant future, as an intern at a university hospital. Now that she was the director of this place, it was ironic. Of course, for someone, it might seem a huge success. But at least she had never thought it was a success. She didn't like this situation. I never did anything. She was left alone in the conference room where people were escaping, and she looked at the mark of an awakener on her right hand. It was evidence of a chosen person who had the opportunity to fight against the monsters. I never did anything again this time. But she had never done anything right as an awakener. When Bang Hyun-wook had taken a risk of his life and walked onto the battlefield, when Kim Soo-ji had led the soldiers in a dangerous battlefield, she has been always dealing with the lives of others in the safest place. That was why she didn't like her situation. Am I helpful? Above all, she was wondering if she would really help Kim Tae-hoon. It was because of her first meeting with Kim Tae-hoon. Kim clearly said at the first meeting, when he fought the Black Orc at a large supermarket, he would only take those who would help him. If they were not helpful, he would leave them unremittingly. Of course, things had changed. Kim did not abandon them because they were not helpful. However, the relationship between Kim and On was not much different then or now. There was no reason to change. Ms. Director. A woman in a nursing suit came in carefully. What's the matter? Jang Sung-hoon is here. At the nurse's words, On stopped worrying. What's going on? Jang often came to her, but he did not come without reason. Where is he? He's in the director's office. Thank you. After On got up with a greeting of thank you, she immediately walked towards the director's office. The nurse who had informed her watched the back of On without words. Then the nurse walked away, too. She took down the stairs and went into one of the rooms. The place was full of patients in their suits. On and Jang made contact. But their eyes were not those ones of patients, those who suffered from wounds and pain. They're both in the director's office now. They were the eyes of trained hounds waiting for the time to come, with their prey in front of them. We're lucky, we don't have to spread out our power. What's the security level at the hospital? At that remark, a man lying on the bed rose up. Except for the awakeners, 1 platoon is all, and most of them are guarding the entrance. Okay. The man answered and checked his watch. The clock pointed to 8. 3 hours from now, we're going to start operations at 11. Everyone checked their watch. There was no answer. The ticking of their watches filled the quiet room. They started to make sounds at 11 p.m. when the night came. 6. One of the most precious things since the monsters appeared was electricity, which was now a tremendous power and a great luxury to use it at night. The 5 men were able to avoid spending a long time looking for their targets. There was only one place to shining through the doorways lined up by the darkened corridor. The 5 men moved slowly toward the light-emitting door without making a sound. Then they stood in front of the door, listening to the room inside, waiting for the sound. They waited, breathless, for the sound of colleagues outside the building breaking into the building. When? Why not move? But no matter how long they waited, they could not hear any sound they wanted. There was no sound even in the room. They could hear 2 men and women talking, but they could not hear the words. There is a problem. It was natural to be aware of the problem at this point. One of the 5 men gave the signal to the other 4. His fingers moved quickly. 2 people behind me break in. But at the signal, they were still quiet, and his men were not even showing signs of moving, not even the sound of them alive. What the hell? The leader turned his head. Then he saw an arrow with a sharp point toward him. Ah! That was the last scene he remembered. 7. Screech! A brightly lit door opened, and a man entered the door. Boss, are you done? The man and woman in the room rose immediately. Now is the beginning. There will be fighting all over the place. The damage will be great, right? The commandos from the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division will try to avoid massive casualties. Jang took a short breath at the words of Kim. You're certainly an expert in this part, and you figured out all the lines and plans of the other person. Most of the assassination and kidnapping manuals used by the Korean Army are based on my reports. I'm glad you're my boss. Instead of answering, Kim looked over the window. He saw the quiet apartment complex, which stood between the hospital and a road. However, his eyes did not miss the secret movements on the verandas of the apartment complex. What the hell is going on? On the other hand, An, who did not know the situation, looked at Kim and Jang alternately, not hiding her surprise. Why are you here? She had to be scared from the moment Kim suddenly appeared. She didn't get any warning in advance. You should be in Yeoju. Why are you here? Kim still gave a short answer to An while his gaze was still over the window. Hunting for snakes. What the hell is that? At that moment, Kim's eyes narrowed. The tail is coming to look for its head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89 Hunting for Snakes, Part III. Chapter 89, Episode 89 Hunting for Snakes, Part 3. Chapter 31 Hunting for Snakes, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. The Capital Defense Command planned to hang a leash on Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild. Major Oh Se-bum's role in the kidnapping operation was as a watchdog. Damn it! It's over. It was also the task that none other than Lee Hyuk directly gave him. He was going to do his job well, of course, and he had the time to relax to do it. There was no threat to him in Bucheon without Kim Tae-hoon. This operation is over. It was at 11 o'clock in the evening that his thoughts had changed. As soon as he saw that the men who were waiting on the roof of the university hospital for the kidnapping of On Sunmi were taken down by two men who had suddenly appeared, his spine froze coldly in crisis. The operation had failed. They knew it all, damn it. No, it was not an operational failure. Failure is a word used to express its appetite where the beast tried to hunt, but the game ran away. No one uses the term failure in the situation where a predator is screaming in a trap prepared by a hunter. What do I do? Of course, when he saw the scene, he no longer wanted to be in Buchen. He was going to get out of Buchen. Who do I go to? The problem was where to run. Oh Se-bum, who was going to run away, wondered whether he should go to Lee Hyuk at this moment or Lee Ki-soo. If he followed orders, he should go to Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk. Lee Hyuk sent him to Buchen. No, not Lee Hyuk. But it was not the case for Oh Se-bum. It did not seem proper for him to get an answer from Lee Hyuk. I have to leave Seoul now. What he needed now was not to prepare for the Mac Guild's counterattack, but to run away. Why should he do that? I do not know when the monster Kim Tae-hoon will come to Seoul. Kim, who had grasped the intentions of the Capital Defense Command, could not stay still. Lee Hyuk also knew that, and when Major Oh went to tell him the news, he would ask Major Oh to escort him. However, Major Oh had no intention of escorting Lee Hyuk, who would be the top target of Kim from now on. Major General. Oh Se-bum started running for Lee Ki-soo. 9. We'll run away. 12:11. From Buchen City Hall to Namsan Tower in Seoul, Major Oh ran the distance with only 2 legs, but Major General Lee Ki-soo did not give him a chance to breathe. Major Oh paused for a while to catch his breath and asked, right now? Instead of answering, Lee Ki-soo turned his head and looked around. There were only trees around. He could not find any indication of a person being around. No matter what they said, no one would overhear it. If it's not now, there is no chance to run away. So, Lee Ki-soo spoke on the spot. Yes? Where's the main force of the Mac Guild? They're all in Yeoju City. The Mac Guild that read our plan and set up the trap will not leave their main power in Yeoju City, and are already moving to Seoul. At the moment he heard that, a map of the capital area was drawn in Oh Se-bum's mind. Ah! It was as Lee Ki-soo said. The Mac Guild, who had known the intentions of the Capital Defense Command, would not stay in Yeoju City and go to the Sobik Mountains. What would happen then? They're going to build a trap for a siege. But could not run away to Buchen and Incheon. Those were the areas of the Mac Guild. The same was true of the northern Gyeonggi and Gangwon areas. It was the area of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. In such a situation, more than 6,000 elites of the Mac Guild would come to Seoul from Yeoju City, which was located in the southeast of Seoul. That was his plan. Then, the siege of Seoul would be completed. Moreover, in order to move from Buchen City to Seoul, they would have to cross the Han River, but in Yeoju City, there would be a little burden. There are no troops there. Well, yes. Crucially, there were few troops in the southeast of Seoul. Currently, the main power of the Capital Defense Command was concentrated in the west and north to guard against the Mac Guild and the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, and the south and east were virtually open holes. There was no room to stop the Mac Guild's sudden attack. 6,000 elites organized to clean up monsters in the Sobik mountain range would enter Seoul without any bleeding. It would not be easy to get out of Seoul at that time. Then where? We move to Daegu first. We're ready to move. We will travel from the Han River to Paldang Lake. So now was the golden time. Call Colonel Jang Soguk. Yes, sir. And I. Arg! Lee Ki-soo, who was talking, screamed in pain at the moment. Ayo arg! He fell to the ground, holding his right thigh, screaming. Major General? Oh Se-bum, who was surprised and looked at Lee Ki-soo, immediately saw why Lee Ki-soo was making such a noise. Cook! A sword had passed through the right thigh of Major O. But he did not fall to the ground. He stood upright on his left leg and shouted, "Kim Tae-hoon!" At the end of the cry, Kim Tae-hoon was there. He was carrying his bag with a sheath on his back, and he was slowly approaching Major O and the fallen Major General Lee. Major O's body was trembling at the sound of his heavy footsteps approaching. Fucking hell! In addition, Kim's eyes, which were black even in the dark, had given Major O the most overwhelming fear from any stares he had ever encountered. The fear caused Major O's energy to rise to the extreme. His body began to pump up its strength. Other than now, there is no chance. Major O's instincts shouted, this is the only chance to kill Kim Tae-hoon. So, Major O ran like a sports car, like a machine, and his body began to accelerate. He narrowed his distance to Kim at once, and that was the cause of his defeat. Ah! As soon as Oh Se-bum punched Kim Tae-hoon, he realized that his body was moving on its own. The fist that had to be directed toward Kim's face moved toward Kim's left. It was a magic trick. Fuck! It was a magic created by Kim's telekinesis, and Oh's fist was drunk on the magic and stuck elsewhere. On the other hand, Kim's fist was accurately directed to Oh's face. Whack! Kim's black fist shattered the face of Oh Se-bum. Thub! Major O fell to the ground spraying teeth. The blood began to flow out of his fallen head like spring water, and his body began to twitch. Kim walked toward the fallen Lee Ki-soo as he passed the body of Major O. In the meantime, the sword of the Imperator, which was stuck in the thigh of Major O, removed itself and re-entered the sheath. Click! When Kim heard the sound of the sword being stuck in the sheath, his footsteps stopped. He looked down at the head of the Lee Ki-soo, who had fallen to the ground. You are a member of the Six Snakes. The face of the screaming Lee Ki-soo went white. How did you dash? Kim knew that he should not know. That was the biggest reason for making his face white. What was your mission? Kim Tae-hoon asked him a question. Lee Ki-soo's face was white, but as if he was awake, he closed his mouth tightly instead of answering. He remained silent. Kim used his own telekinesis to control the arrow in Lee's thigh. He slowly pushed the arrow deeper. Aorg. Kim moved his arrow very slowly, like a cicada larva. Ascoorg. He squeezed a scream from the mouth of Lee Ki-soo. I'll let you talk, or even scream. Arg. In front of the pain, Lee Ki-soo was rather patient. It was because he was now aware of Kim's intentions. He won't kill me. Kim wanted to get something from him, and as long as he wanted to get it, his life could be spared. It was worth keeping him alive. On the other hand, the moment he said the information Kim wanted to know, he would be dead. He is going to keep me alive until he gets information from me. I'll start acting. Kim could not help but notice what Lee Ki-soo was thinking about. We'll negotiate. I didn't say anything. You don't have to tell me everything. First, we need to set up a negotiation table. Take out one of your cards. That's the price for a negotiation table. And it was not the first time for Kim Tae-hoon to deal with those who regarded this kind of information as a lifeline. I will not say anything dash. If you want to beg for your life with information, you have to judge what's right, or if you really want to die dash. Srung. During the words of Kim, the sword of the Imperator rose by itself, and then it was inserted close to Lee Ki-soo. Just kill yourself. At the message, Lee Ki-soo gave a trembling look at the sword of the Imperator. He just looked at it. He had no reason to kill himself for keeping silent to save his life. How did you know about the Six Snakes? In the end, Lee Ki-soo talked. And how much do you know about the Six Snakes? That's dash. The headquarters of the Six Snakes is Taiwan, and its purpose is to support the chaotic countries to secure the ruling forces. From that point of view, who should the 6 snakes approach? You, or me? Lee Ki-soo's eyes trembled again. No way. The deal has been around for a long time, and I doubted why the 6 snakes had contacted you, not me. This remark, of course, was not true. I'll twist your mind. The time and effort he had spent to make this trap were not small. Once it was more important than ever to get more information from the 6 snakes, he had thoroughly prepared to get the information. Kim looked for a way to shake Lee's psychology and how to get information from the other's mouth. He had gathered a lot of the survivors under the Mac Guild, including psychologists. My job was to send the monster stones I had acquired through monster hunting in Korea to Taiwan, and in return, I received relics and information, so it was a deal rather than a mission. Lee's eyes were not shaken anymore by the attack of Kim. Instead of shaking, they were just blurred. I was on a mission to find a legendary relic. At the moment of hearing that, Kim immediately pulled out the arrow in the thigh of Lee Ki-soo. Yeah! What legendary relic? Manpazikjiak Gumchuk, Lee Ki-soo poured out information obediently. At the moment of hearing that, in the memory of Kim, Jang Sung-hoon came up with a word against Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Were there really a Manpazikjiak and Gumchuk? At that time, Jang mentioned them as a joke. But is that real? That's why. On the other hand, Kim was able to understand the intention of the 6 snakes and the movements of Lee Ki-soo. If the purpose of the 6 snakes was simply to secure the military power of Korea, they would have been more active. The Capital Defense Command would have been in contact with the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Except for Awakeners, the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, which absorbed the frontline forces, was much more powerful than the Capital Defense Command. But the 6 snakes did not do that. They hid themselves and caused confusion. Finding what they wanted to have in the chaos was the point. The ultimate thing the 6 snakes wanted was not the power of the Republic of Korea but chaos here. The Republic of Korea must remain in chaos so that they could get what they wanted. What they wanted was not just a relic. If it were a real relic in a textbook or in a museum, they would have already taken it. In other words, what they had been looking for had an unknown location and existence. Here, Kim did not forget the advice of the second death. They really exist. It was the advice to put Green Dragon Crescent Blade in Kusanagi, which existed only in the imagination, legend, and mythology, on the wish list. They were what the 6 snakes wanted. They were not real relics, but the legendary relics that existed only in stories. If so, it means that there is a relic in Taiwan that can roughly grasp the location of the legendary relics. Kim stopped thinking there for a while. I guess you still haven't gotten them since you're here. There was a lot of information to get. I'll save you. So here, Kim released the tension on Lee Ki-soo. To be honest, Lee Ki-soo, your life is important to me, and if we bite each other, we have nothing to gain. Rather than, the first thing we have to do is to find why the 6 snakes hid each other's presence from us. At that moment, the focus came back to the eyes of Lee Ki-soo. Well, yes. Click. The sword of the Imperator inserted in the ground went back into its sheath. Above all, if we fight like this, my side will also suffer greatly. If you had not known my identity until now, you would have asked for help to deal with me. I am not going to be bled by the supporting force. Major General Lee Ki-soo, you have to stay alive to talk to them. At this part, Lee Ki-soo no longer felt much pain. We can live. Knowing that Kim had many reasons to save him, hope for his survival brightened Lee's face. At that moment, Lee Ki-soo's body began to sink into his own shadow. Air. While Lee Ki-soo was surprised, his body fell into shadow for a moment. At the same time, gray smoke began to bloom around Kim. The smoke filled the surroundings in an instant. Kim stopped breathing. On the other hand, his eyes were shining, and his ears were open. His vision and hearing began to absorb all the information around him. No sound, no sight. However, nothing was captured by Kim's senses. In the meantime, shadows scattered under the heavy smoke began to move. 10 moving shadows. The shadows escaped from the thick smoke. At that moment, one of the shadows rose as it was. The rising shadows soon became a human form. That was not what the person directly involved wanted. Damn! The bitter sound of the person was the evidence. The bitter words were the man's last words. Thunk! A sword was stuck in the chest of the person who showed up, and Kim saw a dead body, his chest pierced by a sword in the thick smoke. The man was wearing black clothes and a black mask that only exposed his eyes. He was a ninja. When Kim saw a man dressed like that, he stopped looking around. Instead, a ring of fire began to form around him. Anger soaring. Rumbling. The crazy explosion at Cheongai Mountain covered Namsan Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, The Moon of Soul, Part 1. Chapter 90, Episode 90, The Moon of Soul, Part 1. Chapter 32. The Moon of Soul, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Rumbling. The explosion that started at Kim Tae-hoon's body shook everything around him. The trees that filled Namsan were shaken like waves, and stones flew like leaves. The same was true of a human body. Aha! The ninjas, swept away by the huge explosion, began to roll like garbage, screaming. It was not easy for anyone to regain their balance on the slope, but the ninjas regained their footing almost instantly. Wake up! They reacted immediately to someone's cry. The ninjas stopped on the slope and pulled swords from their waists. Whiz! The ninjas held leaf-shaped throwing knives between the index finger and the middle finger, between the middle finger and the ring finger, and threw them at the same time toward Kim Tae-hoon. Swish! Dozens of throwing knives, which cut through the wind thinly and sharply, moved toward Kim, drawing a unique trajectory like a boomerang. It was like a shower. No matter how big his eyes were, there was no place to avoid them. But Kim was not surprised by the showers of throwing knives. He did not actively respond. What he did at this sudden attack was open his black eyes wide, open his ears as wide as possible, and to stretch his arms out with his palms open, as if pushing an invisible wall. Tuck! Dozens of throwing knives that were heading for Kim stopped in the air. Then they fell to the ground with a sound like falling rain. The sight gave the ninjas a look of horror that could be seen behind the masks. Oh, my God! What the hell is this? The ninjas' thinking stopped in that state. It was an error. Just as the program that received the uninterpreted command stopped, the ninjas, who assumed that Kim would avoid or pause, were forced to stop in front of this action taken against the throwing knives. Kim, on the other hand, moved. I set a bait. Kim took the gun out of his waist and pulled the trigger toward the ninjas who were far away. Blam, blam. The gunshots were like a thunderstorm waking up the dumbstruck ninjas. Gun. We must avoid it. The ninjas refocused their minds and focused all their 5 senses on Kim. They took the bait. This was what Kim has wanted. Zing. They focused on the gunshot, in other words, they did not focus on the arrow. Thunk. The arrow of Sun Sin, the relic of the great admiral that did not need an explanation, began to reproduce the nostalgia of the past. It began to penetrate the skulls of the ninjas, who were totally focused on the gun in the hand of Kim Tae-hoon, and who had stepped on the land of the Korean peninsula in the midst of these turbulent times. Ping! When the third shot broke out, no one was looking at Kim anymore, just dead bodies that had lost the focus and their eyes were crumpled near the devastated area of Namsan. However, Kim did not care about their dead bodies. His gaze hurriedly chased one person. It was a dead body with a dagger in his chest that stopped his gaze. Who? The moment Kim found the dead body of Lee Ki-soo, his eyes closed. Fucking hell. Kim's mouth was twisted. His expression could not be easily seen. The feeling that Kim felt now was intense. He had succeeded in seizing the psychological gap of Lee Ki-soo. If the conversation had continued, there would have been a big income. But all that was left now was regret. There was no way to get information from the dead Lee Ki-soo. So, regrets rose in Kim's head, and the questions followed regret again and again. Where did they come from? The forces of the Six Snakes must have built power in Japan, too. It was, of course, Japan. This part was so blatant that it was absurd. Lee Ki-soo asked for help to check me out. The problem was the capacity. The fact that there was enough room for elite Japanese awakeners and ninjas in Korea meant that Japan had built some power within the Japanese archipelago. This is beyond what I expected. But it was not easy for them to send ninjas if it was the power of Japan that Kim has known. Japan was not a weak country, but basically, it lacked the most effective army power to deal with monsters, and there were very few army trainees who were decisively skilled, as well as weapons. When they rescued the Japanese VIP, the Japanese government had used its ties with Korea to ask Kim for help. Here, the great surveillance system that Japan boasted of would have been destroyed with the appearance of monsters. The strength of Japan was that it had a good preparation for disasters, but expectations for monsters were not good. There was a big difference between an earthquake and the monsters. Of course, with the advent of monsters, Japan should have been a much worse mess than Korea. At least that was what he had thought. I did not expect that Japan would already have this much power. But now he had to acknowledge it. Japan was equipped to hunt powerful monsters. It was obvious that the ninjas were dispatched to Korea, and the ninjas actually counterattacked Kim after they were struck by anger soaring. The relics they secured are not common. No, if the Six Snakes are behind them, they surely have excellent relics. Kim's anger soaring was comparable to a green-grade monster's, and if they could hold it off with pure energy, they would not have been slain helplessly by him. It meant that they had overcome the fear with the help of relics. It also meant that they could maximize their power against a green-grade monster. Kusanagi. Above all, it is clearly in Japan. There is the relic of unheard of that has been mentioned in the myths in Japan. It was none other than Kim Tae-hoon, who had guaranteed it through his dream death. At that moment, Kim heard a disturbance. Search. Encircle the area. Circle it wide. It was the sound of those who were surprised by the noise at the heart of the Capital Defense Command, Namsan Tower. It was also a signal that Kim should take his next action. He opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, he looked at the moon above the sky. I will finish it before the sun rises today. There was no tremor in his eyes. 2. The hospital director's office. There were a lot of people in the place where On Sunmi usually worked alone. It was crowded with men, to be precise. What the hell is going on? On Ju-hyung and On Jae-hyung were surprised by On's shout, but Jang Sung-hoon shrugged his shoulders. It's nothing. So, what the hell is going on? We're going to take this chance to destroy the Capital Defense Command and take over Seoul. I'm sure it'll be settled as early as tomorrow morning. At the calm appearance of Jang, who had spoken such crazy words, On looked at him as if he was an idiot. It was the same with the twin brothers who had been deployed to guard them. He is talking about the mission that our troops have been planning using all sorts of means and methods, but we haven't even dreamed of, like buying things at the local supermarket. As early as, The two of them, members of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, knew well what efforts they had made to take down the Capital Defense Command. But the Capital Defense Command was more than they thought. If there had not been a problem in the Capital Defense Command, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun would have taken over Seoul on behalf of the country. However, the two brothers could not deny Jang's words. Well, if it is that monster, nothing else, but they had seen Kim's ability, and they thought that he could do anything. However, On was different. Explain it to me. She could not understand everything in the words of Jang. No, that wasn't what mattered to her now. It's simple. If we show a loophole on purpose, the Capital Defense Command will come to attack the loophole, and will be attacked by the first punch. As you know, whatever we do after we are beaten is for self-defense, right? At least it's both our faults, and the other side which is beaten more is the worse off. Jang, who was speaking, smiled lightly. Well, don't be too sorry, because information security is important, and I couldn't tell you. That's not what I'm sorry about. At that moment, On burst forth with anger. It was an explosion of the agony and the anger she had been having. At her appearance, the light laughter on the mouth of Jang began to turn into a bitter laugh. It was not hard to know why On exploded with fury, because he was quick-witted. Finally, she is furious. Jang knew why On was angry now. She was worried that she might become a useless person just like this, and that she might be abandoned by Kim as soon as she became a useless person. Well, we are all the same. It was not her own concern. It was the worry and concern of all those who have been with Kim from the beginning. By looking at Bang Hyun-wook, they knew that he was killing monsters like crazy to catch up with Kim somehow, and Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji was doing her best in her role. The problem was that Kim did not care for them or look back. The people who had followed Kim were upset. They wondered if they were doing well, and they were worried. Then they exploded with anger. Then, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji is going to explode next. The first explosion was Bang Hyun-wook, who lacked patience, and now On Sunmi had exploded. But that would not change Kim. He would be the same in the future. Sister Sunmi, don't think he'll care about you. He won't care if you get married and become his wife. Therefore, at this moment, Jang did not say nice things to On. Find your own place. Jang knew better than anyone else. The boss can't afford to look back, because he is just too busy looking right in front of him. It was too much for Kim to just look at the matters facing them right now. And now we have to solve the invisible problem. After completing his words, Jang turned his gaze from On, who had her mouth shut, and looked at his bag with a sideways glance. If we get the Capital Defense Command, the only remaining area is the Gyeongsang province. As soon as the Mac Guild takes the Capital Defense Command, the entire area except Gyeongsang and Jeolla provinces will become the territory of the Mac Guild. Moreover, as long as Chungcheong province is already secured, securing Jeolla province will proceed smoothly. There is no monster above the blue grade. The only thing left is the area of Gyeongsang province. It will not be easy, but the area will be cleaned up in 3 months. Jeju Island is now irrelevant to the subject. Jeju Island will be left, and Jeju Island has a dark blue grade monster, so we will postpone the attack to later, and anyway, the Mac Guild will regain most of the country of Korea. But then we'll have to go through North Korea and go to the continent, or we'll go across the sea to Japan. And that is the starting point. It is never the end. If we remain isolated in the Korean peninsula, we will be the prey of the world powers and those who will lead a new order. We have to move to live. We must go without rest, whether in the sea or on land. At that time, Didangyo-jido is virtually useless. As soon as the world becomes a stage, Didangyo-jido, which has been the best guide of the Mac Guild so far, becomes useless. We have to start a struggle for survival once again on a stage where we do not know where the monsters are, and where our enemies are. It is none other than Kim Tae-hoon who has to stand at the forefront and make the way, but he could not afford to take care of someone like that. Well, let's move now. Jang could not afford to look back, either. Let's see the boss take over Seoul, because it's a historic moment going to appear in the textbooks. 3. At the moment of the huge explosion, troops gathered around Namsan Tower, where Lee Hyuk was located. Everyone, watch out. Don't lower your guard. The best elite soldiers, who were preparing to protect Lee Hyuk, were ready for the chaos. They were not the inexperienced ones. They had survived in a world full of monsters, and they had increased their stats by eating monster stones with the continued help and support of the Capital Defense Command. They were the most reliable soldiers of Lee Hyuk. However, Lee Hyuk, who was escorted by them, was clearly aware that nothing could stop the typhoon that would come to him now. Kim Tae-hoon is here. We can't stop him. Therefore, Lee Hyuk told his determined subordinates, when Kim Tae-hoon comes, send him to me. Yes? Don't stop him when he comes, just let him go. But. At the order of Lee Hyuk, his guards looked white. But no one asked him or tried to persuade him. They did not even try. Kim had already shown them. He showed them what he was like and everything in the battle with Albino Goblin without holding back. That was why Kim showed his ability without filtering it. I think it was also a strategic move that he showed his identity in Cheongai Mountain. There had been always a reason for Kim's actions. Even if he showed his strength, he did not show it without a reason. It was a ploy to use in the future. He sent the troops to Yeoju City to siege Seoul. It was also a ploy. Moving the troops to Yeoju City was not just a move to deceive the eyes. It was also a strategic move. Chang Young-sung made a monster. This ability is not an ability you are born with. It is an ability to be cultivated with long training and made through countless practical exercises in battle. No. Kim was not born with this ability. He went through training which others could not stand under the goal of protecting his country. The Korean government has created a monster. Since then, the Korean government had put him into all kinds of practical exercises, unlike its original purpose, for the sake of the Korean government's taste and the interests of those in power. Even though there was no need to go to the Middle East, he carried out operations without proper support for the interests of businesses and politicians on the battlefield of the Middle East. And even though there was no reason to go to Africa, he carried out his duties against all kinds of enemies. In the process, he lost many colleagues and learned lessons in return. In other words, if Kim had been just an ordinary soldier, his ability would have been incomparably low. This is karma. When Lee Hyuk reached that point, he smiled bitterly. Lieutenant General. And that was the last laugh he could make today. Kim Tae-hoon is coming down from the sky. Kim Tae-hoon was floating under the moon of Seoul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, The Moon of Seoul, Part 2. Chapter 91, Episode 91, The Moon of Seoul, Part 2. Chapter 32. The Moon of Seoul, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Early at dawn, a conversation started at the highest point of Namsan Tower, aiming to end the turmoil. It was Kim Tae-hoon who said the first words when the two faced one another. I want you to delegate all the authority of the Capital Defense Command to the Mac Guild, but it was a strong punch from the start. Kim asked for the full authority of the Capital Defense Command without any negotiation. It was like asking for Seoul. It was like asking for the legitimacy of the Republic of Korea. And it was like asking for everything that Lee Hyuk had. No, Lee Hyuk rejected Kim's proposal without any consideration. I admit my mistake, but I don't think that's the kind of thing that gives away the full authority of the Capital Defense Command. It was never a grudge of Lee Hyuk, and it was not an endless grudge. At this moment, he was drawing a picture. There is still room for negotiation. I can't threaten Kim, but I can threaten what he has. Clearly, I cannot stop Kim. If Kim resolves to do so, he can render most of the officers of the Capital Defense Command into dead bodies. But he cannot kill the Capital Defense Command itself. It should not be possible. Once that happens, the Capital Defense Command will not be silent. It will do its best in any way. The area of the capital will be filled with terrible scenes. Even if all the officials of the Capital Defense Command die, it will be a problem. Many of the soldiers who lost their command posts will follow Kim, but not all of them. In addition, how do uncontrolled soldiers behave? Clearly, uncontrolled soldiers are not any different from monsters. If they make a fuss, the damage will leave a great scar on the Mac Guild, even if they don't touch Kim himself. That was what Lee Hyuk thought. On top of that, Lee Hyuk planned to add a game changer. I'm making a deal with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Then, if I can't reverse the situation, I can avoid the worst. The Mac Guild's greatest weakness is their number of men. That is a very lethal weakness. Winning the war is possible with a small number of troops, but managing the land cannot be done with a small number of troops. The only thing that can fill this weakness is the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, which is now the only one available in the current situation, and if I succeed in appeasing the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, the situation will be reversed. I'll give you 100 relics, including 20 national treasures, and you can go to the Bank of Korea's safe and pick them up free. In other words, the price for this operation would be paid for with relics. No, from the perspective of Lee Hyuk, it was necessary to pay for it. Only then could he keep his position and think of the future. He knew it was not fair, and he knew that a guilty man was pulling a really dirty trick for his own good. But if he thought that was wrong, he could not do anything. I can give him the liver and gallbladder, but I can't give him the heart. I want one thing. On the contrary, Kim did not intend to negotiate against Lee Hyuk's resolution, aim, and attempt. If you don't want to give it to me, it's war. Now was time to get the reward for the groundwork. War, then you'll kill me first. I don't intend to do that, because the power of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division under the Mac Guild is enough to win a full-scale war against the Capital Defense Command. The strategic move, where Kim had made Colonel Lim Hyun-jun of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division a subordinate, became checkmate. What is this? Lee Hyuk stopped himself from saying more, and then he stroked his mouth with his hand. At this moment, he had a suspicion. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is an ambitious man, whose ambition is so high that all the military leaders know it. He is a man who will do almost anything to achieve his ambition. He wants to be the king of a new kingdom, rather than a country official. That was why Colonel Lim had rejected Lee Hyuk's proposal so far. It was common sense. Lee Hyuk must have tried to win over Colonel Lim to his side. He even suggested Colonel take the second place in the ranking, but he also rejected that proposal. Who did Colonel Lim go under? No way. Lee Hyuk could not imagine it had happened. However, if it is Kim Tae-hoon, I should reevaluate. It is possible for Kim Tae-hoon to win over Colonel Lim to his side, and to bluff with it. Of course, Kim may be bluffing. If he succeeds in accepting a declaration of surrender through falsehood, it will be recorded in history as a very good negotiation. In fact, there are not many historical events created by a 3-inch long tongue. But when did Kim make contact with Colonel Lim? He had to cross Seoul to get in touch with Pochin from Bucheon. Was there any other way? Lee Hyuk's worries began. The choice is one of two. Kim Tae-hoon released his worries. You can either take responsibility for this and step back from the front line and delegate all your powers to me, or you can be recorded in 3 lines in a history book that will be published about 10 years from now, mentioning Lee Hyuk's rebellion. Among the two choices, he did not need to worry about the results. Who? Lee Hyuk gave a long sigh. This is my end. I'll delegate my full power. 5. Kaboom! The fireworks began to explode over Namsan Tower, and they were more brilliant than ever. Even the small stars were shining in the sky of Seoul, where the pollution had disappeared and the world had stopped. Thanks to this, the light of the pyrotechnics that started to burn around Namsan Tower could be seen anywhere in Seoul. Success! A man who was far away and not able to see Namsan Tower without a telescope could still see the lights. Kim Tae-hoon succeeded. Colonel Lim immediately pulled his eyes off the telescope. What came into his eyes were dozens of tanks with their gun barrels aimed towards Seoul, armed soldiers hiding in the shadows created by the tanks, and artillery waiting for orders all over the place. They were the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Since the advent of the monsters, they were the veteran warriors who had protected the northern part of Gyeonggi, the Gangwon area, and the front line from Pocheon. They were all equipped to advance to Seoul with their lives once they were ordered to attack. "We stand by as we are," Colonel Lim ordered them briefly. It was a word to quiet the storm. "Okay, it's boss." There was a person in Uedo who checked the flares dotted around Namsan Tower with a telescope. Jang, who checked the flares, ordered, "Now, let's get ready to enter Seoul." Jang looked at the troops that were ready to cross the Han River at any time with the order. Now was when the owner of Seoul had changed, and when the newly changed owner would give his first impression to those who would follow him. Finally, there were those who checked the flares near the Han River. They could see Namsan and they were gathered around a ship that floated alone on the Han River. "What happened? I think they've been killed. What about Major General Lee Ki-soo? It looks like he is dead." They were ninjas dressed in black. Those idiots. They numbered 10. Only one of them was wearing white, not black. But it didn't feel clean, and the fiery eyes behind the mask were sharp, and the spirit that was coming from his body was very fierce. "I can't even save a man. I have to report a mission failure. What a disgrace." At the growling of the man named Kazami Hayato, the 9 men left turned their eyes or bowed their heads. They had no words to say in excuse, so Hayato turned and looked at Namsan Tower again. His face was not good as he watched the bright light of the flares. All right, but his mind was different. "The mission is complete," Hayato Kazami said to himself. The order he had received before leaving the Japanese archipelago was to support Major General Lee Ki-soo. They wanted to make a tool of Lee Ki-soo. But as soon as he stepped on the Korean peninsula, he was given a new order: "If you have a chance, kill Lee Ki-soo. All I have to do is report to my master." The order was issued by a man named Musashi, who had saved Tokyo from hell, and was ordered by the man named Musashi who now wanted to establish a new Japan. "This will enable us to invade Korea." Musashi. No one knew his real name, and no one cared about it. He was called Musashi and treated like a savior. He had a great ambition. If Japan could occupy Korea, the first thing to do for that ambition was to get out of Japan. It was not the job of only Musashi. It was the process of all those who had ruled Japan earlier, and those who had tried to advance beyond Japan to a wider stage. It was also the reality that Japan was facing. The Japanese archipelago was not good for living in isolation. The land was too constrained to have their ambition realized. That was why Japan had always sought the Korean peninsula in history. But Musashi and Japan had been hiding this ambition, because the forces of Lee Ki-soo, supported by the Six Snakes, had settled on the Korean peninsula. In the situation that Lee Ki-soo played a good role, the Six Snakes would not allow Musashi to advance to Korea. In other words, if Lee Ki-soo died, only the antagonists against the Six Snakes would be left on the Korean peninsula, and there was no reason for the Six Snakes to stop Japan from entering here. Hayato felt the time was coming, and he felt that Japan would repeat its history from a century ago, but it would produce a different result this time. Based on the lessons learned a century ago, he was sure they could really build an empire this time. At such thoughts, he was smiling without knowing it. No other alternative, we're the only ones on the move, he said, trying to hide his smile. Yes. All 9 ninjas bowed their heads. Ha! At that moment Hayato was able to see a person who did not bow to him. What is this guy? Hayato was so embarrassed that he forgot to be angry. Coming to his senses, he immediately made his eyes fierce. He had turned into a fierce lion and took a dagger from his waistband. He threw the weapon, called a kunai, at the man who was staring straight at him. The kunai flew away with a creepy sound. Then it stopped. It stopped in the air, and everyone was surprised. Hayato's men were surprised that Hayato had suddenly thrown it, and Hayato was surprised at the sight in front of him. Kaboom! Another firework was fired from the tower above Namsan, and the light of the flare, which was a particularly bright, sparkled in the new man's black eyes. 6. A blue flame rose in the blackness of the darkness, coming from the burning of paper dolls. 19 dolls were burning, and only one doll remained intact. A woman was seen dimly between the blue will-o'-the-wisps. She was wearing priestess robes that could be seen at a Japanese shrine. Another woman came into the darkroom where the woman was. Musashi is coming. At the words of the woman who was wearing the same clothes as her, the priestess in the darkroom rose from her seat, came out of the chamber, and showed herself. She was a beauty with bobbed hair. In front of her was a wide open land, a deep moat that girded it, and collapsed buildings waiting for dawn beyond the moat. Edo Castle was the place where the woman stood, only the site and the buildings remained, instead of the splendid castle. A group of people was approaching her with the rattling of armor. They were samurai dressed like those from the Sengoku period, and the sound of armor rose with every step. At the head of such samurai, the only man wearing kimono without armor showed his slender build. He was barely over 160 centimeters tall, and he looked young. His skin was lovely, soft and smooth. He was a handsome man with a youthful appearance. He was a man unusual in many ways, but the most unusual thing was the sword which a man was wearing at his waist. Even though he had put the sword in the black sheath, the light from the sword came out through the sheath and illuminated its surroundings like a beacon. Musashi. With the emergence of the monsters, he was the man who had saved Tokyo, who was saving Japan, and who would save even the future of Japan. Is everyone dead? Musashi asked as he stood in front of the shrine maiden. She bowed her head once and answered, "The only one who survives among the 20 is Hayato." "What about contact?" "Akjo hasn't come yet. Kazami is an outstanding man. He'll tell us after he escapes." "So, what about him?" At his question, the woman opened her eyes. There was a smile on the mouth of Musashi. "It's time to set sail," he said through the smile. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 92, The Moon of Soul, Part III. Chapter 92, Episode 92, The Moon of Soul, Part 3. Chapter 32. The Moon of Soul, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. It was late enough to call it dawn. People came over to Colonel Jang Soguk, who was waiting for someone with his eyes shining, even though it was time for everyone to be asleep. But they were not the ones he was waiting for. "Colonel Jang Soguk, you are under arrest for rebellion." It was soldiers who came to Colonel Jang, and they showed a killing spirit to him. However, he did not resist in front of them, but not because he was afraid of the soldiers. "Lieutenant Colonel Yu Dae-hyun, you are a traitor." The fact that it was Lieutenant Colonel Yu, not anyone else, who came to arrest him, was what rendered Colonel Jang immobile. "You're with Kim Tae-hoon." Colonel Jang knew the role Lieutenant Colonel Yu had served as a moving bridge between the Mac Guild and the Capital Defense Command. He could easily see that Lieutenant Colonel Yu had betrayed them. In other words, he was attached to Kim Tae-hoon. "You have talked a lot for a man who tried to sell the country to Japan," Lieutenant Colonel Yu remarked without any mercy. There was no reason to be merciful. His opponent was the one who wanted to sell the country out and pursue his own interests, and from now on he would be punished for it. It would be Lieutenant Colonel Yu who would carry out the punishment. Major General Lee Ki-soo and Major Oh Se-bum are dead, and Colonel Jang Soguk will be punished as a warning to others. That was the mission Kim Tae-hoon had given him. No, he must be punished as a warning to others. The chaos will be reduced as he is cruelly treated. Kim Tae-hoon gave Lieutenant Colonel Yu the authority after the death of Lee Ki-soo, to find the traitors, and to punish them. Kim Tae-hoon, who was entrusted with the full authority of the Capital Defense Command, gave the right to Lieutenant Colonel Yu, and in fact, he was like the Grim Reaper. Take him out. To Lieutenant Colonel Yu, the Grim Reaper was not a handsome man with a black hat and a wet eye, but a man who could take someone's life without hesitation. If he resists, kill him. At that terrifying order, Colonel Jang was dragged out and saw the sky. The moon of Seoul was as bright as the sun. 8. The fireworks in the sky near Namsan Tower woke up those living near Seoul from their hard-earned sleep. Mom, what is that? Even the children rubbed their eyes and woke up. Is it fireworks, huh? At the words of a child, a woman looked up at the sky with her daughter in her arms. Their faces were haggard, their eyes dark. That was the reality of Seoul. The land of Seoul, which had the highest population density in Korea, had no room to satisfy the survivors. Food had run out for a long time, and there was nothing good to eat, just a lump of calories that could fill the stomach. Sometimes they filled the calories with cooking oil. But the worst was that they did not have any expectations for the future. Hope for the future meant that they would have food that would eventually make their stomachs full. But around the Han River, it was too terrible to farm. It was not easy to break down and clear away the expensive apartments set up by the Han River, so no one could imagine seeing golden rice fields in the land of Seoul. This meant that the future of Seoul was very bleak. Then, trucks began to enter Seoul. BR. The trucks carrying the huge trailers woke up the night of Seoul with the roar of their engines. People could see a fantasy animal called a mak, which they had never seen before, drawn on every trailer of the rumbling trucks. This design was well drawn, right? I did it myself. It was the mascot design of the Mak Guild by Jang Sung-hoon. Jang had drawn the design on the trailers of all the trucks entering Seoul carrying food. They'll never forget it once they see it, and they'll probably dream of it. It was done to completely rule Seoul. The Capital Defense Command was guarding Seoul, but it was not completely dominating. The truth was that they were taking control of Seoul through fear and violence. Although the Mak Guild was entrusted with the full authority of the Capital Defense Command, the minds of the citizens of Seoul would not change by themselves. Therefore, a new approach was needed. I actually wanted to write Messiah down, but I quit because I would be crushed by the boss. Boss and Messiah don't get along very well, no matter how hard I thought about it. The Mak Guild needed to let Seoul know that it was an organization to bring hope for the future. They needed to make an image, and the Mak Guild's mascot was the beginning of the image making. We'll run the food trucks that we've modified right after we've supplied food. There's a design that made the Mak Guild's mascot cute, and we are going to make a fish-shaped bun in the food truck and give them to kids all over Seoul, and for reference, copyright and trademark rights are mine. In a decade, it'll be more popular in Korea than Mickey Mouse. Jang had prepared a lot of image making. He wasn't alone in preparing them. The Mak Guild did not just leave the survivors as survivors, they made a list to help them use their abilities and skills. They had given a role to each engineer and technician. Some of them were famous in the marketing department of companies. It was easy to organize a team for image making, and it was not hard to make them work hard. Everyone had done his best to demonstrate his ability in a world where he was more likely to live by revealing his value. If I build a company, it'll be the Mak Company. I'll give you a share, so let's do it well together. Kim did not have much to say to Jang. He was fiddling with the jade piece in his hand, looking at the sky where dawn had begun to look smudged. At this moment, he was worried. They have secretly built a base area in Daegu and Busan. He had gotten new information that Lee Ki-soo has secured a base in Busan and Daegu. It was possible, but it was thanks to the many relics filling the Gyeongju. The Tripitaka Koreana of Hain Temple played a very important role. Hain Temple in Hapshin, where the invincible relic, Tripitaka Koreana, was sealed, defeated the monsters. Even though monsters were swirling around the Sobik mountain range, there were no monsters identified by the Didanjio-jito and Kaya mountain, a stem of the Sobik mountain range. The relic has an effect from the starting point of Hain Temple to Taegu. The power is far beyond the silver cross that the priest had, and the influenced area is much larger than the Sunsabai of King Jinhung. Furthermore, the influence of the Tripitaka Koreana was also affecting the adjacent Taegu metropolitan city. This range was wider than any other relic, and its power was great. Taegu. I'm in trouble. For Taegu City, it was simply a blessing from the heavens. The fact that there was little interference from monsters meant that most of the infrastructure was the same. Moreover, Taegu City had some powerful merits that could not be compared with other cities. The second operations command in Taegu, without any fighting, the outcome would have been easier than I thought. Once in Taegu, there is the second operations command. The scary thing about monsters is that in front of their fear, the general armed forces are useless and their appearance is sudden. No matter how great an army is, there's no way to deal with the sudden rise of a monster from the inside. Conversely, if there is some security guarantee from monsters appearing, then the situation is totally different if there is room to prepare. If the appearance of monsters in Taegu was not great, especially monsters with strong fear, the second operations command would have been able to perform far better than expected. The armaments and artillery of the second operations command were so small that it would have been easy for the Capital Defense Command to win them to their side. Of course, there are weaknesses in the second operations command. There are no armor or artillery units among the troops under the second operations command. Most of them are infantry units. Surviving from monsters requires powerful firepower to regain the land that has been taken away, even though it is with the help of relics. With its firepower, the presence of armored units and artillery units is absolute beyond the crucial level. Therefore, the proposal to the Second Operations Command, sent by Major General Lee Ki-soo of the Capital Defense Command, would have been undeniable. It would not have been difficult for Lee Ki-soo to make it a base area. Gyeongju and Busan are already their territories. And Lee Ki-soo took Gyeongju as the next target after using it as a base area. They expanded their activity area with the strong relics of Gyeongju, and they were in the process of exerting influence on Busan City. The good news is that they have not found Manpazigjiak and Gumchuk yet. Lee Ki-soo was still looking for the legendary relics, the Gumchuk of Park Hyukgyeosi and the Manpazigjiak of King Sinmun. When I appeared and the stage was twisted, they brought Japan to this stage. For that, they had received support from the outside forces of Japan. "Hey, boss," Jang said to Kim, worried about his silence. "What are you so worried about?" Jang had made many plans for his future. After establishing the Mac Company, he would be a big success and buy a lot of expensive artwork at Sotheby's auction on the internet from a mansion in Miami. However, Kim did not listen to Jang, and Jang gave Kim a pretty upset look since he had not heard his future plans. "You didn't hear me, did you, Manpazigjiak and Gumchuk." Kim turned Jang's pouting mouth back to its original shape with two words. "The Gyeongju Samgi, 3 wonderful treasures? Why? They really exist." "Yes?" Jang looked puzzled. "Manpazigjiak and Gumchuk are somewhere beyond the Sobik Mountains. Lee Ki-soo was looking for them." However, the expression of Jang, who understood the situation, soon hardened. "So, did they find them?" Gyeongju Samgi refers to 3 relics representing the history of Silla, the Gumchuk of Park Hyukgyeosi, the Manpazigjiak of King Sinmun, and the bell of King Sondik. Of course, the 2 things in front are literally a story, and only the bell of King Sondik really exists. But the world had changed. There was no surprise that they were real. Jang also learned that lesson from Kim Tae-hoon's death. So, their surprise was not the fact that the relics existed. They didn't find them, did they? when they fell into their hands. The power of the relics was the power of surprise. Even in case Kim Tae-hoon's first-grade relic, the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach, its power was creepy. It was fortunate that Kim Tae-hoon used his wits and robbed it before the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach was in use. If Kim Tae-hoon had to face the monsters created by the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach, he would not have been guaranteed victory. That was the value of a real relic. How great would the power of Manpazig Jiak and Gungchuk, mentioned in the legends, would be? It was true that no one could even measure their power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be a game changer if they were relics of such power. Ah! Jang was able to draw the same picture as Kim was painting. The Six Snakes' current goal is not just to secure a base, but to collect legendary relics. It is not easy to obtain real relics. No, to tell the truth, at this point, half a year after the monsters appeared, the famous relics are already owned, and the fast-paced searchers would not have left the relics behind. But it will be different if it is an unrealistic relic. The owner is whoever finds it first. If it is a relic of legend, it'll be necessary for a powerful monster hunt to kill the monster. Those who search for it first can take the lead in the upcoming Monster Stone battle, but not everyone is like you. That's the answer. If all the Awakeners in the world are like Kim Tae-hoon, they can concentrate on hunting monsters rather than doing such things. But there are not many people like Kim Tae-hoon. No, not many, but no one has become stronger like Kim Tae-hoon in the world. If so, it is rather ridiculous. Even Kim Tae-hoon is not able to give a proper answer to the dark blue-grade monster right away. What about others? Legendary relics are the least tools needed for Awakeners to kill more powerful monsters. If they monopolize the legendary relics that are essential for hunting monsters, in fact, except for the nukes, weapons to hunt monsters are gone, so the Six Snakes could rule the world. If a group monopolizes the tools, they will be kings of the world. These guys are not kidding. It is not strange that the Six Snakes did this. The Japanese Awakeners are in Korea now. And no matter what they are doing it's easy to understand. Japan? What do you mean? Ninjas were here. Yes? He said he was a ninja of IGA. Is he from the Leaf Village? What's the Leaf Village? Never mind. So, explain it to me. During the cross questions from Jang, Kim told him what he had obtained and the information he had got from Kazami Hayato. Jang's face hardened when he heard the information. Oh, my god, no matter how many times history repeats itself, there are still fucking guys selling the country to Japan. Jang was angry. They had sold their country from the moment they were supported by the Six Snakes. But getting Japanese support was quite different, at least for Koreans. Japan had been a terrible thing. But Kim Tae-hoon was not angry. They sell out their country? Kim had already seen too many of them. That was not what he was surprised about. There is no time. According to the information obtained from Hayato, Japan did not intend to save Lee Ki-soo in the first place. Musashi, he is aiming to make Korea a base and advance into the continent. By killing Lee Ki-soo, the goal was to make Korea a public enemy, not a target of cooperation with the Six Snakes. It was their plan that Japan would become the tip of the sword, pierce Korea first and get everything about Korea. The plan had already begun. The death of Lee Ki-soo had already been passed on to them. Lee Ki-soo was dead, and the news was delivered to the mainland of Japan. Spells, they are a cause of anxiety. Kim heard that they could use a spell to tell if a person was living or dead from a distance. Of course, Japan will move to advance into the Korean peninsula. Their starting point will be Busan, of course. There is already a facility in Tsushima Island to support maritime movement between Japan and Busan. Above all, Japan's maritime power is so powerful that it cannot be compared with their land power. Once Japan is in Busan, it is almost impossible for Korea to prevent Japan from entering. In that state, we will be dealing with those who have settled in the Gyeongsang area with the Tripitaka Koreana and Gyeongju relics, and with monsters filling the Sobik mountain ranges. It is not easy. The damage will be immeasurable if we are to win. Of course, we have to stop their attempts right now. We must root out the Japanese forces that have entered Korea now, and build a front line to prevent them from landing on the Korean mainland. It's hard to get our men over the Sobik mountains right now. The problem is that it is not easy for us to cross the Sobik mountain range with the power of the Mac Guild. Monsters in the Sobik mountains are not laughable opponents. Eventually, by the time the troops leave the Sobik mountain range, Japan will have at least occupied Busan. Then it will be war. It's not just a war, it's a civil war. Korea will begin to engage in a fratricidal war of its own again, with the land divided in half. In the meantime, Japan will take over the remains of Korea again, and will never leave, because Japan will never consider the future of Korea. The blood is worth for the gamecock, and we don't need that lesson anymore. So, Kim did not hesitate at this moment. I can't forgive them this time. A lot of art has been leaked out to Japan by pro-Japanese groups. Why should we go to Japan to see the Mangi Yuta Wando, our own painting? Boss, leave it to me, and if you give me the authority, I'll remove them. Jang Sung-hoon, I will delegate all the authority I have to you at this time. Yes? You have all the authority, including the right to command and the power to appoint the Mac Guild and the Capital Defense Command. Wait, what? I will cross the Sobik Mountains alone. At that moment, Kim looked up. Now he saw the dawn, which indicated that the night had passed. Mangi Yuta Wando, in the Joseon dynasty, in 1447, the 29th year of King Sejong's reign, this Shan Shui was painted with ink and colors on the silk background by Jian. It contains a scene where Grand Prince Anpion walked through the peach garden in a dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Resistance, Part 1. Chapter 93, Episode 93, Resistance, Part 1. Chapter 33. Resistance, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. It was July in Daegu City. It was hot, and even in the shadowy buildings, it was sweaty and irritating. The same was true of the messy office on the 6th floor of the ruined 8-story building, and the woman gasping in it. Her body was covered with sweat. Fuck! The woman was untidy, and her hair was cut short, like a man's. Her hair was covered with oil and sweat, and her sweat was black and dark as if she had not properly washed for a long time. Nevertheless, she was attractive enough that she could call herself a beauty, and especially a lacrimal point under her left eye was impressive. In addition, the lacrimal point was the most obvious evidence that she was an actor, Lee Yun-ah. It's the worst. Lee Yun-ah had been an idol singer and had been popular during her idol days. After turning to an actress, she had appeared as the main supporting actor in a considerable number of films and had appeared twice in public TV dramas. She was not the woman who had been always under the glare of light, and she was not the kind of woman who could gasp for breath in this place. Everything is the worst. Her misfortune began on December 31, 2016, as everyone else's did. That day she was on her way to Seoul after finishing a drama shoot in Busan. The first monsters she saw began to mingle with or crush the cars running on the Gyeongbu Expressway, as if killing ants. At the absurd sight, her manager escaped out of the Gyeongbu Expressway with an amazing show of driving skill. At that time, I should have run to Seoul. The end of the nightmare that had started was Daegu City. Daegu City was the only place with very few monsters to appear, and the survivors flocked to Daegu City. To be precise, only those who came to Daegu could survive. Until then, she had the hope that this nonsense would be stopped. With that hope, she followed the orders of the 2nd Operations Command. It was not enough to just follow. She had helped the 2nd Operations Command to reassure people. She used her fame to become the face of the 2nd Operations Command in front of people. In addition to her, entertainers and celebrities came out to help the activities of the 2nd Operations Command. It was a kind of talent donation, and at the same time, it was a struggle to benefit. If I would have run to Seoul at that time, I might have died, but I would not have seen those mad bastards do anything crazy. At some point, the situation began to change. No, the situation didn't improve over time. The support that they thought would come soon did not come, and millions of people who flocked to the collapse of the social infrastructure created an unimaginable disorder. Looting took place all over the place, and once arson occurred, it would be a real disaster. But that was not the worst. Those bastards took people to the monsters' dens and they forced people to work, the crazy bastards. The 2nd Operations Command began to make strange moves from a certain moment. The first abnormality was when the 2nd Operations Command headed to Gyeongju City with those who committed a crime and were isolated or imprisoned. At first, no one was very interested in it, and most of them welcomed the move. At least, no one wanted to share the space with the criminals. However, there was no support to the massacre of the criminals who had gone to Gyeongju City. It was a natural thing, for there were plenty of hungry monsters in Gyeongju, and the smell and sweat of thousands of people were not different from the smell of delicious food. The problem arose after the 2nd Operations Command began to send people to Gyeongju City repeatedly. There were people who started to doubt the fact that even criminals being thrown into hell was inevitable, and everything changed when it became known that the reason was to dig up the royal tombs and ancient tombs in Gyeongju City. People asked the 2nd Operations Command why thousands and tens of thousands of people risked their lives and walked through the royal tombs and ancient tombs of Gyeongju with nothing but shovels and songs. The answer to that question was simple: they were shot dead. The 2nd Operations Command did not spare those who complained and voiced their opinion. Damn it! After that, the 2nd Operations Command forced not only criminals but also innocent people who did not commit crimes into Gyeongju City, and they forced them to work. From then on, only 2 categories of people remained in Daegu: those who were obediently taken away, and those who did not want to be taken away. Lee Yun-ah was the latter. She did not want to be taken away, so she became a member of the resistance. Here. And that was why she was breathing hard in the ruined building. She's in here. Fucking bitch, you're a rat in a trap. She grit her teeth at the voice in front of her building. How the hell do they know where I am? Did they use a spell? But she didn't close her eyes tightly. Capture her alive. She would know where Cho Sung-yeon is. Can we just capture her? You guys, the first one to catch her can fuck her first. If you keep her mouth unhurt, everything is okay. I am finally fucking her. I've been waiting for this day. Despite the ghastly and miserable talk of the soldiers toward her, she never showed any weakness. That's a load of bullshit. How did I keep my virginity in the entertainment industry? If I am fucked by you guys, I'll set my body on fire. Rather, at this moment she checked the number of bullets in her own cartridge belt. There's one left. Only one bullet is left. When she put the magazine in the K2 rifle she was holding, she still had about 40 rounds of ammunition. I can take 3 of them. She weighed the amount of ammunition left in the life of a man. Who? Then she drew her breath. Her eyes cooled down as she breathed, her eyes slowly lost all hope. The last moment. I will kill myself. Finally, with the readiness to die, she thought of a man's face in her mind. At least I have to save the captain. If he dies, it's over. She remembered the face of the man who had fought against the 2nd Operations Command for justice, not injustice. Who? The moment she finally breathed, the moment she prepared for the battle, the moment her concentration reached its peak, her sense of smell finally caught the odor. What is it? Deep, gentle, yet intense, a fragrance that was not like other fragrances. Oh, this was the aroma of coffee. The scent was a coffee flavor. Oh, God, I forgot the flavor of coffee. She felt a lump in her throat then, surprised by the first smell of coffee in some time, the coffee flavor she used to savor. It was because she felt deeply how precious the things she had lost were. On the other hand, her reason tinged her. Where does this coffee smell come from? Who is it? It was not an illusion, because the fragrance was too thick as an illusion. It was clear that this was not the smell of the soldiers of the 2nd Operations Command, the dogs of the military who risked their lives trying to rape her. So, the soldiers who entered the building and started running up the stairs like dogs had no choice but to stop in front of this coffee smell. Sniff. What is it? What does it smell like? I've smelled it a lot of times. Coffee. Coffee. The soldiers also looked surprised by the smell, as it had been some time for them as well. They were surprised that they had forgotten the smell that had been blowing all over the world just half a year ago, and they were also surprised that the odor was in a ruined building. Their surprise turned into tension. Gulp. Then one of them gave a sign with a swallow. We'll go to the 5th floor, and be careful if it's a trap. Yes. With the order, those who had been climbing the stairs opened the door and entered the 5th floor of the building. Who? Lying on the stairs between the 5th and 6th floors, Lee Yun-ah, who was about to shoot at the soldiers who were coming up, held her breath again. She heard some voices, starting with the voice of a soldier, passing the voice of a man she had never heard before, and even the sound of the direct fire order. There! There's someone over there! Stop moving. If you move, I'll kill you. Fire! After that, there was no sound for a moment. What's going on? Thud! And after a while, Lee Yun-ah heard things fall on the floor, one after another. She could tell that the sound was the last sound of those who had abruptly become dead. What? So, she had to panic. She had heard the sound several times when a dead body fell, but she has never heard them without a shot. But her surprise was not the end of it. Huck! Lee Yun-ah was able to tell that the coffee smell was gradually getting stronger. The source was getting closer to her. Screech! The door to the stairs, which had been closed, opened again by itself. The doorknob moved on its own, and the door opened itself. A voice came from beyond the open door. Drop the gun. It was a warning. It was a warning to Lee Yun-ah herself. At the warning, she worried, and when the worry was over, she took the gun upside down instead of throwing it away. She pointed it at her head. If I am taken any information, and without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Ah! But the trigger didn't move. The reason was simple. She didn't know that the safety was on. Why? She was embarrassed by the fact. In the meantime, a man carrying a deep coffee odor came toward her. There was no sound of walking up the stairs, since the man climbed the stairs in the air and stood in front of Lee Yun-ah, who was lying on the stair landing between the 5th and 6th floors. He had bushy hair and there were 2 swords on his back. However, above all, his black eyes were the most impressive and overwhelming. My name is Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mat Guild, which manages the capital cities Seoul, Gyeonggi, Chungcheon, Gangwon, and Incheon. Even Lee Yun-ah, who had made up her mind to suicide, was overwhelmed and she made a foolish expression. So, she answered without even knowing it, I'm Lee Yun-ah. So? Lee Yun-ah. Lee Yun-ah. So what? Lee Yun-ah. The man frowned strongly, leaving Lee Yun-ah silent in front of him. Then he said, with a look that seemed to be truly unaware of her, the unit, the rank, the information you wanted to hide so much that you chose suicide. All I want to hear is those 3 things. With the words, Kim Tae-hoon had coffee in a mug in his hand. 2. They were wiped out? Does that make sense? A soldier bowed his head at the question of the man who was pouring out sweat like a flood in the heat. How many people died just trying to capture a girl? The name of the man who yelled again was Jang Kyun. He was also a major under the 2nd Operations Command. That was all. Jang Kyun had only a rank, but he did not have proper power or status. He was not a major in the first place, and it was only because of the mark on the back of his right hand that he was able to receive the high rank of major. The 2nd Operations Command needed to increase the loyalty of their awakeners, and in that situation, all the 2nd Operations Command could do was to give them a decent rank. For that reason, there were more majors than 2nd lieutenants under the 2nd Operations Command. Get her right now. It's dangerous, and Lee Yuna could have set up a trap. So what? Get her now. We have to catch her, so we can find the true location of the resistance. Well, it's still dangerous. Currently, the biggest problem of the 2nd Operations Command was the resistance, and Lee Yuna was an executive of the resistance. That was why Major Jang Kyun was furious to catch her. Get Lee Yuna. Major Jang Kyun would be able to acquire the right power and status as soon as he caught the actress Lee Yuna, who was the executive of the resistance and all the Korean people knew her. Fucking bitch, I will catch her. There was also a desire to vent his personal sexual desires. The men under Major Jang Kyun were angry, of course. Crazy bastard. You could go and catch her yourself. If we were able to catch her, we would have caught her. Everyone knew that they had to catch Lee Yuna to clean up the resistance. But she had never been caught. Above all, even though they had known her location clearly, the troops who had gone to catch her were slaughtered. It was more likely that the place was a trap created by the resistance than anything else. We should throw ourselves into such a trap? We can't fucking run away. Does it mean that we should die? Major Jang Kyun. A man in the distance spoke. He was young enough to be described as a young man rather than a man. Behind him was a man who was dressed in a suit that anyone could see was a ninja. Mr. Tanaka has something to say. The young man was none other than a Japanese interpreter. Of course, the object of interpretation was the man in the ninja outfit behind the young man. If you give him permission, Mr. Tanaka will catch Lee Yuna directly. Major Jang Kyun was very pleased with the words of the interpreter. Really? But he has a condition. Condition. If he catches her, you'll have to give him a day or so. Major Jang Kyun laughed at that. Well, she was famous in Japan, too. Major Jang Kyun couldn't help but notice the meaning of that, and he had no intention of complaining or rejecting the fact. Most of all, he knew the ninja had a very special ability. It was the ninja who had found the location of the elusive Lee Yuna. Of course, he did not hesitate. Please tell him to give me a favor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94 Resistance, Part 2. Chapter 94, Episode 94, Resistance, Part 2. Chapter 33. Resistance, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Lee Yuna was sitting in a chair. She wasn't sitting normally. Her body was tied to a chair. Her body was tight to the back of a chair, her arms were on the armrests, and her legs were on the legs of a chair. Yup. Finally, there was a gag in her mouth. I'm telling you a few things. Kim Tae-hoon was sitting in a chair in front of her. His expression while sitting on the chair without a backrest was very dull. The only thing I want to know is the information you wanted to hide until you chose to kill yourself. I don't care about your name or your unit. On the other hand, Lee was staring at Kim. Of course, at this moment she had no intention of cooperating with him. And Kim did not want to be in a cooperative relationship with her, either. And I don't have much time, and I don't want to waste time torturing a person to get information that I don't know, even if I have plenty of time. In the first place, her appearance was a surprise event for Kim, and no more than that. Her appearance was unexpected, so it was not a meaningful relationship. That's the same for you, so you have an hour. Above all, Kim's purpose in Daegu was not to find something. Cleaning. Kim was here to clean up the threats to the Mac Guild, including Daegu City. And the cleaning work did not need to be helped by someone else. At least, there was no one in Korea who could give advice to him in such cleaning work. Nevertheless, the reason he had saved her life was that she had tried to kill herself for information security. There's a reason to risk her life. Trying to kill herself for information security was not easy for non-religious fanatics. One more reason was that she was chased by soldiers of the 2nd Operations Command. Those two reasons were all Kim needed to keep Lee alive and interrogate her. Of course, he did not intend to invest a lot of time in her. If you look at me like that in an hour, I'll make you the dead body you want to be. If her attitude would not change in an hour, the interrogation would be over. In addition, Kim did not intend to regret in the future, leaving room for her. If you want to talk, tell me. As soon as Kim finished the notice, he closed his eyes. There was no coercive interrogation or torture. This man, Lee, stared at Kim, turned into a look of absurdity. What the hell? Everything was questionable for her now, Kim's existence itself, his intention, and his ability. Doesn't he know me? Even Lee had doubts about the fact that Kim did not know her. Is my face that bad? Lee didn't have any doubts because of her pride. Her image and fame were more important than she had thought in a land of unbelievable monsters. To be honest, ordinary people preferred to listen to the words of celebrities who they had often seen on TV, rather than what soldiers said. Reliability was also much higher for celebrities with their own good image than mere soldiers. In addition, Lee was a woman who became the manager for the resistance from the manager of the 2nd Operations Command. If Lee had been just a normal person, it would have been meaningless. But she was not a normal person, and that was why the 2nd Operations Command was trying to catch her. Not knowing her was definitely a matter for her to go over. However, there was no way to solve her suspicions. Yup. Ugh. She wasn't even allowed to ask questions. And as time went by, there was no room for doubt for her. What do I do? It was sometimes more painful to be forced to suffer than to be tortured. Am I really going to die like this? When she was ready to kill herself, she was desperate and urgent. That was why she could be decisive. But it was different now. She had to agonize over her death at this moment. To live, she had to sell her out co-workers, but if she didn't, she might die, has been forced into her mind. Even the office, which Kim had taken for a conversation with Lee, was used as a warehouse. There were no windows, no sunlight, and it was a place where she could not tell how much time had gone by. Then Kim opened his eyes. Ninjas here. His eyes were black. When Lee saw the sight, she let out a gasp. Good to have a trap set up. Meanwhile, Kim got up from his seat and moved near the door. His mouth was puffed up like a frog. Soon after, he expelled out his mouthful of energy into the door. Foo hoo hoo hoo. A huge fire broke out. The flames began to fill the door and the hallway behind it. Arg. 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 Then there was a scream from a place where there was no sign. No, 5 screams. Swish. The arrow from the leather holder in Kim's waist moved toward the 5 screams. Thunk, thunk. The arrow pierced the screams at once. It was all done in a flash. After finishing his work, Kim sat down again. There was no conversation. He started meditating with his eyes closed again. Lee could not glare at Kim anymore. What the hell? At that moment, Kim opened his eyes and said, "You seem to be a very important person, and you've got a lot of people looking for you. Ugh. Lee was delighted with the voice. But her joy did not last long. Team leader, head, nigger. The funny words mentioned by Kim made her shake. Ah, the words were nicknames for her colleagues, who she knew well. I'll change the condition. Kim acknowledged her shaking eyes. I don't think I'll get information after killing colleagues against a person who decides to kill herself to save her colleagues. If you give me information here, I will save you and your colleagues together. If not, I will kill you and your colleagues. It was the last notice. Oh, no. Yoop. Her eyes changed sadly at the notice. Kim released the gag that was hanging in her mouth. 4. Between the building Kim was in and the next, 3 people gathered together under a deep shadow. They were 2 men and a woman, a man in his mid-30s, a man in his late 20s with an unusually large head, and a woman with dark skin in her mid-20s. They were gathered together in a cluster under a deep shadow. What they were looking at was an 8-story building that had become a ruin. She is right there, isn't she? There's definitely a trail here. But why isn't there any signal? Let's send a signal again. Their identity was none other than the members of the resistance who Lee was supposed to meet up with. Team leader, let's just go in. However, Lee did not come to the meeting place. It wasn't unusual. Daegu City was the area of the 2nd Operations Command, and there was nothing strange about the accident. Therefore, they had a 2nd and 3rd place to prepare for such a situation. One of the places was the 8-story building that the 3 were looking at. Clearly, there were traces. I'm sure she is inside. However, there is no answer to the signal. Team leader, let's just go in. So, when they found traces of Lee on the way, they thought there would be no big problem. But when there was no answer even after sending several signals to the building, the story changed. There was a trail, but there was no answer. In this case, she might not answer because of a serious injury. Head, nigger, be quiet. At this moment, however, a man in his mid-30s, who was called the team leader, did not move quickly. At that moment, shadows began to shuffle between the dark shadows behind their backs. Team leader, what are you waiting for? There's nobody around, isn't there? There are footprints there. There are a lot of traces of military boots. So she's in danger, isn't she? We have to get in there quickly. If there had been a battle, there would be traces of fighting, but there was no sign of it. Maybe it's a trap. But the 3 were unaware that the black-masked ninja appeared behind them. It wasn't just because of their incompetence. Ninjas were not even breathing. Soon after, 5 ninjas who appeared without a sound simultaneously threw out the throwing daggers in their hands. Whiz! Only then were the sounds that the knives cracked the wind, and team leader Ko Suk-woo turned his head to notice them. Oh, my God! It was a late response. When Ko turned his head, the throwing daggers were already too close to them. The throwing daggers were all like butterflies, their arcs completely arbitrary. Some were flying straight, some were drawing a parabola from top to bottom, and some were flying like ducks and drakes on the ground. They were unpredictable. Of course, it was impossible to avoid them. Ah! In front of the scene, Ko just let out a sigh. Then the throwing daggers stopped in midair. What is it? What? The remaining 2 turned their heads along with Ko, and they could see what was going on as well. Ugh! Huck! The 2 were frightened in front of the throwing daggers, which had come so close to them, but had stopped, just like that. What? And it wasn't just them who were freaked out. The words of the ninjas that threw the throwing daggers also sounded the same as those of the first 2. Thunk! The arrow which suddenly appeared penetrated the ninjas' heads, and the ninjas became dead and fell to the ground. Tanaka, who was wearing a white mask and watching the scene from the roof of the building, was also frightened. What is this? Originally, the purpose of Tanaka was to help Major General Lee Ki-soo when he came down to Taegu City while waiting with the 2nd Operations Command in Taegu. Of course, the real mission was to remove him if he made it alive to Taegu City, due to Hayato's mistakes and incompetence. However, at the moment of the death of Lee Ki-soo, the mainland of Japan gave Tanaka a new mission. In order to invade the Korean peninsula, they needed to build a base area in Busan where the Busan port was located. From then on, he began actively helping the 2nd Operations Command. Of course, he started to clean up the resistance, the biggest headache of the 2nd Operations Command. There was no trouble. All he had to do was tag something, and he could see where they were, in real time. To him, taking care of Lee Yun-ah, who had already been tagged for tracking, was virtually a game. Tanaka, who had done what he came to do, came here to play with his toy. He came here for that reason. Who the hell is it? There was something in front of him that he dared not even imagine. I must run away. Fortunately, at this moment Tanaka knew what he had to do. I must run away first. It the most important lesson Tanaka had learned in return for surviving in the hell that was Tokyo: never face the unknown fear. But he did not carry out the lesson. Oh, my God. As Tanaka turned around to escape, a man appeared in front of his eyes in the sky. The man really fell from the sky. Let me attack first. The moment Tanaka saw the man, he was not astonished. He took out a kunai. The first attack gets victory. He tried to take advantage of the first attack. However, it was up to the other side. Swish! As Tanaka pulled out the kunai, a sword appeared like a lightning bolt from the sky and cut the wrist holding it. Thud! Tanaka's eyes opened wide enough when he saw his hand holding the kunai fall to the ground. But he was not allowed to be surprised or scream. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Tanaka's body began to rise, like he was being pulled up by a noose. He touched his neck with his hands. No, he was touching his neck with a good hand and a severed stump. In the meantime, the man in front of Tanaka came toward him slowly and said in fluent Japanese, Kazami Hayato. Ugh. For Tanaka, it was not good news that the man in front of him was good with Japanese. He confessed all of the descriptions of Musashi's people in 10 minutes. I thought it would be difficult because he was a ninja, but he had no resistance to torture, and he asked for a deal when I pulled out 3 of his fingernails. Ugh, ugh. I wonder how long you'll last. 5. The office with the soft smell of coffee. That is our story. After finishing the story in front of the coffee smell, Lee looked at the man who was drinking it. The man, who was savoring it, did not reply easily. But Lee was no longer surprised. She knew now that it was impossible to open the mouth of Kim Tae-hoon when he had coffee. Kim started to think with his coffee. Cho Sung-yeon. The most important information that Kim learned was that the leader of the resistance was Cho Sung-yeon. I can't believe I am seeing him here. It was one of the 3 things that must be done in the bucket list that he delivered to himself through his death in a dream. Kim was supposed to make Cho Sung-yeon president. I'm sick of it. The problem was that he had heard the name of Cho Sung-yeon from others, as well as Lee Yun-ah. Kim swallowed. 4 people, including Lee around him, swallowed, too. They were nervous ahead of his answer. Your leader has been captured by the 2nd Operations Command. Kim dealt them a hard blow. What? They caught him 2 days ago. Tanaka was the name of another person from whom Kim had heard the name Cho Sung-yeon. In front of Kim's torture, he gave up everything he knew. He had been able to catch Cho Sung-yeon, the leader of the resistance that he had wanted so much, with his ability to track his opponent, 2 days ago. Nonsense. Then they would have no reason to come after me. Lee denied Kim's words. Her denial was appropriate enough. It's their purpose to catch a leader, and if they've got a leader, why would they come after me? Where did you hear that crap? The reason why the Second Operations Command was trying to catch the resistance executives was to learn the location of Cho Sung-yeon. Was there any reason why those who had already caught Cho Sung-yeon would hide the fact and chase the executives? However, Kim did not raise any doubts about this situation. Rather, from his point of view, the actions of the Second Operations Command were reasonable. The rebel group in the point formation makes two choices when a leader is caught. One is to do everything in its power to rescue the leader, or to select a new leader. Whatever they choose, there is something in common. What is it? Changing the hideouts and networks that they used to use. It's the basic of the basics. The capture of the leader is proof that the secrets of the organization have been exposed to some degree. Of course, as soon as the leader is caught, the organization must change the basic system totally. So, when they root out groups such as rebels and terrorists, they do not inform anyone if they catch a leader. Rather, they act as if they did not catch the leader, and they use the information they get from the leader to find the remaining parties, including the executives. The Second Operations Command was now doing the same thing, for they would want to root out the resistance as far as possible. Although they had caught Cho Sung-yeon, it would be only known after his execution ceremony and after some achievements were noted. I can't guarantee his life, or maybe he's already dead. As Kim knew, there was no expert in the Second Operations Command who could torture a person until he was on the brink of death. Above all, Cho Sung-yeon, who Kim heard about from Lee, was a man with a strong will and determination. If there was a moment, if there was a chance, the man would be willing to kill himself. He was a man who would not tolerate his life harming his organization. The bucket list and the wish list never reverse. Kim did not hesitate anymore. No, there was no reason to hesitate. Even if it was not because of Cho Sung-yeon, there was a good reason to attack the Second Operations Command. The time was just a little faster. We are going to rescue Cho Sung-yeon immediately. At that remark, Lee asked reflexively. When are you going to do it? It was a reflexive question, literally. She was so eager to save Cho Sung-yeon that she blurted it out. Answering her question in return, Kim started to calculate the time for the plan by looking at his wristwatch. Now, it's 7:22 p.m., it takes about 5 minutes to get to Daegu City Hall, where the headquarters of the Second Operations Command is located. If I had time to understand the situation and the operation plan. Kim finished his calculation and said, we attack Daegu City Hall at 7:30 p.m., 8 minutes from now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95 Resistance, Part III. Chapter 95, Episode 95, Resistance, Part 3. Chapter 33. Resistance, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. It was a dark basement. Only one light, a yellowish lamp, glowed in the darkness. Under the lamp was a metal chair. A man sat in an iron chair that reminded someone of an electric torture chair, expertly tied up. His limbs were firmly fixed on the metal chair. The man looked terrible. His 2 hands were tied to the armrests, and all 10 fingers were bleeding, with no nails, and broken multiple times. The shape of his thighs was even worse, with dozens of nails sticking out of them. The name of the man with terrible wounds and a gag was Cho Sung-yeon. The 28-year-old young man was on the verge of death. The only reason for his death was that he had said that something wrong was wrong. Damn it! Of course, he was angry at the fact. In other words, he kept his will in spite of this terrible wounds. Screech! There was finally a sound in the basement. It was the sound of the door opening. Who is it? Clump. A string of footsteps followed. Cho carefully opened his eyes, which were burning very brightly, unlike his horrible shape. Was that why? Cho was able to see 2 men coming toward him from beyond the darkness. One was a man in a military uniform. His rank was major, but his image was not at all like a soldier. He looked like a civilian in a military costume play. The other was a man dressed in an outfit reminiscent of a Japanese samurai of the Sengoku period, wearing breathtaking armor and a sword at his waist. It was an extraordinary combination, but it was a familiar combination one to Cho. Here they are, the damned Japanese and the pro-Japanese bastard. Kojima and Jang Byung-wook. It was already the third time that they had come to Cho Sung-yun. The two stood in front of Cho. When Kojima gave the signal, Jang immediately pulled out the gag in his mouth. Phew! It's numb. As soon as the gag disappeared, Cho Sung-yun immediately spoke to Jang. Jang was not surprised, as this was not the first time for him, but the third time. Oh, I'm tingling, Cho said after his jaw was loosened to some extent, because he had been gagged. I don't want to kill myself by biting my tongue, but you keep gagging my tongue. You fucking bastards, I will not die if I bite my tongue. Jang did not answer to Cho's complaints. Instead, he conveyed his words to Kojima in Japanese. The samurai, with his thick beard covering his chin, nodded and smiled. Then Kojima said something, and Jang interpreted the words. He says the offer is still valid. What? What? I can't hear you because you're a pro-Japanese bastard. Jang's face hardened, and Cho smiled deeply. What are you doing? Just interpret it. You got the major's rank to do it. Of course, under the 2nd Operations Command, there are more people with major ranks than second lieutenants. They have no pension, and they have to make their own rank insignia and attach it to their clothes by themselves. The major is a rank that everyone ignores. Jang interpreted the words again after he clenched his mouth tightly at the words of Cho. Kojima's expression hardened when the interpreter had properly delivered it. Then again, Kojima spoke, and Jang Byung-wook translated it. If you accept the offer, the ninja and samurai on the Japanese mainland will be your power. You can destroy the 2nd Operations Command, you will manage Korea, and you will be the king of Korea. No, I can be a king by myself. Why do the damn Japanese decide that? Funny little bastards. The conversation was repeated through the translation. But in fact, the interpreter was actually meaningless to Cho. I'm annoyed to hear the translation in the middle, pretending not to speak Japanese. Cho knew how to speak Japanese. But he pretended not to know Japanese, and then he could hear it straight away. You must win him over to our side somehow, and he must not die. But you see, he is so stubborn, you know that he is a real tough cookie. He has to be alive. Well, it's not something I can do. The two talked to each other, giving up the conversation with Cho. Anyway, thanks to acting like he could not speak Japanese, he learned important facts. Kojima, this samurai from Japan, wanted to save Cho. He had never told Jang why, but Cho was able to guess the reason. Maybe he'll release me soon. That way, the resistance led by Cho would harass the 2nd Operations Command as ever, so that the 2nd Operations Command would pay tribute to these ridiculous 21st century ninjas and samurai. Or, on the other hand, the resistance would quake and bow down to Japan to destroy the 2nd Operations Command. To Japan, it was much better than one side pushing the other side. Shit, they really piss me off. It was ridiculous to Cho. Tanaka went to catch Lee Yun-ah. He'll catch her sooner or later, and then I'll talk to him again. Cho heard the name of Lee Yun-ah. Damn it. When he heard it, he closed his eyes to hide how shaken he was. Thump! A sudden roar shook the Daegu City Hall building above them. Screech, screech. The light shook above Cho's head, and it told them that the shock they felt was not an illusion. What's going on? I don't know. We're going out. If an earthquake happens, it's not good to be underground. The two left the basement immediately. For their benefit, Cho responded with all his might. He clutched the fingers of both his hands, still tied to the armrests, except the 2 middle fingers. 7. Kim Tae-hoon had been unusually weak. It was not a joke. He had always had to deal with overwhelming enemies, and of course, he knew better than anyone how to deal with a strong person. But it did not mean that the strong did not know how to deal with the weak. Rather, in order for the weak to catch the strong, he had to know how the strong catch the weak. Therefore, he knew better than anyone else how to deal with the weak. It's a monster. A monster of smoke. Kim's choice against the 2nd Operations Command was not difficult, it was a straight frontal breakthrough. He attacked once he summoned the golden smoke using the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach. Well, I think that's a person. That's not a person. Now, the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach used Kim's mana. He had eaten the monster stone of the blue-grade gamecock, so now it summoned figures made of wild animals, flying animals, and humans. The summoned creatures of the golden smoke that appeared began to hunt the soldiers who were filling the area around Daegu City Hall. It was a one-sided hunt. Arg. The summoned creatures' teeth and claws ripped into the soldiers' bodies without mercy, but they responded with a rain of gunfire. 2-2. Fuck, the guns don't work. Rather, the shots passed through the body of the summoned and hit the bodies of their forces beyond it. Stop shooting! Stop shooting! Someone with a major's rank shouted, but someone else with a major's rank also shouted. Shoot! Get that monster! It was a mess. Fire! It was the fire that started to fill the surrounding buildings of Daegu City Hall and made it an even greater hellish mess. Foo-hoo-hoo! The fire was caused by Kim. He started to set fires everywhere. He knew the power of fire, especially in this confusing situation, and people never approached a place where fire was located. Of course, people were driven to a place where there was no fire, and where they were driven. Boom! Awawarg. The booby traps that Kim installed were in operation. The booby trap, which was created based on grenades, caused a lot of casualties. Ugh, help me. Get away. Run. Awawarg. It created a huge fear that could not be compared with the casualties. In front of that fear, proper leadership and command were no longer possible. As expected. In addition, they were not able to receive proper leadership and command. Their ability to fight against monsters is very weak. Daegu City is currently under the influence of the Tripitaka Koreana of the nearby Hain Temple. They are free from the threat of monsters. It is not bad. It is a miracle and a good fortune given by heaven. But it is also true that the miracle took away the monster resistance that Daegu people should have. It is the opposite of the Mac Guild. If it were the Mac Guild, they would have certainly shared their roles in this confusion. They would have evacuated, and the commandos would have risked their lives to earn the time to evacuate. Of course, the situation would not have changed much. If that ability was present in the 2nd Operations Command, Kim would have devised a new plan accordingly. I will go in. Soon Kim changed his dress. As soon as he had arrived in Daegu, he had donned the major's uniform and held a bag and a sword at his chest. Kim went into Daegu City Hall, leaving behind the chaos he had created. No one was deterring him. It was 7:33 p.m. 8. The door to the machine room was a steel door. Standing in front of the solid iron door, Kim looked at the doorknob. The doorknob started to turn slowly. But the door did not open. It was locked. Kim realized that, and he twisted the doorknob. Crack! The doorknob screamed as it was crushed. He opened the door and went in. The pitch darkness welcomed him. It was not difficult to find what he wanted in the dark machine room. There was only one man under a lonely lamp. Who is this time, huh? Where are you from? A little while ago, Kojima and Jang forgot to Gegcho because they left in a hurry, and he was willing to confront the new visitor as best he could. Kim narrowed the distance to Cho. When it was close enough, he examined Cho's face carefully. He had the image of a man in his late 20s, his lips split from torture, and his skin and bones dried by dehydration. His dark eyebrows were like a pine caterpillar drawn on the skull. But his eyes were the most impressive. Even in front of this absurd torture, the eyes of Cho were not dead at all. There's another weird bastard again. In the eyes of Kim, Cho vomited his words without his spirit not being pressed. Name, Kim asked him the first question. What? What? Cho questioned in return with a wry smile. Name. Look at this. Do you have 8th grade syndrome? Name. My last name is Mother, and my first name is Fucker. Together, it's Motherfucker. That's my name. Kim smiled at the repeated defiance of Cho. Cho's spirit died for the first time with the smile. What's with this bastard? Cho considered Kim a major of the 2nd Operations Command. He had no choice but to think so. It was enough to think that the uniform with a major's rank he was wearing was not a Japanese military uniform. However, Kim's eyes and attitude were completely different. Above all, that smile was totally different. Since December 31, 2016, Cho has never seen anyone smile like that. Who are you? Kim Tae-hoon. No, I did not ask your name. Why are you here? I'm here to save you. Cho did not rejoice at the remark. Rather, he made his first serious look. Then he swallowed and said, "Okay, kill me now." His words had not been a joke. I'm serious. There's nothing good about me being alive. Look at my body. Can I ever be a leader with my body in this condition? I have to die and then they can have a new leader. So kill me. Kim did not answer at the sincerity of Cho. Shurun. Instead of answering, one of the 2 swords he was holding at his chest, the sword of the Imperator, was picked up. The self-picked sword flew back behind Kim. Clank. Immediately there was a harsh sound of iron meeting. It was the sound of 2 blades hitting. Kim's eyes narrowed. He's called Kojima, he's a samurai, Cho explained to Kim. Be careful, his skills aren't normal. My colleagues couldn't even touch him. No, just kill me and go. Considering that you're here, your skills are not normal, he warned Kim. Does he have good information? What? Is he worth not killing? Well, it depends on you being able to take out the information. Of course, it was the most useless warning in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Freezer, Part 1. Chapter 96, Episode 96, Freezer, Part 1. Chapter 34. Freezer, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Before the appearance of the monsters, Kojima was a policeman. As a special note, he had a 4th grade in Kendo. But after the monsters appeared, he had changed. He became a warrior fighting against monsters. He survived in Tokyo as a warrior. That was enough. Surviving in Tokyo, which had become a hell, was its own medal and evidence for Kojima, proof that he was strong. Do you know how to handle a sword? There was no reason for him to step down against Kim Tae-hoon. No, he was enjoying the situation. I was bored, that's good. Since he had stepped in Korea, everyone he dealt with was weak. Not only were they weak, but they were not able to fight properly. Even those with the marks on the back of their hands did not know how to handle the relics, and most of them did not handle guns in a skilled manner. It was ridiculous. It was so absurd that he was annoyed beyond his boredom. In such a situation, Kim's appearance was a pleasant stimulus to Kojima, and enjoyed the battlefield. Swish! As if to enjoy the pleasant stimulus, Kojima moved his sword. He added his left hand to the sword he had held in his right hand. Hijikiri will taste the blood of a man after a long time. He held Hijikiri, his favorite sword, with both hands. Of course, Hijikiri was not an ordinary sword. The first thing to consider was its name. When they cut a person's head off with the sword, they cut his beard along with it. Because of that, the name Hijikiri was given to it. TL note, Hagakiri literally means beard off. At the same time, it was a treasure formerly on display at the Katano-ten Manga Shrine in Kyoto, Japan, as a national important cultural asset. It was a sword sharp enough that it was not unusual to cut a person's body in two even if he swung it with one hand. The fact that he held such a sword in both hands meant that Kojima would fight with all his might from now on. In front of Kojima, Kim also picked up the other sword. Srung! He pulled the other sword out of the remaining sheath of the two he had in his arms. The sword that appeared was splendid, decorated with the same gold as its sheath, and on the end of the hilt was attached a ring ornament. Chanmuchong Wandudido. It was a sword that Kim had newly acquired. It was evidence that Kim had changed. So far, he has only used the sword of the Imperator, because it was the only sword he owned. Kojima, who did not know that, moved as soon as Kim grabbed the sword. Kojima concentrated his energy on his toes, and he injected energy into his sword. Su. Hijikiri took the energy and began to emit purple energy with a scream. The first attacker gets the victory. What Kojima aimed was as clear as daylight. But the first attack was Kim's share. Huck! It was Kojima who moved first, but the sword that Kim swung toward the coming Kojima was faster. There was no particular reason. If their weight and physiques were similar, the car with superior emissions and horsepower was faster. If Kojima was a pretty good sports sedan, Kim was a sports car made by Bugatti. Even if Kojima pressed the accelerator first, Kim would have been the first to take the lead. Let me stop at once. In the end, Kojima gave up on the first attack. Instead, he lifted the sword with both hands over his head to parry Kim's sword, which was coming down to split his head with great force. He drew a horizontal line with the sword over his head. Clank! The two swords clashed and a rough sound came out. Ugh! At the same time, the two legs of Kojima, which prevented Kim from hitting his sword, were stuck in the ground. The footprints of the Kojima were carved into the cement floor. What power! Even though Kim held the sword with one hand and Kojima with both hands, Kojima could not push him back. Ah! Kojima screamed and squeezed all his strength out, but nothing changed. Kojima could barely endure Kim's crushing power. Next attack. At this moment, Kojima waited only for Kim to make his next attack. Kim, however, did not intend to do so from the beginning. As said earlier, Kim carried two swords because he had a good reason. The reason was now apparent. Swish! The sword of the Imperator, which was rolling on the floor, began to move by itself. The number of swords that Kim could handle perfectly was 2. That's why Kim had 2 swords. This crazy monster, where only then did Kojima see properly. Kim was a monster incomparable with any monster he had faced in Tokyo. Kim spoke slowly to Kojima in Japanese, "I won't kill you." 2. Oh, my God. The resistance was created to resist the perpetual violence of the 2nd Operations Command. They were David and the 2nd Operations Command was Goliath. It was never a good story. David originally could not beat Goliath. The same was true of the residents. It was virtually impossible for David's men to defeat Goliath's 2nd Operations Command. Is it really true what we are seeing? Oh, it's real. The 2nd Operations Command has been controlled most of the people who rushed to the city of Taegu. They early identified the Awakeners and the existence of the relics, and they made the Awakeners their own forces. The Second Operations Command was not just a force, but a group of already privileged people with power. On the other hand, the resistance was a gathering of exploited people who did not have power. Therefore, the resistance could not win the fight against the Second Operations Command in the first place. But now the Second Operations Command was being taken down by a man. Only one man. The Second Operations Command was screaming in front of only one man. No, now, there was no screaming to be heard anymore. The survivors ran away without looking back, and the only ones left were the dead. That's absurd. Lee Yana and the members of the resistance who watched the scene felt fear rather than excitement at this moment. How the hell did this happen? It was the fear that the world had changed while they were trapped in the land of Taegu, and that it had turned into a form that they could not even imagine. In that fear, Kim appeared on the roof of the building they were at. Thump! Kim appeared with a heavy sound, with 2 swords on his back and a third in his hand. He was an overwhelming figure. Kim made a one-sided gesture. Come along. Yes? Everyone was just as surprised as they were. How did you know where we were? Lee asked in return. There was no answer to the question. Kim immediately headed toward the stairs that led up to the roof. Lee turned her head once again following Kim, and she looked down at Taegu City Hall. I know one thing for sure. Lee, looking at the burning Taegu City Hall, was able to be sure of one fact at this moment. I must not make him an enemy. Don't make Kim an enemy. It was a very important lesson. 3. A building which was not far from Taegu City Hall. Leader. Hey, nice to meet you, I'm so glad to see you. In the building, Lee and his colleagues were able to meet their leader. But the meeting was not pleasant. What the hell have you been through? It was because of Cho Sung-yeon's terrible appearance. It was hard to find a good place on his whole body as he lay on the floor. If the eyebrows like a pine caterpillar and the eyes still glistening under them were not the same, they would not think of him as Cho Sung-yeon. They could not believe that the last time they saw his face was only 5 days ago. Suddenly the samurai and the ninjas came into the secret hideout, killed everyone else, and tortured me after they saved me. What the hell was that? We'll talk about it later. In addition, Cho did not intend to make this moment a pleasant situation. Tell everyone through the emergency contact network right now, leave the hideouts and wait until they hear from me. Cho's eyes were serious. Move right away. Cho reiterated with his eyes. It was more important to act than to talk about his body and his wounds. That was the driving force when everybody became David and fought against Goliath. When everyone turned away from what was right, he was facing what was right and dignified. He was the most honest lighthouse. If the lighthouse showed what it had to do, it was only necessary for them to do it. I understand. I'll move. The moment the resistance moved again, Kim was downstairs. He wasn't alone. Kojima was sitting on the iron chair in only his underwear, where Cho had sat a few hours ago. Kim was boiling water with Kojima in front of him. At the fact, Kojima opened his eyes wide and asked Kim why he was boiling water. However, the gag in his mouth made it impossible to have a proper conversation. I'm going to make some coffee. Nevertheless, Kim managed to understand Kojima's words, and began to pour water into the coffee dripper he had prepared after the answer. Dribbling. With the faint sound of water, the subtle aroma of coffee began to spread. The eyes of Kojima at the sight were full of fear and doubt. What the hell are you doing? He was expecting to be tortured. But the act of making coffee before torture was not something he expected. Fortunately, Kojima's doubts did not last long. Kim, who poured as much water as he wanted in the coffee dripper, approached Kojima with the kettle and tilted the kettle over his right thigh. Dribbling. Aorg. The hot water scalded his thigh, and moaning came out of his mouth. Arg! The crazy pain stopped only after Kim's tilted kettle found its original horizontality again. Cha-lang! Cha-lang! Kim shook the kettle to check the remaining amount of water and filled the kettle with more water. He put the kettle back on the flames of the burning solid fuel. I have some ideas to think about when torturing people, Kim spoke calmly. I think you thought, when I torture someone, I will never be tortured like this. I can't get hurt, and I'm safe. I'm sure you thought that when you tortured Cho, because it was too much to see. Arg! In front of Kim's eerie notice, Kojima looked at the melted skin on his thigh as he screamed. Kim did not speak to Kojima anymore. He did not ask questions or notify him. Now was the time to wait. It was the time to wait until this pain and his words were rooted in the mind of Kojima. Then, Kim organized the questions that he was going to ask. He looked at the mark of Kojima's right hand with his black eyes. The sum of strength and health is 310, the energy rank is B, the defense is C+ rank, and the remaining mana and mana resistance ranks are D+. Kojima's abilities were excellent. He was raised. It was evident that an awakener named Kojima had eaten monster stones through proper monster hunting. It's not just what he had killed, he could not make that much if he hunted and ate alone, so he also ate what others killed. Kim turned his eyes and looked at the sword he had obtained from Kojima. Sad face Hijkairi. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, special. Relic ability, it is a noted sword that boasts a cutting force. It cut down an Oni, a supernatural ogre, and it has a mysterious power that even cuts down unreal things, as if to match the nickname Onigiri. It was a second-grade special relic, not a common relic, but a weapon of great value. It was a thing that would not be given to ordinary people. These two things were telling him the value of the man named Kojima in Japan. He is an important person. He is in a very important position. But Hayato didn't know much about Kojima. The problem was that Kim did not have any information about Kojima from the information he obtained by torturing Hayato. Hayato could not have forgotten an important person like Kojima at all. And if Hayato had known, Kim would have known about Kojima, because Hayato had vomited everything he had known to Kim. Kojima came to Korea after Hayato had come to Seoul, and that fact was not told to Hayato. In other words, a new operation was established while Hayato was performing his mission in Seoul, which meant that Kojima was newly dispatched to carry out the operation. The man named Musashi, who is currently called the Master, would have given the mission to Kojima. Kim combined the information and created questions that would penetrate Kojima's shaking mind. What is the new command that Musashi gave you? The question that penetrated the core caused Kojima's eyes to open wide. Then, Kojima pressed the gag tightly, displaying his willingness not to tell. It was also the reaction Kim had hoped for. So, he picked up the kettle again, and finally, he warned Kojima, "Don't think Koreans will tolerate Japanese who are playing tricks on the Korean peninsula." 4. Jang Sung-hoon was actually the second most powerful person in the Republic of Korea, and he was sitting in a chair and chewing on his anguish. I'm crazy. There had been a lot of work for him recently. Once the full authority of the Capital Defense Command was delegated, the Mac Guild had to make a major reorganization. But it was not tormenting Jang now. In fact, that part was easily processed. When one organization is reorganized, the most problematic part is the backlash from the losers. However, the reorganization was smoothly proceeding, as there was no such rebellion under the Mac Guild. It was because there was no bigger deterrent than having Kim as an enemy. Japan. It was none other than Japan that worried Jang. Japan was once again burning its will to invade Korea, and it was already on the move. If the information obtained through the ninja and Colonel Jang Soguk was true, it was more serious than expected. It's a real war now. It was not a normal problem. In fact, The confrontation that had existed on the Korean peninsula had been close to a civil war, but the minimum line was not crossed. But if we start a war with Japan, it is literally a national war. There is no line to keep each other separate. But if the target is Japan and Korea, they will be beyond the line that they shouldn't cross at all. So far, the history of the Korean peninsula and the history of the Japanese archipelago has proved this fact. There's nothing strange about what Japanese people do. So we have to keep in mind whatever they can do. That was the reason for the agony. Japan would do whatever it could do to Korea, and the scope of what might happen had to be taken into consideration. Jang, who was looking at Didanjio Jito hung in his office, rose from his seat. Air. A number of lights on Didanjio Jito, which was reflected in Jang's eyes, began to move quickly. Ha! The moving lights were green and blue ones. Why are these bastards moving all of a sudden, And the movement was centered around the Sobik Mountains. Green and blue lights were moving to Gaya and the city of Daegu. It was clear proof. It's too creepy, isn't it? It was proof that the huge wall, which had been blocking the monsters so far, had disappeared. It was evident that someone had crossed the line that should not have been crossed. Jang searched through the mountain Gaya. What's in Gaya? Shit, Hain Temple is there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Freezer, Part 2. Chapter 97, Episode 97, Freezer, Part 2. Chapter 34. Freezer, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. Lying like a corpse in the middle of a dark room, Cho turned his head and saw a man coming into the room. Oh, are you here? Cho welcomed the man's visit. How do you do? I hope you had a good result. Let's talk a little bit more. However, Kim Tae-hoon's atmosphere was not good compared with that of Cho, who expressed his welcome joyfully. It was the worst. His image was frightening. Because of that? Cho recalled the moment when he had met Kim the first time. It was never the best kind of a first meeting. No, if Cho had been Kim, he would not have let go of the first meeting. At least he would have used the fact to negotiate. Ha ha. I was so rude in the first meeting, wasn't I? Cho was willing to apologize. Please understand, as you can see my current condition, I was so badly tortured that I didn't see anything, and I apologize if you were offended anyway. It was a heartfelt apology. It was not just a person's apology, but an apology that should be done as a leader of the organization called Resistance. I have to deal with this guy somehow. Although Kim had destroyed Daegu City Hall, the headquarters of the 2nd Operations Command, all of the power did not collapse yet. The headquarters had just collapsed, and the power of the 2nd Operations Command still remained sufficient. Of course, the 2nd Operations Command would recognize all of this as a masterpiece of the resistance. So how would the 2nd Operations Command move? Would they lift their arms up into the sky and declare surrender, or would they do their best to root out the resistance forces? If we miss this guy, the damage will be uncontrollable. The answer was obvious. In such a situation, there would be no victory if they missed Kim, the only lifeline of the resistance. If necessary, they should kneel naked and bow down. In addition, Cho was a man who could do that much, a man who was willing to do so if he could save the life of his colleagues in exchange for his disgrace. However, Kim's expression did not change at all at such a sincere apology. It was eerie, severe, and bloody. Please blow your steam off, and if you want, I'll kneel before you here. How many troops are in Hain Temple? For the first time, words flowed out of Kim's firm face. What? What is the number and quality of troops of the 2nd Operations Command stationed at Hain Temple? At that question of Kim, Cho wondered, what is he talking about? However, Cho was quick-witted. Rather, he changed the question mark on his face to an exclamation point as if he had noticed something. Cho's eyes had changed to look like Kim. Once in Heinze, almost all of the 201st Commando Brigade's troops are stationed there at all times, and 3 more infantry battalions are deployed throughout the Gyeosan National Park. In addition, the 52nd Military Support Team regularly transports supplies, and the 52nd Military Support Team has about 2 battalions of escort troops. It was a detailed explanation. Thanks to the explanation, Kim was able to move on to the next question. What is the number of awakeners? Awakeners? 3 of the men who have been appointed colonel are always stationed there. How strong is a colonel? Well, Cho recalled the awakened who had received the colonel rank. The 2nd Operations Command gave them a major rank to the awakeners first. Since then, those who made a contribution, or the awakeners with excellent ability, had been given a higher rank. A colonel was a rank that was received those with outstanding ability and achievement. What if you compared them with me? They can't be compared with you. Naturally, they were not that good. They could not be compared with Kim. They could stop that Kojima, the samurai who you caught. They are not weak. Indeed, the 3 colonels there are ones who survived in the war against the green-eyed monster that once appeared. Kim closed his eyes when he heard the words. He finished his calculations in his mind. With that power, they cannot stop it. When he finished his calculation, Kim took something out of his arms. It was a bird sculpture, Akjo. He injected mana into the Akjo, and then the size of the Akjo, half the size of a cigarette pack, began to grow. Then the Akjo, which was now a dove, waited for its order with its head on the palm of his hand. He said to the Akjo, Jang Sung-hoon, the Tripitaka Koreana in Heinze is damaged now. The culprit is Japan. Watch the movements of monsters in the Sobik Mountains and remove our troops waiting near the Sobik Mountains. Deliver the monsters' movements through the Akjo. Kim, who finished his speech, recalled Jang's face in his mind while looking at the eyes of the Akjo. The Akjo, after listening to Kim's words quietly, nodded. Go and tell him what I said. When the order was given, the Akjo began to flap its powerful wings. It quickly left the room. After sending off the Akjo, Kim turned his attention to Cho again. At this moment, he could not find any more leisure or playfulness on the face of Cho. What do you mean that the Tripitaka Koreana is damaged? Kim Tae-hoon answered the question immediately. It's my mistake. What? Samurai Kojima came here to burn the Tripitaka Koreana of Heinze if the situation was not good. No, what is it? Kojima was a man who Japan had prepared, just in case. Even if things didn't go as planned, Japan desired to leave an indelible scar on the Korean peninsula that could not be taken away, and to plant a terrible confusion on the wound. Japan was aware of the amazing treasure, the Tripitaka Koreana, and if the situation was not good, it also planned to burn the Tripitaka Koreana. At first, Japan intended to move the Tripitaka Koreana to Japan. There was no treasure in Japan that protected a vast area of 40 kilometers from the threat of monsters. The problem was that the Tripitaka Koreana was too big to just take it. It was the reason why Japan prepared to burn it. In that situation, I tortured Tanaka who came to catch Lee Yuna, and then I killed him. The problem is that they have a way to check their colleagues' deaths through shikigami, Japanese ghosts. As soon as Tanaka died, the ninjas who were waiting around Heinze immediately burned the Tripitaka Koreana. And the switch of the fire was not only because of the death of Tanaka and Kojima. Japan had no difficulty deciding what to do because there was a way to grasp the death of a colleague in real time using shikigami. When Kim tortured Tanaka and got information from him and killed him, the fact was transmitted to the ninjas who were waiting around Heinze in real time, and they immediately acted. Kim had actually pressed the switch of the bomb installed in Heinze Temple. What the hell? However, it was just absurd for Cho, who did not know the details. No, even if he knew the details, he could not accept this fact now. No, what kind of crazy bastard burned it? It was a treasure. It was a pride that the Republic of Korea would give to the future generations on the Korean peninsula. Therefore, even in the situation where the 2nd Operations Command and the resistance killed each other, the Tripitaka Koreana was excluded from the battle. The resistance did not touch the Tripitaka Koreana, and the 2nd Operations Command did not withdraw the troops to defend the Tripitaka Koreana, no matter how severe the resistance activities were. But now the treasure was burning. The absurd thing happened. It was something that was not acceptable. It was something that shouldn't be. But at this moment, Kim was able to clearly explain why it burned. Because it's a war. It was not just a war, but a war between two countries, Korea and Japan, who hated each other. They could do anything in such a war. Once Japan showed its will, they did something to Korea. In other words, no matter what Korea would do against Japan from now on, it would not be a problem. So at this moment, Kim was not enraged. War is not fought by emotion. No matter what we do, a war is not an easy one. When you get emotional, everything collapses. Kim judged it that way calmly and coolly. The most problematic thing at this point is the blue-grade monster that is now moving. First, Kim faced the most important issue. The issue he faced right now was not the Tripitaka Koreana burning. It was already lost. What they lost was not coming back. The problem was that Daegu City, which was protected by the Tripitaka Koreana, was exposed to monsters after the disappearance of the Tripitaka Koreana. Currently, most survivors of the Gyeongsang area were gathered in Daegu City. For monsters, Daegu City was the most coveted fishing ground in the world. Above all, Daegu had no owner, and that was important. The absence of a master meant that they did not have to occupy the area through a struggle with another strong monster. The first one to come would be the owner. Absolutely, a blue-grade monster is coming to Daegu. That was the problem. And it was a problem that had to be solved. Kim had no intention of going to Japan, leaving a threat to the land of the Korean peninsula behind. I'll kill 2 blue-grade monsters. In other words, the moment when the threat to the Korean peninsula disappeared, Kim's next target would be Japan. 6. At first, all the Sobek mountain monsters moved at the same time, but at some point, the movement stopped, and instead, only the 2 blue-grade monsters moved. One of them is moving to Daegu. The expected route is to enter Daegu City after going through Palgongsan. Jang Sung-hoon's voice came out clearly from the Akjo's mouth. The story was long. But none of the long stories were good. It was all terrible. Oh, my God. When the Akjo finally said everything, Cho, who had finished grasping the situation before and after, spoke with a sigh. The blue grade, the blue-eyed monster was right around. Cho also knew that the grade of the monster varied depending on the color of the eyes. The strongest monster that he had seen so far was a monster with green eyes. In addition, the green-grade monster was the trigger for him to organize the resistance. In March, a green-grade monster appeared while the 2nd Operations Command was digging up the royal tombs to find Manpazigjiak and Gumchuk in Gyeongju while snow was still on the ground. The result was terrible. There were 6,000 deaths and 400 dead awakeners. Cho saw the scene in person, and he could not accept that he had to keep working on digging up the royal tombs without knowing the reason in a world full of monsters. But now Kim said that there was a stronger monster than the green-grade monster. No way, Cho was stunned by this terrible fact. And at the same time, he remembered his duty. We have to evacuate. We need to tell Daegu City about this fact. We need to inform the 2nd Operations Command. We need to evacuate them. Arg. Cho tried to raise his body as it was, but he screamed at the pain coming from his legs and fingers. He could not stand up alone, but he tried to get up again somehow, even though he screamed. No, if we let it go, it'll kill us all. I'll have to evacuate them all. At this moment, he only thought that he should evacuate everyone. All he could think was that he could save one more. Cho thought that one of them could live, even if he was a soldier of the 2nd Operations Command who wanted to kill him. He was such a man. In the first place, he did not organize the resistance forces for his own benefit. To say the right thing was right and the wrong thing was wrong, he organized the resistance. God damn it! Kim was impressed by such an image of Cho. Furthermore, it was the first time he saw such a sense of justice from Cho. Cho was the only one who cried so sadly about the values that everyone should follow. He is like a lighthouse. Only then did Kim know why he had asked himself on the bucket list to make him president. Cho was the one who would walk toward the right values in the midst of chaos. He was the man of the greatest virtues necessary to be the leader of the great group. However, Kim was not impressed so much at this moment. It was not the time to be so moved that his heart was overflowing, since he was a hunter. What mattered to Hunter Kim Tae-hoon was his attitude toward the monster who was coming to Taegu. Blue grade. The first thing a hunter has to do before he hunts is to measure the level of his game. Currently, he did not know the identity of the blue grade monster to Taegu City. He did not know whether it was a wild animal or a flying animal, and he did not know what it was capable of. Even so, he had to assess its strength. The point of reference is the gamecock. For now, Kim had set the gamecock as the starting point. He thought over the battle with the gamecock and pointed out the present differences from the battle at that time. There is no first aid. There is no Kate and Bang Hyunwook around me now. He did not take down the gamecock just with his power. In a way, Kate's help was huge. He did not know what the outcome would have been if it had not been for the belltail of the bell-tailed rat. I'm much stronger than I was then. The level of the relics I have is different. There are the couple burial mound gold earrings, Chanmachong Wandu Dido, horse figure type earthenware, servant statue, and Hijikari from Kojima. I'm much stronger now. The abilities I have are different. The telekinesis of a plus rank and anger soaring both made me a stronger hunter. However, I'm not sure. But this alone was not enough to ensure victory. He needed more help. K2. Here, Kim recalled the K2 Air Force Base in Taegu. Radar or wireless communications are currently unavailable. Therefore, fighter jets are also extremely inefficient. Just taking off and landing right away will cause an accident. But the firepower prepared to arm the fighters are valid. The Balkan guns that are used for fighter jets are very powerful. If the 2nd Operations Command were not fools, it would have made several modifications so that it could use the firepower at the K2 Air Force Base in situations where it could not operate a fighter plane. A few more. However, Kim was not easily convinced, even if he included that firepower. This would be a single combat against a unique monster. A false conviction would be death. Therefore, he asked questions. What kind of relics did the 2nd Operations Command bring from Jeonju? They brought everything from the National Museum. What is the most important relic? The question immediately reminded Cho of a relic. There is the Bell of King Songdik at the K2 Air Force Base. In the hangar. Kim asked in return, do you have any pictures of the Bell of King Songdik? I don't have any pictures at hand. Kim tightened his mouth at the answer. It was a useless question. Right now, Cho was just wearing his pajamas. But I remember. However, Cho's memory was much better than he expected. If someone rings the bell, it defeats all the evil power and weakens monsters. The relic is of the 1st grade, and its value is special. Furthermore, Cho quickly noticed what Kim wanted to hear. When we hunted the green monster, the Bell of King Songdik became a game changer. As soon as the bell rang, the green monster screamed. As soon as Kim heard it, he was confident. I can kill it. Considering the given power, the current power in Taegu, the match was worth a try. Only one thing was left now. Is it worth killing? Hunters do not hunt for prey that is useless and worthless. Kim looked at Cho and asked a question. If I kill the blue-grade monster, can you take control of the second operations command? At the remark, Joe thought long and answered briefly. It's certainly possible, as long as you show everyone that you're on my side. 7. Geek. It was a beast made of ice with a lion's head, eagle's wings, and a snake's tail. It was a giant beast measuring 10 meters in length. Geek. It was also a beast that froze whatever was around it whenever it moved. Run. At the same time, it was the leader of wolves with white fur numerous enough that they looked like they were covering the snowfield, and all had orange eyes. Young. The beast stood at the top of Palgongsan, Byrabong, looked down at the city of Daegu and gave out a huge cry. At that moment, its eyes glowed bluer than its body. The monster, Freezer, declared that the city of Daegu was its territory at this moment, and that everything there was its game. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Freezer, Part III. Chapter 98, Episode 98, Freezer, Part 3. Chapter 34. Freezer, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. K2 Air Force Base. The house of the fighter planes, the hangar, was set in the background of the wide runway. It was filled with turmoil for a long time. There's a monster. What monster? A monster made of gold smoke. What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, it's true. The main cause of the disturbance were soldiers and survivors belonging to the 2nd Operations Command evacuated from Daegu City Hall. The numbers were not small, and there were so many large hangars built to keep fighters that they made the hangars into a mess. There was a monster. No, it was more like turmoil than a mess. Those who had evacuated from Daegu City Hall were constantly shivering, voicing their fears, what they had heard and experienced, and the fear began to occupy the hangars easily. What the hell is going on this time? That was the reality. If someone was to say that an elephant with golden smoke appeared in 2016 and threw a streetlight with its elongated nose, he or she would have been taken to a mental hospital under the treatment of a madman. But 2017 was different. In the world where monsters had appeared, awakeners were born, and relics existed, the elephant made of golden smoke was now a reality and a fact that everyone should accept. There was no reining in the fear that had begun to spread like that. Shit. Stop it, anyway. Brigadier General, the situation is. Don't talk about the situation, just come up with countermeasures. Countermeasures. Brigadier General, we don't have any way to control it. Who told you to control it? Build up your military power. Get back to Daegu City Hall somehow. How many times did I tell you to make an operation plan and gather troops to recapture Daegu City Hall? The turmoil was because the commanders who should be reigning in this fear could not do their part. Of course, no one could blame them simply for their incompetence. Apart from incompetence, the situation was something that no one had experienced or expected. Daegu City was too calm to anticipate and experience this situation. Daegu City, which was protected by the Tripitaka Koreana, did not even allow the monsters to leave their footprints, and Daegu City Hall did not even allow the resistance footprints. It was too much to ask those who took such safety and serenity for granted to come up with a proper response to the current situation. Shit, get it done. Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju, please, calm down. Calm down? If we keep going like this, I will be in danger. Crucially, it was Lee Dae-ju who felt the most terrible fear at that moment, not the commanders. He was the wing commander of the 11th Air Force, and he had already been nearly killed by the resistance. Therefore, Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju knew better than anyone about the resistance organization. If the resistance had that power, it is obvious that they would only go after the top leaders. The purpose of the resistance was not to destroy the Second Operations Command but to reveal the truth. So far, the resistance had focused on the leaders and executives rather than the general soldiers, and they had focused on propaganda rather than war. That was why the Second Operations Command wanted to capture Lee Yuna, as it was totally different from what the average person said on the propaganda and what Lee Yuna said on propaganda. On the other hand, that was all the resistance could do so far. The war against the Second Operations Command was not even attempted, and there was an overwhelming power difference between the two forces. But things had changed. The resistance now had the power to break down Daegu City Hall in a moment. It's dangerous. Here was another factor that drove Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju crazy. Contact with the Capital Defense Command, which had supported the Second Operations Command, was no longer available. Even the last contact was to ask for them to prepare, as the Capital Defense Command was in danger and was planning to evacuate to the Second Operations Command. However, since he received that information, he had not been contacted. It's really dangerous. There was no wall to lean on behind Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju. There was only a cliff. God damn it! Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju clicked his tongue again, and his men sweated in front of him. There was no answer from the men's side, and their situation was not so different from Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju because they were all colonels and commanders. Someone arrived at a run. Resistance leader, Cho Sung-yeon asked for a meeting and a conversation. What? Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju made a foolish expression at this ridiculous message. What do you mean? Cho Sung-yeon came in person. At the words of his subordinate, Lee Dae-ju began to comb his dark beard like crazy, with a dumbstruck look. What do you mean, that madman? Panic was the most obvious word to express his state of mind. Of course, it was impossible for Lee Dae-ju to make a proper judgment. Is Cho Sung-yeon here? Yes? Yes. What are you doing? All he could do was make an extreme judgment. Go and kill him. Kill him. Yes? You crazy bastards, if he is here, you kill him. Are you going to let him live? Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju was rather angry at the blank faces of his men, and now he stood up as if he was going to kill Cho Sung-yeon himself. He laid his hand on the pistol at his waist. It was the biggest and last mistake he made. Swish! An arrow entered the office and penetrated the head of General Lee Dae-ju instantly. ASCO award. Huck! The men jumped up in fright. One of them fell over the couch he was sitting on. Hardened as they were, everyone looked at the dead body of Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju with a face as white as a corpse, without words. A few minutes later, a new man came up. Cho Sung-yeon wants to make a deal with Lee Dae-ju's successor. 9. The F-15K fighter jets were waiting for a run which would happen someday, and at that moment, something rare to see in the hangar appeared. It was a wheelchair. Cho Sung-yeon was sitting in the wheelchair. It was unusual in many ways in the hangar, so all of the 100 or so soldiers of the 11th Air Force Squad who were filling the hangar were looking at Cho. I'm crazy. Of course, the soldiers who looked at Cho were more vigilant than afraid. Some were ready to pull the triggers on him and aimed guns at him. At this point, Cho was confident that he would accept this fact in his own way, because he had courage and capacity which very few people possessed. I'm really crazy. The problem was that Kim Tae-hoon, who had been pushing Cho's wheelchair until now, acted a little while ago. Kim killed Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju. Cho came to negotiate with Lee Dae-ju, but Kim killed him at once. Not just that, Kim killed Lee Dae-ju with an arrow without feathers from a long distance away. The reason was that Lee Dae-ju had no intentions of negotiating. Wow, it's driving me crazy. The reason and the process were all nonsense. At this moment, however, Cho did not look surprised by events, but rather adopted a seemingly unconcerned image, contrary to his amazed thoughts. He looked so calm that it defined his image. Like an injured godfather of the mafia, he sat in a wheelchair and began to show his weight. The atmosphere of the hangar began to change. In the changing atmosphere, Cho was able to find the approaching crowd and instantly identify the face of one of them. Colonel Baek Ho-seop. It was Colonel Baek Ho-seop, commander of the 110th Combat Squadron. His face was white as a sheet. It was so strange that his face could turn so white. With such a frightened face, he stood in front of Cho and barely managed to ask, "Do you want to negotiate, Cho?" At that moment, Cho pulled his body a little bit out of his wheelchair and said, sitting like a piece of a chewed string, It was a leisurely figure. It was a performance. It was acting in which one had to twist one's mood in conversation. Colonel Baek Ho-seop, of course, frowned. "You are surely crazy. You wanted to negotiate, but killed the brigadier general." At the remark, Cho shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't want to negotiate the first round, or the second round, of talks that way. We have to negotiate right here, today." But Lee Dae-ju didn't want to negotiate with a partner. What was I going to do? I had to change my negotiation partner. Those who heard the conversation at this moment could see that this was not a negotiation. It was a threat, not negotiation. If it had been usual times, Colonel Baek Ho-seop would never have responded to the threat. "So what do you want to negotiate?" However, Colonel Baek Ho-seop calmly asked a question at this moment instead of acting angry. When Cho saw his face, he was convinced. The game is over. He came to negotiate, but in fact, the negotiation was over. I will tell you briefly. So, at this moment, Cho did not waste time or words for an argument. "The blue-eyed monster will come here soon." Nonsense. What doesn't make sense is sending someone to dig a royal tomb in a world full of monsters. It's. Shut up and listen to me. Sooner or later, there will be a monster with blue eyes in Daegu City, and we will kill it, but how? Colonel Baek Ho-seop expressed his feelings with a look of dismay, instead of an answer. At the words of Baek Ho-seop, Cho looked at Kim behind his wheelchair. Baek Ho-seop's eyes naturally turned toward Kim. But his gaze did not last long. Baek Ho-seop couldn't meet Kim's eyes for long. It was like a rat could not see the snake's eyes. The situation is exactly what Cho said. The monster is coming and I will kill it. So I need your full cooperation, the snake spoke to the rat. Full cooperation. Give me everything you have, not only weapons but also the bell of King Songdeok. That's ridiculous. It's Kyo-young. At that moment, a mysterious and unknown shriek swept through the K-2 Air Force Base. Huck. In the distance, even though it was a very distant cry, it affected those who filled the hangar. There were a lot of soldiers tottering, falling, and kneeling. It was the same with Cho. Damn it, it really came. Trembling. Cho began to tremble in his wheelchair, and Colonel Baek Ho-seop and his men, who had been facing them all the time, also struggled to avoid falling down on the floor. With this distance, direction, is it Palgonson? It came there much faster than I thought. And seeing that it screamed out to cause fear, it doesn't want to spend any time. It'll be right here. Only Kim stood upright. Kim, standing so upright, turned to the ceiling. Then he opened his mouth and exhaled the energy in his gut. Oh, woo-woo. Howling. The howling that came out of Kim's mouth after a long time began to soften the power of the fear that was filling the hangar. Huck. There were the sounds of breath coming back all over the place. Colonel Baek Ho-seop, who had been trembling all the time in front of Kim, seemed to have calmed down, focusing on his eyes again. Of course, the amount of fear implanted by the pupils of Kim remained. I'll tell you again, Kim demanded Baek Ho-seop. We need the M61 and the bell of King Songdeok. There was no answer. There was only a nod. 10. The straight distance from the Byrabong of Palgonson to K2 Air Force Base was about 13 kilometers. The path, situated in a steep mountain range, was a road that literally never had a straight stretch. But now a road was being built on the mountain range. It was not just a road, but a white road. A broad white road, about 20 meters wide, was being made in real time, at an alarming rate. Freezing. The white road was the path of Freezer, an ice monster with blue eyes. Freezing. The chill from its whole body was freezing everything all around. It was an incredible sight. But the amazing sight was not the end of it. There were wolves running on the white road. There was constant howling. A group of snow wolves was following Freezer with all their might. The numbers of snow wolves were hard to measure. In the world that was turned white by Freezer, they were completely hidden. The fact that they were moving in groups was not easily confirmed by the naked eye. This was a scene that could not be seen or trusted. But the amazing sight was their speed. Even on steep mountains and hillsides, they had no hesitation. On the downslopes, they threw themselves and accelerated down them, and on the uphill, they pulled their strength out. It took them about 10 minutes to reach the city of Daegu after leaving Palgong Mountain. It was a mere instant. Before the city's citizens, who were exposed to the fear that Freezer worked its best, could regain their freedom from the fear, hundreds of snow wolves led by the Freezer and its teams were in the city. Of course, there was no battle. Aorowargarg. Sa, save me. There was just a one-sided meal. It was also a voracious feast. Wooguk wooguk. Snow wolves ate everything they could to fill their empty stomachs after the explosive race. Sniff. They bit off what they could see, and then they chased after what they could not see with their noses and bit it. The white snow wolves began to roam through the city of Daegu, leaving traces of red footprints, howling in their eagerness. Freezer only stared at the scene. It didn't seem like it was going to stop the snow wolves from eating too much. It was a time of gluttony permitted by the owner. Only the sound of the bell stopped the gluttony that could not stop and had no reason to stop. Duo woon. Rather than being pure, it was a melancholy, sad, and horrible sound. Instead of impressing the listeners, the actions of snow wolves who enjoyed the gluttony stiffened at the sound that made them shiver. Duo woon. When the bell rang again, some snow wolves began to back away with terror-stricken eyes. Yelp! Some began to tremble with their tails drooping as they called out. Duo woon. As soon as the third bell rang, the unsustainable snow wolves looked up. Ow wow! Howling, snow wolves gathered their mouths together to fight against the sound of the bell. It began to spread and grow louder. The drooping tails of the snow wolves also gradually began to rise toward the sky. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. It was the artillery that stopped the healing. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. No, it was more a monster than a cannon. It was an M61 Vulcan. The sound making up something launching 6,000 rounds per minute with 6 guns rotating, 20mm long, adult palm-length shells was a perfect match for the term monster. What was more monstrous was Kim's shooting of an M61 Vulcan with his hands like a machine gun, and even a barrel full of dozens of kilograms of bullets on his back. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. Kim continued his shooting, even aiming at the targets accurately, despite the constant gunfire. Yelp! There was no such thing as a snow wolf coping with the attack. The 20mm shell, not just a bullet, ripped them apart, far more than merely piercing the skins of the snow wolves. Tu-tu-tu. When the M61 Vulcan, which threw out thousands of bullets in one breath, took a pause, Kim looked at Freezer, who was still surveying the whole scene on the road, with his black eyes. It was not showing any interest in this scene. In other words, it was not feeling any threat at this fact. Kim aimed at it with the M61 Vulcan. However, he did not immediately fire. The moment I shoot, it's the beginning. It is impossible to kill this monster with just a few shells from an M61 Vulcan. That would only make it angry. The battle will start as soon as the gunfire begins. So, Kim waited for the bell to ring again. Duo Woon. As soon as the bell rang, Haheedle, the mask, which was gently resting on Kim's shoulder, settled across his face. 2222. Kim's M61 finally shot off shells. Kyo-young. Freezer, who had been indifferent until now, vomited fear towards Kim. The battle had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Freezer, Part IV. Chapter 99, Episode 99, Freezer, Part 4. Chapter 34. Freezer, Part 4. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 12. What is the most important thing when hunting? The answer to this question is clear. The fatal point, the factor that can certainly lead the prey to death, is the most important. Isn't it common knowledge that a person who doesn't know how to kill their prey cannot hunt properly? It is even truer if the prey is not just an animal, but a monster, not just an ordinary beast. I need to find it. Monsters have everything beyond the natural. Their body's defense, physical strength, life force, and physique are all over the common sense level, and thus the imagination is easily trampled. One can't be sure of death if one breaks its head and makes it bleed. Hunters hunting monsters, therefore, must keep in mind the most important thing about hunting. I need to find its heart. Hunters must keep in mind that every monster's weak point is its heart. When they think about something other than this, the thinking is meaningless, and the hunting that they perform after they worry about this is an unconditional failure. Kim Tae-hoon knew it better than anyone else. So, when he looked at Freezer, and when he saw the blue eyes embedded in the translucent body made of ice, he knew that finding its heart was his top priority. Then, how could he find its heart? I can't see it. He couldn't immediately find its heart with the eyes of the black snake. He could not see anything inside its translucent body that he was sure was its heart. If so, when I take to the next step, I have to make its heart move in some way. I must make it angry, scared, or in pain. That's what Kim was doing now. 2222. Kim, who ran between the building and the building, between one roof and the next as easily crossing stepping stones, bombarded Freezer with the Vulcan as it was following him. The shots were accurate. His shooting ability and the eyes of the black snake made the Vulcan in his hands as accurate as the sniper rifle. It was perfect shooting. Ping, ping. The shells of the Vulcan began to pock Freezer's body. However, that was all. Though deeply embedded, the 20mm scary shells failed to penetrate in. It was a result that did not fit the power of the Vulcan, which could punch through. Even the scars caused by the Vulcan did not last long. Patter. The icy body was fragmented and fell to the ground, and the wound that had opened so quickly recovered by itself. Kim's mouth twisted as he looked at the scene through the eyes of Haheedle. I didn't think it would be hurt with the Vulcan, but the power of the Vulcan is overwhelming. It is not because it seems reasonable to have a Vulcan cannon, which weighs more than 100 kilograms, on an expensive fighter jet which is struggling to reduce its weight every little bit. Of course, Kim did not think he could kill a blue-grade monster with only a Vulcan. It is too strong. Still, the sight Kim saw now was quite shocking to him. What was even more shocking was that at this moment, Freezer, who was running between the buildings after him, has never used its fear, the most obvious weapon it had. I can't even get it to use its fear. Fear is the most obvious weapon of the monster. It is a powerful weapon, especially against humans. The blue-grade monster's fear has a terrible effect on those who have energy levels below a rank. Of course, monsters use fear without hesitation when they feel threatened, or when things are difficult. All the monsters Kim had encountered so far were the same. Most of all, monsters had learning skills, and there was no possibility that Freezer would not know that fear was more powerful than any other ability. So, he wore the mask, Hahidal. There isn't much time. The effect of Anong Hahidal was to significantly increase the level of ability by giving the wearer a possession by a spirit effect. Of course, Kim was in a situation where he was possessed by a spirit. It was evident on the back of his right hand, not anywhere else. Basic abilities. Muscle, 911. Health, 902. Special abilities. Energy, A rank. Mana, A rank. Telekinesis, A+ rank. Defense, A rank. Mana resistance, A rank. Kim's ability to receive the possession by a spirit was overwhelming enough. He could clearly feel the ability that had increased so drastically. Infinite power was exploding inside his body. At the same time, it was also clear that this power would not last long. When a sports car over 500 horsepower ran in a circuit, it was similar to watching the fuel needle fall. 9 minutes 33 seconds. According to his calculation, the duration of possession by a spirit was 9 minutes 33 seconds. After that, he would be a normal person who has lost all his ability. In other words, he needed to accomplish what he wanted within that time. Even 1 second longer was the same as getting into a desperately dangerous moment. In such a situation, it was very bad that he could not even pull out the freezer sphere. I must throw away what I can't do. Kim no longer had a fuss about the M61. Being absorbed by the fact that he could use this terrible Vulcan with his bare hands, he did not force himself to do what he could not. Accordingly, he abandoned the Vulcan. Bang! The Vulcan, thrown from a 6-story building, fell to the ground and clanged loudly. Chorung! He pulled his swords from their sheath. It was the sound of the sword of the Imperator and the sword of Wandu Dido, the two swords that Kim was carrying on his back. The two swords began to fly. Clank! The target was Freezer, and the goal was to leave as many wounds as possible in the shortest time on the Freezer's body. Qua 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 qua. The goal was making long, deep wounds. The two swords performed these orders well. Koruru. They earned nothing but the first growl from Freezer's mouth. At the same time, the Freezer gave up its pursuit of Kim and focused on the two swords that circled around it. Freezer avoided the swords, while on the other hand, it tried to strike the swords by moving its legs, tail, and wings. However, the two swords moved in dazzling patterns, making the Freezer's work useless. Whew! At that moment, Kim gave out a long sigh. With that sigh, he brought his hand to the two horse figure type earthenwares that he had hung at his waist like decorations, one for a master and a servant. Kim injected mana at the same time into the two earthenwares, which were originally a pair. He threw them at the Freezer. The two horse figure type earthenwares flying in the air began to inflate surprisingly quickly, and by the time they reached the edge of the Freezer, they revealed their enormous splendor, a size that was not lacking compared to the 10-meter-long Freezer. Winnie! At the same time, their attack began. The first attack was at their owner's command. Winnie! As the horse ran at the Freezer at full speed, the master threw his sword at the Freezer. Bang! The sword, which had flown so hard, buried half of itself into the back of the Freezer. Cooing! Freezer's eyes flickered. What came into the eyes of the Freezer as it turned its eyes was the master's horse, with a spear coming out of its chest. Quadjik! The spear that coming out of the horse's chest drove into the Freezer's body. At the same time, the horse began to crumble in the process of breaking the body of the Freezer. In the meantime, the master warrior stepped on his own horse as a stepping stone climbed into the body of the Freezer. The warrior hit the tip of the hilt of his sword on the back of the Freezer with his fist. Quadjik! First was the right hand, second was left hand, and then right hand again. Bang, bang! The hilt gradually descended deeper and deeper with the repeated blows of the warrior, hammering it in. Quagic. In the end, the body of the freezer was split in half. But it was not the result of the warrior's sword. Rather, it was by the opposite, done by the freezer's will. The evidence was that the cloven body of the freezer transformed into different animals, an ice lion in front, and an ice tiger in the back. Kuwon. Koruru. The two separate freezers surrounded the master back and forth, and immediately bit and clawed at it. The warrior's right shoulder and left leg were bitten, and in front of the claws, a lump of clay-like flesh was crushed. The warrior, having lost his arms and legs, fell to the ground. Ding dong, ding dong. At that time, the servant who had been looking at the master's work until now shook the bell in his hand. Ding dong, ding dong. The miracle that the bells produced was giving arms and legs to the warrior who lost his arms and legs. Even a sword was made as a bonus on the restored arm. The warrior, who had instantly regained his form, swung his sword at the ice tiger in his vicinity. Quan. The ice tiger grabbed the sword into its mouth and bit down. In the meantime, the ice lion threw itself at the servant, who was shaking the bell over and over on the road below the building, jumping from the high building to the ground. Poo-woo-woo. At that moment, an elephant with golden smoke hit the ice lion, falling to the ground in midair. Bang! Smoke and ice, the two things made a strange sound. It was a moment when the gilt bronze incense burner of beach, the amazing relic, once again exerted its power. Duo-woon. The bell sounded for them. It was a sound of destruction toward the freezer, a sound of cheering for the beasts of golden smoke and the horse figure type earthenware. The bodies of the freezer began to move slowly at the bell sound, while the beasts of the golden smoke, the master and the servant, were courageous and began to press the two-part freezers. In the end, the freezer had to use its fear-making roar. Ki-oi-oi-oi-yang. The fear, bursting simultaneously from the mouths of two freezers, shook the whole city of Daegu at once. Its power was formidable. The golden beasts created by the gilt bronze incense burner of beach were shaken and faded like haze, and the clay fragments of the master and servant began to pour down like rain. Quaing. But it didn't stop the two swords. Kim, with his black eyes shining behind Hahidal from a long distance, did not show any shaking. After the possession by a spirit, the energy that ranked up exploded as soon as it was exposed to the fear of the freezer. It began to squeeze all its power to protect its master from threats. Even with the fear, the threat did not disappear. Koruru. Freezer no longer kept its face, its dignity. The freezers, the icy tiger and the icy lion, began to turn into hedgehogs as thorns rose from their bodies. The thorns of the freezers swept all over the place with their self-destruction. Concrete walls and asphalts crumpled like tofu, pudding, and flew for several kilometers, even destroying a small shopping mall at once. It was a formidable power. What was even eerier was the figures of the horse figure type earthenwares and the golden smoke beasts penetrated by the ice thorns. Rather than recovering the wounds after being penetrated by the thorns, they began to freeze white. The horse figure type earthenware became white ice statues with holes in them, and the golden smoke beasts created by the gilt bronze incense burner of beach began to fade away with holes in them. Ice Blaster was the most powerful power of freezer. Of course, the ability demanded a price. In exchange for exploding its body, freezer revealed the heart it had been hiding in covering. The transparent heart was the size of an adult man, and the blue jewel in the transparent heart was glistening under the sun's direct sunlight for a long time. I found it. Kim did not miss the light. He did not miss what he had to do. It's the beginning. It was now the beginning, and Kim, thinking this, quickly left his seat. While he ran, the heart of the freezer created its body anew. Ki-o-e-o. This time its body was an ice ogre with a height of 5 meters. The ogre, the freezer, created an ice club and began to swing it around. It was an expression of indiscriminate rage. A truck engine roared as it approached the freezer. Kim was in the luggage compartment of the truck, which had no driver present, the steering wheel moving freely. There were lumps of iron bound together behind it. The long, elongated mass that seemed to be a rugby ball was a GBU-31 bomb, which was built to be mounted on the F-15K and had a 900-kilogram explosive. One of the bombs was lifted by the telekinesis of Kim. It was like when he had hurled a small car with his telekinesis to punch the sword of the Imperator into the chest of the Gamecock. But it was definitely different then. At this moment, there was no sword of the Imperator in the body of the freezer. 2 minutes left. And the sword didn't have to be stuck. Who? The GBU-31 missile, coming into the air with a short effort of the telekinesis, began flying toward the freezer's heart. 13. Jang Sung-hoon was looking at Jido. At that moment, the blue light in Daegu City faded. It was a situation that deserved to be enjoyed. It was evidence that Kim succeeded in killing a second blue-grade monster. However, Jang did not rejoice. Instead of expressing his joy, he turned his head and looked at the golden glass next to Jido. Looking at the golden glass filled with red liquid, he clenched his teeth tightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100 Checklist, Part 1. Chapter 100, Episode 100, Checklist, Part 1. Chapter 35. Checklist, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. For Cho Sung-yeon, the blue-grade monster freezer that had appeared in Daegu City would be remembered for a lifetime. Oh, my God. He would also remember the freezer as a terrible monster. Does that make sense? It was a crazy monster that had endured 9 GBU-31s, a lump of explosives weighing close to a ton. It was not dropped from a few thousand meters above like a jet, but thrown from the ground like a shotgun. Enduring the explosion of the crazy powerful bombs 9 times was beyond the common sense of Cho and any of his imagination. He killed the insane monster. What a freak! And of course, Cho would remember Kim Tae-hoon, who killed the terrible monster with the 10th missile and swallowed the blue crystal of the freezer, the only payout he got from the monster he killed. That's how the hunt ended. 2. The ability of a person shines in a crisis, so the value of a person shines in a crisis. In the crisis that came to Daegu City, there were 2 people who proved it to Kim. One was, of course, Cho. He proceeded with the plan that Kim had prepared as soon as Kim killed the freezer. He informed Daegu City, which was defenseless due to confusion and fear, that now the world has changed and it was only he who could become a leader in this changed world, and Kim was behind him. In a world full of monsters, I can't say Daegu is safe anymore, but how long are you going to follow the nonsense orders of the 2nd Operations Command? Ha? Those incompetent people? Are you willing to let those who sit on the floor and tremble in front of a blue-eyed monster order you around? So don't think about it, give me all the rights. If you don't like it, say no, but I'll give you a piece of advice, finish it when you talk to me. If you say no when you talk to my partner, not me, he'll never let you go. Cho also actively used the fact that Kim was his backer. He used all the situations given to him favorably. Above all, he insisted that it was not to merely an individual's benefit, but an honor, a desire to pursue the worthy values that those who survived from now on should take. His cry for justice became his most powerful weapon in the world where all order was broken. He was able to take over all the powers of the 2nd Operations Command, which had been in control of Daegu City, in just 3 days. How have you been, boss? The other one who was shining in the crisis with Cho was Jang Sung-hoon. The disappearance of the Tripitaka Koreana of Hain Temple. When everyone fell into a state of dejection amid the chaos created by the crazy incident, Jang did not shake. I haven't seen you in a long time, In this crazy situation, Jang somehow found an opportunity and turned it into a chance for change. His opportunity was for large-scale change. Until now, monsters in the Sobik Mountains had been building their own territory. In such a situation, the sudden movement of monsters above the green grade was the same as a large-scale change. There were very strong changes that humans, as well as the monsters lower than the yellow grade ones, could endure easily. Jang led his forces into the Sobik Mountains to find opportunities in the large-scale change. "Oh, I'm sorry I disobeyed your order." It was in direct opposition to Kim's order. Kim clearly ordered the troops standing near the Sobik Mountains to move back. But it was Jang Sung-hoon who was right. He hunted the confused monsters. The strong firepower of the Mac Guild's hunters, the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, and the Capital Defense Command, the combined strength of those who won the right to survive in fierce battles and struggles, not power created like a flower in a greenhouse like Daegu City, had been spewed on the monsters. The effect was impressive. But I thought I was right. The reason monsters are so scary is that their ability to create fear is strong, and they also have their own territory. A game in one's own territory is never a game. Rather, it is a real hunter who eats what comes into one's territory. In other words, monsters that have come out of their domain are better targets than ever. In the end, we secured the Gyeongbu Expressway. And through the hunt, the Mac Guild was able to secure a very valuable road, called the Gyeongbu Expressway. The road, which reached from Seoul to Busan, was taken back from the monsters. The evidence was the presence of Jang, who had led the Mac Guild to Daegu City. "Oh, and this is a small gift." Jang handed Napoleon's golden glass, and the red liquid within, to Kim. 3. It was a room about 10 square feet, with only one desk in it, and walls on all sides. The elongated eyes reminded them of dragon eyes, and the skin was grotesque, mysterious, and horrifying, as if the dragon's scales were hidden under the skin. Right now, a dragon seemed to be born in the man's body. But even more frightening was the infinite and bizarre power that wriggled in the man's body. I couldn't lift the curse. Kim, dreaming of his death, could see that he was repeating the same death now. At Stonehenge, England, at this moment, he was dying by the curse of the dragon. Couldn't I find a way? It was the first time. Until now, Kim had never relived the same death. That created a strong sense of hope. It was hope that the future has changed, and it was the belief that he had learned a lesson through the deaths. It was also a hope that he was going to proceed further, on the basis of his own death. But at this moment, he was repeating the same death. It's a great power, and I'm going to explode my body right now. The curse of the dragon, a price that could not be dealt with, was being paid for with the man's greed. It was a painful and sad thing, a terrible thing. It was more painful and desperate than any death he had ever experienced. Rather, that room. But Kim did not chew on despair at this moment. What was the room for? Rather, he did not worry about his death at this moment. The death was what he had already experienced. He did not have to worry about why he died, how he died, and who killed him. And it was the same for him, and the future Kim Tae-hoon who he dreamed of. He was dying, but he did not think of despair. He was looking around the room without hesitation. Ah! Only then did Kim know. This is information. This room was the place that the future of him made to die, the place made to struggle in front of the same death. This was the information he did not know. There was a lot of information on the wall of the room. It was a visible map of information. There were large continental maps all over the walls, and maps of the 6 major continents. Around the map, there was a lot of information, like a spider web. Military information, information about relics, information about monsters, and information about people. I have collected only the best ones. It was very good information for Kim's taste, and it was so vast. It was impossible to remember all the information. It's just like me. Kim was satisfied. It's just like me, since I don't admit that too much is as bad as too little. It was his job to gather a lot of information to the maximum level despite the obvious inability to digest it all. He was grateful at the same time. If I die 100 times, I'll see all the information here. Even in this death, he was grateful that he had not lost himself, and he was proud of him who had not given up yet. His footsteps stopped in front of the map of the Asian continent, one of the 6 continental maps. He stood and scanned it. He, who was dreaming of himself, also saw Kim Tae-hoon. Among them, Kim paid attention to Japan. It's funny. The Japanese archipelago. There was a lot of information around the map, information on important relics, including the story of Musashi, who was now a Japanese monarch, and Japanese military information. The only legendary relic in Japan is Kusanagi, and there are lots of swords, not as valuable as the Tripitaka Koreana, but I can still get some payback for their debt. It's funny. It's so funny because it is childish. There are the 4 heavenly guardians under a man named Musashi, who is not the monarch of Japan. The essence of Japan is not lost, and even in that situation, the weapons are hidden all over the place. If there is a war, they will somehow take advantage of it. After the Fukushima nuclear crisis, their failure to get rid of the executives of the Tokyo Electric Power Company was to prevent the secret nuclear weapons project from being leaked. Kim's eyes turned to China. China's actions are so explicit that until the monsters appeared there was nothing new anymore. And finally, Kim looked at Korea. Here, he was suspicious. Most of the information about Korea he had already been grasped, and the things that had been grasped had now become his. He did not need to see the land of Korea anymore. But the doubts didn't last long. There was a note: there is only one thing that can calm the curse of the dragon. Only the Manpazikjiak, which eliminates all the turmoils of the world. It was a clue to survive. Ugh. And that was the last thing Kim saw. The dragon's curse began to melt his heart. 3. There was a dark room with a single light glowing. 2 men were facing each other across one table, 2 cups of coffee in front of them. Is this Mr. Cho Sung-yeon? Yes, and you? I am Jang Sung-hoon. Their first conversation was to introduce to each other. They recognized each other's names, and the greeting was over. Can I call you elder brother? Elder brother? I can tell somebody's fortune by physiognomy. You will be president one day. Jang Sung-hoon, at the end of the greeting, immediately said some unbelievable words to the other. Well, I'd appreciate it if you would, because I honestly didn't know how to treat you. However, Cho Sung-yeon was merely surprised for a while and soon accepted the unbelievable words. So what's my brother doing? The conversation began. I was in the military until last year. Really? Where? Bucheon-o Jungdong. I was on duty in Pocheon. Pocheon, the Atuki unit? Yes, I worked at the armored search party of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, at. Really? Do you know Colonel Lim Hyun-jun? No, I don't know. Who is he? The commander of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Really? You said he was a colonel? He's also commander of the Capital Defense Command. I think he should have had some guts to do that. So, what's your relationship with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun and you? He's my man now, and he's going over the Taibik Mountains in Ulsan to Wolsong. In many ways, it was an absurd story. However, Cho did not smile or look surprised at the absurd story. I think the world has changed a lot. Everything would be a small change in the presence of Kim. What kind of person is Kim Tae-hoon? Boss? He's a good man. Cho frowned a little at the words "a good man." Kim had never heard him, but Kim was by no means a man who matched the words good or kind. If you're on the same side, there is no one better than him. However, at that explanation, Cho had to agree. At the same time, he was sure at this moment, Jang Sung-hoon, his code is right with me. He was sure that Jang was a man whose morals matched his own in many ways. Of course, the conversation between the two was soft. "Don't worry about the wounds, we have a wonderful doctor. We have a wonderful actress." "Who?" "Lee Yun-ah." "Wow." Screech. The sound of the door opening in the room stopped the long conversation between the two. "Jang Sung-hoon, give the order to Colonel Lim Hyun-jun." Beyond the open door was Kim Tae-hoon, who didn't mince his words. "Make a warship ready for Japan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."